the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders tore into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. By rule, New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators allege the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Snyder says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Snyder and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Frustrated with his increased workload and a litany of interpersonal problems, CLG software project manager William Garston brought a list of grievances Thursday to his supervisor Todd Watkins, an utterly powerless office functionary with no actual ability to resolve any problems.
Oh, no. I'm really glad that you're bringing this to me. This is great.
The 15-minute interaction, which was taken seriously by both parties, involved Garston laying out a series of work-related issues he's had recently, absolutely none of which Watkins has even the slightest authority to address.
Again, I'm sorry to be bothering you with all this stuff, Todd. I've reached a point where I was not under the...
This is important. We're going to sort all this out.
Sources added that throughout the conversation, Watkins continually nodded his head and repeatedly assured Garston that his problems would be considered a top priority, despite the fact that he lacked the necessary clout to foster any change whatsoever within the company.
This is the Onion News Network. Free Talk Live, and of course you can join us here. We'll give you the toll-free numbers and Skype username coming up here shortly. With you tonight, it's Ian.
And Mark.
And Daryl.
Of course, it is the 420 edition of Free Talk Live, and that's what George wants to talk about. He's connected with us on Skype. Oh, there's audio playing here. Hang on one second, George. I got that taken care of. All right, go ahead.
I was just calling about it because it just reminded 420 reminds me of the greatest financial transaction I've ever made, at least most one-sided in my favor. It took place at Burning Man, and basically what it was is at Burning Man, people have it's a gift economy, so it's all pretty much the way I see it's kind of like barter. And I used bought several bags of Tootsie Roll Pops, and I used that as currency sort of thing there. Anyway, about halfway through the event, I'm passing by some hippie guy in a tent, and he's just blazed out of his skull, and I had offered him a Tootsie Roll Pop. He saw that, and my bag was only half empty already, and he's like, "Can I have that bag? I'll make you a trade." He gives me an entire big, pillowcase-sized bag full of pot cookies in exchange for my half-empty bag of Tootsie Roll Pop.
That is an awesome deal. How much did you? I don't know if you want to admit, but how much did you sell the cookies for after that?
The imaginary attorney that is inside of my head has invited me to plead the fifth on that.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. It sounds like it was a good deal.
And it was also at Burning Man, and I don't think they allow money to be transacted, so there could not have been any money.
That's true.
But there could have been some kind of transaction.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get any snuggle time with an attractive hippie chick?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So any other stories you want to tell tonight?
That's pretty much it right
That's a good
there.
one. Burning Man stories are always entertaining. Thanks, George. I appreciate it. That's George calling from D.C.
So what is 420?
Well, Daryl, can you answer that question?
Besides
the date. There are several different stories about how the number 420 came to be associated with cannabis. There's the one story that says that there was a group of teenagers that when they were in high school, they would all meet at 420 to smoke weed.
The Waldos? Is that what they were called?
I don't know.
I think that was I remember reading something one time.
And then there's also the claim that in some jurisdictions, criminal code something .420 was the law saying, you can't possess cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
But that one seems a lot easier to fact check, and I've not seen anybody actually point to, yes, this is the statute.
Right.
So I think that, there's probably a bunch of different stories, which one's true, which one isn't.
Where did it really come from?
Knows.
It doesn't matter. Right now, it's a big number that represents cannabis and cannabis use and whatever other cannabis-related thing you want to associate with it.
Well, so I know what 420 means, even though I asked. Is there something newer that I'm missing out on? Because
what do you mean newer?
Well, I remember back when I was dating, and I've been married for about 10 years now, so it's been some time.
And then you were not exactly dating because you were not a free man.
Oh, no, I didn't walk out of prison and marry my wife, buddy. No, so at the time, some women would put 420 on their sort of dating profiles just as code.
Sure.
That means they're okay with guys that smoke weed.
That's right.
Or
it probably means they also smoke weed.
I would hope that it means that. Yeah. But, I mean, if they were using it 10 years ago to indicate this, when I was dating, then there has to be some new...
People were using it 20 years ago when I was in high school.
420?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's not a new number.
No,
it's been around for decades.
And I don't think that anything has replaced it. I'm not aware of it. Certainly, I mean, I'm not necessarily on the inside of the millennials, right? I'm kind of on the upper end of it, so I wouldn't really know if anything has.
I also don't really hang with millennials, but there are just some things that, you don't change the code for, because millennials are not necessarily only doing weed business with other millennials.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting it from one of us old fogey type people.
Come on, nobody's calling marijuana grass anymore, and you don't buy a lid. All right,
Okay,
I mean the
that's true.
terminology changes over time.
Yes. That much
Some
is true.
of the terms change, but
That's what I'm talking about, Daryl.
420 is
It's
a
a
number
term.
associated with it, and
It's a
it's so
term.
ingrained. That term is so ingrained
Yeah, it's not going
into
anywhere.
culture.
I mean, you wouldn't want to change what 10-4 means, right? There's the 10 codes,
Yeah, sure.
and they mean specific things, and 420 has come to mean
I'm with you.
for decades.
I'm only
He's
saying.
wondering if there's something that's replaced it, though.
Right,
And I
you know,
don't know.
in
The
popular
toll-free
culture.
number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. You know, what's the hippest slang for
dab.
cannabis?
There's the dab.
Well, dab's
which-
a specific type of
It's a
of
specific
cannabis.
type,
It's
but-
concentrated.
so was chronic.
Chronic was a West Coast Florida term that I've not heard outside
Really?
of where we grew up.
Okay.
No, I never lived in West Coast Florida, and I know the term chronic.
I'm not saying you know the term, but as far as it being like something that people frequently use, was that something that happened in Alabama? Because up here they call it headies.
I couldn't tell you exactly what strain or whatever of
These aren't
weed.
strains. This is just slang that means
Right.
cannabis,
But no,
and it's
I
different
knew
in
that the
different
term
areas.
chronic meant cannabis.
Sure, and I imagine people up here would know that as well, but they don't use it. See what I'm saying? So there's different terms for cannabis in different areas just of Florida, from my experience.
I would say 420 by the description I've heard here has become as ingrained as like weed.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 And depending on how you define it, chronic could be defined as weed mixed with cocaine. I've heard that. I don't know if there's truth to that. I haven't checked it on Urban
I've
Dictionary.
never heard that one, but-
You'd have to check that. You'd have to check me on that one on Urban Dictionary. So the toll-free number again, 855-450-FREE. There's also Skype at Skype username LRN.FM. Maybe
Who would
you want
mess up weed by smoking it with cocaine?
Maybe you want to express, what happened at your 420 event where you live. If you were actually out there today, would love to hear your stories because, Daryl, you and I were in Concord with, what would you say, 100 people? I mean, it seemed like a good crowd.
It seemed like a decent-sized crowd. It seems smaller.
80 to 100?
Seems smaller than it had been in years past.
I don't know because I think last year
last year it was
kind of
raining.
Yeah. I think we're up from last year.
Well, I wasn't at the one last year.
Ah, okay.
I was at the one 2 years ago, and the one 2 years ago seemed to have been much bigger.
So
the first one that I attended in 2012 seemed to be much bigger.
There have been bigger ones.
about 100 people, but where?
Thank you. In Concord, New Hampshire, the front of the State House.
Like in front of the State House.
Like on the steps.
On the steps of the State House and in the lawn area of the State House.
And the politicians came through it, too.
Well, not only did they walk through it, there was at least 1.5%, if not 2%, of the entire New Hampshire state legislature that was at the rally as part of the rally.
Right. Now, that's interesting because we've been told by people who are, let's say, of the Politico ilk, like strictly Politico, they don't support any other kind of activism,
Yes.
that this cannabis civil disobedience, which is what happened today, people smoke pot on the front lawn, the front steps of the State House. This cannabis civil disobedience is criticized as being part of the problem, that we're making it more difficult for these people to actually pass any kind of cannabis reform.
It may be true. It's hard to say. I mean, wouldn't you say?
But you have state representatives attending this particular event.
Using two-ply toilet paper could be preventing it. It's probably not.
Well, I don't know. I mean, could somebody be saying, well, what happens if we legalize marijuana? What are you going to have? A bunch of hippies on the State House lawn
I don't
smoking
care
pot?
what somebody
well, the
could be
answer
saying.
is that you already do.
It doesn't matter to me what somebody could be saying. You
not
can better
all of us
believe.
were hippies, and not all of us were smoking.
Look, you can better believe that the people who don't want to see drug decriminalization happen are talking crap about the people smoking out in front of the State House. There's no doubt those conversations are happening within the bathrooms and the halls of the State House. That's just part and parcel of doing activism, is people are going to have opinions about it. But the fact that there are state representatives there, now did you catch any of them actually toking up?
Yes.
All right, toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. What happened where you live here on 420? This is Free Talk Live, or Skype in at LRN.FM.
Imagine your life 5 years from now. Are you on the path you want to be on? It's time to take control of your future by getting a world-class education from one of the nation's top universities. Arizona State University is now offering over 100 top-tier degree programs 100% online. It's the exact same degree our on-campus students receive, but you can learn from anywhere in the country on your own schedule. For information, call 1-800-939-9426. Learn from ASU's world-renowned faculty and use ASU's global recognition to improve your visibility, professional network, and gain real-world experience you can start using today. The Wall Street Journal ranked ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates. Now discover how ASU Online can stand out on your resume and help separate you from the competition. We're ready to help you learn to thrive in your life, in your career, and beyond. To learn more about ASU online degrees, call 1-800-939-9426. That's 1-800-939-9426.
It's about time something new came along for better selling and buying online. And I found it.
What now, Marge?
It's buysellmakeoffer.com.
Never heard of it.
It's a brand new company. That's why you've never heard of it. It's the newest and best way to sell any products online. I did all the research.
Sell my car?
Yes.
Our home?
Yep.
My golf bag?
Your golf clubs. All of them.
How about your purse collection hoard?
Hey, now.
You said any product.
Right. I did. We get 30 days free.
Really?
Packages starting from only $7.95. And buysellmakeoffer.com will never charge item fees, ever. Never. And this is cool. Listen to this. You can even use Skype or video to show your items.
That's cool.
Yes. All we have to do is go to the website, sign up, and then load our stuff to sell. I love this site.
Buysellmakeoffer.com.
Buysellmakeoffer.com. You got it?
Buysellmakeoffer.com.
Buysellmakeoffer.com. Better selling, better buying.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market. Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com. You can get emailed announcements and participate in contests via our email updates list. Plus, we have a Twitter account that you can follow and a Facebook page where you can become a fan. So visit news.freetalklive.com to get news about Free Talk Live as soon as it's announced and the way you want it delivered at news.freetalklive.com. That's news.freetalklive.com.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents higher at $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can bring up what you want. You don't have to talk about 420 here tonight, although it is April 20th, and all around the United States, likely there were various different, and not just the United States, beyond that in the world, there were likely a bunch of celebrations going on. Now, in some places, it's legal to smoke cannabis, but in those places, I don't know if it's legal to smoke in public.
No.
So I suspect anyone participating in cannabis festivities that involve smoking cannabis openly today were likely in violation of some sort of ordinance or statute.
And my understanding in Colorado, it's illegal to consume cannabis of any kind in public.
So even like eating a cookie would be illegal?
That's my understanding, yes.
I suspect you wouldn't get caught.
Well, I mean,
unless
I don't know if you pull it out of the wrapper that's clearly marked
in front of a cop. That
right?
That might do it. If you were walking out of the cannabis shop holding it and then unwrapped it and a cop saw you do it, you could probably get in trouble for that.
They should sell regular cookies there so that people can do that.
So they can't tell. Yeah, that's a good idea. So you can join us here and express to us what your experience was like if you were out and about today. Daryl, you and I were in Concord, New Hampshire, with what I would say was upwards of 100 people, maybe 75 to 100, somewhere in that range. There probably was more throughout the entire event, but I saw at one time I felt like there was that many people there. And I believe it started early at around 2. I didn't get there that early, however. When did you
I got there about 3:45.
Okay. And how did it go from there? I mean, was it a small group at that time, or did it really kind of kick up at around 4:20?
No, I would say that, about 4:05 maybe is when everybody sort of left on the steps of the State House area and then went into like the grassy area, the lawn, if you will. And so everybody kind of spread out at that time.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure how big it wound up getting at that point. But Rich did do the speech that he gives at 4:20.
Rich Paul, our co-host.
Where he said, I forget the exact statement.
Smoke him if you got him.
Well, that's part of it.
In the name of lost liberties.
Yeah, we smoke these in the name of lost liberties, something, in hopes that one day,
hope for a day,
we do not fear the government because the government fears the people.
Something like that, yeah.
And then I shouted, or does not exist.
Which I believe you've done something like that before.
I think it's worth...
There's generally somebody that says that.
It's worth pointing out that... when he says lost liberties, cannabis was legal for more of this...
Until about 100 years ago.
Yeah, more of the time that this nation has been in existence than it wasn't. That's the same is true for like heroin and cocaine and a variety of other things, too.
About 100 years ago, you could purchase heroin, cocaine, and morphine from the Sears and Roebuck catalog. You could also buy your hypodermic needle from Sears and Roebuck.
Likely without showing any kind of ID.
This nation was built by our great-grandparents who could buy morphine and heroin through the real and an injection needle and marijuana through the Sears Roebuck catalog.
Yes.
So for people who think that it's only for the lowlifes out there, it bears pointing out that, hey, this stuff's been around a long time.
And cocaine's generally considered to be a fairly high-class drug because it ain't cheap.
That's true. If you want to join us here tonight, what was your experience today at the 420 celebrations? I thought it was good. There was a good vibe here in New Hampshire. I thought a decent attendance. Again, New Hampshire's a small state, and we had some real good hardcore activists out there, so it was great to see.
Speaking New Hampshire, small state, it sort of bears asking, did you get any kind of update from any legislators coming out and saying, hey, we expect to have marijuana legal by this time or that time?
Well, actually, that's an interesting question.
Colorado and Washington making lots and lots and lots of money.
So it bears pointing out that the people who came out in New Hampshire are braving potential misdemeanor charges. So it's actually a much riskier move to do this particular activism here as opposed to in all of the surrounding states.
And not just misdemeanor. If you are caught passing a joint to someone, you could face felony distribution charges.
Now, you probably would hopefully beat those felony distribution charges, but someone has faced those felony distribution charges.
And then they took a plea.
Yeah. So,
but regarding Mark's question about did any legislator give an update, there was the one state rep who spoke that said if he's reelected, he plans on introducing at least 5 bills to remove penalties from cannabis.
There's a chance he'll get reelected. He's a former cop.
One of the bills that he wants to introduce would expand the therapeutic cannabis legislation as far as who it applies to. He also has a bill that he's going to sponsor to decriminalize. There's also a bill that he wants to put forth that would do full legalization. And then I don't know what the other couple of bills, but he did specifically mention 5 bills and then gave those 3 as far as what he wants to do. There was also a current state rep and gubernatorial candidate who spoke briefly that said that if he's elected and legislation comes across his desk, he would sign.
Any kind of legislation for cannabis?
He didn't say any, but he said if... I think he said decrim or expansion of therapeutic. I don't recall if he said... I don't think he clarified exactly what he meant, but he did say
a good
that.
Follow-up question.
So one of the sort of thoughts that many libertarians have is that they want marijuana to be as legal as tomatoes, and but I mean tomatoes.
Some of us there are some libertarians that were the ones collecting petitions in Colorado and Washington and other states to regulate it like wine.
Yeah, I hope we can avoid that. I mean, it would be nice. Certainly, New Hampshire is behind the ball compared to the surrounding states.
Yes.
But maybe that extra time to deliberate could result in a more freedom-oriented policy on cannabis rather than a regulated policy. I know it's sort of pie in the sky dreaming.
Also in Colorado and Washington, where the first two states to pass one of these regulate cannabis things, that went through not because of legislative action, but because of ballot initiative.
That's true.
So when you're getting something on the ballot as far as a ballot initiative, you do need something that's going to be kind of watered down a little bit because you need a certain amount of support to wind up getting that approved.
Right. So it'd also be nice if New Hampshire could be the first state where it's legal to smoke it openly.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Where if it's passed by the legislature and legal to smoke it openly, that would be incredible. But we're behind the ball as far as the rest of New England is concerned. So we need to get more people here sooner rather than later, and get active on what is important to you. If cannabis is important to you, there are some great activists who are sort of leading the charge on that. You can jump on board something that already exists or create something brand new here. There's a lot of people coming to New Hampshire, and many of them coming as part of the Shire Society at shiresociety.com.
And some of the things I don't think you really need to recreate the wheel, because there is the Marijuana Policy Project that's doing the in-the-system stuff to try to change the cannabis laws.
That's what I'm saying. You can jump on board.
There's the
projects.
420 Foundation that's doing the outside the system.
And I heard that Shire Dude is now taking over the 420 Foundation from Rich Paul.
Right. So, you've got those two things specifically related to cannabis. One's doing in-system, one's doing out the system. You don't need to create the wheel all over again and say, I'm going to create the 419.99 Foundation.
It makes sense to plug in where
0.01.
What already exists, but you have the freedom to create something else.
Right. I'm just saying it's not wise to do so if the thing already exists. Now, if what you
toll
want
free
to
numbers
do
855-450 free. You can join us here. This is Free Talk Live.
So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
Serious investors and traders want to make 81% return in 60 seconds? Use the same secret algorithm professional hedge fund managers use to make billions of dollars of profit. Turn $250 into $4,903 in just 7 clicks of a mouse. Our tool is so simple that my 82-year-old grandmother can use it to make insane stock market profits. Go to fastwealthfast.com. Watch the free video before the hedge funds make us take it down. Go to fastwealthfast.com. From the Robert Allen System. Current returns not indicative of future results.
When commercials come on, don't push the button. Instead, listen. Even if you don't sell things for a living, you're still selling in the various conversations and transactions that make up your busy day. With money and attention so scarce now, effective communication skills have never been more important, especially if you're a job seeker. So take a lesson from Madison Avenue. Often the fewer words, the more effective the message. Like Jiffy Lube, where you never need an appointment, or the Office Max ad that says, you supply the ambition, we supply everything else. How about online ticket broker StubHub.com, the way in when it's sold out, or CyberCupidMatch.com's seductive, go ahead, it's okay to look. How cleverly and succinctly can you distill your message? For more tips, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
If you want to move to the free state and you're looking for some real estate.
Oof, I think we've all had enough of that jingle, don't you? If you're going to invest in property in New Hampshire, it just makes sense to support a Liberty-friendly realtor. Call Mark Warden of Team Porcupine Real Estate for investment property or rentals in the Free State. Or visit his website. Come on, you know it.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. Facebook.freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live.
Having spent 8 years, 6 months, and 21 days of my life in the Florida State prison system, I'm going to say that the incidences of rape are much, much exaggerated in the media. I'm sure it happened.
It makes for interesting television shows.
Yeah. I mean, all the things that I've seen on Oz, I saw in prison, but I was there for 9 years. So, if I saw one incidence of violence where somebody got their ear bit off, okay, it didn't happen every episode.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, it is a public perception, though, and people, it's almost a joke, or it's like a wink and a nod.
Yeah, sure.
Bubba's going to get you when you go to prison.
That's exactly the idea. As though sodomy somehow fixes people's broken minds. Right. That's not where they're putting that thing. So I mean, it's not gonna jostle anything around and fix it.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can join us here on 420. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. The news, of course, is a buzz with a variety of 420-related things. But you are going to have to be really stoned to believe what's going to come out of Mark's mouth next.
Are you fed up with the same old thing in Washington, D.C.? Do you feel like the political establishment could use a disruptive force? Then trump the government with a Trump dollar that expresses your distrust of politicians and the corrupt U.S. political process. The Trump dollar, a symbol of America's resistance to the same old warlike government and a model for a new, peaceful monetary standard to make America great again. For just $5, you can get a gorgeous copper Trump dollar at trumpdollar.us. You've got to see them to believe them. Hair and all. TrumpDollar.us. It's TrumpDollar.us.
Gerald, did Free Talk Live just jump the shark right there?
I think Mark may have. I don't know if he necessarily jumped the shark because I think he might lack the athletic prowess to do so. But he's definitely on the other side of the shark than he was.
Is it true? Are we getting Trump money?
What do you mean? Oh, no.
That's obviously an advertisement for Trump dollar.
Yeah, there's the maker of the Ron Paul dollar is the maker of the Trump dollar.
Wow. So Donald Trump's money is being funneled into Free Talk Live right now. Is that true?
I don't know that Donald Trump has anything to do specifically with the Trump dollar.
Okay,
I don't think so at all.
Didn't they launch it at like Trump Tower? I thought we saw that in the news.
They are launching it at Trump Tower.
Gotcha.
It's happening later this month, I think.
All right. We'll keep an eye on it.
There you go.
855-450-FREE. Let's go to...
You can't say he's not disruptive, and you can't say that Washington doesn't suck.
Tom in New Hampshire. Tom, did you blaze up today here on 420?
I wanted to point something out here. Every state has its own sex offender registry laws, and they're all different from one state to another, and from the District of Columbia. But in the state of Kansas, it has come to my attention, it's not just sex offenders, it's drug dealers.
Really?
Including people busted out of state who moved to Kansas. And I was just thinking, you know what's going to be hilarious is after the revolution, after the inevitable ultimate victory of Operation USA Freedom, when all the innocent druggies are set free and all of the innocent people who never committed any crimes get set free from the mental institutions, and when every cop that has ever busted anybody for drugs is going to have to do as much prison time as the innocent drug dealer got, the druggies are going to be setting up a registry, and they're going to make the cops have to register with the drug dealers, and they're going to build this website where, like, watch out for this guy. He moved from Georgia, and he threw a flash grenade into a toddler's
You know what? There's already a website called Who's a Rat that kind of does that. It allows people to, write up profiles, kind of a reputation system or a negative reputation system for undercover cops and informants. Thanks for the call tonight, Tom. Appreciate it. Toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE.
You think anybody uses it, the whosarat.com or whatever it might be? I don't know.
There was content there when we talked about it years ago. I haven't been recently.
I just can't imagine somebody checks ahead. This is like so many times people are talking about the news, and you don't want to tell the druggies the news because they'll figure out how to do more crimes. I'm like, they're not watching the news. They're not watching the news. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's probably true.
They're probably not checking whosarat.com either. Is it broken out by geographic area? I mean, it would have to be, right?
I've never heard of the site.
Check it out. See if it's still around. Prisoners, by the way, actually, the toll-free number tonight, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Look, if you want to get involved with the show, please do join us here. But as far as releasing the political prisoners, the people who've been arrested for cannabis and other drugs as well, I fully support that part of what Tom was saying there. Cut everybody loose. As long as they haven't hurt somebody else, like physically harmed another human being, let those people out of prison. That I agree with, but I don't agree with putting all of the cops in jail. Or even the bad cops. Let them go. Let's call it amnesty and cut everybody loose, end the war on drugs, and just call it a day.
And
give forgiveness.
One of the reasons that I disagree with the premise where some people say, all politicians should do 2 terms, 1 in office, 1 in jail. And there are some people that are serious about that. Yeah. I honestly don't think that corrupt politicians should go to jail.
No, they just plot.
What's that?
They just plot amongst themselves while they're in there.
Not even that, but why should the people that are supposedly the people were the ones that were harmed? Why should the people
have to pay to keep them
be
in
the
jail?
ones to then have to pay to feed, clothe, and house the person?
Let's not forget it's the people.
Punishment.
Let's not forget the people, at least a good percentage of them, voted for these jackholes.
Well, this is why I support Darrell W. Perry for president.
Look at Hillary Clinton with 27 scandals under investigation, under an FBI investigation right now, and she just won New York after apparently some scandal there where they kick out 125,000 people out of Bernie Sanders' hometown. They give them they purge them from the voter rolls is the terminology.
And it was a surprise, obviously.
Yeah.
People went to try to vote and they weren't registered.
People are always surprised when they get purged from the voter rolls. But there are laws on the books in every state, and they say it's up to you to note. So if you've not voted in like a decade, they presume that you have either moved or died, and they will purge you from the rolls.
What do you think about that law, Darrell, as a guy running for president right now, and somebody who's really into
who won,
law?
By the way, the straw poll in Louisiana at the Libertarian Convention amongst all the other candidates?
Weren't you also in the lead on the least favorable lovable candidate or something?
Peterson,
Round 6.
Okay, whatever that means.
That they were eliminating whoever won the first poll, they removed. Whoever won the second poll, they removed.
So have you gotten kicked off the island yet?
I got removed after the last poll that they left up only for 20 hours, where the other ones were all up for like 25 or 30.
Fix is in.
Whatever. It was round 6. I don't
care. Did you get purged for the voting rolls?
But no, as far as the thing of, if you've not voted in a decade, we're removing you from the rolls. There's got to be some kind of way to where if it's not reported this person has moved and died in another state, there's got to be some kind of way to clean up the rolls.
If we don't have dead people on the rolls, who's going to vote for Democrats?
People like you?
So
hold on.
What?
Is the other side of the story on this voter roll purge that these were indeed legitimate purges who just hadn't voted for a long time, or is there some sort of skullduggery going on
I
here?
don't know. This is the first I've heard about any voters being purged in New York. What I do know is that in New York, they don't let people that are registered members of parties other than Republican or Democrat, or people that are registered independent, vote without petitioning a judge for the right to be able to vote in a party primary. So Bernie Sanders made a statement yesterday about the 3 million disenfranchised voters in New York that are not members of the Republican or Democratic Party that did not get to vote. But again, this is the first I've heard about anything where anybody's claiming some nefarious action of voter rolls being purged.
This is why my mother suggested that I pick a political party. Pick one, because that way you could, if you want to vote, you can vote in primaries, whereas you really aren't able to do that with independent.
That's not necessarily true in all states. There are some states, such as New Hampshire, where if you're registered undeclared, you can vote in either party's primary. If you're registered Republican and you decide, I don't like anybody that's a Republican, but I like one of these people that's a Democrat, well, sorry, Mark, but you would not be able to vote for the Democrat that you like.
It's true. And in the state of New Hampshire, it limits my options. There's no doubt about it. But, in the state of Florida, where the advice was given, it was beneficial. And it would be in New York, too.
This is something that, you need to decide state by state based on what the rules are in your state.
Sure.
And you should actually look into those rules and remember that political parties are private organizations that can decide who gets to participate.
Our toll-free number tonight, if you want to join us, hold that thought, 855-450-FREE. You can bring up what you want. It is the 420 edition here of Free Talk Live. What happened, though, with this voter suppression? We can dig more into that as well. Plus, you can join us on Skype at username LRN.FM. This is Free Talk Live.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. You can buy them through expresscoin.com with a check or money order. There are other ways to get Bitcoin, but that's fast, safe, and easy. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Normal blood pressure, naturally. How would that make you feel?
I'm Don from New Mexico. January of 2000, I had a heart attack. Then my real health began going downhill. I had high blood pressure, diabetes, poor vision. I wasn't sleeping well. I was a mess.
Don reports dramatic improvements with Heart and Body Extract.
I started taking Heart and Body Extract. From within a few days, I started sleeping better. My blood pressure normalized. My diabetes normalized. My sleep improved.
Experience these benefits and more when your body heals itself with the assistance of Heart and Body Extract. Order at hbextract.com or call 866-295-5305. That's hbextract.com or call 866-295-5305.
And folks, I did not expect this at all. By the 7th, 8th, and 9th day, I saw dramatic improvements from taking Heart and Body Extract.
Heart and Body Extract comes with a 100% ironclad money-back guarantee. Details at hbextract.com or call 866-295-5305 for Heart and Body Extract.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way. You can do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me.
Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa, Hey.
Who do you think you are?
Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it. Wait on the counter. Now.
Wait a minute.
Forget it.
Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable!
Why are you running from me?
Because you scared me.
What
am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this?
Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can join us. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. We've got Skype as well here on this 420 edition of Free Talk Live. Skype username is LRN.FM. Joining you in studio tonight, you've got Ian.
And Mark.
And Daryl.
And, of course, don't forget you can join us online. Enjoy the features we have there completely free. If you've got shopping to do, though, go to shop.freetalklive.com. It's a great way for you to help support Free Talk Live and get the stuff that you're looking for in life from Amazon. They probably have what you're looking to buy. I mean, they've got almost everything. Not perishable food, but almost everything else, it seems like. Amazon's huge. Just go to shop.freetalklive.com and start your shopping between Amazon US, Canada, or UK, and it helps Free Talk Live when you do that.
And actually, you can get food on Amazon. I've bought jerky.
Yes,
from
you can
there.
get food, but you can't get the perishable type. So like a jug
Jerky
of milk.
has an expiration date.
Okay,
it's
I get
perishable.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But, you know,
it ain't freaking white bread and milk, dude.
True. You can order
Jerky
steaks.
probably, hold on, Jerky probably has a sell-by date or a best-by date. Likely not a perishable date.
Okay.
I think you're wrong about that.
But I've also bought
Milk
fiber
has
bars.
a sell-by date, too.
I've bought fiber bars. I've seen steak on Amazon. I've not purchased steak. But
Isn't it Omaha Steaks? This is a
I
company,
think so.
Yeah, a company that, I mean, they've been selling steaks
and
by mail
seafood.
for a long
I
time.
found seafood on there as well.
Okay, cool. So you can get some.
Yeah,
Okay,
the only thing that I've not found is fresh produce.
Produce, yeah.
And I've not looked for milk.
I can't imagine that you could get something like bread, right? Like it's too mushable, and
it'd be hard to ship that, yeah.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be as happy with that. But still, there's...
I'm going to have to look to see if you can buy bread.
Michael Dean just linked me to a gallon of milk on Amazon. I have to check that out. Let's go to... Anyway, go to
probably that
bread.
milk in a box that you buy on Caribbean Islands.
Shop.freetalklive.com.
197,391 results for bread.
Incredible. All right,
some of
I
these
take it back.
are for books. Some of these are for... apparently, there's a band.
Wait, is there an
called
actual
bread.
loaf of bread, though?
The very first thing is King's Hawaiian sweet sliced
All right,
bread,
I take it
16
back.
ounce.
I take it back. You can get everything. It seems
Nature's
like.
Own honey wheat.
Well, that's
Wonder Bread.
When I was single, that's what I bought. Now my wife says I can't have it. I don't know. There's something like corn syrup or something in there.
You're probably going to pay through the nose for a loaf of bread from Amazon because you have to pay for shipping one loaf as opposed to just getting it off of someone who's got a pallet of them shipped to them and gets a quantity discount. So yeah, I imagine you're going to pay quite a bit. The toll-free number tonight is 855-450-FREE.
4-pack from Hostess, $5.15.
Can you call something shipped that has never touched a ship? I mean, the bread.
Yes,
the bread
you
has
can.
been trucked to you and
It's
to the distribution
generally
center.
considered shipping,
And then
when
it
that
is
happens.
then trucked from the distribution center to the store and
right.
then huffed by an individual on plastic trays.
I'm going to the phones. We got Brian on the line. He's in Madison, Illinois. Brian, you're on Free Talk Live.
Addison, Illinois. Hey,
Yeah,
guys.
Addison, go ahead.
I wanted to thank Daryl for calling out people who end sentences with the word right, because it's it's been happening a lot lately. About the last year, internet philosophers trying to sound smart use it. And
it's this weird sales technique.
I called him out on it previously, but not overtly for his exact technique. And I think you're well within your rights to do that.
What's this?
It as well.
Hold on, I'm not clear.
So that there's this guy that calls in somewhat regularly that he'll say a sentence and then say right, and then say another sentence and then say right, and he's trying to get you to agree with him. It's this weird sales technique.
It's called a tie down.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know what the name of that was. I was saying to him, look, that's not necessarily right. We haven't even heard what you've said yet.
Well, people used to say okay.
Rich Paul does that.
Yeah, right.
Where he'll say something and then okay.
Yeah, so you have to say no, it's not okay actually. But what were you going to say?
Well, you can say I understand is the response when somebody says it. You can say I understand. I understand.
Go ahead.
I get that people will say or like, just kind of pausing and trying to keep their train of thought.
Yeah, those are called verbal crutches.
Right. Yeah, but I'm trying to prove my point, so don't waste your time. You just believe me, right? It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's just really annoying how it gets used, and then I think some people pick up on it and just do it without trying to use it as sale technique. It's just something that annoys me, and I was happy Daryl called it out.
Yeah, so you don't know whether it's someone who's using it on purpose or because they've been infected by it.
It's also the cheapest form of tie down.
It's just definitely a low blow.
Well, I'm saying that there's better tie downs than this. So a tie down in its
give us a better one, Mr. Salesman.
Best form:
handcuffs, zip ties, a scarf, a necktie.
Daryl's obviously being ridiculous, right?
Sounds like he's being kinky. Anyway, go ahead. It would be ridiculous.
And Daryl's been a host here for a while, right?
Yes, right. Okay, I get what you're doing.
So I just keep on. I get 3 yes out of you, and now you want to buy a house.
Yeah,
right? That's the idea.
Sign me up.
Yeah, I don't think it's been popularized until recently.
Really?
Maybe about 6 months to a year. Yeah, I haven't noticed it until then, and then I've been noticing it more and more.
And it is a big turnoff, right?
Now you're going to go bye-bye, right?
Hey, great call, Brian. Thanks for making it tonight. I appreciate it. Toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. Somebody ought to tip Holland Cook off to this one. Survival speech, Holland Cook. Now, for those,
aren't you going to see him in a couple of weeks?
Yes, I hope to see him at the Talkers Conference.
Yes, we are.
Mark and I will be going to. And are you going to be able to fill in for that, or are you going to be?
Well, what's the date? It's May 20th, right?
Yeah. You're not going to be able to fill in.
I will actually be able to fill in on the 20th.
All right. So, Mark, you and I are going to the talk radio convention that happens every year that's put on by Talkers Magazine that graciously named us number 31.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
I don't think we talked about this on the air.
I don't think we did either. So Free Talk Live has been named the 31st most important talk show in America.
That's
actually,
the top third.
They always name the hosts, so you and I have been named. For whatever reason, they don't even know Daryl exists at this point.
I did send a press release out saying you had, taken, you'd left the show at one point.
Yeah, but you never sent out a press release to say otherwise.
I don't recall if I mentioned that you were back on. I think I did, actually. I think it wasn't like the headline of the press release, but I think I did actually mention that you had returned to the airwaves, but not in your same full form as you had previously been on.
Right, I'm not on 6 days a week.
But they got to put somebody up there, so there you were.
Yeah, indeed I am. And, the 31... and I think it's awesome. We keep on moving up. We started out at number 98, I believe, and then 84, 79...
it's been several years now since
I'm
we've
losing
been on
my
that
count,
chart.
but I really liked being number 42.
Why? Because that's the meaning of life,
the universe, and everything. Yeah,
gotcha.
From,
well, it didn't
Hitchhiker's
last.
Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes.
Well,
I've never read
31.
the book, but I've watched one of the movies. It's Zooey Deschanel. She's so darling.
I played the text adventure. Way back.
I don't know anything about what you guys have done, but I can tell you the books are epic. They are some of the best written books I have ever enjoyed.
I think I also listened to the audiobook.
That counts. I think that counts.
Does that count?
Yeah.
The one of the spaceship is.
You're an editor, so you should know that counts.
The spaceship was driven by the math they called bistro math. And this is fascinating. This is the way your bar tab gets added up at the end of the night. That's bistro math. So the suggestion is it's just like, drinks just pile in from nowhere that you never ordered and never consumed, and you've got to pay them at the end of the night. That's it. So somehow or another, the Ludicrous Drive, bistro math, that kind of thing.
Let's go to the phones to Armed Truth. He's on Skype. Armed Truth, where are you calling from tonight? Hello?
Hey, I'm from Southern California.
All right, go for it.
I wanted to talk about Brian from California. I did some research into the meta-self, which he claims he had developed himself. It was first originated 1000 AD by the Chinese philosopher Qin Shu Meta, which he believed that everybody should do everything for themselves. He inverted the Venn diagram and decided that whatever you do, whatever you need to achieve your goals.
There are a bunch of Venn diagrams on Brian's website. So
I saw that. It's all copied from Qin Shu Meta, and he then ironically died and killed everybody because he ordered, it was for his meta self to have only 2 swipes of butter on his toast, and his slave man put 3 swipes of butter, so it was against his meta self, at which point he hacked his slave's family to death, as well as the slave, and then killed his whole village, because it was for his meta self that only 2 swipes of butter were required.
Well, let's hope
3.
that the new meta-self iteration here, I guess it's kind of like the Dalai Lama that kind of keeps going down generation to generation. The new meta-self iteration here hopefully will just not get much of a reach beyond the Facebook page that he's created.
I can't imagine. I listened to about 5 minutes of his YouTube video, and I think he is almost too smart to where it's just, I don't even understand, and he can't answer the question. His little friend called in the other day as well. They can't answer the question of when, violence is
acceptable.
When you need to use violence. Yeah. The only time I'm thinking about it, if let's say you had a forest you were going to cut down for trees, for
Okay,
lumber.
hold on. Let's say the forest with the trees, and we'll get to that here. Stand by, Armed Truth. It's a what-if scenario on Free Talk Live. It's 420 day. You can join us. Bring up anything.
Here's a good idea. When you have a legal matter like creating your will or legally setting up a business with a corporation or LLC, you don't necessarily need a law firm. Use LegalZoom.com. At LegalZoom.com, you answer straightforward questions online, and they take care of the rest. They even review your answers for common mistakes and guarantee your satisfaction. Free Talk Live listeners, you'll get 10% off your order by typing in FTL in the referral box at purchase. Don't procrastinate with these important legal documents. LegalZoom.com. DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more.
It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.freetalklive.com. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit Free Talk Live when you enter Amazon via shop.freetalklive.com.
In Survivor Max 2, School Bites, Max must scavenge through a wasteland swarming with the undead. Desperate to find the medicine he needs, he discovers a community of survivors at his former school. Has he finally found the safe haven he's been looking for, or will he discover that school bites? Look for Survivor Max on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, and read Chapter 1 at SurvivorMax.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 2 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Wednesday, April 20th, 2016. Silver is trading at $17.05 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,248 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $438. Antiwar.com reports, with the Iraqi military's own offensive around Mosul almost immediately stalling, U.S. hopes to eventually see the city recovered from the Islamic State are resting more heavily on the idea that the Kurdish Peshmerga will succeed where Iraq's military has failed. That's not coming cheap. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter revealed on Tuesday that as part of the latest U.S. escalation in Iraq, $415 million in cash has been set aside for certain Kurdish Peshmerga units to ensure that those groups keep fighting against the Islamic State. Though the Kurdistan regional government clearly has some interest in seeing the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders tore into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators allege the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Snyder says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Snyder and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
And if you thought things couldn't get more infantile and aesthetically insulting than Fergie, Kesha, or Katy Perry, then you obviously haven't met 22-year-old Karonica, the latest and most horrid, talent-bereft pop monstrosity the music industry has ever sadistically forced down the American public's collective throat. She's here with us in the studio right now.
What?
Now tell us, Karonica, how did you first decide that you wanted to be the cipher through which the cynicism of a morally bankrupt industry is channeled?
Yo, I just do what I do. Know what I'm saying? It's like people just love my ish.
Right. You are in the middle of your sold-out Damn Girl tour.
Damn girl, that's right.
Which is a heinous slap in the face to the English language, and will also travel to 47 cities, sapping the intellects of every young person along the way.
I said, damn girl, that's right.
There's no light in your eyes, Karonica.
I got nothing to say to the haters.
I hate you.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can join us here. The toll-free number, should you want to bring up what's on your mind, you can do that at 855-450-FREE. It is the 420 edition of the show. Daryl and I were at the Concord 420 today. Where were you? Maybe you want to tell us your story. 855-450-3733. Also, Skype in to the show at username LRN.FM. Here in the studio with you tonight, it's Ian.
And Mark.
And Daryl.
We're going to go back to Armed Truth. He's done some interesting research, or at least so he says. Did some research into this meta-self idea, which is this sort of poppycock, ridiculous, throw a bunch of words out of your mouth concept. At least that's the way it seems to me, that has been thrown out here on Free Talk Live by one of the callers, Brian in California. And basically, Armed Truth, you've eviscerated that, saying that he's essentially lifted all of the concepts from some
Chinese guy
ancient
named Meta.
Chinese guy from back how long ago?
Yeah, it's about 1000 to 1200 AD. Chinchu Meta.
Chinchu Meta.
And yeah, and I have a scenario for them. I was thinking, what if let's say you own a big forested land, you purchased, and like Southern Oregon, and you're gonna, cut it down for lumber to sell, and the last remaining Southern Oregon cricket nests in those trees. So when you go to cut down the lumber, you have Cheryl, the freshman from Oregon State liberal arts major, who's sitting up in the tree with an Inconvenient Truth on audio tape and a bottle of Fiji water, and is going to sit up there and wait, and not let you cut down the trees. Would it be easier to just shoot her and go forward and, cut down the trees, or find a peaceful solution?
Well, now, this is an excellent question. Hold on.
Peaceful solution.
Before you go on with the solution, I think this is an excellent question, and it has to do with these meta-self advocates, these, what do they call themselves, ego-utilitarians?
Ego-utilitarians.
Basically believing that, using force is not generally profitable, but if there was some time when it would be profitable, they'd be willing to use it, and you can't get them to nail down when that time would be.
Let me put myself in the meta-utilitarian shoe for a moment.
Okay.
Obviously, it was a shoe that was stolen from somebody else because that serves the greater purpose. Yeah. So it would not be profitable to shoot the person in the tree because that would be wasting a bullet. You just cut the tree down with them sitting in the tree anyway.
Yeah, it was an interesting question, Armed Truth. Any other comments? Go for it.
No, I just think it's funny. I think he's I think he's a very intelligent caller, and I wish that he would use his intelligent purposes for developing better ways for the liberty movement rather than trying to develop, what he claimed, obviously I made the Chinchu Meta crap up. But, just that he developed his own whole...
Oh, so you made that up. Okay, so you were BSing.
Oh, yeah, God, yeah.
I Googled the guy just a minute ago and could not find Chinchu Meta.
Darn it, that was a good story. I was enjoying that one.
He didn't kill a whole village over 3 swipes of butter. But,
somebody has.
But was there a Chinchu Meta, and did they invent the meta-self thing?
No.
Okay.
If
that's what he's saying.
My dreams are being dashed.
Made up.
My dreams are being dashed on the rocks right now.
I have called him Captain Gullible on the air more than one time.
China actually exists, though, Ian. That part he did not make up.
I'm just saying that it just shows, though, that this whole Medi-Self thing, it's just, I just don't believe that violence should be used there's always a better way for peace in it. And, war, maybe to some extent, I think he's trying to almost hint that wars should be, there's a way that war could be fought instead of peace.
I like that.
I would go to say that there are times maybe that war should happen, but it is such a minute time compared to what we're at. We're in just this continuous war.
I'm willing to believe in the just war as soon as somebody shows it to me. I mean, there have been some instances where I've sort of looked historically, and I'm like, okay, I can get that. I can get behind that one. But in many cases, I just can't.
Armed Truth, thanks for the call. I appreciate the thoughts. Very thoughtful. Appreciate that. 855-450-FREEZE, the toll-free number, 855-450-3733. Coming up, a disturbing case of, should I put rape in quotes, Daryl?
Yes, definitely.
We're going to get to that. But first, since it was brought up, this whole New York voter situation, Daryl, you said you hadn't seen anything about this. I've seen it all over the place since the primary election in New York on Tuesday. And that is, according to Vice.com, New York State's Attorney General has opened an investigation into alleged improprieties in the state's presidential primary election this Tuesday that prevented people from voting, starting with a probe of the New York City Board of Elections. Attorney General Eric Schneiderman said in a statement on Wednesday that he was deeply troubled by the volume and consistency of voting irregularities. And Mark, you said you'd seen headlines of over 100,000. Was that right?
It was 125,000. It wasn't the headlines that I saw. I heard it on NPR.
That had been somehow disenfranchised, that had been removed,
purged from the
rolls.
Yeah.
Schneiderman's office set up a hotline for voters experiencing issues at the polls on Tuesday, which is pretty typical. You can
there's always a voter hotline. If you have some kind of trouble, call this number.
We'll talk to you and try to make you feel better about the fact that your vote isn't going to count.
No,
there have been times when they've taken action.
And done what?
No, sometimes the person finds out, no, your polling precinct changed 4 years ago. You need to go to this other place.
That's probably pretty useful. I'm just saying that as a person who was purged from the voter rolls back in, I think this was 2000, whatever it was, the George Bush one. Remember?
Yeah, 2000.
I was purged from voter rolls for that one because felons in the state of Florida weren't allowed to vote. They've since changed those rules to some extent, but I was taken off the voter rolls there, and I showed up at the voting place, and they said, "Nope, sorry, you won't be voting here," and they didn't tell me what I could do.
Right, and they generally won't tell you what you can do. That's why you call the voter hotline.
Why don't they give you a piece of paper that says call the voter hotline?
Because that would make sense, Mark.
Over 1,000 people apparently did complain at this election, and Schneiderman further said, if necessary, we will initiate inquiries in additional areas of the state where voting irregularities appeared unusually high. And then he went on and blathered about voting being the cornerstone of democracy, and says that if any New Yorker was illegally prevented from voting, he'll do everything in his power to make sure their vote counts and ensure that it never happens again. But will that result in a change? No, of course not. Hillary Clinton decidedly won this election, and that's obviously a big shot to the Bernie campaign. Do you think that he can come back?
I don't know. And the thing that I had mentioned earlier when Mark brought this up was the headline about 3 million, where Bernie Sanders said 3 million New Yorkers were disenfranchised because they're registered independents, not Republican or Democrat. And Bernie has done best in the states where they have what is supposedly an open primary, to where if you're registered as an independent, you can vote in either the Republican or Democratic primary. Mm-hmm. Bernie's done better in those states.
Yeah, he needs an open primary with a winner-take-all as delegates. So that's the system can be more and less rigged, but it's all rigged.
That's true, because whoever wins, we lose.
Right, and regardless of whether it's winner-take-all, winner-take-some, winner-take-most, the key thing that needs to be mentioned here, because the Republican and Democratic parties are private entities, they should be funding their own primaries.
Agreed.
It should not be taxpayer funded.
100%. I'd like to point out, Ian, that Barack Obama lost the New York primary to Hillary Clinton by 17%. So
interesting. Still could be anyone's game, you think?
I think
right, because Hillary still promotes herself as a New Yorker.
Right.
I think, the lady from Little Rock.
Right.
But she rode the subway.
Right. She didn't touch anything. I think
the
he's
handrail.
won.
She touched the handrail.
The seven out of the last 9 he's won. So I would say he's still in it for sure.
So there is detail here about the 126,000 Democratic voters in Brooklyn that have been purged. We can tell you about that coming up. You can join us.
Sanders' hometown.
That's where they purged him?
Yeah.
I mean, toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. You can comment on whatever's on your mind. Plus, we'll get back to 420 news here in moments, and you can join us on the radio waves. We've also got Skype. Skype username is LRN.FM. You can join us here on Free Talk Live, the 420 edition.
Have you ever thought you'd like to flip houses but didn't know how or where to get the money? Are you ready to be your own boss so you can start living the good life? Hi, I'm Preston Ely. I used to be so broke. I had my electricity turned off 9 times, but I figured out a way to quit my job and find financial freedom in real estate. For a limited time, I want to send you a free copy of my smash hit selling book, How to Get Rich in Real Estate. It shows you how to copy exactly what I did so you can make money from the comfort of your own home without even doing any manual labor. I've already given away 5,000 books and they're going fast. To get one before they're gone, call 1-800-960-3494. Listen, if you're sick and tired of stressing about money, this book could change your life. It's short, fun to read, easy to understand, and awesome. To find out how to get your free book while supplies last, call 1-800-960-3494. Call 1-800-960-3494. 1-800-960-3494.
Hey guys, Pat Matthews here to tell you about the newest and best way to sell products online. It's buysellmakeoffer.com, an enormously revolutionary way to sell your stuff online. It's time to clean out the garage, your old golf clubs, sports equipment, tools, and yes, even your car. Forget about the way the other guys have taken more than their share from you when the sales were finalized. Look, it's happened to me over and over and over. Then I found buysellmakeoffer.com. They will never charge you item fees. Just go there right now to sign up and load all your stuff to our server to sell. This is not an auction site. Sell your car, sell your home. Realtor, sign up now. Just use our resources along with Skype and videos, then add your creativity to sell your items quickly and with no fees. Go right now to buysellmakeoffer.com and sign up. The excitement is building. I've signed up to sell my stuff with buysellmakeoffer.com. You should too. buysellmakeoffer.com.
I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free. Free Talk Live has partnered with Amazon, the largest internet retailer. Imagine a department store category, and Amazon has it. Books, electronics, office products, furniture, jewelry, automotive, toys, clothing, sporting goods, and dozens of other categories. Now you can shop and support Free Talk Live by entering Amazon through our website. Go to shop.freetalklive.com, and Amazon will send us a portion of your purchase. You're going to do the shopping anyway, so remember to enter through our site at shop.freetalklive.com. That's shop.freetalklive.com.
I love My Magic Mud. I drink a lot of coffee. I had stains on my teeth. Then I found My Magic Mud, and I was told it would remove stains. So I paid attention when I brushed the first time. My Magic Mud is black tooth powder, and the difference it made in my teeth in one application was noticeable. With 4, my teeth were as white as you normal folks out there. Please go to mymagicmud.com and buy a jar. There's 150 applications for $25. You can use Bitcoin, mymagicmud.com.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live, and you may join us. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. What is it that has happened in New York with reports, a lot of them, over 1,000 apparently, reports coming into the Attorney General's office about voter irregularities or voting irregularities. We can continue that. Also on the way here tonight, a very strange, put rape in quotes kind of case. Well, Daryl will tell us more about what that means. Again, you can join us on Skype at Skype username LRN.FM. According to the story at Vice.com, there were 126,000 Democratic voters in Brooklyn who had been purged from the borough's voter roll since last November, raising concerns from the mayor of the city. But an elections official told a radio station in town the purge was the result of Brooklyn officials finally catching up with a backlog of voters who had either moved or become inactive, which is what you, I think, had speculated previously, Daryl.
Yes, because I know here in New Hampshire, I think it's the year ending in 1. So it would be whenever they do the after the census, when they're doing the redistricting.
So 2011.
And then again in 2021. Right. They'll go through, and anybody that has not shown up to vote at least once in the last decade will then be removed from the voter rolls. Unless the person shows up to say, I'm still alive, please don't remove me.
He said that the office would investigate a number of other issues in voting in New York City, including reports of voters who showed up to vote within voting hours only to find their polling locations were not open. And apparently, New York polls open as early as 6 a.m. and close at 9 p.m. So the story I saw yesterday was that somebody showed up at 6 a.m., and the poll did not open for quite a while. I did not get the time frame that it took, but it was a long.
And I know
wait.
Here in New Hampshire, some of the polls will open as early as 7.
Really?
Other polls don't open until like 11.
Another 60.
So some of the smaller towns that surround Keene, their polling hours are from like 11 to 7.
Another 60,000 voters, he noted, were sent notices the primary was in September rather than April.
The primary for state and congressional offices
and many
is
voters,
September, the same way in New Hampshire, state and congressional is in September.
Many voters complained of
that many people, though. There's millions of people in New York City and millions more in New York State. When you send out a notice, somebody's not going to read it properly.
That's possibly what happened. Many voters complained of uninformed poll workers who could not operate voting machines, erroneously told voters to go to another polling site, and provided New Yorkers with contradictory and often incorrect information, all of which caused confusion and possible voter disenfranchisement. And isn't it possible that somebody who is a political operative for one party or the other, because I suspect both of them would be willing to do this, go in, volunteer for being a voter check-in person or whatever you call that, at one of these places, and then you're looking at the list, somebody's walking up telling you they're such and such from wherever, and you look and you see, oh, that's the other political party. Oh, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go to this other location. You're at the wrong location. And they're just, oh, okay, I thought this was, I guess I'll go over there. And then, how many people can they do that to and just say, oh, oops, I made a mistake?
But I don't know whether I agree with you on this one, Ian. So think about it for a second. Here in New Hampshire, we probably, this is just a guess, have some of the largest voter fraud in America. And it has
That's
to
the
do,
claim.
That's the claim. It has to do with our first in the nation status. So you'll have a lot of people who come from Massachusetts and around America and around the world to just kind of see what's going on in New Hampshire, because it's a big, long ramp up to the presidential election, that kind of thing. And obviously, people want their candidate to win, and the stories are that many people who have, the kids who've come to work for the campaign for 6 weeks beforehand, they care so much about their candidate that not only do they come here for 6 weeks, but they vote while they're here, and then they go home the day after.
Okay, what's that have to do with this case?
Well, those people are voting in primaries. This is a primary.
What does that have to do with people turning them away?
What does a Republican care as to whether or not a Democrat votes for Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders?
Okay, I see what you're saying there.
So they just don't know, and they probably have a preference. They know that there will be a Democratic nominee, whether they send somebody to another poll or not. So I'm not entirely sure that there's...
Maybe they have one preference. Maybe they want to see Hillary win.
But
or
how
whatever.
would you know? I mean, how would you know that sending somebody away...
Which is why I'm saying if somebody said that was just an accident, then they wouldn't necessarily be caught on to unless they did it a whole bunch.
I just don't. I don't think
do
you
once every 20 or something.
You
like
can't
that.
go around and look and see who's going to vote for Clinton or Sanders. You just don't know that ahead of time. So sending somebody away doesn't benefit a poll worker.
All right, you made a strong argument.
Yeah, and one thing that I will say is I've been involved in several elections where there's been sort of tricky stuff happening.
Mm-hmm.
When I ran for mayor of Birmingham, Alabama, there was something that happened to where people got postcards mailed to them saying your polling location has changed, but most of the postcards did not arrive until after the election, and people were driving to the polling place where it should have been, and not only was that not their polling place, but there was no polling place there and no signage saying where it had moved.
Where to go. Oh, wow. Yep, that's a big screw up.
Yeah, so they're calling the elections people, and they're like, well, we mailed you a postcard.
Wow.
Sorry.
Well, I think the best argument that I've ever seen is the 2000 voter purge in Florida for the presidential primary. Basically, what the notion, there's a movie that came out about it, and it seemed pretty plausible to me, is that the idea is that felons can't vote in the state of Florida, and felons are statistically much more likely to be Democrats than Republicans, and nobody's been enforcing this law up to this point. So let's just go through the voter rolls and purge all the felons out, and then it'll knock out, 1% of the Democrats. I mean, that can, in a swing state like Florida where it's projected to be close, let's just go ahead and do that.
So you got purged.
I got purged. I would have obviously, let's see, in 2000, it was you and Wes were both trying to get me to vote for their candidates. So you wanted me to vote for Harry Brown, and Wes wanted me to vote for whoever the Republican was.
Let me guess, you voted for the Republican.
I couldn't vote.
Okay. Got pulled before that.
The Republican in 2000 was George W. Bush.
Yeah, I know who it was. And I was going to go vote for Harry Brown, but I wasn't sure whether, it could have changed in the polling place. I'm not 100% sure.
Let me just say this one thing about the 2000 election. Florida should have been absolutely meaningless, because if Al Gore would have been able to win his home state, Florida would not have mattered at all.
And if you can't win as the Veep of one of the most successful presidencies in America, then you probably don't deserve it.
Right, but again, if he would have won his home state, he would have gone over the 270.
So Bush won.
The Florida recount would have been absolutely meaningless because it would not have swayed the election.
Tennessee, Einstein.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know where Gore's from.
Okay.
Gore's from Tennessee.
Gotcha. Toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. All I know is he invented the internet.
Yeah. And global warming, change, climate, something.
Speaking of the internet, Metallica is on the attack. At least in this case, their manager. And that's pretty darn close to Metallica.
They're attacking their manager this time?
No, they're on the manager is on the attack against YouTube. We can talk about that coming up. But first, the supposed rape case that Daryl is going to explain to us. We'll tell you more about it. 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. You can also bring up what you want on Free Talk Live.
Worried about lead, fluoride, and other contaminants in your drinking water? Get a ProPure with the Pro 1G 2.0 cleanable reusable filter and remove up to 200 contaminants. Drink water the way nature meant it to be. Clean, crisp, and refreshing. See the complete line of ProPure products, including the new ProMax shower filter. There's a ProPure for you. Visit your authorized ProPure dealer for details or ProPureUSA.com. That's ProPureUSA.com or 800-544-3533.
So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective, multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper FPP News at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents higher at $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
The three most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are, 1, share one episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2, buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3, give $5 a month to the AMP program. It's my firm belief that Free Talk Live's AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented organizations. Support all the organizations you love, but make sure you give $5 a month to AMP at amp.freetalklive.com.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
You can watch the LRN Studio Cam and chat with other listeners anytime at cam.lrn.fm. That's cam.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live, and you may join us on the radio waves. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We've also got Skype. The Skype username is LRN.FM.
There's a movement in healthcare today. It's a movement of people that's ready to stand up and take charge of their healthcare. It's people like you and me who are tired of paying too much for healthcare and getting too little. People who are standing up for their values and letting their conscience make decisions based on timeless principles. It's a movement that's sweeping the nation, and you need to be part of it. Liberty Health Share is leading the movement of people who are looking for an alternative to traditional health insurance. Liberty Health Share is a healthcare sharing organization, people who are sharing the cost of healthcare in an easy and efficient way. Choose your own doctor, your own hospital, live out your own values in healthcare. Join the movement. It's Let's Change Healthcare for Good. And I've got to say, we did Liberty Health Share, and the savings is just a bit more than half of what health insurance was as far as pricing it out. You can go to joinlhs.com. It's joinlhs.com, and the number is 800-722-8041. JoinLHS.com.
All right, let's continue here. Different news, Daryl. It is still the 420 edition of the show, so if you want to comment on that, you're welcome to join us. We can come back around to it. But first, from, I believe, was it a college campus somewhere? What's going on?
So Colorado State Pueblo, and my laptop just froze up. No,
the story was about
it's from
young man.
Reason, and my laptop has frozen on me here.
Okay, well, so it's a story.
But it's Colorado State Pueblo, and there was a couple, a young man and his trainer, an athletic trainer of some sort, and they had a consensual relationship. And she says that she was most definitely not raped, and I've got the story up here. But he was expelled nonetheless after a university investigation.
So she was the trainer?
Yes.
And he was what, the athlete?
Yes.
Okay.
And she claims she wasn't raped. Quote,
yes.
I'm fine and I wasn't raped?
Yes.
Unquote.
And that's according to the lawsuit from the athlete against the school.
What's the claim here? Is that that she was underage?
He was found responsible for sexually assaulting her, apparently, by the college.
Right, and that's why he was expelled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though she says that there was no assault.
All right.
So he is suing the school, which persuasively, the lawsuit Reason says, persuasively argues that the university not only deprived him of fundamental due process, but also denied sexual agency to an adult woman. Taken at face value, this case appears to represent one of the most paternalistic, puritanically anti-sex witch hunts ever reported on a college campus.
Yeah,
But
it's really bizarre.
that's not the only reason this case is interesting. The student-athlete, Grant Nill, has named the Education Department's Office for Civil Rights as a co-defendant. OCR, that's the Office of Civil Rights, Title IX guidance to universities, encourages male gender bias and violation of due process rights during sexual misconduct investigations, according to the legal team. Earlier this month, the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education and the law firm of Kaiser, Legrand, and Dillon offered to represent a student who is willing to sue OCR. While
We don't know his name?
What's that?
We don't know his name?
His name, the student is Grant Nill.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's necessarily who Fire and the law firm have agreed to represent. While Nill has retained different legal representation, it appears that his lawyer, Andrew Miltenberg, is prepared to make similar arguments against Title IX overreach. More on that in a bit. Nill's expulsion, it's silly to call such a thing a suspension. Multi-year suspensions are expulsions. His expulsion stemmed from his alleged inappropriate sexual relationship with a female student and athletic trainer known only as Jane Doe. In the fall of last year, Nill was a sophomore at Cal State Pueblo. He and Doe became good friends and eventually developed romantic
Cal State
feelings.
or
Colorado
Okay.
State, sorry. Developed romantic feelings for each other. Sexual relationships between athletes and trainers are frowned upon, so they first attempted to remain just friends.
We probably shouldn't put an athlete and a trainer, that opposite sex together, since heterosexuality is still, statistically the most likely thing to go on.
I remember when I was in high school, speaking of opposite sex trainers, all of the trainers, and that's the term that they use for basically the people that assist the coaches in wrapping the tape around athletes' legs and stuff. They're called trainers, so it's not like your personal trainer at the gym.
That's what it sounds like.
Give me one more. No, so there's a term called athletic trainer that is someone that is different from a personal trainer.
No, thank you for clarifying that.
And it's quite common for those people to be female.
I would think that what you're describing here sounds very much like somebody, you'd have to be pretty interested in the athletic program to go and wrap somebody else's feet, right?
Yeah.
And the person that would be interested for a variety of reasons, but probably just a few that you could identify. Sexual attraction to athletes of a certain, like people have their thing.
Sure they do.
For me, it's 9 foot tall Amazon women. For them, it's these athletes or whatever it might be.
So you dream of death by snoo snoo?
I'm just that's very funny. So it might be somebody who wanted to be this particular type of athlete and failed at it. But it seems like there would be just a few different personality types that would be interested in being a trainer.
Yes.
And I'm sure some of them are, platonic, but not all of them would be.
Yes.
Of course not.
I mean, there's only a few motivations in the world: money, sex. Those are at the top.
Right. And we're talking about college students here. So.
Yes.
Well, you say what you want, I'm sure.
On October 23rd, after developing a friendship, they went to the movies together.
Oh, my God!
After the movie, they kissed and engaged in consensual sexual behavior.
Bam, just like that.
They did so the following evening as well.
Apparently it was good.
These were not drunken hookups. These were mutually agreed upon encounters according to the details in the lawsuit. At one point, Neil expressed concerns about having given Doe a hickey. That is a kiss mark on her
in
neck.
In case people don't know, I guess. It is important.
Just in case somebody reading Reason is
that's
not aware of what a hickey is.
Right, that's what Reason put in.
I have not administered a hickey to to somebody since high school. How do you access?
Well, this is college. It's high school.
College.
This is high school with cigarettes.
All right.
And alcohol, possibly. But he expressed concern because the other trainers might notice. Doe encouraged him to do so anyway and promised to wear a hoodie the next day.
Go ahead, give me a hickey.
These and other anecdotes demonstrates Doe's full complicity in the sexual activity that took place.
Sure sounds like it.
Though her statements are even more definitive.
I want to talk about hickeys. So,
okay, please.
Who wants one of these things?
I never did.
What would you want a hickey for? Can somebody help me out here?
It's something that some people are into. You know, a lot of ladies enjoy the suckling on of a neck.
Okay.
Right, and it's sort of a mark of, hey,
we've been there, done that.
Look who got lucky last night.
Yeah. Oh, look at
and
so-and-so.
I've got the marks to prove it.
They're tacky.
I tend to agree. Yeah,
tacky.
I don't much care for it, but I get why people like it. I understand that.
I don't, I guess. All right, go ahead.
The hickey was indeed noticed by another trainer, described as the complainant in the lawsuit.
Oh, the trainer that wanted to put a hickey on somebody. Okay, go ahead.
When confronted, Doe confessed to complainant that she and Dean had engaged in sex. According to the lawsuit, complainant presumed the sex was non-consensual.
I'm going to bet, hold on, I'm going to bet complainant is a female.
Probably.
The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. Girls are notorious.
Complainant presumed the sex was non-consensual and reported it to the director of the athletic department.
Crazy. That's crazy.
There's more.
As though a rapist is going to give a hickey. I think that's probably pretty...
As though the victim isn't going to mention being raped.
Toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. You can join us here on Free Talk Live. Share your thoughts.
Are you suffering with hearing loss? Are you sick of people constantly complaining that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to speak up? Would you like to hear more clearly, but you don't want to wear a hearing aid that makes you look old? Then you need to try Listen Clear, a life-changing breakthrough precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit your ear almost invisibly. And you can adjust Listen Clear to find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And right now you can try Listen Clear absolutely free, with free shipping. We'll even give you free batteries for life. So call now, 1-800-718-3929. Listen Clear is lightweight and completely hassle-free, and it's practically invisible. Call for your 100% free home trial, with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now, 1-800-718-3929. That's 1-800-718-3929. 1-800-718-3929.
It's no secret that pathogens such as bacteria, viruses, molds, and fungus can inflict severe damage in the human body. Fortunately, a new and vastly improved silver solution has been developed. Supernatural Silver is a revolutionary broad-spectrum antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal solution that can be used inside the body as well as on the skin. Supernatural Silver is unique and superior to colloidal and ionic silvers, using a patented technology that is highly effective against colds, flus, infections, food poisoning, and yeast, in addition to many other pathogens. Supernatural Silver is scientifically supported, extremely safe, and is the #1 choice of thousands of people for immune system support. Find out how Supernatural Silver could change your life. Go to supernaturalsilver.com and use the promo code HEALTHY for 20% off. That's supernaturalsilver.com. And like us on Facebook.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
You can listen to Free Talk Live on the radio, podcast, satellite, webcam, and our live streams. But did you know you can listen to Free Talk Live from any phone, anywhere? Add this number to your phone, 213-493-0308. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The listen lines are airing the latest episode of Free Talk Live 24 hours a day, including our live shows. Call 213-493-0308. That's 213-493-0308. Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road Underground Market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
It is Free Talk Live, and you can bring up what you want. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We've got Skype as well. It's Skype username LRN.FM. With you tonight, you've got Ian.
And Mark.
And Daryl.
So, Daryl, you're telling us a story that is beginning to get pretty detailed about a relationship between a trainer, somebody who wraps bandages around people, and an athlete at a school, at a college campus.
Right, and the article does not specify what sport, but it's really sort of, a moot point.
How tall is he?
Don't know.
Okay.
But, yeah, so they developed a friendship. And
that led to a hickey.
Led to them going to the movies.
Right.
That led to kissing. That led to a consensual sexual encounter. The next night, they got together again, and during that sexual encounter is when the hickey occurred. So the second time, one of the other trainers noticed the hickey, and that other trainer is known only as Complainant. Complainant presumed the sex was non-consensual and reported it to the director of the athletic training program. Later, Doe found out. She contacted Neil with the bad news, texted him the following message, quote, "One of the athletic training students screwed me over. She went behind
my back, so we know that complainant
and
is...
told my AT, so that would be the athletic training, told my AT advisor stuff that wasn't true. 3 exclamations. I'm trying so hard to fix it all.
Oh.
End quote.
That's sad.
Neil and Doe met in person to discuss the situation. Without Doe's knowledge, Neil recorded the conversation. This audio recording further establishes that their sex was consensual. While in Neil's presence, Doe fielded a phone call from a coordinator of the athletic training program and stated, quote, I'm fine and I wasn't raped. She then called her mother and told her the same thing. Both Doe and her mother pressed the administrators of the athletic training program, a husband and wife team, to drop the matter, but it was too late. They had already contacted the Title IX office.
Apparently, when you contact the Title IX office, it's like pulling a fire alarm. You never know what they're going to do.
It takes a life of its own.
Yes. To be clear, Colorado State Pueblo apparently believes that Title IX requires the university to investigate a student for sexual misconduct.
That's the sort of thing that happens in these circumstances. Well, it's been reported at this point, and once it's been reported, we've opened a file. Once we've opened a file,
we got to conduct the investigation.
We have to conduct the investigation, and
even after Title IX, the Title IX office was contacted by the mother and the alleged victim with "This was not rape." The Title IX office continued their investigation.
Well, of course,
so the full statement here is that the Title IX office of Colorado State Pueblo believes that they're required to investigate a student for sexual misconduct, even when the alleged victim resolutely insists that he is innocent and does not want the issue investigated.
Yeah, I'm not. I guess I'm unsurprised. Now, the conclusion of the investigation surprises me. I don't think any of it's acceptable, Daryl. But I'm unsurprised that when a government agency has a report of, remember, this is a terrible report, right? Rape. The word rape, especially on a college campus, which is the worst place that you can say the word rape, has been sort of reported.
Other than at a preschool, it would be a horrible.
Rape's always bad, I'd just like to say.
Yeah, I'm just saying that,
that there are some places that are worse.
I don't know if it's worse. It's just certainly there's talk about colleges.
In the eyes of the public, if you will, they will see certain types of rape as worse than other types of rape.
That they do. And the zeitgeist right now is college campuses.
But, Ian, I completely agree that all rape is horrible.
Except for statutory rape, which is usually consensual, but that's another story.
Shouldn't be called that at all.
That's an insult to real rape victims.
Yeah, it should be called consensual sex with an underage person or something to that effect. But they want to toss around the term rape. Rapity rape, rape, rape. It's just fun to say that. And especially when you're talking about a male, they're just, colleges have lowered the threshold for proof in these circumstances. Apparently at Colorado State Pueblo, it's lowered to the point that the victim saying it didn't occur.
Well, she could be lying.
Right. Well, she could be. She could be covering, she could have,
could be threatening
Stockholm
her.
Syndrome.
Administrators essentially treated Doe like an object that belonged to them that no one else was allowed to touch. Neil and Doe, it should be noted, had consensual sex again, probably because they genuinely liked one another and were interested in each other.
That's the idea.
Despite the university's Herculean effort to keep them from touching one another. Doe told another administrator, "Our stories are the same and he's a good guy. He's not a rapist. He's not a criminal. It's not even worthy of this hoopla."
Hoopla? You don't hear that one very often.
Yeah, you don't. To belabor the point a bit, here are the messages she sent to Neil even after the university instituted a reciprocal no-contact order. "I miss you and care about you so much, Grant. Everything will work out, I promise."
So they issue a no-contact order and
reciprocal no-contact, meaning
she can't talk to him.
Talk to her, she can't talk to him. She sends him text messages anyway.
So let me ask you this: I assume as an athlete, he's got an athletic scholarship, and that's the way they're holding him, hostage on this one.
We don't necessarily know that because not all colleges give athletic scholarships.
They don't.
Not all colleges that give athletic scholarships give them to all athletes.
So how long's the semester?
Half a year?
It's not 6 months, dude.
That's true.
Probably
4 months?
3.5 months. I mean, these are college semesters. We're not even talking about high school semesters here.
Okay.
Call it 3.5 months. I mean, if I was in a circumstance where I had, the college had nothing over me, I can go to, I'll just go to a private university or, some other, you just leave and you go with your new boyfriend or girlfriend and you just go elsewhere.
Well, once they, as you already mentioned, Mark, once they start an investigation, they're not just going to say, he's not going to school here anymore. Guess we don't have to finish the paperwork.
Investigate away.
Yeah.
The only thing they did to him was suspend him. So
they basically expelled him.
Oh, right.
They expelled him.
Right. I'm sure it went down his permanent record.
The next text message that was sent from Jane Doe says, I hope you know I still care about you so much. I'm trying so hard to fix this. You don't deserve any of this. I just want to talk to you again. I'm so sorry. Sorry in all capitals, so with about 5 O's.
Yeah.
See, the haters
I
will
hope
say
that you're okay. I'm so worried. I'm so sorry. I'm so upset they did this.
The haters will say they're just trauma bonding. No. He's abusing her and now it's trauma
There's
bonding.
always somebody out there. In this case, he violated some rule, which was you're not supposed to touch the trainers. Of course,
that was not a rule.
It's frowned upon, is what they
the tradition.
Frowned upon.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
eating the last banana out of something or eating the last donut is also frowned upon. It's not illegal.
I understand. You're reading the Hit and Run blog from Reason. This isn't God's word handed down from Moses on high. This is the writer saying what he's saying. Let's assume
and
if it's frowned upon.
I was an athlete in high school, and it was frowned upon to date the trainers. It wasn't a rule that if you date the trainer, you get kicked off the football team.
Yeah,
no, but it could be in the handbook.
No.
I mean, that doesn't mean that.
Wasn't in the handbook.
All right. Okay. I understand. It's your high school.
Maybe
that isn't the case.
Maybe there could be some high schools.
Frowned
like
upon means that it's a rule, whether that rule is written or not.
It's
I'm not saying it is
a
strong rule. I'm just saying that he broke some little rule or whatever. He's broken lots of rules.
He broke the same kind of rule of don't eat the last donut, don't eat the last slice of pizza.
Somebody's got to eat the last donut, and somebody's got to eat the last slice of pizza.
Somebody's got to have sex with a trainer.
And what do you think the trainers are there for? I mean, I'm saying that
they're
large
there to wrap
percentage
things
of females that are choosing
something.
That's what I'm saying.
Consensually,
choosing to work for free in all likelihood, with the college athlete males is probably there because they like college athlete males.
And I suspect
they might also be on a scholarship.
They could a trainer's scholarship.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
So tell us more, because there is more. I'm observing this.
You put males and females together, and some of them are going to touch each other.
Yeah.
You put males and males together, females and females, somebody's touching somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
The details of the adjudication process will be familiar to anyone who's already read the other reports on sexual misconduct disputes, and the blog links over to something else. Dispute being an increasingly odd word to use, given that I've now covered 2 consecutive cases where the supposed victims, in air quotes, agreed with the accused that their sex was consensual.
So, right, where is the dispute exactly? Certainly not between the alleged victim and the perpetrator. 855-450-FREE. There's more to this story.
Yes.
Daryl will share it coming up in hour number 3, and you can share with us your ridiculous college experiences. 855-450-FREE if you like to join us here on Free Talk Live or Skype into the show. Username.
Free Talk Live has partnered with Amazon, the largest internet retailer. Imagine a department store category, and Amazon has it. Books, electronics, office products, furniture, jewelry, automotive, toys, clothing, sporting goods, and dozens of other categories. Now you can shop and support Free Talk Live by entering Amazon through our website. Go to shop.freetalklive.com, and Amazon will send us a portion of your purchase. You're going to do the shopping anyway, so remember to enter through our site at shop.freetalklive.com. That's shop.freetalklive.com. Here's a good idea. When you have a legal matter like creating your will or legally setting up a business with a corporation or LLC, you don't necessarily need a law firm. Use LegalZoom.com. At LegalZoom.com, you answer straightforward questions online, and they take care of the rest. They even review your answers for common mistakes and guarantee your satisfaction. Free Talk Live listeners, you'll get 10% off your order by typing in FTL in the referral box at purchase. Don't procrastinate with these important legal documents. LegalZoom.com.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com. Did you know you can watch Free Talk Live during our live show 7 days a week from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern via our studio cams at cam.freetalklive.com? Plus, you can chat with other listeners while you watch, all totally free. Now that our live video stream is hosted by YouTube, our video archives will be online even faster. So be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Listen, watch, and chat all free at cam.freetalklive.com. That's cam.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 3 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Wednesday, April 20th, 2016. Silver is trading at $17.05 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,248 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $438. Antiwar.com reports, with the Iraqi military's own offensive around Mosul almost immediately stalling, U.S. hopes to eventually see the city recovered from the Islamic State are resting more heavily on the idea that the Kurdish Peshmerga will succeed where Iraq's military has failed. That's not coming cheap. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter revealed on Tuesday that as part of the latest U.S. escalation in Iraq, $415 million in cash has been set aside for certain Kurdish Peshmerga units to ensure that those groups keep fighting against the Islamic State. Though the Kurdistan regional government clearly has some interest in seeing the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders toured into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. By rule, New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators allege the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Snyder says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Snyder and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
From 1941, when an amoeba became the first single-celled organism to play professional baseball, to 1794, when Thomas Jefferson more than likely did something historically significant. The Onion looks back at This Week in History. On May 25, 1925, Tennessee teacher John T. Scopes was formally indicted for teaching the theory of evolution in a public school after a monkey called to the stand failed to turn into a human.
Sir, you have been on the witness stand for a full 3 hours now. And in this time, we haven't seen you lose any of your hair or shed your tail. Can you at least articulate a single justifiable reason why Mr. Darwin's theory should even be mentioned in our nation's classrooms?
And on May 27, 1995, actor Christopher Reeve came in last place in a horseback riding event.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live. The victim says she wasn't a victim. She wasn't raped. She consented to sexual activity, but the college went ahead and expelled a guy for multiple years. Anyway, Daryl, you're telling us about it. It's Ian, Mark, and Daryl here, and you can join us, by the way, to bring up whatever's on your mind on Free Talk Live. Our toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Was there more you wanted to add to the recap?
That was pretty much it, but this is fairly recent as far as the activities. So the young man, Grant Nill, and an athletic trainer known only as Jane Doe began a relationship in October of last year. Last fall, they became friends. October 23rd, they went to a movie together. After the movie, they kissed and then had consensual sex. The following night, doesn't mention any movie, but they met up again and had another consensual encounter.
She told somebody about it that she worked with as a trainer.
She did not tell someone.
No, how did they find out?
Well, they confronted her.
She had a hickey.
Right, but she admitted it.
And, right, so it was, she got questioned about, hey, I noticed you've got a hickey.
She didn't have to say what happened. She could have said, oh, that was my new boyfriend, who's not the athlete over there. She didn't have to admit to who it was. She told another girlfriend, likely, or who she thought was a girlfriend, because it was a female. Oh, yes. It was so, I had this with so-and-so. Mr. What's his name?
Well,
Neil.
The complainant claimed that it was not consensual, so we have to assume, with your storyline here, that the complainant not only knew that it was consensual, but decided to lie about it.
Could be. There are people who create drama like that.
Maybe the girl said, I had sex with, so-and-so. I didn't really mean to. I didn't want to do it.
She doesn't make it sound that way. The statements she has that you've quoted here, Daryl, are very explicit, saying this guy did not rape her, and she's really into him.
Sure, yes. I get that, but we don't know how the conversation went down.
That's true. We don't.
That's true. The complainant then, after having the conversation that we have absolutely no clue exactly what words were exchanged, goes to the director of the athletic training program and presumed, according to the article from Reason, she presumed the interaction was non-consensual and told that to the athletic trainer. Jane Doe found out, contacts Grant, and says, quote, one of the other athletic trainer students screwed me over. She went behind my back and told my AT advisor stuff that wasn't true. I'm trying so hard to fix it all.
Right, and there's other quotes where she's profusely apologizing.
Other quotes.
We don't need to read all of them.
And her mother both go to the head of the training department and said, drop this. It was not rape.
They did it.
Training department says, we've already contacted the Title IX office. Wipe our hands clean.
And
Title
so?
IX office is contacted, but they continued to investigate even after being told there was no rape.
And they issued a mutual non-contact
That's right.
Reciprocal
order.
no contact order.
So they're saying these people can't be near each other.
Which she violated.
They can't contact one another. They cannot communicate via telephone, text, telegraph, carrier pigeon, snail mail.
And it's not uncommon, by the way,
signals.
for these things to happen outside of colleges as well. These no contact orders in bad breakups, couples going south, that kind of thing. And when it happens, it's not uncommon for one side or the other to contact. So the female could contact, and then the male responds. They will go after the male, it seems like, more often than the female because they went after him, but she hasn't been suspended. Right.
The story says he was denied full knowledge of the charges against him. He was presumed to be guilty from the onset, and he could not cross-examine the witnesses against him.
Wow.
He was suspended on an interim basis before the hearing even took place.
Oh, boy.
The adjudicator, defendant Roosevelt Wilson.
The difficulty for colleges, I'm not defending this, but the difficulty for colleges in these circumstances is if he had been a rapist or abuser or whatever, and they didn't suspend him before he had some kind of due process or whatever.
Yeah, but how many rapists or abusers have their supposed victim saying, yeah, he didn't rape me, I love him?
I'm clear on that. I'm clear that this is a bizarre case, but, you really they should have stopped investigating once it was, okay, well, the victim has...
Yes, they should have stopped.
Here's the form that says the victim says that it wasn't rape, right? And they filled out that form, stamped the file, and that's the end of the story. They didn't do that, and I don't know what their procedures are like. Governments
crappy, apparently.
Are full of procedures, and they follow procedures.
Now, this is a school, technically not the same as a government, but it's close. It's
this Title
close.
IX?
Yeah, I mean, it's very much structured like the government. They've got
Title IX is a federal thing that applies to colleges.
Okay, so they have a Title IX office. These are government bureaucrats. This has been turned over to an organization that has
a state-run college,
a lower threshold of proof than a court, but they still have. It still takes time, and so all I'm saying here is that there certainly have been rapes on college campuses, right? Mm-hmm. And it would only make sense that you would separate the abuser from the rest of the college students at that point.
You would also think that the adjudicator, defendant Roosevelt Wilson, who is named in the lawsuit that Grant Nill is filing against Colorado State Pueblo.
As he should.
The adjudicator refused to interview the witnesses who could have corroborated Nill's account.
That seems
The
bad.
lawsuit says, quote, Defendant Wilson professed that he was in charge of the investigation and would be the only person to declare someone a witness in the matter.
Wow, I hope this guy gets a big payout from this and never has to go to college again in his life.
Well, I hope he does too. And what he's going to do is he's going to I hope it alters the system to the point that they're able to, you can say there's better systems and worse systems. All you have to do is look around the world at judicial systems and you'll see that some are better and some are worse.
Yeah, well, we've seen bureaucracies get smackdowns before, and they come right back with more tyranny. So go ahead, Daryl.
The predetermined outcome for Nill was a guilty verdict. He was suspended for the remainder of Doe's time at the university. So not just suspended until we resolve this, suspended until this girl leaves this school. This is a gross miscarriage of justice, as gross a miscarriage of justice as they come, and Nill has filed suit. His lawyer, Mittenberg, blames not just CSUP, that's Colorado State Pueblo, but the federal government's illiberal guidance to universities to police sexual assault without any respect for due process.
Insane. Let's go to the phones here. Hold that thought. We'll go to TJ. He is on the line above the LRN.FM studios. Go ahead, TJ.
Hey, happy 420, buddy.
Yeah, man. Happy 420 to you. It was great to see you out at the 420 celebration in Concord, New Hampshire today, which was a wonderful event, and I'm sure there are going to be photos and video at some point over at freekeen.com. What did you want to share tonight? Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to let you know that I had a wonderful time. It was my first 420 rally. It was very inspiring, and it was wonderful to meet a lot of very nice people because as a person who thinks pot should be legalized, a lot of times you get this very judgmental, I think you're a bad person because you want to legalize this horrible, awful drug. And being surrounded with people who say it's not only okay to want to legalize pot, it's actually okay to smoke pot in public because we're not bothering anybody.
On the State House steps.
On the State House steps, and some of the state reps even smoked with us. And then right after the smoking, I went out to a wonderful little restaurant in town. And I told them, you know, you've made me very happy because you're giving me food in exchange for money. And I want you to know that if you ever feel sad about your job, think about all the people in government offices. Day after day, you know, like when I go to a restaurant, I actually say, you know, I want to bring my friends back here. You know, I love your food so much and your service so much. I want to bring my friends back here to show them how awesome you are.
How high were you when you were at the restaurant?
Quite. I was pretty baked.
Yeah, but I've seen him say this before. This is pretty standard TJ at a restaurant fare.
TJ being pretty baked is pretty standard
I
for
love
TJ.
it. I think it's great. He gives a lot of appreciation to the people who are providing him service and then points out, you know, well, how many people have ever said this about DMV workers? I want to bring my friends by to meet you.
I want to bring my, I had such a fun time getting my fire permit safety inspection sticker. I want to bring all my friends back tomorrow so they can get their fire permit safety inspection stickers. It never happened. And so that's why we need to be more in love.
Hold that thought here if you got more about 420, because that is the day that many have been celebrating around the globe today in celebration of cannabis and hopefully more freedom on that topic. It's Free Talk Live.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. You can buy them through expresscoin.com with a check or money order. There are other ways to get Bitcoin, but that's fast, safe, and easy. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Are you worried about your mom or dad living alone in their house? Hi, I'm Joan London. Listen, I know how difficult it is to find senior care for someone you love. That's why I recommend a free service called A Place for Mom. They are the nation's largest senior living referral service. Call A Place for Mom today.
To receive free information on senior living communities in your area, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-704-6182.
A Place for Mom offers free one-on-one advice from local advisors and a personalized list of senior living communities you can visit. If you have questions about senior care for your mom or dad, there's a place for answers, A Place for Mom.
Call A Place for Mom in the next 10 minutes to get your free ebook on financing senior care as well as free information on senior living communities in your area. Call 1-800-704-6182. That's 1-800-704-6182.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit did your nerves spike. You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
If you want to play online poker with Bitcoin, you need a site that's trustworthy and technically sound. The site managers of swcpoker.eu have proven their commitment to bringing you great gameplay from a site you can trust, swcpoker.eu. They have lots of new games too, including Chinese poker, and their Krill leaderboard is open right now. It's a beautiful site, easy to use with lots of players. Go on over to swcpoker.eu now and have some fun with your Bitcoin. swcpoker.eu.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. Coming up, Metallica and their manager specifically is on the attack against YouTube, calling them the devil. Here in moments, we'll tell you more about that. Our toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. It's the 420 edition here of Free Talk Live. And our very own TJ the Spy is currently upstairs above the LRN.FM studio, calling in with his memories from today's what remain of them from today's 420 celebration in Concord, New Hampshire. Go ahead, TJ. Was this your first ever public 420 event?
Yes, this was my first public 420. I've smoked with Rich Paul in the town square, but nothing as open as this because the police would walk by, like a state trooper would walk by, and we're all in marijuana socks, marijuana beanies, marijuana backpacks, and he can smell it, obviously, but he doesn't want to say anything because that would be kind of awkward. So they're just trying to pretend like, I don't see it. And I thought about calling the police saying, excuse me, there are people smoking pot down here. Can you send some officers to beat them up and make them stop? And I didn't know. I thought maybe the police wouldn't have a sense of humor about it, and they might try and arrest me for, like, making fun of them. Because one thing that will get you arrested in this country is if you make fun of a police officer.
It's not a false police report, though. There really were people smoking cannabis down there. And it's interesting because eventually...
And there may have been people chewing on some edibles.
I bet there were. Yeah. And, just a quick flashback to the 420s that happened on a daily basis. This is a 420 that we had today that happens yearly at Concord. But for a while, for months here in Keene, New Hampshire, back in 2009 and then also in 2010, there were daily cannabis smokings that went on. And they tried to arrest a couple of the activists. So Rich Paul got arrested, and another gentleman named Evan was arrested one day after another. And they targeted who they thought was leading the event with the hopes of shutting it down, but it didn't. It just made it bigger, and
then all the activists went. Hold on, all the activists went to the police station and smoked out in the lobby,
right?
As sort of
that was
punishment.
That was the end of the police involvement. It was after that
they learned their lesson on this. Is you see, they don't mess. That's why the cops are walking by people at the State House.
That's right,
New Hampshire, because they could be ready for this. It happens every year on April the 20th. They could be ready next year if that's what they want to do. This has been year after year after year.
This was year number 7.
They just keep on looking past it.
Well, and the one thing I wanted to point out, though, about the Keene event was that we were promoting, hey, we're out here smoking cannabis. This is happening. Come out every day, Central Square, Keene, New Hampshire. And the official line from the police, this is an important part of the story, the official line from the police to the people who were calling them, because there were some busybodies in town who did not like that people were smoking pot in Central Square.
Hundreds of people in the Central Square.
People were calling the police, and the police's official response was, "Oh, we've walked through there and we didn't smell any marijuana being smoked. So therefore, we've investigated and found that there was nothing going on here, so case closed."
Well, and
that's what they were actually saying. And there was actually newspaper quotes of them with that official statement, which was total BS. And that's great that they were ignoring it at that point.
They were concerned that they might arrest somebody who had a hand-rolled cigarette or something, and then they would look bad.
They already looked bad after people went down and smoked out in their police station lobby. So they did not want to continue arresting people at that point, period. Because they could arrest somebody for a hand-rolled cigarette, then later just drop the charges, and they'd be completely in the clear. It was the publicity that they were generating. They knew it was a smarter move for them to do this.
Smarter move.
Was to just simply lie and say, nope, didn't smell any marijuana down there. We sent our officers out to investigate. And indeed, there were some officers that had sort of walked close to the Central Square at one point, but for the most part, they stayed the hell away from us. And so numbers do make a difference.
Yep, and so I just wanted to let you know there were I'd say about 50 people there, and hopefully next year, since Rich Paul will apparently be passing the torch to the next new organizers, and I hope that we have a really good turnout next year.
All right. Hey, thanks, TJ the Spy, for the call tonight. I appreciate it. Here in New Hampshire, it's we've got a ways to go on cannabis reform. We've got some great activists here. There's been a good, I think, some ground has been laid on this issue, and by some real hardcore activists, Matt Simon being one of the earliest movers for the Free State Project. He did a lot of work, but he's not the only one. There are a bunch of people here doing great work. And I should mention, since it's relevant, that we are going to be performing Free Talk Live at the New Hampshire Hemp Fest this year, which I'm pretty excited about because...
You think they'll be smoking marijuana openly there?
I sure hope so, and I expect that they would. But it's going to be happening in the same place as the Porcupine Freedom Festival, which is a festival that we've done shows at for a long time. Unfortunately, we're not going to be attending this year due to them banning me from the event.
Banning you and the show.
Yeah, I guess they did ban the show.
They said that Free Talk Live would not be able to be broadcast from there.
So a lot of the LRN.FM shows are bailing out on the Porcupine Freedom Festival, including Free Talk Live, and we are moving to NH Hemp Fest, which is happening in August this year. So
25th through 28th, I believe.
That sounds correct. And, of course, you can just Google NH Hemp Fest, and more details about that will come up. In fact, there's a special 420 sale on their tickets, so you can get them pretty affordably.
That ends Friday.
Yeah, you can get them pretty affordably. I forget the price. I think it's like 60, 65, 70, somewhere in that range. And that's for a full weekend of camping and fun. So it's not a week-long festival. It's just a solid 4 days of,
Which is how PorcFest was at one time.
Yeah. Exactly.
It sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it, especially because we're going to get to kind of break out of the libertarian mold. I mean, we've done live broadcasting at Bitcoin events. We've done them at these Free State Project events in the past, and that's pretty much been our bailiwick.
We can have debates with stoned liberals about public policy.
Yeah, I don't know how much debating there will be. I'm looking forward to having folks on the left exposed to liberty-minded ideas, and I think shows like Free Talk Live and the Rebel Love Show, and I think Anarchy After Dark and Off the Air Live. These are all shows that are going to be live at this event, and there's going to be new ears sitting in those audiences. So we're going to be reaching not the choir this year with this particular event, and I think that's valuable.
I hope that our callers call in and give their views too, because it would be really awesome to be able to take calls at that time, so people would be able to hear. It wouldn't just be the people sitting in front of them that are talking about it, but there would be callers calling in and talking about that stuff too.
Yeah, that's true. So it's going to be fun, and I think it's going to have a lot of the vibe of the Porcupine Freedom Festival, just with more freedom at this point and probably more fun. So join us there. Go to nhhempfest.com. You can learn more about the event there. And again, it's happening at the beautiful Rogers Campground. It's going to be in late August here this year, August 25th through the 28th. And you can go to nhhempfest.com. So if there's more to share about 420, any other memories, Daryl, you got to speak today. I don't think we covered that aspect.
Yeah, there were a couple of state reps that spoke. I then spoke, and then another state rep who's running for governor spoke.
That's pretty cool.
After I spoke, I walked around and distributed some business cards to people.
Excellent.
And there was one person that refused to take the business card and said, I didn't agree with anything you said.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm thinking...
Was it the parking enforcer?
Then why are you here? No, it was not a parking enforcer.
Well, I imagine you talked about cannabis legalization in your speech.
I talked about legalizing everything the way tomatoes are legal, to where there's no regulations on how many of the thing you can buy when you go to the store. No regulations on how many tomato plants you can have in your yard. No regulations on how many seeds.
Thank goodness we have a bunch of them.
Darryl W. Perry is running for the Libertarian Party presidential nomination. You can learn more about his campaign, your campaign, Darryl, over at DarrylWPerry.com. That's DarrylWPerry.com. And where are you going this weekend, real quick?
Indiana and North Carolina.
You'll be at those Libertarian Party conventions. You can meet Darryl there if you're going to be there. Our toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. Coming up, Metallica's manager attacking YouTube. We'll tell you what he said. It's Free Talk Live.
Hunters, anglers, campers, and survivalists. Get back to nature. Expand your horizons with the highest quality, most versatile, unique slingshots and sling bows on the market at slingbow.com. Slingbow products are compact and models start from just $17.98. They're perfect for your bug-out bag or storing in your vehicle. Give yourself and your loved ones the excitement and tradition of Slingbow, a new frontier in archery and truly modern twist on this primitive survival tool. Feel the thrill only at slingbow.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson Adam Pulaski of the Pulaski Law Firm with principal office in Houston, Texas is the attorney responsible for the content of this ad. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisement. Services may not be available in all states.
Attention Xarelto users. If you or a loved one took Xarelto and suffered a serious bleeding event, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Xarelto is a popular prescription blood thinner used to prevent blood clots and protect patients from strokes. These serious bleeding events have led to numerous cases of hospitalization and even death. Phone lines are open 24/7. Call 800-261-0937. That's 800-261-0937.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
The three most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are: 1, share one episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2, buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3, give $5 a month to the AMP program. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same prices with free Super Saver shipping by going to shop.freetalklive.com. Please do your online shopping at shop.freetalklive.com.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. Join us. Toll-free number, 855-450-FREE. Metallica's manager is on the attack. He's also a manager of other bands like the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Muse, calling YouTube the devil. And we'll explain what he has to say about that. More whining about new business or new distribution methods that are out there. YouTube, of course, not that new. It's a decade old at this point. But,
at least.
But for someone like an old an old music manager, it probably seems like a new thing. And in the scheme of things, it relatively is.
Back in my day, we had records.
Well, I could totally see how somebody who's started making music in the 80s. That we're referring to Metallica, not the manager here, that they liked, whatever the model was that they got used to, they liked that. But the fact is that models change over time, especially in the music industry. The music industry has just changed so dramatically. And, the new artists that are able to make it work, they're amazing folks. But, it's not the same as it used to be.
Let's go to Stephen. He's calling from our very own Keene, New Hampshire. Stephen, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hey, Ian, what's up?
Hey, what's on your mind tonight?
Well, I was listening to your conversation about Title IX, how it played out in Pueblo, Colorado.
Yeah. Where basically, for those that don't know, a young man was essentially suspended, or rather expelled, for alleged rape. But according to the victim, it was not a rape, and in fact, she loves him. Seems like she loves him a lot, and that it was all a mistake by some dirty snitch who completely misunderstood the situation. But they went ahead and came at him anyway and expelled him because it was the Title IX office, and I guess that's what they do. So go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, so I went to a private school in Colorado a few years ago.
A private college?
Private university.
Okay.
Naropa University in Boulder, Colorado. And a few years ago, this was between my undergrad and graduate programs there, they received a grant under Title III from the federal government to implement basically an undergraduate program, a freshman seminar. It was like $4 million. But what came along with that was a Title IX administrator, obligatory Title IX, that is.
You want this money? You take this bureaucrat.
Right.
Wow.
So at that point, we're not so private anymore. And I watched my favorite professor, basically, who I went into the graduate writing program to study with, get bullied out of teaching. And
why is that?
Very close friend. Well, he teaches writing and poetics there, a ranked senior faculty member, and met a student as a teacher. They started dating the semester after they were in the professional teacher-student relationship.
So she was no longer his student, is what you mean, when they started dating?
Right, and there are rules, of course, against dual relationships, so they avoided that. And the semester afterward, they started dating. And at that point, she graduated. They were living together at the time. Somebody tattled on them, basically.
Yeah. Is heterosexual sex actually legal in Boulder, Colorado? I mean, it's about the most liberal place in the world.
Yeah, they're legal. Women are legal to go topless. It's pretty liberal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't see too many topless women, but...
Right, they just can.
Technically.
Huh.
But anyway, they live together in the mountains and the Rockies. They're definitely together. Meanwhile, Title IX, the school's lawyer, the whole works bullying him, prohibiting him from seeing students outside of class, including a poetry reading at the local cafe.
Wow.
a class poetry reading, prohibited from basically seeing any student outside of class time on campus.
This is insane.
These were all baseless charges about a dual relationship.
Title IX, apparently this is what they do.
Well, it seems likely that they may have fooled around when they were professor and student, but it's
who
pretty,
cares?
Right. That's what I'm saying is that there's times when I find that to be completely inappropriate, and there's other times when I have to ask myself some questions. When I was in high school, I had a literature teacher, I can't remember what grade it was, it might have been 11th, who had married his teacher's aide from high school, his high school teacher's aide, after she graduated.
Okay.
Now, she had apparently for 2 years been his teacher's aide, and she did it in his off period. There weren't any students in the classroom in that period. So, maybe they were touching each other in the room when
speculation.
No one was right. It's wild speculation that everybody had in the whole school. And, they got married. What's the big deal? Yeah. Apparently, after she leaves school, he doesn't have power over her at that point anymore. She made a decision that she wanted to marry the guy. And it looks really, sort of on paper, it sounds really bad, but, he was a good teacher and he married a student. He found somebody he loved.
Now, let me ask this question. Not that it really matters, but what was the age difference?
I would say that he was about 40. And she would have been there for 18.
Yeah. I had an English teacher who was my favorite English teacher. He's actually the one from which I got the bumper sticker that says, "Everyone is entitled to my opinion," that's hanging up here in the LRN.FM studio.
She's been in the LRN.FM studio since the LRN.FM studio has broadcast.
I've had it since I was in high school.
Yeah.
And rumor has it that after one of his students got out of school, so at about age 18, he met her at the Baha'i Hut in Sarasota, Florida, where I guess
on the famous North Trail.
Yeah, and I guess they got together.
What's a Baha'i Hut?
It's a bar.
Okay,
it's a bar.
Known for their sneaky tikis.
Been around forever. I would say they're known for their jingle, which has been playing in Sarasota since
Sarasota's famous North Trail. You've got the intimate spot to meet, the Baha'i Hut.
Yep. So it's one of those radio jingles that everybody knows who's been listening to the radio in that city for 50 years. I mean, how old is that jingle?
It's an old jingle. I just read about it today. I think it was from like 56 is when
You just happened to read about that jingle today?
I did.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
All
right, let's go on here. Stephen, anything else you want to share about Title IX and your experience?
Well, kind of an opposite end of the scenario. A very close friend of mine, a housemate, was in a graduate psychology program at the same school called Somatic Counseling Psychotherapy. He was the only male in a cohort of about 13 students. That is, he was a male hetero. There was another male gay. The rest of the dozen students of the cohort were female. He was effectively bullied out of his program.
I was going to say that would have sounded like a good time. That's too bad.
Yeah, well, you would think, but apparently they're vicious.
Some of these busybody ones, yeah, okay. Man.
You're only in this program because you want to have sex with women.
He's actually filed a Title IX claim against the school to be refunded for his tuition and to get some kind of justice out of the matter.
Makes sense.
But being a male and filing this complaint...
I told you, heterosexuality is illegal in Boulder, Colorado.
You were saying to be a male and file the complaint, what?
Nothing sexual about my friend and his experience in the classroom. Is mostly just being bullied.
Just the fact that he was a man in the class.
Sorry. I'm sorry. You know what we call in Boulder, Colorado? You know what we call heterosexual males? We call them rapers.
Stephen, thanks for the call. Keep us updated if you hear anything about that case. It sounds interesting, and I appreciate the call tonight. Toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. The story coming from, well, it's in a lot of places, but Rolling Stone probably would be the best source for it. Peter Mensch, the manager for Metallica, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and Muse, has called YouTube the devil and said the online video giant's business model for musicians was, quote, unsustainable. According to the BBC, he says, we don't get paid at all.
All these
they
people
get paid.
seeing our videos.
They don't get
millions.
paid much.
We'll tell you about it. And what else did he have to say? 855-450-FREE. You can join us here on Free Talk Live.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more.
It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.freetalklive.com. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit Free Talk Live when you enter Amazon via shop.freetalklive.com.
Here's a good idea. When you have a legal matter like creating your will or legally setting up a business with a corporation or LLC, you don't necessarily need a law firm. Use LegalZoom.com. At LegalZoom.com, you answer straightforward questions online, and they take care of the rest. They even review your answers for common mistakes and guarantee your satisfaction. Free Talk Live listeners, you'll get 10% off your order by typing in FTL in the referral box at purchase. Don't procrastinate with these important legal documents. LegalZoom.com.
My computer is so slow, it's making me crazy.
I used to have that problem.
Did you quit using a computer, or did you buy a new one?
No, I called Geeks On Site. They made an appointment to visit my home and showed up the same day.
You mean they didn't ask you to bring your computer to a shop? That's what happened when I called a support company.
Geeks On Site can go to your home or business or even repair your computer online. They have 24/7 emergency service.
If you're having problems with your PC or Mac, call Geeks On Site, 1-800-591-1682. Our friendly certified computer repair experts are available 24/7. Call now for a free diagnosis, 1-800-591-1682. Data recovery, virus removal, and maintenance for all laptops, desktops, printers, and networks. That's Geeks On Site for friendly certified computer repair experts, available 24/7 over the phone or in your home or business. Just call 1-800-591-1682. That's 1-800-591-1682, 1-800-591-1682. 1682.
Hello, this is anchor Doyle Redland. I have just been informed that my 40-year contract with the Onion Radio News expired 2 minutes ago. A brief extension has been added to my contract to allow me to say goodbye to you, my faceless listeners. I've been reading the news out loud on the air for a very long time now, and the words to describe my feelings are difficult to find. Steve, what are you doing? This is my big moment.
I'm getting the word now that you have to leave the studio right now.
But where will I go?
Now.
Well, goodbye, everyone. I'm just coming back for my hat. No, it's my hat. I just need it and I'll go. There's no need to get pushy. Moose! Rocco, I thought we were friends.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com. You can get emailed announcements and participate in contests via our email updates list. Plus, we have a Twitter account that you can follow and a Facebook page where you can become a fan. So visit news.freetalklive.com to get news about Free Talk Live as soon as it's announced and the way you want it delivered at news.freetalklive.com. That's news.freetalklive.com.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up in any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
Listen to LRN.FM on any phone, anytime. 213-493-0309. That's 213-493-0309.
This is Free Talk Live. Metallica's manager is mad. He's mad at YouTube. His name is Peter Mensch, which apparently is Mensch is a person of integrity and honor, according to Merriam-Webster. I don't know if that applies in Peter's case, because he's crying a river about mean old YouTube, calling them the devil. How dare they expose millions of people to Metallica's music? Probably people who have never heard of Metallica before. Now, I realize it seems unbelievable, but when the internet reaches billions of people and record distribution only reaches a fraction of them, then it's likely that Metallica has probably picked up some new fans as a result of being on YouTube.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I suppose. I mean, it's not like they're a new band or anything like that.
Right, but Mark, there are people that probably have never heard of the Beatles.
There are young people that have never heard of the Beatles.
I'm thinking people that live in, say, India, Nepal, places that have not necessarily had the best access to technology.
Look, the internet has allowed music to truly become a global phenomenon. I mean, you used to be able to go to the music store. Kids, this was where they actually had CDs, these things that stored music on them.
Before they carried CDs in the music store, they had records and cassettes.
Now, the records are kind of making a comeback, but cassettes not so much.
Don't call it a comeback. They've been here for years.
True. And then 8 tracks, and there's been all these different formats.
Reel-to-reels.
There's a limited distribution of that. Whereas now, in order, you could have gone to the world section of the CD store, and you'd get a very limited distribution of Enya or whatever.
Carlos Santana.
Yeah, I mean, different world. Not even Carlos Santana really fits because he mostly played in the United States, from what I could tell. But music that's international, that comes from different countries, and it was more kind of traditional than anything else. It seemed like, at least for the bulk of the selection.
I don't know. I never went over there.
But now you can get anything at all at your fingertips, and so things like K-pop are a great example of something that previously had not. It certainly existed in the past. But
the most viewed video online, and
K-pop,
this may have changed recently, but the most viewed video, as far as I'm aware, is that Psy Gangnam Style.
The first video that many people have ever seen that is K-pop, and that has absolutely resulted in new people around the world.
It's got over, a billion views?
I think it's more like 2 billion. They cracked through the YouTube limit. There was like a certain maximum that YouTube had. They figured, no one will ever get to this. And they had to reprogram the site just so they could show an accurate number on his video. So let me get back to the complaining from Mr. Peter Mensch, Metallica's and Red Hot Chili Peppers manager.
I think it's worth pointing out that that SiriusXM, radio stations, even streaming sites, they all have different sort of amounts that they have to send back to the originator.
Yes,
but I think the difference with YouTube is they don't have to send that amount if somebody plays it, because people can turn on ads. So the Metallica can say, yes, we'd like an ad played before our song that comes up, and then they would potentially get paid on that.
So they could get paid more from the YouTube revenue than what they would get from ASCAP, is what you're saying.
ASCAP, yeah, I think I believe that's the
BMI.
Case. Look, I'm certainly not a music attorney.
The numbers that I've seen from YouTube is, I believe the top pay rate is $6 per 1,000 views.
$6 per 1,000? Yeah, we're certainly not seeing anything like that.
No, I mean, you don't get a whole lot out of YouTube, but that's okay.
Well, we've got a video that's like 40,000 views, and what was it, $2 or something that we, was the revenue of that?
That's the
There's
highest rate.
I'm just saying.
The lowest rate is like $4 per 1,000.
Yeah, well, we weren't getting that.
Yeah,
no,
I don't know
think
what
that's
the rates
rate.
are.
I don't
Honestly,
think that's it at all.
But let me go on here with Mensch. He claims we don't get paid at all in a new BBC Radio 4 documentary, The Pirate Ship, which examines the effects of the internet and piracy on the music industry. Mensch added, quote, if someone doesn't do something about YouTube, we're screwed. It's over. Someone turn off the lights.
Oh, I will say that the advertising-driven model does seem to be a race to the bottom as far as revenue goes. Advertisers constantly want lower rates, as you can imagine, and there's not too many industries that can continue on the way they've continued on, providing the same level of quality, especially from a personnel standpoint, and make continuously less money. I've heard the number in the radio industry that radio spot rates have reduced 5% every year for the last 15 years. This is a completely unsustainable number.
So I'd like to know more about his statement where he claims we don't get paid at all. Is he being hyperbolic there and that they do get a paycheck, but it's not what he would like it to be?
Or maybe they didn't turn on monetization, which is something that you do have to select.
Don't forget, Metallica is not the kind of band that's going to do something themselves. They're a record label kind of band. They do it the old way. These are the same guys who hated Napster because it allowed their fans to share their music online, and they went after their own fans over this, basically. And now here they are, it's been a decade and a half since their attack on Napster or something like that.
Sounds right.
Now here they are saying, YouTube doesn't pay us enough. Well, wait a minute. They are likely under contract with one of these record companies. I don't know which company it is at this point, but I suspect, like record companies are sort of notorious for doing, they're lifting the bulk of the money that's coming in from YouTube. Whatever's coming in is likely going to the record company first and foremost, and then Metallica gets some sort of pittance out of that, which is what bands have been complaining about record companies for years. But now all of a sudden he's acting like it's YouTube's fault. Look, there are people who make their living on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
So it's possible to make a significant amount of money as an individual or small band that's putting good product out and getting millions or hundreds of thousands of views per video and collecting the entire check.
And Metallica's leaving money on the table here. I mean, they're absolutely leaving money on the table.
How's that?
At any point, they can decide to do one of those old guy tours. Where hey,
they do that.
We're out of money tour. I'm sorry.
It's kind of a perpetual thing, isn't it?
The official Metallica channel on YouTube has 1,408,656 subscribers, and there have been 483 million views to videos.
YouTube's current model allows musicians to make money by placing ads around their videos, but the International Federation of the Photographic Industry's recent annual report cited a growing value gap between the amount of music consumed on platforms like YouTube and SoundCloud and the amount of revenue generated for the music industry. The IFPI estimated that 900 million consumers on free upload platforms generated $634 million in 2015, while 68 million paying subscribers to various streaming services generate approximately $2 billion. So they're mad because they get paid more from the people who pay than the people who watch advertising.
Here's what I want to know is, do we need a music industry any longer? With the internet, with this great communication device, because that's what music is. It's a communication device. I could go and put my, bongo drums and wailing, which is all you're going to get out of me, and up on a YouTube video, and people could hear it, and then I could have a little website, Mark's Bongo and Wailing.com, and you could buy the MP3. I just don't know if you actually need it any longer. Like, the music industry was always this filter that kept out the bad music.
Metallica should fire their manager, get out of their contract when they can, or maybe the reverse, get out of their contract when they can, and bring
the manager might be necessary for setting up gigs or something.
Bring somebody in who knows how to do the job but is internet friendly. Because look, you don't just give up on YouTube.
It's not always that easy.
I understand
you have long-standing relationships.
Yeah.
And it's not that easy.
Well,
I would love somebody who knows how to run a company to come help us with Free Talk Live, for God's sake.
YouTube's chief business officer suggested that the cash flow to artists from YouTube could depend on their arrangements with the record labels. He singled out violinist Lindsey Sterling as one example of a performer who set up her ad agreement directly with YouTube. She has 7.8 million subscribers and raked in $6 million from the service last year.
She is so darling.
Quote from Robert
How did
Tinkle.
she do that? 7 million subscribers? Okay.
She's a good violinist.
She's like this sort of, what's that? Steampunk. She's like a steampunk violinist. And she does ballet while she plays the violin.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty impressive.
She is amazing.
She sees all of her consumption and how much money she's making, and it's very clear, he said. In other cases, maybe it's less so. There are middlemen, whether it's collection societies, publishers, or labels, and what they do is give advances, and they want those recouped. So it's really hard when there's no transparency for the artist.
Yeah.
So there you go. So the question is, how many people are dipping their hand into the Metallica till prior to them actually getting anything?
It's the oldest story when it comes to these performers. They just always, they're not keeping track of the money. They just want the checks sent in so they can do their thing.
Our toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE, 855-450.
We're at the end of the show.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
In the meantime,
It's
check
over.
us out at freetalklive.com. We're going to fire Ian.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
Buckle up.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippie! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you gotta keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents higher at $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's post pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. facebook.freetalklive.com.
Cop Block Radio is up next, live after the news on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Wednesday, April 20th, 2016. Silver is trading at $17.05 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,248 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $438. Antiwar.com reports, with the Iraqi military's own offensive around Mosul almost immediately stalling, U.S. hopes to eventually see the city recovered from the Islamic State are resting more heavily on the idea that the Kurdish Peshmerga will succeed where Iraq's military has failed. That's not coming cheap. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter revealed on Tuesday that as part of the latest U.S. escalation in Iraq, $415 million in cash has been set aside for certain Kurdish Peshmerga units to ensure that those groups keep fighting against the Islamic State. Though the Kurdistan regional government clearly has some interest in seeing the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders tore into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. By rule, New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators allege the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Snyder says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Snyder and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
A new video game is being criticized for its harsh portrayal of barbed wire. Here's GameByte's.
Cop Block Radio is up next, live after the news on the
If you're just tuning in, a horrific accident. Dozens are dead and hundreds more injured after the Coors Light party train crashed in Pratt, Kansas. The train was barreling through a field on its way to liven up a boring, overheated barbecue when something went wrong. Partiers were thrown hundreds of feet from the train as the frost-powered locomotive careened through bystanders at its normal speed of over 27,000 miles per hour. Rescue crews are struggling to get close to the crash. The Rocky Mountain frost radiating from the downed silver.
Okay, this is JP Freeman from New Hampshire Regional Cop Block, and this is Cop Block Radio Show coming to you from LRN-FM Studios in Keene, New Hampshire. We're trying to get the link for Matthew Taylor and Scott, the other 2 co-hosts from the Oath Accountability Project and Copa County Cop Block. So this has been an interesting week. We had a complaint come in a few days ago. I think it was last Thursday, and a person video recording a police interaction She was like 25 yards away, and basically the cop came to her, threatened her for her phone. And that's the first story we're going to talk about tonight. Well, this woman, Andrea Wells, overheard a situation going on outside where Manchester Police Department was arresting a guy named Angel. And Angel was getting thrown to the ground even after the handcuffs were on him and he was subdued. So she figured she'll videotape the situation. And an officer, Finn, who was a training officer in Manchester Police, walks up to her and threatens her and says, if you don't give me your phone for evidence, I'm going to arrest you for obstruction. So, of course, being threatened, she's got a family and stuff, so of course she's going to give the phone up. So me and Ethan Glover of New Hampshire Regional Cop Block go to Manchester on Thursday night, and we actually went to the PD, talked to a guy named Sergeant Brennan. We have that video up on New Hampshire Regional Cop Block YouTube channel, and investigated the issue. And basically, the whole thing was in limbo. He's like, well, we're not sure if your view's true or her views. I was basically getting accused of being a family member and, all kinds of stuff. He didn't realize we were from New Hampshire Regional Cop Block. Is the other two in yet? No,
I'm afraid they're not.
So I guess we have some technical difficulties. We'll get them on periodically.
I guess this show was kind of put together on a last-minute basis from a technical standpoint, so apologies to that. We'll see if we can get these guys in here. Is there more that you can tell about the case?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I've been in contact with this person on Key Cop Block and New Hampshire Cop Block webpage, and a bunch of stuff have been coming in. I've been on the phone on and off with her. This is a situation where we wanted to attack pretty much right away because we don't think police have the authority to take your video recording devices while recording the police. So we ended up seeing a cop sort of near the area where a lot of Free Staters live in Manchester. So I walked up to the cop, who we have a video of, also on the YouTube channel, and I actually went up to him like cops go to us. I said, hey, I smell marijuana coming from this vehicle. This is a suspicious vehicle. Are you okay? Are you safe? And then I asked him if he had any weapons I should be worried about in the vehicle. And we went on, and it got a little bit friendlier after a while. He actually refused to tell me what part of Mass he was from. That was kind of shady. He actually said, well, we don't usually take devices unless we use it for evidence. So apparently this new officer's barely been on a year, thinks he can take your recording device from you, even for evidence. I don't know if you know New Hampshire statutes or their procedure here, but usually the county attorney, that's their version of the DA here. They don't call the district attorney here. They call the county attorney. What they do is they either request the video from you or they subpoena you for the video because they can use you as a witness, or just subpoena you because you were there present. They don't really need the video device if you were actually present. You want to give your account on it. So basically that's where we're at right there. And I've been on and off the phone with her periodically since Thursday, and she wants to go after the police department with relief from Legal Land. I told her I will help her with that and the whole process that goes along with it. And I've been in contact with the county attorney's office today in Manchester, which is Hillsborough County. And they said that that's not how the procedure works. And I told them and highly suggested they make a memo and give it to the Manchester Police Department, because obviously they don't know how the process works. So we're in that phase of the investigation right now. But on the way back, we actually took Concord, New Hampshire, went through Concord. Actually, I ended up bumping into Jared Dixon right after this traffic stop, which is weird to bump into somebody you only seen a couple times, but no.
This is New Hampshire, right?
Yeah,
it's not a weird thing to bump into people here. It happens all the time. It's a small place.
1 o'clock in the morning just to bump into somebody. But anyways, there was an interaction with me and police officers the video is also getting a lot of airplay on our website and on the YouTube channel, because they actually came up to me and started harassing me and yelling at me. And in a JP fashion, I kind of put an end to that. And actually, on the way to the police department to file a complaint on those two officers, we actually got pulled over. I don't know if the listeners know, but New Hampshire Regional Cop Block's Ethan Glover has a wraparound audio and video system where it can videotape the front of the vehicle, the passenger and driver's side, and rear. And actually tells the location and speeds and everything of the whole thing. And that whole video was put onto the New Hampshire Regional Cop Block YouTube channel, and it's actually pretty neat to watch. And it actually shows you the process that we take, and that's one of the subjects we were going to touch on tonight. Is what is Cop Block? What do Cop Blockers do? Are they just a bunch of antagonists that go around and follow and harass police all night, or do they actually follow through with complaints, and do the complaints get any does the police actually listen to these, and are the complaints founded or unfounded? I mean, out of the 35 to 40 that I have here in Keene, I think maybe 7 of them have been founded, which is actually pretty good, because they know you'll take that extra step into, filing complaints and following through. But 91A requests here, it's the Freedom of Information Act statute in New Hampshire, to try to find information from government officials and government agencies in local cities and towns and the counties and the state. So if you want to file a 91A or Freedom of Information Act request, that helps too. And we got a Freedom of Information Act request going out to Concord, which I got the confirmation today to find out if these police officers were talking to each other that night in order for me and Ethan to be pulled over on the way to filing a complaint. So there's a bunch of stuff that's going on there. No ticket was given, and they let Ethan off pretty good. And the video would show that the cop was very respectful. Nothing like the first 2 officers that approached me from about 5 to 10 minutes prior to that. And I wish he was here tonight so he can give his idea on what was going on with that. But it was pretty fun. We went out, and we went out till about 3:30 in the morning. We actually stopped in the Hillsborough area, and then hit Henniker, and chit-chatted with another cop. We were there for about almost 2 hours talking to this guy. And it ended up being a good interaction. I think we have more good interactions than bad, which I like.
With the police?
With the police, and we try to post those as well, so you're not only seeing the confrontation type stuff.
I think that is an important thing to do, because the police here in New Hampshire are, in my experience, they're a bit of a better breed in a lot of ways than some of the cops like down south where I'm from. They're just not as scary here in my experience. We're going to hopefully wrap up some of these technical difficulties that are prohibiting our friends from getting on the air here and being co-hosts with you here tonight, JP. So we'll get that done.
All right, and we'll see you in a bit
on Cop Block Radio.
This Your Family Today tip is brought to you by Stouffer's, helping bring your family together with wholesome dinner options, even on the busiest of nights. Find dinner table ideas to bring your family together at letsfixdinner.com. To get kids involved in dinnertime conversation, ask specific questions, not broad ones. Instead of what happened today at school, try what was the best thing that happened today. The more specific you are, the more they'll have to say. For more tips like these, visit us at parenthood.com/yourfamilytoday.
Hi, I'm Derek J. I don't want a politician to represent me. To me, government is the idea that one group of people can coerce everyone to comply with an edict or face increasing punishments up to and including death. Despite perhaps the most noble of intentions, the best government services are a far cry from what could be provided for by voluntary interactions. Besides, the people who call themselves the government wage wars and put peaceful people in jail for crimes involving no victims. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com. DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit the Liberty Radio Network when you shop at Amazon via shop.lrn.fm.
Are you a political activist who does things that the government might not like? Then this free ebook may save your life. Rats is your guide to protecting yourself against snitches, informers, informants, agents provocateur, narcs, finks, and similar vermin. Rats was written by OG libertarian Claire Wolfe. Rats is a short book, easy to read, and available free in many formats. Download Rats free at rats-nosnitch.com. That's rats-nosnitch.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
Yes, and we're back on the Cop Block Radio Show. We're still trying to figure out how to get Matt and Scott in here. And I want to apologize to the folks. I have literally 4.5 minutes or so to try to gear up. The next story we were supposed to gear up on, Matt knows more about the story than I do, is a deputy got arrested after assaulting a handcuffed inmate. So I'll just read a little bit about that and share you my thoughts on it. I saw this on the link on the Twitter page earlier today. I guess in Pasco County, detention deputy, it says herself was arrested Tuesday, one day after being caught on surveillance video slapping an inmate. The sheriff's office says Corporal Leanne Hinman, 47, was charged with battery after the incident, which happened Monday. According to the arrest report, Hinman handcuffed an inmate who had thrown water on her, then forced her into a chair. The footage then shows Hinman slap the inmate across the face as another deputy approaches. Wow. The inmate was complying, but said something to Hinman, the affidavit states. Hinman leaned in and slapped the inmate across the face with an open palm hand. Now, this is the thing about badge bullies. When they're told they can't do something, they get even more abrupt and more combative. And now, in this case, this deputy ended up using force. Hinman later told investigators that she slapped the inmate because the inmate pinched her as she was being handcuffed. But after reviewing the video, they say her timeline of events did not match up. So basically, they caught their own employee lying. The video disputes that claim, and Hinman was released.
I say thank goodness for video.
Yeah,
because that makes a huge difference in these cases.
It does. Now, what would happen if that wasn't caught on tape? If that wasn't caught on tape or on video, someone gets assaulted, can't do anything about it. It's just her word against theirs. But she was released this morning after posting a $250 bond, which is actually not that much. The sheriff's office that she said that she was fired.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Yay.
Oh, I found my way, Scott. I'm sending you a something now. Wow, this has been an interesting journey to get here. Scott's laughing. He's like, "How did you do this?" This has been freaking ridiculous.
Well, welcome aboard. You're on the air on Cop Block Radio.
Hi, guys.
You want to introduce yourself?
Yes, this is Matt of Carbon County Cop Block. About ready to get Scott of Oath Accountability Project in here. So let me make sure I don't close out the wrong one. How you doing tonight?
All right, I'm here.
All right, you're live on the air.
Yep, we're here.
All right, sorry about that, guys. A little bit of technical difficulties.
What's going on, Mr. Marshall? It's JP.
That's all right.
This is the story that we're reading, that I was reading about now, is about that deputy getting arrested and fired for slapping an inmate across the face.
Yeah.
Corporal Leanne Hinman. And they had the whole video on tape. I was just reviewing that. And the next break, I'll let you guys go ahead and do the intro.
Okay.
About the apps and stuff. So what do you guys think? Do you think that wearing a badge escalates a situation when you're actually being detained or arrested? Say you're an inmate, and you're like, no, you can't do that, or can you please not rough me up like that? Do you think this is common where a badge bully like this actually escalates into using assault of force?
Oh yeah.
Oh, definitely.
There's all kinds of correlations when you're looking at statistics with violence and police officers. I mean, it's like peanut butter and jelly. When you deal with adrenaline all day and you deal with, people that you think less of all day, eventually you're going to get aggressive.
I absolutely agree there. This got me at every point I would have actually hit there. I almost feel blindsided on that one because you guys got me. You took every point I really wanted to touch, but yeah, I agree with you guys completely.
Well, Ian said something. It was great that it was caught on video. I mean, that's the good use about video. I mean, what would happen to this chick, all these people, if that wasn't caught on video, man? I mean, it's just your word against theirs, and you're considered a liar, and then they brutalize you even more.
Yeah. No, that makes. I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I'm having some trouble over here hearing you when you speak. I'm trying to figure it out. I realized I had two different windows open between me and Scott. So
is it okay now?
It's getting a little better. If you're able to drop your bandwidth up top a little bit, so I think I've got mine lowered, and everything, but I have an awesome internet connection, so I don't know if it's my computer or not.
Yeah, I'm having wicked audio issues myself. I've dropped my bandwidth some, so me and Matt, I sound good with him, but unfortunately,
yeah, I'm on a different mic tonight.
Yeah, that mic is not doing you justice, man.
And I'm talking extremely, extremely close.
Yeah, if you could back up a bit, that might help.
We're trying to fix that right now.
Just go. You're on the air.
My voice is actually shot too. So you want to just run into the next story or what?
Yeah, go for it.
Since we're so discombobulated tonight, and everybody's trying to figure out what's going on. But since we're all on and we're chilling and we're talking about badge bullies going after people, why don't you go ahead and tell us about this the charged after surveillance video, the perjury case. The timestamp is 10:47.
Yeah, I'm opening that up now. So it was a Florida cop that was charged after surveillance video exposed perjury. So it was 3 Florida cops have been charged and jailed following weeks of investigation into consistent statements surrounding a drug bust at a motel last November. It was Kissimmee police officer Tiffany Hall, Taylor McAfee, and Felix Escrivera were all charged with official misconduct and suspended without pay on Tuesday because they faced these perjury charges. So,
well, this perjury case, we'll touch on it in a few moments at the Cop Block Radio Show. And again, we apologize for all the difficulties, but we will straighten it out when we come back.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website, fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents. $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that tenth of a calorie it takes to click on something. Facebook.freetalklive.com. Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
Okay, let's hope it's safe.
Okay, we're back on the Cop Block Radio Show, and we are touching on this story about video exposes perjury. And Matt's going to finish the story right now.
Yeah, so basically, Hall had testified under oath that she had saw Johnson Elliott make a drug transaction with another man, and that he had then agreed to speak with her after she knocked on the door of one of his rooms at the Tropicana Motel on West Vine Street. In the charging affidavit, Hall wrote that Elliott was arrested after he confessed to smoking pot and pointed at his stash, which apparently contained 29.9 grams of cannabis. But the man testified in court that he had never talked to the officer beforehand, and the three officers barged into his room. The cops were then exposed after 30 seconds of grainy surveillance video revealed that Hall's version of events were false, and Elliott's felony marijuana possession charges were dropped. So they were caught just lying on the stand. Just one of them decided to roll with a bullshit story, and the rest of them followed.
You know, we had a situation here. It was actually during the James Cleveland trial where I actually walked into a room full of police officers and told them they were breaking the law because they were out there because they got sequestered. Now, if you read the statutes and rules of civil procedure and the administrative rules of trial courts in the state of New Hampshire, when you get sequestered, whether it's police or not, whether it's defendants, petitioners, respondents, or plaintiffs, when they're ordered sequestered, they're supposed to separate. Now, what the county attorney does is put all these cops in one room together so they can confirm their stories. And that's a violation of the sequester law. And one of them actually threatened me, like, you need to leave the courthouse right now. And actually, one of the bailiffs, by the name of Dunn, basically said, no, I can't do that. I'm not going to escort him out of here. So, this is the thing with police officers. Do they get their story straight and all like one big, ducks in a row type deal to incriminate you? It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's all smoke and mirrors, and it's all one big dog and pony show to get the money up out of your pocket. That's it.
Every time.
Now, if more people didn't take a plea and took all these people to court, like every single time, the county would be running out of money. Because instead of making money off of you, they're actually spending money on you. And I've been trying to track this case down, but no defense attorney from the defender's office will comment on why they won't stick up for the people that they're ordered to represent. Because I keep hearing, like on Thursdays when I don't take a plea, I hear all morning long, oh, I plead. Oh, this is a plea. Oh, this is a plea. Oh, he's taking a plea. I'm like, these lawyers don't do anything except sign a consent form saying they're taking the plea. So what the hell is the defender's office there for?
Yeah, I think Matt's experience is a little.
Yeah, I've actually got a different experience with that. But it really does almost prove your point, because Scott and I were so floored when I had a public defender look me straight in the face and say, "We can beat this. Let's take it. Let's take it to the trial."
Wow.
He could have easily pleaded it was a DUI, but he was like, "No, we can beat this. Let's do it."
So I'm not sure about your state. Do they have state funding for the defender's office? Because they do here.
Actually, Pennsylvania is, I think, the only state that doesn't have any. Like, if you're, I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it's still on you to pay it off.
With the public defenders? No, we have public defenders. We absolutely don't have to pay them off. They work it. They work it for the. You have the right to. I mean, that's a fucking civil right. You have a right to be represented no matter where you are.
Yeah, here it's an administrative fee, and there's a whole thing. If you don't pay it, you get a warrant and all kinds of stuff. It's
Oh shit! No, here it's if you can't pay for your public defender, they'll cover it. Like, I didn't have the money to pay for my public defender. Like, he didn't get a dime for me. I think he got like $750 from the state though.
Okay. Well, maybe I was mistaken.
Let's just take a plea, because I want to go to Dunkin' Donuts later on and just do nothing for my job, even though I took an oath to defend my client no matter what.
Yeah, well, they're like, oh well, yeah, I defended them for the 15 minutes I've met them.
How did he do? How did he do when he?
I mean, my case was really pretty decent to defend. It was a DUI case where I got into a car accident, hit my head. I worked on a farm, coming home from work, and it was about 10:30 in the morning. Basically ran my car off the road, hit my head. Cop says that I am not tracking my vision right, so runs me through the whole.
That'll work after knocking your head.
Well, yeah, and he makes me take off my prescription glasses, which I am blind as a bat with when I take them off. Makes me take these damn things off and then do this after hitting my head, and I'm sitting there like, dude, I'm gonna fail this. I can't even see your freaking finger, but they run me through the whole DUI gambit all the way down to taking my blood. Well, I knew from that freaking moment, like, I wasn't smoking anything anytime soon. I hadn't been drinking anything anytime soon. Like, I can't. So I don't. And I knew it. So I had that. When they wanted to go and prosecute me, they had no blood work, but they still, for some reason, tried to press a DUI. And I think it was retaliatory for some of the work that Scott and I do in this area.
Yeah, well, it's what they did is they had this guy that was called an expert, and he came in, and he said that he shined a light in your nose, and he saw something that looked like a crystal. But then your lawyer was like, "Well, did you take a sample?" Well, it's kind of a gray area. Well, did you even ask him? Well, no, I didn't. Like, did it even really exist in the first place? Like,
yeah,
they were trying, and
my lawyer wasn't having it.
Yeah. So some public defenders are all right, but
most of them suck.
Yeah, most of them want you to take a plea.
Most of them suck.
Yeah, man, most of them just suck. They know that they can do the bare, and I mean absolute bare minimum for their client and still get paid.
Yeah, that's going to make a name for themselves,
right? So, what's cool is that in Pennsylvania, part of I guess part of the practice is every so often you have to give a certain amount of community time.
Okay.
And so that's how they get their public defenders.
Oh, I see. So basically it's part of the bar in Pennsylvania where they have to do so many hours in court in order to pass the bar.
I think it's not only to pass, but then to maintain. Like it's much higher to pass like early, that type of thing. Like early on in their career, it's more, and then as they're, they kind of work off their I guess dues. Because I remember reading something about it being like that. It's almost like a do.
A do and a don't. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Did you end up telling the folks about these apps? Because I know we skipped
about Cell 411.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Cell 411. It's a newer app. It's basically covers all your live streaming needs. It also gives you the ability to load it up and tell your friends that you've gotten into a wreck or your cop block, and it is going to save you so much time and keep you safe. So make sure you check out Cell 401 and come back on Cop Block Radio.
If you want to move to the free state and you're looking for some real estate.
Oof, I think we've all had enough of that jingle, don't you? If you're going to invest in property in New Hampshire, it just makes sense to support a Liberty-friendly realtor. Call Mark Warden of Team Porcupine Real Estate for investment property or rentals in the Free State, or visit his website. Come on, you know it.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit, did your nerves spike? You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit. the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
You can connect with the Liberty Radio Network via our Facebook page at facebook.lrn.fm. That's facebook.lrn.fm.
And we are back on the Cop Block Radio Show, the discombobulated technical difficulty one of tonight. And we have Matt.
Hey, I am Matt of Carbon County Cop Block, coming at you live from Cop Block Radio with...
I'm Scott Marshall from Oath Accountability Project, coming at you on Cop Block Radio.
And this next story actually caught my eye earlier, and believe it or not, it was my wife that was talking about it. I guess San Bernardino, the story of San Bernardino. Do you know anything about this, Matt?
Yeah, so apparently there's a lawsuit going on against cops because 450 people were wrongly imprisoned.
Okay.
Yeah, right? So a California man is saying that in federal court in a class action lawsuit against the San Bernardino County, like, holy shit, against their sheriff's department, he was wrongly jailed with 100 people over the last 5 years simply because they are too lazy to utilize available resources.
Huh?
Yeah. As I understand it, they were serving warrants on the wrong people. Like,
yep.
It's just like, yeah, whatever. We got him.
Yep. They're like, oh, there he goes. That's the guy. And they didn't even like run him through a quick check or anything. They're just like, nope, cop's good.
Wow. And this is not nothing new to the two cop lockers or cop watchers or anybody that's in accountability. I mean, they've been doing this shit for years. Getting the wrong house, shooting the wrong person, shooting unarmed people. Oh, I thought he had something in his hand. I mean, where does it end?
Like this guy, he had the same name, but a different birthday, and they didn't use like the fingerprinting or nothing. And he's saying like, I'm innocent. They didn't check. Like, what?
So 450 people are like, F you, we're suing the shit out of you because I was coming home from work or going to work, and you decided to stop me because my car looked like sort of the one that's described in your stupid-ass warrant.
Yeah,
and half of the warrants are probably for victimless crimes to begin with.
Exactly.
Where does it end?
I don't know. Like, I see stories every day of people getting jailed over the dumbest stuff, and it's like now they're jailing the wrong people over the dumbest stuff, and it's a double donkey punch. I don't.
But you do cop log only because you're a criminal.
Yeah, we're all criminals, and if we don't like the police, we should stop breaking the law, right?
You get food stamps, and you're living off of SSI. That's why you do cop block.
Oh yeah.
Oh yep. That's how we
so
all roll.
You must be part of the 450 people going after the police because you're all criminals anyway. Even though they got the wrong person that wasn't a criminal, but you're a criminal and you're taking the taxpayer money from police because you decided to sue them with multi-hundreds. 450 people is not a small number, man.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
no, they're tacking him to the wall.
That's a big chunk of money.
Well, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and San Bernardino, and all those areas down there are really, really bad with cops.
Well, it's their meth problem is what makes the cops really, really bad. And the thing is, like...
Maybe the cops should do some. Maybe you should try some meth.
Yeah, that's
I mean-
gonna make it. That's gonna just solve that.
I
problem.
mean, they don't want to get drug tested. I wonder why.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if they, if they took something that like calmed them down, well, that's the thing. That's the thing. With the whole police and military-minded and combat-oriented thinking and training, I mean, when they gear up like that, they're already wound up like a spring. They're ready to just automatically think you're ISIS anyway.
Yep. Yep. And anybody that's going to stand in their way, they're ready for it. They want you to get out of line because it gives them an excuse to be violent.
Well, they're trained in the same format as every other. I don't know if you guys heard the first story, but me and Ethan had a huge weekend, and I went through the story about the Andrea Wells situation with just a regular citizen trying to capture a police arrest on camera, and the cop came up to her and said, "You're giving me your phone for evidence, or I'm arresting you for obstruction." So when we interviewed a cop, I went up to the cop and did the same thing the cops did. I said, "I smell marijuana coming from this vehicle. Have you been drinking? Is there any weapons in this car I should be worried about?" The cop it didn't seem nervous, but he's like, "Who the hell are these guys?" But he said to us in the later interview that he thinks he has a right to take someone's phone or video recording device if it's used for evidence, and that's not true. That's just simply not true.
Yeah.
He cannot do that. He can't do that. And the same thing with these 450 people. It seems like they had enough.
Yep. You can only push people around so much, and it really is ridiculous that they can't even use a fingerprinting machine. Like, this is San Bernardino. What year is it? Like, come on.
Right.
I mean, this is probably over a couple years, but still, how long have we had fingerprint machines?
Right. Well, that's one of the reasons why I started getting into cop block, because my house was hit, and the person that lived there no longer was there, and they only tried to enter the house because the guy's known last address was that place. They didn't confirm or look at this guy at all, and to later find that he was already incarcerated in Concord State Prison for an unrelated charge. He was already in custody, but they wanted to bust through my house anyway back in 2006.
Wow.
Laziness, that's what
insane.
it is. Or they can eliminate the whole thing altogether by just not entering people's homes.
That would be good.
If it's a person that caused a victim, like stolen or hurt somebody, just get them on the side of the street and become an opportunist. Why do you have to enter someone else's home and put other people's lives in danger for the sake of trying to capture somebody for your case? I think that's kind of selfish, and you're violating other people's rights too. And if there's a toddler or a couple kids involved, they're traumatized for the rest of their life because of their bullshit too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like Baby Bobo, where they threw the flashbang grenade right into the baby's crib.
Oh, that story is a prime example.
Yep.
Yeah, and then they didn't even want to pay. The medical bills were over $1 million, and
Of course they don't want to pay.
We threw a flashbang grenade into the crib of the wrong house. So
But the baby should have been able to move.
yeah,
That's exactly what they said. The baby should have been able to move.
Yeah, and it's sad because now that child is going to be scarred. I mean, anything that has to do with a bang or a smoke, he's probably going to have like PTSD from it. All because the cops wanted somebody that had a warrant for a small possession charge.
yeah, and then the medical bills, and then the legal bills just to try to sue these cops. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, well, I'm fully prepared to prep the legal paperwork for this Andrea because I think what happened to her was wrong. I think the public and or videographers or cop blockers or anybody interested in capturing police, they should be able to do it without being hindered at all. So I made her an admin, an auditor, an author on the New Hampshire Regional FB page. So now she's got that press label, and she could say she was doing it to put them on and now they're violating her free press as well, which is true. I mean, press means public.
Yeah.
It just means it's the public's right to know and to gain information. And to come after someone like that in an area full of free staters and liberty-minded people in Coplock is just pretty dumb.
Right.
But they haven't really met JP up until Friday or Thursday, Friday. Went to the police department, grilled some Sergeant Brennan. And I went there because I got yelled at by another sergeant on the phone, accusing me of being the woman's family member. And I'm like, well, if you don't believe me, I'm going to show up on your door. He's like, well, why don't you then? Like he's calling my bluff. I'm like, dude, I'm JP, man. I'm going to show up.
Yep. Well,
But,
you know what? You should check out Rick Gonzalez on June 2nd. He's having himself a get-together for a Cop Block in Allentown. You should check that out and make sure you come back on Cop Block Radio.
Yeah. In a few minutes.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
The three most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same great prices, and LRN gets a cut. Please do your online shopping at shop.lrn.fm.
In Survivor Max 2, School Bites, Max must scavenge through a wasteland swarming with the undead. Desperate to find the medicine he needs, he discovers a community of survivors at his former school. Has he finally found the safe haven he's been looking for, or will he discover that school bites? Look for Survivor Max on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, and read Chapter 1 at SurvivorMax.com.
More Cop Block Radio is coming up next, live after the news on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Wednesday, April 20th, 2016. Silver is trading at $17.05 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,248 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $438. Antiwar.com reports, with the Iraqi military's own offensive around Mosul almost immediately stalling, U.S. hopes to eventually see the city recovered from the Islamic State are resting more heavily on the idea that the Kurdish Peshmerga will succeed where Iraq's military has failed. That's not coming cheap. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter revealed on Tuesday that as part of the latest U.S. escalation in Iraq, $415 million in cash has been set aside for certain Kurdish Peshmerga units to ensure that those groups keep fighting fighting against the Islamic State. Though the Kurdistan Regional Government clearly has some interest in seeing the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders toured into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. By rule, New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators alleged the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Snyder says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Snyder and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Gilman's Hardware is a local business with a very special story. Although small and family-owned, the storefront operation has managed to consistently exploit and debase its workers just as if they were members of a giant multinational corporation.
From the moment I started the store 6 years ago, I wanted to make sure that every employee here at Gilman's felt like they were nothing more than a cog in a giant machine, just as if they had worked at one of our larger corporate competitors.
Den Blaker said that despite having only 10 employees and a single location, he's managed to implement a number of unique policies to significantly reduce employee morale, including forbidding sales clerks to sit down during lengthy shifts, reducing their number of days with paid time off, and insisting on humiliating pat-downs during lunch breaks to ensure they never felt like trusted or valued employees.
Other small businesses might have given me benefits or, let me take a day off. But everyone here at Gilman's does their best to treat you like you're a totally replaceable tool for generating profit.
This is the Onion News Network.
Dino, yeah.
What's going on with this? Well, come on. It says guest, but I don't know what's going on with that. And we are back. Yo! We got some clarity going on here.
Yeah, finally, we can hear each other's talk. This is going to be a very strong second hour. Sorry about the first hour. We were a little out of sync. But we're coming to you live. This is Matt from Carbon County Cop Block.
This is Scott Marshall from the Oath Accountability Project.
And JP Freeman from New Hampshire Regional Cop Block, and a.k.a. known as Matt Phillips.
Hey, and we are coming to you live. So we're going to jump over to New York City, actually. Have you seen anything about this, Scott? It's a New York City police officer and what they were filmed doing.
Oh, the manslaughter sentence, right?
Well, no.
No.
This is the video that surfaced. It apparently was about around 18 months ago. It was filmed. This car is making its way down the street. And is what you see is this cop grab this woman by the throat, Undertaker style, for you wrestling fans out there. Grabs her by the throat, Undertaker style, and presses her up against the car. And you get a really good close up as they drive by, and even like you can see people's faces on the street, kind of, and they're like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And it just seems like this guy's in a rage.
Yeah,
so
that's what I saw.
He freaked the fuck out then.
Yeah, he was just he just grabbed her like you guys familiar with the wrestler The Undertaker?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got that finishing move where he grabs you by the throat. Like, he didn't lift her up off the ground, but if he coulda, I bet he woulda.
Yeah, but he definitely put some force behind the takedown.
Oh, yeah.
So was there any injuries caused?
I'm not exactly sure. I know that the NYPD they banned chokeholds in I believe it was 1993 that they banned the chokeholds. So it's really I don't understand why you would do that. Like, that doesn't seem like, a tactical move. Just let me grab somebody right up by the throat. It just seems like,
I don't see
a power move.
I don't see it being a tactic at all. I think it's retaliatory, angrily done, and literally wants to hurt this person because of his own personality. I don't think it has anything to do with being a cop. I think he's a douchebag and he's got a badge and he thinks he can.
Yep. And the thing is about this is the statute of limitations has expired, so he's not even going to face any charges anyways. Like, that goes back to these basically they're like a contract. It's like the police officer's Bill of Rights that they have in each state. Like, each state has its own constitution. Well, like these police unions and the Fraternal Order of Police, they've fought to get these police officers' Bill of Rights put in place in each state, or pretty much, I don't know if it's every state.
It's really funny that you're a public official that gets oathed to follow and be ordered around by the public, and to be the public servant, and to become peace officers, and literally try to come up with a Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights, you know what that means? I want to make sure I'm protected when I do something illegal.
Exactly.
Even though I'm oathed. I'm oathed to follow you, but this means I don't have to follow you.
And usually they say things like that after 2 or 3 years, complaints go away. Or if somebody doesn't file a complaint within 30 days of the incident, then they can't file a complaint. And these are all little things, to just protect, to protect these people that get paid so so well in some places, like especially up here. What I would consider to be what a prevailing wage is, and then, why do we pay them so much if they're going to go around being scared? Like, that's the whole point, that we pay them, because they're in danger.
And I bet you a lot of the
decision to take that job too.
Yeah. I bet you a lot of their Bill of Rights too actually goes against our Bill of Rights.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Which has been mandated by Congress, versus a bunch of idiots that want to try to avoid a bunch of lawsuits under their qualified immunities and bullshit.
Yeah, and then anytime that the government starts not backing the police officers, what do? They throw a fit, and then they say, well, we're not going to do our jobs. And it's like, oh, really? Like you were doing them in the first place? Like,
right. They're just like regular corner street hustlers trying to gain revenue. I mean, why do they pull people over for plate lights and one headlight out? They're not doing it for safety.
Or like a demo, like he for not having a turn signal on when he turned into a lane that was beginning, that the construction ended right there. There was no way that another car could be affected by his maneuver.
It's stupid. We got pulled over on the way to file the complaint on those two cops in Concord on Friday early morning because he moved his car.
What?
Yeah, he moved his car. I'm like, wait a minute. Moving a car is a statute?
Yeah.
Or did you just pull that out of your ass? Because I'm pretty sure when you're driving, it's moving.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, what are cars made for? Like, what is?
Yeah, there's no such thing. There's really no such thing. We have a 91A request, Freedom of Information Act request, because we're pretty sure the two officers that I got into it with told the other officers about us, and it was a retaliatory pullover.
Oh, man,
and all of it's on video on New Hampshire Regional YouTube. Every single one of them. That whole night.
360?
What's that?
You get that with your 360?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes. Yeah, the 360's on there and my view. So they got my camera and his. And his setup's great. I mean, New Hampshire Regional Cop Block. When Ethan decided to roll with me, I mean, upgraded like tenfold.
Yeah.
I mean, on our page, I wasn't really paying much attention to it because I'm not a techie. I'm usually out on the ground, and I'm probably too tired to download stuff by the time I get home at 3 a.m. I might drop some videos, but now I'm at the point where I just send it to him, and all of a sudden, almost every single one of our videos is being dropped. So we're producing like 6, 7, 8 videos a week, and it's because he's been driving everywhere, all over New Hampshire. We've been getting into like a lot of these big issues on a weekly basis. So now like our page is blown up. It's got it's heading towards 1,000 subscribers, which I think when I first started, it only had like maybe 2, and not many views because I didn't know how YouTube worked. He understands all that, and now it's blowing up. We got advertisers, we got money coming in. It's crazy when you get somebody that really does the know-how. And I really want to push other cop blockers to actually manage their pages because it gets the word out, shows how corrupt cops are to a bunch of people. And I kind of welcome the critics too, because I want to know what the other side of the public's saying personally about us. I mean, usually it's a character assassination by them, which I'm not too fond of, but to characterize us as having no jobs and stuff like that, I don't think is correct. But, video is important, and if you want to put that video on, you want people to see, I highly suggest you do like a walkthrough on advertisers and how to get more views, and the more you comment on the comments, you get more views that way too. And it's just media is an awesome tool for the public's, fight back. And, the 411 cell 411 is huge, and all the other apps like Waze, and all of them are great. And
Waze, that's a good one.
Yeah, we'll touch on some more of these subjects and some personal subjects like we usually do on the Cop Block Radio Show. We'll be right back. Killing it.
I love My Magic Mud. I drink a lot of coffee. I had stains on my teeth. Then I found My Magic Mud, and I was told it would remove stains. So I paid attention when I brushed the first time. My Magic Mud is black tooth powder, and the difference it made in my teeth in one application was noticeable. With 4, my teeth were as white as you normal folks out there. Please go to mymagicmud.com and buy a jar. There's 150 applications for $25. You can use Bitcoin, mymagicmud.com.
If you're a parent, chances are you know all about the Spooky Truth books. With subjects ranging from shadowy fraternal organizations to mind-controlling TV shows, kids can't get enough of this series of short, scary children's novels.
And Spooky Truth author K.L. Graves is joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Now, my kids just love these books. In just 4 years, you put out 25 books. It came from Tower 7, Curse of the Chemtrails, The Zionist Who Cried Holocaust.
Now, this stuff has really been catching on. Over 40 million copies sold, so many bestsellers out there.
I've been thrilled. Before this series, I was self-publishing pamphlets and handing them out on the train. Now I get emails from teachers and parents all the time telling me that my books are all their kids can talk about.
Oh, well, it's true. My son used to hate to read. Now he's holed up in the basement with these Spooky Truth books all day and night. Says he never watches TV, doesn't even want tap water anymore. He just loves reading so much.
This is the Onion News Network.
Did you know you can get news updates about what's happening with the Liberty Radio Network delivered in the way you prefer? You can sign up for our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. Plus, you can stay in the loop by joining our Facebook profile at facebook.lrn.fm or follow us at Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm. It's all free, so sign up now at updates.lrn.fm for news updates delivered to your email box, facebook.lrn.fm to follow our Facebook page, and twitter.lrn.fm to receive our tweets.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents higher at $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippie! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you got to keep you and your get intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to Cop Block Radio. My name is Scott Marshall from the Oath Accountability Project.
We got JP Freeman from New Hampshire Regional Cop Block, King Cop Block.
And this is Matt Taylor of Carbon County Cop Block. So, since we're back, we're going to talk about an NYPD officer. If you remember him, Officer Lang. we're gonna talk about him now. Do you guys remember him?
I vaguely remember the story. I think we talked about it on the last show I was on.
Yeah, so what it was is in 2014, Officer Peter Lang shot and killed, I want to say his name is Akai?
Akai.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Dead. Guys, I'm not laughing at, I'm sorry.
We are not laughing at your name, sir.
No.
We are laughing at our inability to be and to read names off a piece of paper. So basically, laughing at ourselves.
Yes.
So.
Officer Lang. We're just gonna call him Officer Lang, and we're just gonna refer to our victim as Gruely.
Lang and
Gruely.
Girly.
That's the name. I'm sorry.
Gurley, just to clarify. Girly.
Yep. So, Officer Lang and Landau were on a vertical patrol.
Now, hold on. What does this mean? Vertical patrol?
No freaking idea.
Airplane or drone.
Spider-Man style, like
airplane or drone. It's a drone.
Yeah. Okay.
Or a helicopter.
When Officer Lang, because he was frightened, fired his weapon in the dark. Gurley and his friend Melissa Butler were standing in this stairwell. There were 2 floors below them when Gurley was shot in the chest by a ricocheted bullet. So basically, they heard the officer heard a noise, got spooked, shot his gun. It ricocheted, killed Gurley. That sucks. So in February, a jury convicted Lang of second-degree manslaughter for the death. The police department fired Lang shortly after the verdict. The jury's verdict did not stop cop-sucking Judge Danny Chun from reducing his manslaughter charge to criminal negligent homicide. The judge defended his decision by stating that the prosecution did not prove that the trigger-happy officer created a substantial and unjustifying risk that death would occur. Bullshit, because a death did occur.
He's shooting into the dark, and he doesn't think that that's a substantial risk. Like, what are you trying to accomplish anytime you fire a gun? Like, especially if you're a cop on duty, what are you trying to accomplish when you fire a gun? You're trying to hurt somebody.
Yeah, so Brooklyn District Attorney Ken Thompson suggested a sentence of 6 months of house arrest, probation, and 500 hours of community service. However, Danny Chun ruled today that he will face 5 years of probation and 800 hours of community service. But he's giving him no house arrest. Like, they asked for a harder sentence, and they gave him a lighter one. Like,
yeah.
To a point, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, because if you don't have that house arrest, you've still got probation, so I'm sure it's probably the same time of probation. And a couple months or a couple hours more community service. But at the end of the day, that 6 months house arrest isn't there. So he got off pretty freaking easy. Now the only justice that Gurley's family can receive is from the lawsuit that they filed against New York. But if the cops have their way, the family will receive nothing as they are blaming the victim for being killed.
Always, as always.
Yep.
Victim blaming.
Victim blaming. That's
wow.
Just
victim.
That's the lowest of low.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a peanut. He's a peanut.
A peanut.
That's what I thought he said.
I may have used something a little more harsh, but peanut, I guess, works.
Douchebag peanut.
Douchebag of the week.
I would have given that.
Yeah, have those sound bites, the fart machines, and.
I would have given douchebag of the week to the cop that choked the girl, but that didn't happen this week. We just found out about it. So
the douche cop of the week.
Yeah.
The douche cop of the week. I bet you everybody in Jersey's like, dude, they're using our word.
It's a Jersey thing.
Jersey doesn't need to go to hell. That is hell.
Exactly.
Oh,
God, if you believe in God and God made the earth in 6 days and rested on the seventh, he took a dump and called it Newark.
It's
I'm
like,
just saying. I used to work in Newark.
It's Sodom and Gomorrah in one.
Well, I think L.A. or maybe Hollywood, for that matter, is that.
Probably.
There's probably more STDs going on with millionaires there than there's all Newark and Camden put together.
I wouldn't doubt that one bit.
Here we are having this awesome cop block discussion on STDs in Hollywood.
So relevant.
It's so relevant to what you're talking. I can see all the comments already. What are you talking about STDs for? I got 10 of them, man. I'm still okay.
Yeah. Don't judge me. We're not judging you if you have STDs.
No, not at all.
We are not. We are not. We're making fun of geological areas.
Yes.
And statistics.
Of questionable, sinful, and
so
moral.
People in that area, I guess there's no way to say are bad, because we're kind of just explaining why it's okay to talk.
You know why it's bad? Because the police oppression is higher.
So
when you get more oppression, you get more aggression. And that's a fact anywhere. So Camden and Newark, I am sorry, because the police presence there is insane. Like every 5 seconds you're seeing a cop, and every single one of them are assholes.
Yeah, they're useless. It was 6:30 in the morning, and I was in Camden, and I'm like looking for a bathroom. And if you are on foot,
okay, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you right there. Why in the world were you in Camden? Why was it 6:30 in the morning? And why were you in a bathroom?
No, I was looking for a bathroom, and I had work. I was actually in the wrong city. I drove to the wrong place that morning. But
you think
I parked? No, I was supposed to be there the day before. It's a long story. But anyways, I had to go, and I asked a cop, and I was like, "Hey, where do you think I can go to the bathroom at? Is there like some public building around here somewhere?" And he goes, "Did you try 7-Eleven?" I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "I don't know, man." I'm like, "Where do you go?"
Wow. Does the PD have an open bathroom?
I have no idea.
Open to the public?
Where do you go if you have to go?
But you will never catch me in a public bathroom at 6:30 in Camden by myself without at least a force recon team with me.
The sun was up. I was near Rutgers. It was cool.
And
guys,
we
so
are.
we're gonna see you when we get back on Cop Block Radio.
In a couple minutes. Word 'em up.
Excuse me, is this where I get a license to start a new business?
I wouldn't be hasty. You have to get a license to go out of business, too, you know.
Oh, well, look, I've invented this little anti-gravity machine, see?
Oh, is that why you're walking 2 inches above the floor?
Oh, yes, it's very comfortable. It saves on shoe leather.
Yeah, well, you have to fill out these forms and report to the Human Services Department of Manpower Orientation and register with the Fair Employment Practice Commission, the Wage and Hour Division of the Employment Standards Administration, the State Sales and Income Tax Division, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Social Security Administration of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and, of course, OSHA.
OSHA? I thought that was a little town in Wisconsin.
You'll find out. Say, floating around like that could be dangerous. Have you checked with the Consumer Product Safety Commission?
Well, not yet.
Come to think of it, you actually are flying, aren't you? Look, you need to go over to the Federal Aviation Administration and the Transportation...
It's very hard to get anything done these days if you're in business, but free enterprise built this country. Think what could happen if we don't keep it free. A public service of this station and the Center for the Defense of Free Enterprise, Bellevue, Washington.
We just can't have people floating about unregulated, you know.
Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road Underground Market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org. Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like Do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it. And once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world. So I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here. And I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, add yourself to the Shire map at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.LRN.FM. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market. Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
And we are back on the Cop Block Radio Show, and this is J.P. Freeman from New Hampshire Regional Cop Block at Keene Cop Block and copblock.org.
And this is Matt from Carbon County Cop Block at Scott.
This is Scott Marshall from Oath Accountability Project. That's on YouTube and Facebook, Oath Accountability Project.
That's what I was trying to say until I kind of just ate my own tongue.
We've been losing it tonight.
I have.
Okay, so I got a story here, and this comes out of South Carolina, and this is another story about a police officer that got probation for killing an unarmed citizen. Now, this happened to be an unarmed senior citizen. A former South Carolina police officer pleaded guilty Monday to official misconduct in office for shooting to death an unarmed 60-year-old drunk man after a pursuit. Justin Craven, who was a 25-year-old North Augusta police officer when he shot and killed Ernest Satterwhite. He's sentenced to 80 hours of community service. For shooting an unarmed guy, 80 hours of community service, that seems like that's a slap in the face.
Yeah, it's a slap on the face, and not even.
That's 10% of. That's 10% of what Lang got.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and Lang got off stupid easy. Like, this is horrendous. They're like, oh, this one didn't get major media attention because of Lang. So
3 years of probation. So yeah. I guess what, because there was a pursuit involved, he.
And once again, too, because they're officers, their probation will be like, okay, come in once. Okay, we'll see you at the end of it.
Yeah, it might be unsupervised.
Yeah, most likely.
It might be unsupervised probation for like a year, and you might have to check in once. And it might be one random visit, which he'll probably put down that he visited but never did.
Yeah, or say that it's random, but he knows like 3 weeks ahead of time.
It's funny because accountability with public officials should be more strict because they are doing it knowingly using their position.
Yep. I mean, and this whole thing, it was captured on a dash cam, and it was only released after Craven agreed to the plea deal.
Yeah.
So it reduces charges from felony manslaughter to misdemeanor. I mean, what kind of justice system is this? I mean, who are we protecting and serving?
They're not protecting and serving anybody. What they're doing is they're street hustlers that want to get paid.
They're protecting and serving themselves. The system serves them and nobody else.
Right.
That's
you are
true.
absolutely right.
I mean, this took place in February 2014. They attempted to pull him over because he was driving erratically, in and out of lanes.
So they claim.
Well, yeah,
alleged.
So they claim. And that he refused to stop, and they said that he led them on a wild chase, hitting 2 cars in the process. Who's to say he hit those cars? They like to do that pit maneuver.
And that's the thing. I'm finishing up my law degree, right? And we had to write a story on what they call backing uses of fact with evidence and statutes that backed evidence up. And I'm reading the statutes in New Hampshire, and actually, in writing in black and white, it says that when police or prosecution brings a case, they literally have to prove what they say. A court of law cannot automatically claim that what the cop is saying is the truth just because of his position as a police officer.
Right.
But when I don't take a plea, or when I'm in there during arraignments and shit, I'm hearing it all morning long. It's their word against theirs, but they're taking the word of the officer, which is against state statute. I mean, where is proof in fact?
Right.
I mean, where's the proof in fact? Just because I have a badge, that is proof in fact? Because he's an oath officer? Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. He actually has to prove without a reasonable doubt, with solid evidence, that this person failed to stop at a stop sign in order for me to have probable cause to search his vehicle, and then I find, a half an ounce of weed in his car, and now this person's life is ruined because I decided to lie.
Yeah, and just by the way, since when does it make sense that getting caught with the drug is more dangerous than actually doing the drug?
Well, the thing is, despite drugs, or despite, I know stories of people getting oxycodones and stuff like that and putting them in, different bottles because it's just an easier way to carry them in their pocket or whatever, and they get possession charges even though it's prescribed to them.
Right.
That's not counting those things. But what about the initial stop to begin with? Why were you pulled over first? Because all these cops are doing is assuming that they're going to catch you with something. And 9 out of 10's, the probability of you having something in your car, whether you're a law-abiding citizen or not, or he can plant this shit and you're screwed that way too.
Yep.
And if anybody tells me, oh, they don't plant, they got more integrity, fuck you. No, they don't.
Yeah,
they don't. They really don't have that much integrity. It takes very little IQ power to go to an academy, pass a PT test that and I don't want to pick on people, but an overweight person can do. It's not very difficult.
I just want to say, last time I checked, a police officer was number 4 on the most obese job list.
Mm-hmm.
That's a true statement. True statement.
And that's just numbers. That's not me. That's numbers. So,
and if you get a health nut that's enraged all the time, it's probably juicing.
Exactly.
Because there's a couple cops on the Keene Police Department that are questionable that I always suspected of because of their attitude and the way they flip out so easily and their size. One of them's just absolutely jacked, huge. Veins are popping out. And he's got a short fuse. Very, very short fuse.
Yeah, and why is all of that necessary? Like, the rage and, like, if you want to build a relationship with your community, you have to give the respect that you're expecting to receive. And it's so one-sided with the police. It's not even funny. And then most people will be like, they confuse obedience with respect, and they say, well, you should respect police. And it's like, hold on. Why should I respect them? Do you mean obey them? Because I'm not going to do that either.
Well, I get you've seen some of my videos, and most of the ones that are played the most are the bad interactions, the ones where I'm telling a cop off, even though I have more on New Hampshire Regional Cop Block YouTube page of good interactions more than bad. And then you have that one particular officer that you kind of get along with and you just have a nice chat with. There's actually one here that does more than just a cop. His name's Timothy Peliquin. I wouldn't trust any of these guys as far as I could pee on them. Because of the way they're trained, I just don't trust any of them. I'll be nice to them and polite and respectful a lot of times if they're not doing anything illegal back to me. But this guy he's on he's the head on a board of one of the homeless shelters here, and he does a lot of stuff on not being a cop. I mean that's how you gain doing public service when you do other public service other than walking around with a badge. And I've seen this guy let go tons and tons and tons of victimless crimes on a yearly basis. We just throw it out and it lets him go. And I respect that a lot. But is he doing it to gain the favor of the person later on for a bigger investigation? Probably. Who knows? So, you never know. But I will be nice to them if they're nice to me.
Yeah, discretion, it's a thing.
Well, don't forget to come back and listen to our final story of the night here on Cop Block Radio in just a few minutes.
Don't forget about Cell 411.
Oh yeah, there's Cell 411.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
You can't win if you don't enter, and you actually can improve your chances of winning a prize drawing if you wrinkle up your entry blank. I'm Holland Cook from survivalspeech.com, and I speak from experience. Why this works: if they'll be spinning the drum before drawing, your entry blank will move around more than, and not adhere to, other perfectly flat entry blanks. And if they don't spin the drum and merely reach into a box full of other perfectly flat entry blanks, many of which are sticking together, yours will feel different to the person reaching in. When you win, act surprised. And if you're looking for work, this is a metaphor. For more tips on sticking out in a world where just too much blends into the blah, 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 hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media, and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free, at apps.lrn.fm.
SWCPoker.eu is Bitcoin Poker 2.0, where players can buy chips, play, and cash out anonymously with Bitcoin. No banking, just Bitcoin. Texas Hold'em, Omaha Hold'em, Draw, and many new games, including Chinese poker. SWC Poker gladly accepts players worldwide, and over 2 million hands of Bitcoin Poker have been dealt at SWCPoker.eu. Bitcoin Poker from the brand you trust. SWCPoker.eu.
If you can't listen to the Liberty Radio Network's internet streams, free satellite channel, or radio affiliates, no worries. You can listen to LRN.FM from any phone, anywhere. Add this number to your phone. 213-493-0309. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The Liberty Radio Network listen lines are locked into our stream 24 hours a day. Call 213-493-0309. That's 213-493-0309.
Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and his weird friends.
Mr. Michael Dean, and this is my show, Freedom Fiends.
I love that.
I hope you like it. If you don't, I don't really care. I don't make it for the masses. I make it for the cool weirdos who are up late at night. Insomniacs, swing shift workers, the homeless. Yeah.
People in other countries.
People in other countries who are at their day job that's 9 to 5. Good point. Good point. The unemployed, the underemployed, the worried.
Okay, y'all. Now, if y'all are feeling a little worried tonight and you've got a hamster running around in your brain, we have a solution for you. Just put your hands on your computer or your telephone, and the spirit of the fiends is going to come rushing right through, and it's going to heal you.
Listen on LRN.FM Monday through Friday, midnight to 2 a.m. U.S. Central Time, and weekends, noon to 2 p.m. U.S. Central Time.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
Welcome back, guys. This is Cop Block Radio. My name is Scott Marshall. I'm from the Oath Accountability Project. That's on YouTube and Facebook.
And this is JP Freeman from New Hampshire Regional Cop Block and copblock.org and Keene Cop Block and YouTube and Facebook.
And this is Matt of Carbon County Cop Block of Facebook and YouTube. So, anyways, I'm coming with you to you guys with a story out of Murphy, Tennessee, where parents are livid because students as young as 6 years old were handcuffed and arrested from from an elementary school.
Whoa! That
what?
young?
That young, 6 years old. The reason why is there was a community meeting on Sunday, and the residents of the town said at least 5 children were booked into the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center on Friday after they failed to intervene in a fight that occurred off campus.
What?
Yep. So after watching a video recording of the altercation, police determined that the students had not done enough to break it up and obtained an arrest warrant against them.
Hold on. I've seen this episode before. This is like that Seinfeld episode where they watched that guy get his car jacked and they videotaped it and they didn't do anything and they arrested him. So this is Seinfeld in real life. This is the Good Samaritan law. What the hell?
But
real
6 years old?
But 6?
Yeah, I don't know.
Man, I'm telling you right now, and I don't know if you guys know, but between me and Jess and my 2 adult kids, we got 6 between us and 2 adults. So we got 8 children altogether. I mean, and one of them's 2. 2 of them are 3. We have a 6, 8, and 11, and I'm missing one somewhere because I'm doing this like really quick. But anyways, anybody throw handcuffs.
Where do you find the time? Hold on. Where do you find the time?
Why do you think I'm wiped out 90% of the time? And these stop-free keeners are like, get her job. Yeah. One day in my house, dude, you'll be pulling your hair out. In fact, to believe it or not, I'm loving it. I love my toddlers. I got a stepdaughter that's 3, and 2 stepsons that listen extremely well. Which is 7 and 8. The 11-year-old, believe it or not, is challenging. And my 2-year-old is not challenging. She just doesn't want to do anything without me. So it's very hard to get anything else done with Runa around, which I love. I just, she's my little shadow. And then I have a 3-year-old genius that plays video games better than me on Xbox One. And he's just an electronic nut, and he's my little road dog too. And those are my 2, and I got 4 stepchildren and 2 adults from a relationship I had early on in my younger years. But if anybody slapped handcuffs on them for anything, and brought him to a detention center. Oh, cash in.
Well, listen to this though. Okay, the Murphy or the Murfreesboro police chief assured residents at the Sunday's meeting that an investigation would be launched to examine whether or not the officers did what was necessary or even legal. He said, "We will take a look at this and say how we can do things better." Basically, was one of their official statements. School officials have not commented on the situation, but school safety and education officer Christopher Williams praised the outcome, stating that the staff had handled the situation as wonderfully and as good as they could have. Really?
Yeah. Okay. So
where have we become in a society where a measly fight is a community issue?
Well, I want to see how old the kids were in the fight. Unfortunately, it's not in here. The ones that were fighting, but still, it's even at 6 years old. Really?
Can I make a prediction? My prediction is sensitivity training. I think that's going to be their punishment.
Yeah.
Sensitivity training.
Sensitivity training. Like us not, keeping scores on soccer teams and stuff, right? Because it's just too harsh for the children to deal with losing.
It's
or forcefully changing the whole aspect of doing education like Common Core.
How do you put handcuffs on a 6-year-old? Do they even fit? Do they make handcuffs that little?
It's cruel and unusual punishment, which is a violation of the United States Constitution, period.
They don't understand.
Period.
You know for a fact a child being bound and then led off into a scary cage.
It's going to mess them up.
Yeah, they don't understand.
Yeah, that's going to mess them up.
You know what it's going to do? It's going to birth a whole new generation of future cop loggers.
That's what I was going to say.
Because now instead of getting pissed at the state later on and realizing later on, I mean, they're teaching these kids right off the bat. We're going to take you by force even though you didn't do absolutely jack shit wrong.
That's how you know that, we can't be talked down upon when we describe them as the Gestapo.
It's stories like that just get me wanting to go out and just yell at a cop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, people want to call us instigators. I mean, half of my videos, the cops come up to me.
I fucking hate that. I really hate how people characterize you when they know absolutely nothing about you. And what irks me the most is they do it just to. I mean, if you're an adult and you don't like a show or a movie, what do? You turn the other channel and you don't watch it, right? So if you don't like J.P. Freeman from New Hampshire Regional Cop Block, why the fuck are you still commenting on it after a year of watching my videos?
Dude, I have had people, and I still have people that are going back and forth, and this is 6 months, like that. People are that will argue on my channel for 6 months. Like
I've seen it.
Like what are you doing with your life? And it's on videos where the Constitution is right, but the state law is also right. So you have two conflicting things, and that's what all these people are arguing about. Well, the Constitution says this, and people are like, well,
you know what it is. You know what it is.
It conflicts with the Constitution.
Yeah, you know what it is. They Google all this information. They don't realize it's in a particular state. And they come up with a ton of laws where they know absolutely nothing what the fuck they're talking about, and they try to make themselves sound smart because they got Google on their next window and they're reading statutes and stuff when they really don't know their ass from their elbow, really.
Right.
And they want to try to sound smart to try to mess with you or whatever. I literally had someone yesterday tell me how to try to file a complaint when I've been filing complaints in this state since 2006. I think I know how to do it, dude.
And it's like people want to post the statute that the cop cited, and it's like, oh, you don't think after 8 months, my entire trial and 1,500 YouTube comments that you think you're the first person to show me the statute or this is the first time I'm seeing it. Like, I'm going to read it and go, oh my God, you're completely right. I better stop YouTubing right now. You changed my whole worldview. Like, no.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
just click on another video and keep going.
Yep.
Surf away.
Yeah, I love the ones that want to back this hate group here too, which is pretty funny because there's a lot of false information out there. So it's funny how people that have never even met you want to go off of information from some website, but then again they're saying they don't want to believe your website because it's on a website.
Yeah,
Guys,
the internet
says
that.
We're coming to the end of our show. We're coming to the end of the show here, guys.
Oh.
We should probably talk about some of the sponsors we have before we go off of the air.
Yeah, why don't you do that, man? Let the people know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So first I want to talk to you about copblock.org/store, where you can get all of your cop blocking needs. You can get your shirts, you can get your hat, hoodies, anything you're looking for. You want a badge that says badges don't grant extra rights. It's there with your own very own personalized number. So go ahead and head on over there, and you can also check out Cell 401 for all of your cop blocking needs. You can live stream, let all of your friends know if you're in danger, and everything along that line. And then also check out Waze. If you guys all get connected on Waze, you guys can warn each other where cops are sitting live. So when you're on the road, you can be able to either track them down or stay away. I want to say thanks for tuning in. This is Matt of... Oh, yeah, also, on Monday night, you can tune into Cop Blast Podcast on YouTube and over on Google Hangouts and Google+. It is Cop Blast Podcast with Scott Marshall of Oak Accountability Project and Rick Gonzalez of Allentown Cop Block. Once again, this is Matt of Carbon County Cop Block.
Scott Marshall from Oak Accountability Project.
And JP Freeman.
Take it easy, guys.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way. You can do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me. Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa. Hey. Who do you think you are? Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today. This is...
You ain't going to make it.
Wait a minute. Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable! Why are you running from me? Because you're scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done. Get a great deal. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up in any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm. The Liberty Radio Network presents the latest episode of School Sucks. Listen to more at schoolsucksproject.com.
You folks going past Tishomingo?
Sure, hop in.
How you doing, son? Name's Everett. These two soggy sons of bitches are Pete and Delmer. The only one that remains unaffiliated.
This ain't no laughing matter, Everett.
What'd the devil give you for your soul, Tommy?
Well, they taught me to play this here guitar real good.
Oh, son, for that you traded your everlasting soul?
Well, I wouldn't use it. I've always wondered, what's the devil look like?
Well, of course, they're all manner of lesser imps and demons, Pete, but the great Satan himself is red and scaly with a bifurcated tail, and he carries a hay fork.
Oh, no. No, sir. He's white. As white as you folks. With empty eyes and a big hollow voice. He loved to travel around with a mean old hound. That's right.
He told you to go to Tishomingo?
Well, no, sir. Well, that was my idea. I heard there's a man down there. He pays folks money singing to his can. They say he pays an extra if you play real good.
Tishomingo, huh?
Symbols reveal and they conceal, and that's why they're used and that's why they're so important. They reveal to those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, and they conceal from those who do not have the eyes to see or ears to hear.
Symbols came to have two meanings, the esoteric and the exoteric. The esoteric meaning was the true or original meaning, understood only by a few and closely guarded by them. The exoteric meaning was the invented or modified explanation intended for the many. This practice dates back to ancient Egypt.
It's time that you see that the symbolism is right in front of your eyes. So they're not hiding this stuff. It's right there in front of you. They literally are just flaunting it. You see Katy Perry here. This is from her video, Wide Awake. This doesn't even make sense, people. Come on, wake up here. She's sitting in a mental institution. That's what this is all about. It's a mind control program. And you see her in her wheelchair, like, come on, wake up. She's getting administered satanic mind control program by her handlers. You remember when I just said, remember the handler? There they are. That's her handlers administering the mind control. And the Baphomet head to symbolize the satanic aspect of this high-level scientific mind control that they administer. You even have Lil Wayne promoting the Illuminati mind control. The electroshock therapy is one of the ways that they will break the personality down, creating the trauma-based mind control. Wake up, people. I know this stuff seems way out in left field, revealed, but you for a second sit there and logically tell me what's with all the straitjacket, electroshock symbolism in pop culture. It doesn't make any sense. You're going to sound like a fool trying to explain why all these popular artists are in straitjackets, making songs that are called Crazy, being administered electroshock therapy. Wake up. It's a mind control program. Roseanne Barr, that's an insider testimony. You don't know what's going on in Hollywood. Who are you to say this isn't going on? You don't know nothing. You never were there in a day in your life. Roseanne was, and Roseanne was telling you that this is going on. So you better start waking up. The mainstream media is not going to tell you. So if you're relying on the mainstream media to start telling you the truth, my friend, that's why you're in a delusion. That's why you don't see what's going on right in front of your eyes. That artists are part of this satanic Illuminati program right in front of your eyes. I mean, it's just cool to symbolize electroshock therapy for trauma-based mind control, which is a CIA Illuminati program. And you don't think this world is sick and twisted enough to really do things like this? You need to wake up, my friend. If you don't think we live in a fallen, satanic, evil world, there's children today that are going to get sacrificed. You may not believe in God, but that really doesn't matter. These Satanists do, and they're going to perform satanic rituals and sacrifice children. And this Illuminati cult literally believes in Satan and practices occult Satanism. Period. Whether or not you believe in God, it doesn't matter. This elite group of people are in power, and this is what they practice. This is what they believe. You can check the records of Freemasonry and find that they worship Lucifer as God. You need to wake up. Seriously.
This is the manifesto of Mother Monster. On Goat, a government-owned alien territory in space, a birth of magnificent and magical proportions took place. But the birth was not finite, it was infinite. As the wombs numbered, and the mitosis of the future began, it was perceived that this infamous moment in life is not temporal, it is eternal. And thus began the beginning of the new race, a race within the race of humanity, a race which bears no prejudice, no judgment, but boundless freedom. But on that same day, as the Eternal Mother hovered in the multiverse, another more terrifying birth took place, the birth of evil. And as she herself split into two, rotating in agony between two ultimate forces, the pendulum of choice began its dance. It seems easy, you imagine, to gravitate instantly and unwaveringly towards good. But she wondered, how can I protect something so perfect without evil? It doesn't matter if you love him or capital H-I-M. Just put your paws up, 'cause you were born this way, baby.
My mama told me when I was young, we're all born superstars. She rolled my hair, put my lipstick on, in a glass of purple dry. There's nothing wrong with loving who you are, she said, 'cause he made you perfect, babe. So hold your head up, girl, and you'll go far. There's an umbrella to say, I'm beautiful in my way, 'cause time makes no mistakes. I'm on the right track, baby, I was born this way. Don't love yourself and regret, just love yourself and you said, I
Conspirathon.
So I was going to say this is part 3.
I don't know what part it is anymore. I lost track.
It's actually level 3 of
out of
33.
Like 33.
Out of 33.
Yeah, see? Yeah, that gets into funny places.
We left off last time talking or teasing symbols that appear. They don't appear just in film, but we're going to focus the discussion on film. We see these things in corporate logos, and people see them everywhere. Yeah. We were playing around last time at the end of the last show with this idea that symbols could be used to communicate something subconsciously to the viewer. And then at the end, I just kind of floated the idea it could actually be coded messages for the initiated, almost like these things are a kind of watermark.
Yes.
You know? I think people understand the basics of this. They know the all-seeing eye, but there's quite a few of these, and I thought we could go through them and talk about the occult significance.
I think that's a good place to start, and then we'll end up going into specific films, I think.
Yeah, you know, if we can real quick, I want to address like that idea that maybe it's a message that's not meant for you, or, you know, that's only meant for very specific people and all of that. One of the areas that's interesting to see these without having to watch entire movies, perhaps, is to watch mini films or music videos, as they're called. They used to be called mini films. And in music videos, you see this very, very prevalent in the entire music industry, the pop music industry particularly. It's very, very prevalent. And in fact, there's the video, was it the Video Music Awards? It was either the Video Music Awards or the MTV Music Awards, one of those. But a couple of years ago, there was a performance by Lady Gaga. She was in a white dress at the start of the performance. And then towards the end, like all these, you know, kind of crazy things happen. And suddenly she looks like she's covered in meat. Yeah. Like, and it's very red and all this. And what the narrative was around that, because everybody's like, wow, this is very strange. Like, it looked like she was killed, and then, you know, she's this, like, you know, walking sack of meat, like, almost literally. And the narrative being told to people was that, well, this was you know, like, almost like a PETA type message. You know, it's a message against the cruelty towards animals, or against, you know, it was like a pro-veganism message or something like that.
I would have thought it's like representing how you're treated like a piece of meat when you're a celebrity. Like
sure,
you're sold off by the piece and not as a whole person, and you're kind of commodified, right?
Right, but that's I mean, that's not the official line, you know. But yeah, I could see that. But what conspiracy theorists would say is that this was actually a mock sacrifice, a mock human sacrifice that was being enacted on the stage. So while you're being told, you know, that it's this, and it has to do with, you know, animal cruelty and all that, it's actually, you know, what other people would say is based upon some of the symbols, which we're going to get into. It was actually showing off a mock sacrifice, you know, for the elite to, you know, to enjoy, effectively.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. So there can be, you know, or at least it's theorized, yes, that there are meanings that are shown, even though you get told a complete opposite one by, say, the mainstream media. There is there's actually a very different one, and it's meant for very specific people, because most people aren't going to get that was some kind of ritualistic human sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, as far as symbology of film is concerned, and the conspiratorial symbology, I guess we could call it, the discipline has two different areas of exploration. One is objects and icons,
right,
and the other is stories as symbols.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
So there are some whole movies that we might discuss in this phase that function as, you know, allegories with occult significance.
Sure.
But I think for most people, the easiest thing to focus on, and probably the most prevalent and easiest to identify, is the symbols themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we can break those down, of like each symbol. And I don't know if you can ever make an all-inclusive list. And maybe some people would critique it and say, well, those are so many symbols, they're so broad, they could mean anything and all that. And maybe that's fair. You know, but it's still, I think it's kind of important to break them down. So we can start going down the list if everybody, you know, wants to.
I'm not sure if this fits in here or if it's better to talk about this later, but I'm just going to say it now so I don't forget. When you were telling that story about Lady Gaga, I was thinking to myself, I wonder if the performer themselves is even aware of what's going on, you know, because oftentimes it's some director or somebody who's telling the person, who's telling a model to pose a certain way, or who's saying, okay, this is what we're going to do this year. It's going to be like, your dress is made of meat. It starts out white and then it turns into meat. And Lady Gaga's like, oh, okay. I mean, some people accuse Lady Gaga of being in on it, I suppose, but like it reminds me of this story. So, for example, I have a friend who is just starting out in modeling. He's a guy, and he did one of his first photo shoots, and the photographer that was photographing him. And now this guy is totally not in the conspiracy realm at all. Occasionally, we've like sort of joked about it in the past, because I knew he was a model or he was getting into modeling, but he really is. It's not on his radar at all. So he sends me. He's like, "Do you want to see the photos from my photo shoot?" And I said, "Yeah." So I look at the photos, and there's one where he's just covering one eye, and then there's another one where he's covering one eye with his hat.
Yeah,
and there's a few of them like that, and I'm like, "What was going on there?" And he goes, I don't know. The director just told me, like, well, okay, now cover your eye. And I'm like, you didn't think that was weird? Like, why would he ask you to cover your eye? And he's like, I don't know. He knows what looks good.
Well, this is not a new craze either.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to take this back in this show in a film analysis to 1927 at one point.
Yes.
That's my earliest example of the one eye.
It's pretty hard to argue, like, even before... we've said on the show before, like how I became aware of all this stuff was like through a conversation with Brian about it. And at first, when we were talking about it, I was like, oh yeah, right. There's no symbol. I don't see any symbols, you know? And Brian says, okay, well, go to Walmart and look down the CD rack. How many of the album covers have the artist covering up one eye, or one eye is highlighted more than the other, or there's something over one eye or a mask or something? And I thought about it and I'm like, okay. And then he goes, you get Victoria's Secret catalogs in the mail, because, yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm.
The next Victoria's Secret catalog that comes in, open it up and look at the models and count up, you know, how many of those pictures have them covering one eye with their hair or turned to the side and you only see one eye, or they're wearing a necklace of an eye or something like that. And I did that once, and it was really weird. There's at least one on every page.
Yeah, it's interesting that it would be so prevalent, because you could talk about it as having some kind of aesthetic appeal, but it definitely breaks the symmetry of a face, and they say that's one of the things that is attractive is symmetry. So
that's what I thought at first. I thought maybe it's just an art thing, like, you know, when you take a picture you try to break it into thirds, and that's like photo composition, right? You have something on the third line, and
yeah.
But why would a one eye be beautiful? And sometimes it's not beautiful. Sometimes it looks really weird the way it's done.
So it brings up another question that we were kind of flirting with in the last show. Do we have an innate response to certain visuals?
Mm-hmm.
And you even talked about this evolutionary drive to resist snakes.
Yeah, snakes and spiders, yeah.
So do these kinds of symbols and icons and objects, do they recur so frequently in places like fashion or music or film because they communicate something to us subconsciously beyond the occult? Or are they put there, I guess, as occult messages, or as, even if you want to go a little further, a kind of occult programming? So this is all going to be explored, I think, through discussions of the symbols and what they mean. But you do raise an interesting question, like, how do these things wind up in films?
Yeah.
Because so many people are involved, right? It's not like a conspiracy of everybody on a music video set or a film set to work together. So one of the things that's always very dubious is like, well, okay, who's the one inserting the message?
Where does it come from? I haven't been able to find an answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to implement because in the entertainment industry, in the various aspects of the entertainment industry, it's heavily unionized. And I'm not, making fun of unions or anything, but unions have standards that you have to do. And I mean, it's just as easy. My point being is that there are so many standards within the entertainment industry that get laid out very quickly, that I think if there's like a requirement for this kind of shot or something like that, there's an easy way to disseminate, requirements of what you want in whatever aspect of entertainment that you're looking at. Because I get that critique is that it's like, well, how are there just, how is this so prevalent? How do so many people, say photographers or whoever know that that's just what they need to do, or that they want them to, to take that shot with the one eye or something like that. I think really the infrastructure is in place to, if that's what needs to be in a shot, in a film, whatever, it can be told that's got to be in there.
Yeah. A lot of it would be accomplished through writers.
Yeah.
And you see, and we'll talk about this after we go through the symbols, is stories as symbols, not just objects as symbols. There's a lot of writers' names that will appear again and again in similar types of I would say, agenda-driven films.
Sure. The list of symbols that I drew up, it sort of falls in line with MK Ultra. Like there's some importance to that as to where some of the meaning of some of these symbols come from. So I don't know if we can break into that at some point, but the all-seeing eye does not require that. Like, there's no need
we'll
for
probably
discussion
end up talking about it
Yeah.
as it pertains to Hollywood. But yeah, there's sort of categories of these symbols. Brian and I discussed this off the air, and there's some that relate to sort of the MK Ultra mind control realm, but there's some that relate to Freemasonry, and there's some that are just sort of ancient, maybe religious symbols.
Yeah, which I know trauma-based mind control is listed in some of the clips you've played in previous Conspirathons.
Right.
Which that's what that would be relative to. But the all-seeing eye is a very, very old symbol.
Until quite recently, the $1 bill and various resources associated with Freemasonry and black magic were the only venues the all-seeing eye had. And then, something happened. Use of this once guarded symbol skyrocketed, despite the fact that its meaning remains veiled to the masses. It appears as the logo of the American Total Information Awareness Office, Great Britain's famous MI5, cathedrals, and of course, Freemasonry. The all-seeing eye has also undergone a pop culture explosion and, as of 40 years ago, has appeared in more than 30 major films and television shows. What we see is simply a series of movies and TV shows that all, in some way or another, contain this enigmatic symbol. But how is this symbol used? The most common use of the all-seeing eye in movies associates the symbol with the villain, and the most glaring example is the cartoon TV series Minoritine. Minoritine is a Cartoon Network television show about a group of minority superheroes comprised of a black guy, a Jew, a Mexican, an Indian, and a wheelchair-bound Chinese guy. The villain of the show, a man called White Shadow, has a pyramid for a head. The White Shadow, together with his racist gang, make a career out of attacking and defaming minorities. The heroes of the show, the Minoritine, usually thwart the evil plans of the White Shadow. The show is loaded with racist jokes and innuendos. The pyramid and all-seeing eye are blatantly expressed on the face of the central villain. Batman Returns, the second movie in the modern Batman series, is about Batman versus the Penguin. In the film, the Penguin has revealed himself to the people of Gotham City after spending a lifetime living in the sewers. Gotham becomes enchanted by the Penguin, and soon the Penguin and another villain named Max Schreck begin planning the Penguin's mayoral rise to power. By the end, the Penguin betrays Schreck, and Batman defeats the Penguin and his army. In a scene where Batman is attending a masquerade ball of Gotham's elite, the all-seeing eye and pyramid are seen on a turban worn by Max Schreck. Watchmen is about a disbanded group of superheroes who are brought back together when they discover that they are being targeted by someone who knows their true identity. Rorschach, a superhero who continued to fight crime after the Watchmen organization was disbanded, stays firmly on the trail of these recent assassinations. Near the end of the movie, a terrible revelation is made as the remaining Watchmen find out that one of their own, a former Watchmen superhero named Ozymandias, has betrayed his friends and is behind the murders, and also intends to conduct a major terrorist attack where millions will die. This villain, Ozymandias, is obsessed with Egyptian motifs, including pyramids, and wears an all-seeing eye on his belt. A Scanner Darkly is about a dystopic future where America is a police state and many people are addicted to an epidemic street drug named Substance D. Although it is claimed that Substance D is being manufactured in foreign countries and shipped to America, the viewer and the movie's main character, Robert Arctor, eventually learn that the plants used to make Substance D are being grown by the very organization who claims to be fighting Substance D addiction. At the beginning of the film, the all-seeing eye and pyramid is seen on the t-shirt of a character played by Robert Downey Jr. This character betrays his friends and is a heavy user of Substance D himself. The Man Who Would Be King is about two Englishmen who, after being declared criminals by the British Empire, conjure a plan to travel to a far-off and primitive land in the hope that they could arrive and rule the primitive population. The all-seeing eye is first seen on a charm together with the Masonic compass. This Masonic charm, which they first tried to steal, was eventually given to them. When they arrive to the primitive land of Kafiristan, the charm is spotted by the locals and acknowledged as a divine emblem that catapults one of the movie's main characters, Danny, into instant rulership. Disaster begins to befall Danny's kingdom, and soon the native holy men turn against Danny and his rulership.
They're Masons. By the square, by the level, by the plumb rule, by the compasses, and by the all-seeing eye. The craft, Danny, the craft.
Similar to The Man Who Would Be King, Stargate is about a guy named Danny who was given a charm adorned with the all-seeing eye. Danny, along with a chaperone of soldiers, arrived to a primitive land where, just like The Man Who Would Be King, the locals noticed the charm Danny was given and mistake it for divinity. Ra, the villain of Stargate, receives word of Danny's arrival and attempts to kill the soldiers that arrived with him. Danny would lead the natives, along with the remaining soldiers, to victory against Ra. The 2009 movie, Men Who Stare at Goats, is about a disbanded group of psychic warriors who once worked for the army, but whose unit was later decommissioned. These psychic soldiers call themselves the Jedi, and hold the all-seeing eye and pyramid as their insignia. The villain of the movie, who was once a former member of the Jedi, has revived the disbanded army battalion and plans to use it for more nefarious purposes. Predictably, the good remaining Jedi foil the plot of their old colleague and expose his activities to the world. The movie was obviously borrowing from George Lucas's Jedi, but even George Lucas was borrowing the concept of the Jedi. Jedi comes from the word Dijedi. Dijed meaning spinal column, and Dijedi was the name of mystic priests in ancient Egypt who practiced alchemical magic to give themselves new powers.
And as to its origin, you get a couple different takes on that. There's the Eye of Horus, the Egyptian god, or the Eye of Ra. Most people know it for perhaps like from the Stargate films. There's also, it could be attributed to the Eye of Saturn, which Saturn worship may be to some degree the original. Some people argue whether or not that's the original religion. And that's where a lot of things we have come from, like wearing rings. That's a concept from Saturn, which is interesting. Kind of a side note, Americans wearing rings was not commonplace until after the World Wars. Like married people never wore rings in this country. That's a very new thing. And even in Judaism and Christianity, the concept of wearing rings was considered pagan. Like it was not a good, it was anti-God. It was not a good idea to wear rings. So anyway,
there are so many pagan traditions that got adopted by Christians. I mean, like we were talking about Holly in the last Conspirathon in the context of Hollywood and the name of Hollywood and using magic wands and so forth. Look at all the Christmas traditions, the Yule log, the use of decking the halls with boughs of holly, right?
Mistletoe, making people want to get
kiss,
it on.
Yeah. Or do more than kiss, yeah. Even Easter, Easter eggs, right? What does that have to do with like Jesus rising, right? It's a fertility rite.
Right, exactly.
Bunnies, right? What do bunnies do? Well, they like bunnies,
Yeah, which I mean brings up the overall point that a lot of these symbols that we're going to mention seem to come from either a bunch of religions or like maybe there was some kind of what Christian theologians would call a Prisca Theologia, an original religion that existed at one point. Of course, in this case, depending on what side of the fence you're on, and we're not even on the three of us, I don't think we're even on the fence, whether it was evil or not, this original religion.
We're up in a spaceship above the fence.
It's interesting too that a lot of people who study the occult say that in studying history, we get this view that like one religion kind of rips off another one.
Right.
Rips off is a little strong of a word, borrows.
Sure.
The Greeks originated a lot of this pantheon, and then the Romans borrowed them and renamed them. There's some connections between Greece and ancient Egypt, but a lot of people who study the occult say, no, it's the consistent telling of the same story that predates all of those religions, these ancient mysteries. right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's true. I mean, and even, a lot of people feel that, I want to address this because a lot of people think that some of these symbols or some of these words, terms, stories, like that it's not possible that they could have skipped. Like, we mentioned earlier, like pagan, like Easter, the eggs and bunnies and all this stuff, these symbols of fertility. There was a very popular quote unquote debunking that was laid out maybe a year or two ago on Easter, because a lot of people are saying, well, Easter is representative of Ishtar, it's representative of fertility, and even
Ishtar is the Sumerian goddess, right?
Yes, yeah. Ishtar is the or Inanna. She has a bunch of different names, but anyway, but the story is the same. That there's this rebirth and revitalization and fertility and all that. And so there was this debunking, and the debunking goes like this. The idea is that, well, okay, maybe the word Easter has an older meaning, and that would be Easter or whatever, which is like this an English word from a few hundred years ago. It's just Easter with like an O in the middle, however you want to pronounce that. And they said, and there's no way, and this was the claim, that there's no way that a word in England, in English, could have skipped from Egypt or Akkadian or Sumerian or Mesopotamian to that. Like that's just not possible. Nothing skips entire generations of culture or language like that. This is the debunking that Easter is not related to Ishtar. Personally, myself, I said that's absolutely not true. That things, words, terms, symbols, stories won't skip cultures. And it was very simple, especially just using a word with Ishtar. Okay, going to Easter. So let's say the latest used was Egyptian. So, if you were actually, you have a book in front of you, Brett, like that has what inside of it? What comprises a book?
Pages, words.
Paper, right?
Paper.
Yeah. So where does the word paper come from?
Paper.
It's okay if you don't know.
Papyrus.
Yeah. So it comes from papyrus. Now, is papyrus Latin? No, the Latin word for paper is carta. That's where the term Magna Carta comes from.
Yeah.
Okay. So where does papyrus come from? It comes from the papyrus reed. And who used the papyrus reed? That's the Egyptians. Papyrus is the Egyptian word for paper.
Yeah.
But wait a second. I thought, according to this debunking, you can't skip entire generations. Like paper, we should be calling paper carta or carpa or something like that. You know what I mean? Instead of paper based off of papyrus. But no, it's because absolutely these things will skip entire continents. Words and ideas and usage can skip entire continents, cultures, languages, etc. Paper completely debunks the idea that somehow, these terms can't just travel throughout history. Absolutely they can.
Well, yeah, we also have these historical revivals that are large scale, like the Renaissance, but even small scale and occult, like Crowley. Right. And the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which goes searching back through history,
right,
for these mysteries to reincorporate into a new religion. But when you have the Renaissance happen, starting maybe in like the 1400s, you're going back over 1,000 years to get ideas and possibly vocabulary. So absolutely, it's possible.
Yeah, without conspiracy. Like there's no need for it to be like, it's just, yes, that historically has been done.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea that there's this old religion, that's where a lot of these symbols, that we're going to be discussing, I think, may originally come from. Some of them would be newer.
So maybe Saturn worship was part of this old religion?
Yeah, well, like I said, it could have been one of the original ones, or like it could have been the original religion. Prisca Theologia is I'll just use that term as a common base. And so the all-seeing eye, would likely come from that. As far as what it means, I mean, is it representative of Saturn? Is it representative of Satan? Is it representative of Ra, of Horus? That's kind of up to debate, but it is a symbol that's been used for an exceptionally long time and has been used mainly by, occult, esoteric traditions throughout the centuries.
Well, it communicates the concept of an overseer.
Yes.
The pyramids are not just in Egypt. They appear in Freemasonry. They appear in a lot of Illuminati diagrams that I've seen for like a preferable structure.
Yeah, it's a symbol of power.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, with what we know for sure about what the Bavarian Illuminati, of the 18th century, what their goals were. The idea that the pyramid was representative of hierarchy, of like a pyramidal, the pyramid of power, like the idea that, there's one man at the top and all this stuff, that doesn't make a whole lot of, that doesn't gel with what we know of the Illuminati, because they were trying to get rid of hierarchies, monarchy and maybe the rest.
Well, but there's also a kind of esoteric power or esoteric privilege that could corrupt, right? Which is what a lot of people would say happened with the Illuminati. And these were suspicions that were directed towards, Freemasonry or secret societies generally is that they're up to something and it's bad.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Which could have been they're up to something and it's anti-Christian, so therefore bad or satanic. But would there have been over time, and we might get some crap for this later on, saying that the Illuminati as it originally existed in Bavaria was kind of benign?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Especially considering our political viewpoints.
Right.
Yeah. and religious viewpoints, we would say this is not. But having that kind of structure, having that kind of secrecy, being a society that attracted privileged people already, could it have just naturally corrupted itself from within, to the point where it's like, okay, we're getting rid of the monarchy, we're getting rid of the church, but nature abhors a vacuum. Folks.
Yeah. Well, we're going to replace it with us.
Yeah. It's like the old Frank Herbert saying, absolute power attracts the corruptible.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's, and if there is a vacuum, there is a vacuum of power, perhaps, but I mean, well, anyway, this is to remind you that God is always watching, but that doesn't mean, God is in Yahweh.
Okay.
God is in the Tetragrammaton. It could be God is in
someone very powerful.
Yeah,
something,
God is in Horus. God is in whatever.
Could we
something bigger than yourself?
Abstract that to taking the word God out. You are being watched.
Yes.
He's making a list, checking it twice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and yeah, see, you can go so far with this. You can just keep running because, throughout the Old Testament, as it's known, or when I grew up, it was called Torah, there is this concept of the Watchers.
Mm-hmm.
That is throughout the text. And usually most modern Bibles don't translate it literally to that, but it's there. There are these...
The Nephilim?
Well, there are these things called the Watchers. I mean, it might be, the Nephilims, they might be related to that. But yeah, so there's something watching. Yes, that is what that symbol means. And it's ironic that it gets used in 1984 and all that. I mean, this one eye certainly gets used quite a bit.
Has there been sort of an attempt has there been like a take back movement, because I'll see sometimes an eye enclosed in a triangle, right? Mm-hmm. And when the base of the triangle is down, it means someone's watching you from above, right? Someone's looking at you and Big Brother, basically. When the pyramid is flipped upside down, when the point of the triangle is toward the bottom and the base is at the top, it's the other way around. It's turning back. It's watching the watchers, right?
Yeah, there's people who turn it upside down and use it as a symbol of like anti-oppression.
Right.
Yep, that certainly gets done.
But if it's a symbol and it has some archetypical meaning, maybe that's pointless, right? Which way the triangle faces.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to know that.
Yeah.
Whereas you don't have to really know what the eye means necessarily to feel the eeriness, like Brett did when he was 5 on the dollar bill.
Right.
Sure. I think it's important too that it's put into a pyramid because that brings on the clarity in that this is representative of like an Egyptian religion. Like, I mean, pyramids and Egypt, I mean, that's very, even though there's pyramids all over the planet, that's pretty easy. So, so that's where, with the all-seeing eye, that's where this all kind of starts, is that it is looking back to, to the time of Egypt. Mm-hmm. And, like with Aleister Crowley, what was it? Thoth. He did the tarot cards that were all based around the supposed Book of Thoth. And that Thoth is an Egyptian character. So a lot of this,
the god of knowledge, right, in Egypt.
Yes, yeah,
and medicine and
right.
Everything.
So a lot of this does go back to that, and I think we're going to see the importance of that as we carry on. Again, I think it's important. All these symbols that we're breaking down, well, at least quite a few of them, come from a Christian perspective.
Indeed.
Before we get into another symbol, if I could bring up another point, there's a great book called Battling the Gods, and the author's name's escaping me. But it's very new, but in it, he is laying out the case that atheism is just as historically natural as belief, as religion.
Sure.
And in fact, it was far more accepted by historical documentation that we have from the Greeks and even further back and the Romans and so on, that atheism was or the idea, the lack thereof of a supernatural is as common to human belief as not. And because I think a lot of people with, this Satanism theme that we're kind of covering to some degree in this series, lays out that atheism is a new thing. Like that this is that there were no atheists 100 years ago or 200 years ago. I mean, yeah, you have Voltaire, but over the centuries, it's not a common thing. It's a very new development, and it's all a byproduct of Satan and of the occult and of all this. But that is, I do recommend the Battling the Gods, because it really puts that to rest. That no, there have always been atheists. They are mentioned by every religion. That they're not that they're just non-believers, but that they don't believe in any kind of divine hand.
Yeah, throughout time, people probably just got less attention because they were less dicks about it.
Yeah,
than they've been in the last 15 years or so.
Right. Yeah, so it's important to bring up too, while we're talking about any, kind of states of nature or anything, or the idea that like there's just a supernatural aspect to some things, that certainly atheism is as natural to humanity as anything else can be.
I believe it, yeah.
Yeah, and I would argue it is the natural state, but that's...
Well, it goes back to what we talked about in the first installment of this Conspirathon, which was, there's just the spectrum between people who have more faith or people who are more trusting versus people who have less likelihood to believe what they hear and who are more skeptical.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, but that's got to be a product of nurture,
Yeah,
that range.
Some of it, but there's always a range of every trait, I feel like, with humans, and all those traits combine to make unique personalities, but everybody's somewhere on a spectrum of certain traits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So another symbol, shall we?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Let's do the pentagram. That's a good one.
Whoa.
The Cartoon Network has a new show called Mr. Pickles about a boy and his dog who live in a small town, only the dog likes to murder people for fun in horrific, violent, and graphic scenes like this, where he's seen celebrating after having decapitated a bunch of people, or this scene where he's shown sitting on his throne or on his doggy bed, which has a satanic pentagram painted in blood behind it and on the floor. The show is part of the Adult Swim segment. Here's a commercial that was advertising the season premiere, which kicked off a few days ago. Give your soul to Mr. Pickles, it says, flashing a satanic pentagram and the popular Baphomet picture, which you may have seen floating around the internet. Of course, this is all part of the externalization of the hierarchy, part of promoting Satanism as cool, and the dumbed-down, degenerate public will no doubt flock to Mr. Pickles.
Yeah, I mean, the pentagram, so now this is geometric shapes. There's a few different symbols that fall under that. Like there's the Star of Ishtar, which is the, eight-sided star, right? Yeah. You have the Star of David, which that's a whole other can of worms on its own. But the pentagram is the one, the Star of Ishtar, well, we can break down kind of all three. Like the Star of Ishtar is supposedly representative of how Venus looked in the sky. And Venus is a very important aspect of ancient religions and of a lot of occultism.
What does that really boil down to? The significance of Venus?
Venus is a bright planet.
Yeah, well, Venus has a very well-known cycle.
Yeah,
like every 40 years. I mean, like people navigated, people planned their, perhaps when civilization started thousands of years ago, they would base their crops around the cycles of Venus because it's so predictable. It's a great way to map time. It might have been the original way that people mapped the forward motion of time. So Venus is really important. So to have that be like this really concrete symbol of the forwarding of, I don't want to say of an agenda, but of life, it makes a lot of sense that it would get used. So the Star of Ishtar is very important, and thus, attaching it to Venus, the bringer of life. I mean, the bringer of life, generations, our generations are based upon the cycle of Venus. The idea of 40 years is, that's the concept of a biblical generation. All of these things are based, all that numerology is largely starts with Venus. So very important. And the goddess, such an important goddess like Ishtar as she was, she's the most storied, of the original original pantheons that we know. It makes sense to attribute her.
And Venus would be the Greek or the Roman?
Roman.
Okay.
Right. But again, those are just names that just change. Story doesn't change, the names. Yeah.
Right.
So that's where the Star of Ishtar would come and what that represents. The pentagram, I think, equally has or it can be argued that it equally has a physical representation, and that would be of the goat.
Okay.
Because, you have the two horns. And horns actually in Judaism are representative of wisdom.
Is that called the pentagram, or is that called the inverted pentagram?
That would be the inverted pentagram because it's a 5-pointed star. The one point is down in the goat
in the inverted
face. because the two ears are pointing up.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that the symbolism would delineate between the two, or differentiate between the two. Like would it matter if it's up or down?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's where I think that comes from. And I mean, the goat. Before we get into the other symbolism of Baphomet, which is the goat god.
Yeah.
The idea of sacrificing goats, of human sacrifice or of animal sacrifice in this case, like goats, that is prevalent throughout history. I mean, and the goat gets used as, in place of like an ugly face for Satan. I mean, it gets used all across the board. Again, the goat, while in Judaism is very, is a holy creature because it's something that gets sacrificed to God, and it has a very sweet, I think the Bible says, a sweet savor to the Lord. When you sacrifice a goat, yeah, it does get. Later on, as Catholicism comes into play, it does get twisted, just like goat horns, just like horns do. Like I said, in Judaism, horns are seen as wisdom.
Yeah.
Now they're seen as evil, as a symbol of evil, and that is completely due to Christianity.
Even Baphomet.
Right. How did that get twisted? That's a history lesson in itself. This battle between these occult groups and, say, Catholicism or, say, Christianity in general. I think the goat might have just been so popular with paganism that it was a symbol they had to let go. So that's what that the pentagram. I mean, and you can get into there's a lot more modern representations of that. I mean, and there's even goat gods like the goat of Mendes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Pan.
Pan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have a lot of this. So that's really what I think the pentagram is all about. Is it's a symbol of the goat god, whatever that be, that Baphomet, the goat of Mendes or whatever.
In modern times, it's certainly taken on this connotation of, well, I guess this comes from a Christian perspective, but like witchcraft or satanic stuff.
Yeah. Well,
and especially in so-called inverted pentagram, where the one point is pointing down, looking like a goat face.
Right.
That is like black magic, or, some people would say that. But it sounds like that may be more modern when we're talking about the symbol in the ancient context. It's all those things that you just described.
Yeah,
right?
Sacrifice, goat of Mendes. I mean, in the more, some people say like, well, it's representative of Satan and it's his horns piercing through heaven. I mean, there's so many stories, but that's what
it might have had its origin in tarot, actually.
Sure. So so again, it's important to reiterate that a lot of this is coming from the Christian viewpoint, like what these symbols mean.
Okay, so when we talk about Baphomet, who is for the uninitiated? Who
we're initiated?
They shouldn't be listening.
Who is Baphomet?
Baphomet is, so the Christians would say that it's a representation of Satan or Lucifer.
Right.
Anyone outside of that, or say somebody that looked kindly upon Baphomet, it is something that features in some works that are of dubious origin within Freemasonry.
And the Knights Templar.
And what Baphomet represents, it has a goat head, okay, and it has a human body. But it's not just a human body; it's a mixture of a male and a female body.
Yes.
And what this is representative of is dualism. Evil. And dualism is good and evil, good versus evil, and that creates like a monist system.
Right. It also has a very familiar pose. So people who might have thought they didn't know what we were talking about are now
You've
starting
probably
to see this.
seen it. Yeah.
Yes, and if you're listening at home, just take one of your arms and kind of make an angle and point up, maybe at
make like a piece. Well, what is the two fingers?
I would say you could do it even without fingers. Like the arm gesture is what's important.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe so your left arm kind of at a 90-degree angle pointing up, and your right arm pointing down. I think this is pretty accurate.
Yep, you got it. As long as something's pointing up and something's pointing down.
Mm-hmm. Right. And the significance of this is as above, so below.
Right.
So that's the dualism there, you think?
That could be part of the dualism, not just good and evil. But yes, that could be the dualism. And the as above, so below, like that. I mean, that's a...
Gosh, mirrors. Originally, the only mirrors would be people looking in water.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where that... Well, and that's where some say the Star of David symbol came from, is that it's actually two triangles, one pointing up and the other pointing down,
yes,
representing as above, so below. And in fact, one of the more esoteric versions of the Star of David, which shows it as what's called the Seal of Solomon, it actually shows it as a reflection on water, much like you're saying.
Well, it would make sense, especially considering its age as a symbol, as above, so below,
right,
being signifying a mirror, because when was glass invented?
Very recently, yeah.
Or
maybe there was beach glass, but it wasn't really a mirror.
But you're right, yeah.
I would think most people seeing a mirror image of themselves
would be in water.
Would be in water, as above, so below.
Yes. Yeah, right, understood. So, yeah, that phrase has a lot of, I think, is the underlying core. If we're talking about this alternative religion, there's Christianity, and then we'll say there's this alternative religion that supposedly uses all these symbols, right?
Yeah.
Both of those have, what is the aims of these, these religions? Both of them actually have kind of the same goal, and I'm sort of jumping way ahead here, but Christianity, the purpose of Christianity is to, act pleasingly towards God, so that the future kingdom, New Jerusalem, can come down and all this.
Right.
And the earth will be, 1,000 years from now, whatever, after the millennium, the earth will be as God wanted it. It'll be a paradise. The opposing religion, this esotericism, this occultism, has the same exact goal: to make the earth pleasing to their God. And so this as above, so below, what you do on earth. And actually, there's even a verse in the Bible that says, of course, it's a pro-Christian verse in that case, but what gets bound on earth will be bound in heaven. Okay, I think that might be out of Matthew. But anyway, that idea is true for the occultists as well, according to Christians, or even according to some occultist works.
What about the idea from the Bible that man is made in God's image?
Yes.
Would that be an as above, so below thing? Like like earth is a reflection of God.
I don't know
humans
if
are a reflection of God.
Yeah, I don't know if that would. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Most of the other ones seem to incorporate some kind of human action in that phrase, right?
Yes.
Like something, a human does something as above, so below.
Yeah. So the idea is like they want, this occult group would like to have their God be closer and empower them more, and so they need to make the earth. Like that's apparently the whole goal. This is that satanic conspiracy, is they're trying to make, everybody worship Satan. They're trying to make the earth a paradise in Satan's eyes, as compared to the Christians want it to be a paradise, via God, via Jesus.
Now it starts to make sense.
Yeah. So the as above, so below is the idea that what you do here will be representative of what heaven does upon you. And that's.
So the conflict could be relatively recent, in that maybe the embrace of some of you, Stephanie, you talked about the resurgence of this Wiccan practice being like in the 1970s.
There was an upswell of it in America in the 70s. Yeah.
Which is around the same time that people in Hollywood and elsewhere got very interested in the occult, in a time of cultural revolution and youth rebellion.
Right.
Right. So, maybe a lot of the more... what people, through the Christian lens, was considered deviant behavior, sexually or, hedonistically, was attached to the occult and Satan at that point. And maybe the Satanists embraced it. It seemed like they did. Like we talked about, Crowley was dead long before this period that we're talking about, but somebody who was playing up how people considered him to be this objectionable figure.
Right.
And Anton LaVey seemed to do the same thing and brought in a lot to what his teachings were that people in polite society would consider offensive or objectionable. It's interesting.
Yeah, kind of like Oscar Wilde said, man's first virtue is disobedience. And it definitely, this is some serious disobedience to the cultural mores, that abound. So, Baphomet is that representation of, a lot of these ideas. It's not the Antichrist, literally. Of course, the Bible even says there's Antichrist. There's not just one. But it is the antithesis of Jesus. It is the representation of that. And it's important that, it's something that includes, female parts, because Christianity, at least Catholicism and some other aspects of it is not very inclusive of women.
Yeah.
By a long shot. Up until maybe very recently. So there's a lot of opposition just in the symbol of Baphomet alone.
There's nothing really hidden in Christian iconography about the sacred feminine.
Not in Christianity. In Judaism, yes, there's tons of it. The Knights Templar had some divine feminine, like the Sophia, the search for wisdom, is given feminine terms.
Yeah.
And the idea of the Holy Spirit was often called the Sophia as well. And the Holy Spirit was wisdom. So I guess in Christianity, it's in some sects, yes, there was a divine feminine aspect to it. But nothing like in Judaism, where it's all over the place. In fact, there's on Elephantine Island in Egypt, there is not rebuilt. This was done long after the invasion of what would this be, 3rd, 4th century BCE, where the northern and southern kingdoms of Judah or of Israel were invaded by like the Babylonians and all that. It seems like a group of Jews ran away, went back to Egypt of all things, which is where they had escaped from.
Right.
In the story of the Exodus. They went back there. They built a temple to Yahweh. But the thing is that Yahweh is depicted inside this temple. And this temple is theoretically just a smaller representation of the Temple of Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
And everything in there is feminine. Like that it's not Yahweh, it's more like a Yahweh. I'm not using the perfect term. But the idea is that they represented they worshiped a female god, but they were practicing Judaism perfectly. There's other aspects too, but a lot of times like this Holy Spirit or knowledge is definitely given this feminine tone.
Interesting.
Definitely in New Age traditions, be it sort of like the white people version of yoga that's not practiced in the U.S., or like even the New Age Wicca traditions, there's almost like an overemphasis on the feminine. In fact, I know some people who consider themselves pagans who are kind of annoyed by it, like that seems out of balance, because there's been so much focus on the masculine in other religions, like Christian.
Rebellion.
It's a rebellion.
All the same theme of rebellion that I think is relatively recent in this New Age Wiccan occult resurgence that isn't more than 50 years old.
Exactly.
Sure.
It's all about like, some people pray to like just a goddess, like a general goddess of like the universe or the earth or whatever, a feminine spirit of the earth. And then there's the idea of the maiden, the mother, and the crone, which is like it's a trinity, but it's like 3 stages of life, right? Like first, there's like a young woman who is not a mother. And then there's like a mother who's like a middle-aged woman. And then there's a crone who's like an old wise woman. And that's the 3rd stage. So I don't know. I'm just thinking of all the like goddess stuff in yoga, all these Hindu goddesses that are brought out. Never any Hindu gods that are talked about, really. Mm-hmm. It's all goddesses. It's all like goddess energy and yoni power and, which can be kind of fun. But I do think the rebellion aspect of that is interesting because it is the opposite of Christian traditions.
It seems like a lot of this is.
It's certainly how it gets framed. I mean, and you can't avoid it in like the books and the texts that you read about it, to try and study the stuff, because a lot of times it was written by Christians, so they're framing the narrative. But speaking of like the idea of wisdom being associated with femininity, another symbol that will be important to bring up, I think, is the owl.
Ooh,
yeah. Now,
or should I say who?
This is Monster High, which is an extremely Illuminati mind control cartoon that is targeted toward young women. Here's another example of the dollification of young women. Here's a picture from Monsters High, and it looks like an Eyes Wide Shut party, veritably. The Masonic black and white checkered floor in a huge Rothschild-looking mansion. Here's another Monster High picture with the owl prominently displayed. Here's another reference to the owl from a kid's cartoon called Gravity Falls. It's a Disney show. Disney is heavily entrenched and involved in this mind control and also Illuminati symbolism.
Justin Bieber has admitted that his recent owl tattoo on his forearm holds a secret meaning that he doesn't want to talk about.
I see you're pouring some new ink here. What's up with this? I like it.
Well, right, I have to put some more
stuff on it
because it's right now it's healing, but yeah.
And there, yes. What does it mean? Sorry, I'm all touching you.
It means a lot of different things, but it's what's important to me. I don't think it's not really for other people to really know about. It's not really for other people to really know about.
That was an interview at a recent Victoria's Secret event. Why Justin Bieber's at a Victoria's Secret event?
Freedom Fiends Live is up next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Wednesday, April 20th, 2016. Silver is trading at $17.05 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,248 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $438. Antiwar.com reports, with the Iraqi military's own offensive around Mosul almost immediately stalling, U.S. hopes to eventually see the city recovered from the Islamic State are resting more heavily on the idea that the Kurdish Peshmerga will succeed where Iraq's military has failed. That's not coming cheap. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter revealed on Tuesday that as part of the latest U.S. escalation in Iraq, $415 million in cash has been set aside for certain Kurdish Peshmerga units to ensure that those groups keep fighting against the Islamic State. Though the Kurdistan regional government clearly has some interest in seeing the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders toured into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. By rule, New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators allege the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Snyder says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Snyder and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm. This is the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm.
Sources within the Vatican confirmed Tuesday that Pope Benedict XVI has dispatched an elite team of 6 bishops to sabotage leading contraceptive manufacturer Pfizer. Codenamed Conclave 6, the highly trained team of bishops will reportedly infiltrate the heavily guarded compound, detonate extremely powerful charges at key points within the factory, and then escape to a nearby safe house.
The Catholic Church can trust only the best with defending God's plan. Conclave 6 is the deadliest team of bishops I've ever laid eyes on.
The Pope denied rumors that a B team of needle-wielding priests had been deployed to a latex factory in New Jersey to poke tiny holes into thousands of Durex condoms. Locally, the best part of a gay 12-year-old's day is the half hour he spends eating lunch alone in a stairwell. Calling it his only respite from constant ridicule and mockery, 7th grader Ben McElroy says life doesn't get better than the moments he spends quietly laying out his lunch on a secluded staircase while the rest of his classmates are in the cafeteria.
This is the Onion News Network.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm. LRN.FM.
Woof, woof.
Meow, 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 meow.
Cock-a-doodle-woo!
This
is the Freedom Fiend, broadcasting from Pod Bay 2A, a mile above sea level at Intergalactic Prairie Studios. We alter your locus ceruleus by warming your synapses with rejuvenative radio waves. This warms your brain to a toasted 420 degrees Fahrenheit.
There you go.
To keep a sin flood of statism out of your head and a sin flood of Doritos and Mountain Dew in your belly. Can you feel it? Is it working? Can you feel it?
Yeah.
I'm so wasted.
It's making me lightheaded, man.
I was a little bit earlier, but I'm pretty.
Oh my God! Nick sent me some yak hair, and I synthesized it and injected it, and now I'm just flying all high. And then I sold them to Buddhist monks out in the California mountains.
You mean somebody on sleeping pills didn't accidentally buy them?
They bought Nick. Yeah.
Poor Nick.
Originally, the guy tried to buy a yak, and then they bought a yak farmer.
So what is the Freedom Fiends covered by, Lou?
The Freedom Fiends is covered by a BIPCOT no government license. This allows reuse by anyone except governments. Learn more at bipcot.org.
Yay.
And this is the annual 420 Fiend celebration,
Woo.
April 20th.
So I saw a thing on Facebook yesterday that it said it's 420 Eve. Have you put out milk and cookies for Snoop Dogg yet?
No.
Or Willie Nelson.
Yeah.
I saw that one today.
I shared that one today.
Oh, what, the one with Willie Nelson? The one for Willie Nelson? Okay, yeah. The Snoop Dogg one is the one I saw last night. So.
Yeah.
But anyway. So, what has everyone done to celebrate 420 today? Anything?
Now, no confessing to felonies on the show, so you go first. You're in Colorado,
That's
so technically
true.
It's not confessing for you.
Yeah, I didn't have an actual celebration per se because I knew I had this big show going on tonight, so I didn't actually go out. Kind of stayed in, tried to nap, but got all worked up over Facebook.
Aww. That seems like totally counterintuitive to the day itself, does it not?
I know, it kind of does.
No, it's perfect, though. So now instead of yelling at people on Facebook, you can come on the radio and yell about those people on Facebook.
Yeah,
okay? Now
yeah.
that is so much more effective and a much better investment, I think, of your time. So
Probably
great.
so, yeah. But it's highly doubtful that many of those folks are listening, but that's okay, yeah.
You just said they weren't listening on Facebook either. So
You know what? That's a very good point. Yep. It's just like, la, la, la.
Every time I open up Facebook, I keep asking, who left the bag of idiots open?
I just wish there was like a switch you could just flip that's like memes only, like no stories, no videos, no GIFs, just all memes, because really that's all I care about. So.
Oh God, you know,
isn't that Instagram?
Yeah, there you go.
I think so.
That's true.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, keep it short and sweet, and please, oh gosh, I'll tell you what's really has been getting to me a lot lately, really for not just lately, but for quite a while, are videos people have posted of dogs being shot by cops. That's just heartbreaking, and it's like I can't watch that anymore. I just can't, you know? I mean, I know it's happening, but I just can't watch it. It's just like I quit being able to watch, you know, police brutality, you know, I mean, or like not just against dogs, but also humans. And it's just like, I don't know, it just breaks my heart so badly.
That's the way I feel about almost any mainstream media broadcast in general.
Yeah.
Like,
well, yeah, I mean.
So aggravating and just frustrating, and I've seen it before, and it's just enrages you, get your blood pressure up. But however, you know, I even though I don't want to watch police brutality videos because there's so many of them, it's really easy to get your. I mean, like I had to like stop following things like Cop Block that I love, just because it was like my entire news feed would be nothing but police brutality. I'm like, man.
And it's so, and not only, you know, it's so. I was blown away by how many hits on Google I got when I Googled cops shooting dogs. I couldn't believe how many hits there were out there.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Well,
it's really horrible.
It does. I mean, it does happen a lot, and unfortunately, you can only watch so many of them. They all pretty much end the same way.
And then
a child crying, you know, blood on the living room floor. Like, come on, guys.
I think the huge number of views though is kind of. I'd like to think it's a positive sign almost, because more people are recognizing this. Because, like, for instance, the last one that happened, I think you and I talked about it a couple of weeks back when we were on a show together, actually. But I know we had both seen the video that day, and I posted one, and that was the last one I did a few weeks back, and a lot of statist people on my feed actually responded to it, and all had the same type of so like. I think that's why those views are more, because there's actually people besides us watching that.
Were they left status or right status?
It doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
You know what? There are lots of people that would probably excuse the cop shooting people, but you show them a cop shooting a puppy, and they're going to freak out, right?
Exactly.
But if you replaced, you know, like teenage black man, you know, in the story where they'd be like, oh, he probably deserved it. Like, thug life, blah, blah, you know. So, but really, you've got to be a monster to look at these things and be like, well, you know, nobody's perfect, or, you know, doing his job, or I don't know what they say to excuse that.
Well,
hey, how about if you replace Cap with teenage black boy?
Ilk, like strictly Politico, they don't support any other kind of activism. That this cannabis civil disobedience, which is what happened today, people smoke pot on the front lawn, the front steps of the State House. This cannabis civil disobedience is criticized as being part of the problem, that we're making it more difficult for these people to actually pass any kind of cannabis reform.
It may be true. It's hard to say. I mean, wouldn't you say?
But you have state representatives attending this particular event.
Using two-ply toilet paper could be preventing it. It's probably not.
Well, I don't know. I mean, could somebody be saying, well, what happens if we legalize marijuana? What are you going to have? A bunch of hippies on the state house lawn
I don't
smoking
care
pot?
what somebody
well, the
could
answer
be saying.
is that you already do.
It doesn't matter to me what somebody could be saying. You
not
can better
all of
believe
us were hippies, and not all of us were smoking.
Look, you can better believe that the people who don't want to see drug decriminalization happen are talking crap about the people smoking out in front of the State House. There's no doubt those conversations are happening within the bathrooms and the halls of the State House. That's just part and parcel of doing activism, is people are going to have opinions about it. But the fact that there are state representatives there, now did you catch any of them actually toking up?
Yes.
All right, toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. What happened where you live here on 420? This is Free Talk Live, or Skype in at LRN.FM.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
This Your Family Today tip is brought to you by Lil Drums. Every bit as fun as a full-size Nestle drumstick cone, and definitely cuter. Visit us at drumstick.com. Vacations are all about family time, but you don't have to leave home to have fun. Take 1 weekend a month and devote it to family activities. Pull out the board games and puzzles, serve up some treats, or have a picnic. Even without leaving home, you'll feel like you've really had some time away. For more tips like these, visit us at parenthood.com/yourfamilytoday.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com. You can get emailed announcements and participate in contests via our email updates list. Plus, we have a Twitter account that you can follow and a Facebook page where you can become a fan. So visit news.freetalklive.com to get news about Free Talk Live as soon as it's announced and the way you want it delivered at news.freetalklive.com. That's news.freetalklive.com.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit did your nerves spike. You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. Facebook.freetalklive.com.
Are you a political activist who does things that the government might not like? Then this free ebook may save your life. Rats is your guide to protecting yourself against snitches, informers, informants, agents provocateurs, narcs, finks, and similar vermin. Rats was written by OG libertarian Claire Wolfe. Rats is a short book, easy to read, and available free in many formats. Download Rats free at rats-nosnitch.com. That's rats-nosnitch.com.
This is the most recent episode of Free Talk Live, presented by SACL CAI. Get interactive at freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can bring up what you want. You don't have to talk about 420 here tonight, although it is April 20th, and all around the United States, likely there were, various different, and not just the United States, beyond that in the world, there were likely a bunch of celebrations going on. Now, in some places, it's legal to smoke cannabis, but in those places, I don't know if it's legal to smoke in public.
No.
So I suspect anyone participating in cannabis festivities that involve smoking cannabis openly today were likely in violation of some sort of ordinance or statute.
And my understanding, in Colorado, it's illegal to consume cannabis of any kind in public.
So even like eating a cookie would be illegal?
That's my understanding, yes.
I suspect you wouldn't get caught.
Well, I mean,
unless
I don't know if you pull it out of the wrapper that's clearly marked
in front of a cop. That
right?
That might do it. If you were walking out of the cannabis shop holding it and then unwrapped it and a cop saw you do it, you could probably.
LRN.FM.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website, fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. Facebook.freetalklive.com.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents higher at $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
To do that to Harriet Tubman.
I don't know. I think that for someone, and I think Jeremy said this really well on Facebook about it, her being a true freedom fighter and basically ending up on the currency of the government that oppressed her, essentially. Isn't that what she says? I'm probably getting it wrong. I think I read something else like that too. But is that essentially what you said?
Well, yeah, I said it was, it's a mark of, it's a true mark of memorializing somebody who actually fought for freedom to put it on a piece of paper that you're forced to use via arbitrary edicts.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Well, let's take it a step further. If you look at Andrew Jackson being on there, he's the one that killed the Second Bank of the United States. He refused to sign off on rechartering it. Mm-hmm. So
wasn't he also known for being a vicious butcher of natives?
He was a
He was responsible for the Trail of Tears.
Yeah, his policies were good on banking, but bad on human life. Well, actually, he had the same policies for both.
Hey, nobody's perfect.
Just get rid of him.
He was kind of like
consistent. You got to give him.
I was going to say he was like the Bob Barr of his time. They're like, oh yeah, he's fighting the bank. Yeah. But what about that Trail of Tears? Oh, he's changed. That's cool. Trail of Tears. No, he said he's against the bank. We're behind him now.
Yeah.
Yeah. He sent the bank
You're
and
such
the
a
Indians
purist.
on the Trail of Tears.
Yeah. Stop being a purist. We're never gonna build a party if we don't have some native butchers on as candidates.
Yeah.
Come on, everybody's doing it.
There's a Harriet Tubman quote. I believe it's a quote of hers. I saw the meme not too long ago, and it's called "The road to freedom isn't always a legal one." And that is something very important to remember. Because if you
is it
look
ever a legal one?
No.
Usually not.
No, because
Typically not.
Because freedom is illegal. And unfortunately, there are people in this world that place a higher value on obedience than they do on freedom. So they could just bow down and lick the hand that feeds them and let their leash rest lightly upon them.
Well, and I sent you guys another article about, and it's in Forbes about, speaking of, that, we're basically not free no matter what, essentially, that even if we want to leave, even if they, if the statists say, if you don't love America, get out kind of thing. Well,
you're free to leave.
It's like, yeah, not really.
You're free to leave, but just leave your money here.
Exactly.
You can go.
Yeah, there you go.
You gotta pay your way out.
Right.
Yeah,
and it takes some disposable income to do that. So.
Yeah, I was actually reading that article earlier this afternoon on my own, completely separate from you emailing it out. And then when I saw it, I'm like, my God, great minds think alike. But,
Which article are you talking about?
This is also from Forbes. It's U.S. raises fee to expatriate by 422%.
Again.
Again.
Again. So the hook here is when somebody says, hey, taxation isn't theft, it's voluntary. If you don't like it, you're free to leave. Well, it turns out that no, you're not free to leave.
Right.
Because there are numerous fees that go along with it. And it looks like the original fee was $450, and then it got bumped up to $2,350.
Yeah, that was last year.
Yeah, and that is also more than 20
What is it
times.
now?
Well,
I believe they added another $2,350 to it.
No. It's still because it's funny. I actually read it too independently of it being sent out.
Oh,
but
wow.
It's still the same. It's still $2,350. But apparently there was a difference between relinquishing your citizenship and renouncing
it.
I still couldn't figure out what the difference between the two was originally, but now they made the fee for both the same.
Oh,
because they had only
and if
raised
you want to
it for
do both,
renouncing.
yeah,
Right,
you
want to do both,
relinquish your citizenship, but you want to renounce it? That's another line over there, and $2,000 more.
Yeah, I looked into it, couldn't figure out what the difference was, but apparently only one was raised last year. So now they raised the other one, and in their mind, they're just like, it's no big deal. We're just trying to create, parity here. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. What they say, as the State Department put it, it was just harmonizing the two.
Oh, harmonizing.
It's for harmonizing. Now, isn't this a tradition? This is a traditional method, though. I believe even during the times of chattel slavery, a slave could buy his freedom. Right? There was a way you could buy yourself from the master.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was a way to escape slavery. So I think they're just kind of continuing that tradition. But now you just can leave. So I don't know really why people would pay that fee.
Because you can't really just leave. But we'll go into that when we come back.
Right.
After this departure tax.
Meow worms.
You're listening to the Freedom Fiends, and I'm beaming these words into your cerebellum.
Are you sick of peaceful people being locked away for victimless crimes? Instead of trying to get out of jury duty, consider taking it so you can do the right thing. A single juror with a conscience can send someone home to their family instead of to a jail cell. If there's no victim, how can there be a crime? And if the judge or prosecutor are keeping you in the dark, what are they trying to hide? You can vote your conscience instead of being a pawn of the state. For more information, Google jury nullification or check out the Fully Informed Jury Association at fija.org.
Wake up and smell the freedom. One of the easiest things you can do to help Liberty is to torrent Freedom Fiends episodes to help keep them drone-proof. You can set up your home computer to download and share Freedom Fiends archives over BitTorrent. You can even set up scheduling so it only shares while you're asleep or at work. Put your unused computing power to work and help keep the Freedom Fiends around well into the future. Simply go to freedomfiends.com and click on the Torrent Club link and learn how to torrent and share Freedom Fiends archives.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars.
LRN.FM.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com. Radio is the most personal of mediums. I exist right now in your head. If you listen to Free Talk Live regularly, you know me. Free Talk Live is on more than 160 radio stations around the U.S. and has been downloaded on every continent around the world. Hundreds of thousands of listeners with ad packages from $600 a month to $6,000 a month. Imagine what we can do for your business, project, website, or idea. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Freedom Fiends.
420 Spectacular Show.
That's our name.
Yes.
Don't wear it out.
And before we went to break, we were talking about the U.S. raising fees to expatriate by 422% a second time. Now, something that's really interesting is the rates are more than 20 times the average level in other high-income countries. So the U.S. is charging 20 times more than other developed, fairly decent income-earning countries. Gee, I wonder why that is. But anyway.
Source? Do you have a source?
From the Forbes article.
Oh, it is?
I just think it's neat that there's a form and a fee. I just think it's great that there's basically a form and a government fee for anything, even renouncing forms and government fees, right? Like, it's perfect. So, and also relinquishing or renouncing, right? So to make sure you get the right form and don't do the wrong one.
You hate to get to the counter and have to start all over again.
And each department has their own separate unions, so they have separate holidays in there too. But anyway, from the article, the State Department announced it would begin charging the $2,350 fee for individuals seeking a certificate of loss of nationality.
Laws. They really make it sound good.
That costs more than a welding certificate. But I don't know if you could get a job with this certificate. But anyway, based on relinquishment of U.S. citizenship, leaving the U.S. for good isn't just a matter of getting on a plane. Unfortunately, it is not usually primarily about taxes, although taxes often play a part. And when it comes to taxes, persons leaving the U.S. may hope they do not have to keep filing with the IRS every year. Getting a certificate of loss of nationality and exiting will address the immigration side of the legal issue, but not taxes. And this is where
surprise.
Not taxes.
And we started the last segment talking about Harriet Tubman going on the $20 bill. When it comes to taxes, the filings are quite different. Filings and obtaining a certificate of loss of nationality doesn't mean the IRS will leave you alone. Here's the important part. With global tax,
FATCA.
reporting, and FATCA.
Yeah.
Or in other words, the 21st century fugitive slave laws. The list of individuals who renounce it keeps going up. And, I thought the reason they were raising the fees was so it wouldn't go up. But anyway, and many aren't counted. Of those on the official list, 2013 saw a 221% increase with record numbers renouncing. Treasury Department is required to publish a quarterly list, but these numbers are understated. Now, there are two countries in the world that have worldwide taxation, and what that means is normally, like back when I lived in Germany, I didn't have to file income tax on any of the German income that I had. I did have a little Joe job on base, so I had to file U.S. taxes there. But normally, if you go abroad and you're working at some toy factory or whatever it is, you don't have to. You didn't have to charge, or you didn't have to file taxes and pay tax on your income. But now you do. And the other country that requires that is some banana republic over in Africa. So most countries.
So their authority just basically, it says, just around the globe, you are our tax cattle, regardless of where you wander.
Exactly.
You're ours. Now, does this extend into space or just on Earth? Like, how far away can you get before they're like, you better be sending back the checks? Come on.
I don't think it matters how far away you go. And it's interesting. I actually clicked on one of these links from the article about the record number of people expatriating, and it's really interesting. You look at the graph starting in 1998. And it's almost exponential. I mean, well, I guess it kind of is, but it's like a hockey stick. It's like the global warming hockey stick almost.
Except real.
Yeah, except real. Exactly.
Well, this could be how they end up basically funding the end of the empire. It'll be on the departure tax, basically, right?
Yeah.
Well, like as they're winding down, they're like, well, they'll fill up their yacht that last time on that last person's departure fee that as they leave the empire. They'll just keep raising it, I guess, until people can no longer afford to leave the plantation. I mean, nation or whatever.
Well,
you had it right. And to top it off, not only do you have those fees, but you also have an exit tax, and it's a capital gains tax, as if you sold your property when you left. There is an exemption of $680,000, but you have, if you're giving up your citizenship, you have to pay your fee to get your certificate for loss of nationality or whatever it is, and then you may also have to pay
your piece of paper.
Yeah, you may also have to pay a separate tax to take your property with you. So they're going to get their cut. Like any good
they're going to get
would.
their cut. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody quits the empire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although Bitcoin users not affected.
Or like you said earlier,
Bitcoin users not a factor.
Yeah. Or like you said earlier, slaves can buy their freedom from the massa when they leave the plantation.
Right. And you better have a decent amount of disposable income to do it. So.
Yes. And
because you are disposable. Remember.
Yeah. Now, here's something for you, and this isn't in this article, but this is something I saw somewhere else, but it is related. There's a lot of people that have dual citizenship. It's quite common with Canadians to have both U.S. and Canadian citizenship. And there are Canadians that have never set foot into the American tax farm, but they're getting letters from the IRS talking about how they have to file their taxes. And how
I've heard this.
Yeah, and how they have to pay tax on that income.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've met people that's happened.
On the income that they have earned elsewhere.
Yes. So,
hey, but once you claim human beings as property, why stop at the border? Right? Like
exactly.
why
Right.
Once you've decided that one person can own another person, there are no limits. It's just just dotted lines and different forms. So who cares? Just ignore them all.
Here's the thing: once you have your brand on the cattle, it doesn't matter if it leaves their plantation. And quite frankly, I'm surprised that the U.S. hasn't gone to war with Canada for rustling tax cattle. But anyway, last year, dual citizens in Canada trying to shed their U.S. citizenship created a backlog at the U.S. consulate in Toronto. President Obama has joked about his birth certificate, but accidental American status is no joke. Many end up in untenable financial situations. Still, a decision to expatriate should not be taken lightly. Yet around the world, many people are talking about it, and increasing numbers of people are actually doing it.
So what do immigration people do with you after this happens? Do they come to your house and deport you? Do they escort you to the border and just toss you into the nearest other country? Or how do...
I'm sure they do, but they charge extra. There's a $2,350 fee for that per hour.
God.
It's great stuff. Yeah, but have you ever been to a country where there's a departure tax for just visiting? Like you were there on vacation and they're like, it's time to go home, $65 each. Have you ever been to those countries that do that?
Are there countries that do that? That actually charge you for having just been there on vacation?
just to leave just to end your vacation. They're like, and here's the final gotcha. Yeah. Thanks for coming, and we don't let you leave unless it's another a couple $100 or whatever. But it's kind of like there's a bridge between Philly and New Jersey. Okay, you can drive into Jersey for free. Okay, but you have to pay to escape Jersey. So it's just to get back.
And it's worth every
Philly.
penny of it.
Yeah, they found that nobody really wanted to pay to go to Jersey, but people are certainly willing to pay to get out. So. Yeah.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Without a small fee. Yeah.
Right.
So I guess going back to your question of what does immigration people do with you, do they grab you and throw you across the border? I don't know. I think that you would have to have a Harriet Tubman type figure to get you out.
But where would she get you to? That's the thing.
I don't know. Maybe she throws you across the border, but
Somalia.
She would definitely charge less than $2,350.
I don't know. Did she charge? How did she sustain her operation? She said she freed 1,000 slaves and could have freed 1,000 more if they had only known they were slaves.
I think she actually had prominent abolitionists that were helping fund her operation. That's something that I kind of remember from history or whatever, but yeah.
I think it was Indiegogo, GoFundMe.
Indiegogo, GoFundMe.
Yeah. Indiegogo north and get the heck out of the south.
No, there were more well-to-do people that actually were abolitionists. I remember reading that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, hey, that's what I'm trying to do.
That's the free market.
That's right. I was trying to start up an underground railroad for people exactly like this who don't want to do it that way.
The problem is now it's like, where does that, at least they had clear destinations, for their underground railroad. There was you get to the north, get to Canada. Now it's like, I guess, I don't know, where are you going to get to?
Well,
Costa Rica, Ecuador.
You have to keep going. That's the problem because they're going to try to get you no matter what. So it becomes like, there was an old song about some guy Charlie getting trapped on the train in Boston. Why can't I remember that now? But anyway, I used to hear it a lot as a kid. But you just keep riding and riding and riding because you can't pay to get off. So that's basically what it is. The new railroad, you just have to keep moving every couple of years or whenever necessary. Unfortunately, because. Well, like you said, like we were talking about, there's no, even if you get out, even if you do it the quote-unquote legal way, they're still going to tax you no matter where else you go anyway. So unless you're doing it the non-legal way, you're going to get charged anyway.
Well, I think now it's more like instead of needing our bodies to be able to escape and get away from the government, we need basically just our transactions and our communications to be through, that's where what we need to do to just kind of get our businesses protected, get our communications encrypted.
Yes.
Using the alternative cryptocurrencies.
Yes.
And just we don't need to go anywhere, right? We just need to basically disappear from their radar screen.
Yeah.
So
off grid.
That's what I'd like to do.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
As much as humanly possible.
Right.
But I got to tell you, I went camping last weekend, and I couldn't camp on my usual campsite because there was snow all over the ground. So maybe a little bit south of here might be a better way to go. But anyway, we'll be back.
Freedom Fiends, an invigorating alternative to those other shows.
Tired of those old Freedom Fiends buttons? Well, the Freedom Fiends have new button designs.
As always, it's only $10 for 10 buttons, and you'll get these nifty designs. Buy sheep, for sheep, on sheep.
State speech is hate speech.
2 designs for Guns and Weed, the road to freedom.
3 designs for Fiend Phone.
Pipcot, no gov.
A Freedom Fiends Worms button.
And ask me about my worms.
Go to freedomfiends.com and click on the link at the top that says Buttons.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
Hello, I'm Michael Reagan. My father, President Ronald Reagan, believed so strongly in gold that in 1985, he changed gold ownership forever. Today, our national debt is spiraling out of control, but gold coins could be the answer. Call 1-866-525-GOLD or go online to usmoneyreserve.com to get new, never-before-released information about gold. From the U.S. Money Reserve, call 1-866-525-GOLD.
My dad was 59 when he collapsed from a heart attack late last year. Just this past August was when we spread his ashes on the St. Croix River. I loved my dad, but boy was he stubborn. He hadn't been to the doctor in over 25 years. His excuse? He simply couldn't afford it. He He wasn't a rich man by any means. At less than $107 per month, LibertyOnCall.org would have been the perfect alternative for my father. Don't wait. Go to LibertyOnCall.org right now, for not just your sake, but for the sake of your loved ones. Again, that's LibertyOnCall.org.
The Genesis Communications Network is one of America's premier broadcasters.
LRN.FM.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit did your nerves spike. You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com.
This Your Family Today tip is brought to you by Nestle Toll House Morsels, helping you create special moments and memories your family will cherish forever. Visit us at tollhouse.com. You may bake for birthdays and holidays, but why stop there? Sweeten up the rest of the year by designating monthly dessert days. Treat your family to one of their favorites or surprise them with something new. Either way, you'll create a tradition everyone will love. For more tips like these, visit us at parenthood.com/yourfamilytoday.
The three most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same great prices, and LRN gets a cut. Please do your online shopping at shop.lrn.fm.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
I'm feeling hardcore right now.
Good hardcore.
Yes. So, James,
Harriet Tubman.
You
We're
had
talking
some
about.
thoughts on Harriet Tubman getting the shaft by being put on the $20 bill.
Yeah, people. Well, it was all reported in the news that she was going to replace Andrew Jackson, but it's really, I think she's going to be on the other side. So it's going to be like the slave master with an escaped slave on the ultimate slave note.
And you actually read that on the Treasury website, correct?
Yeah. Because there is a it's called modernmoney.treasury.gov, and it gives you the little descriptions. And they're changing the 20, the 10, and the 5. So, and it's funny because the 5 is going to feature things. It's going to honor historical events that occurred at the Lincoln Memorial in service of our democracy, and will feature Martin Luther King Jr. Okay,
service of our democracy, really.
Well, so now you're going to have Lincoln, who was like this horrible racist and wanted to ship black people to Africa.
Back to Africa, yeah.
right, with on the other side, and then here's Martin Luther King, like.
Yeah, now see which one is more egregious.
Yeah, they're really trying to play it, both ways here. So
I've always wanted hypocrisy on my currency. Like, yeah, it's like a dream.
They're really stepping it up this time. They're like, yeah. I'm just glad they're not messing with Ben Franklin. Okay, like what would?
Yeah, because then what?
Featuring some of his favorite prostitutes on the other side. I don't know.
Hey, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. I think he would be too. I think he would be cool with that.
Or maybe a picture of him taking one of his air baths.
Ooh. Not all of his inventions were great,
I'm a big fan of his stove.
But did you know?
And the bifocals.
Wait, did he really invent the air bath? Is that really a thing?
No, I don't think he invented it. I just think that was something he indulged in.
He was taking him?
Yes.
And that's when they were like, hey, why don't we send him to France? Yeah. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, we got a job for you in France. Interested? And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah.
He's like, yeah, I can be naked much more easily over there.
Yeah.
Well, it worked for getting rid of Jefferson.
What?
Yeah. How did they? Well, they made him president eventually, or something. Isn't that how they got rid of him? Or?
Well, no. Thomas Jefferson was the ambassador to France.
France, yeah.
And that's when that's when the great centralizers came up with their constitution and rammed it down everybody's throat. It is widely believed that Jefferson would have objected strongly and fought against it. As a matter of fact, I was just listening to one of Prof. CJ's old podcasts on the Revolutionary Aftershocks. His comments about the Tree of Liberty being watered from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants alike was referring to the Federalists, and it was in a letter discussing the new proposed Constitution.
Yep, I listened to that episode. I knew that beforehand. So.
Today?
No. I have listened to that one before, but I
think anyone interested in the revolution needs to get all of those podcasts. That series. He has a whole great series on the revolution and leading up to it, and
it's like 6 parts with the additional ones. It was great.
Outstanding.
Yeah, I think there was 5 of the revolution ones, and then there were 2 revolutionary aftershocks. One being Shays' Rebellion, which was a large part of the contribution to the centralizers demanding the Constitution, because they just weren't able to loot and pillage hard enough under the Articles of Confederation. And then there was also the
now it's more looting and pillaging.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and was it Judge Andrew Napolitano?
Crushing.
Yeah, Judge Napolitano always likes to throw out these little quips and comments like he's going to stir something up. He says, at the time of the revolution, the colonists were only being taxed 3%.
Think about it.
That's true. And
but
they didn't have roads back then.
He also did
actually they did.
He's straight. Yeah, they did. He's straight up on Fox News said taxation is theft. I totally admire him for that.
He should have explained that to Austin Peterson when he had the chance.
All right, we'll be back for our second hour of The Fiends after this trip to the market.
You mean to the open bazaar.
There you go.
Bizarre.
Hey, that's what we could do the railroad.
This show survives on donations from fiends like you. We put that money back into our show and Liberty outreach and donate most our ad space to Liberty organizations that make a difference. We're also a teaching hospital, educating the next generation of Liberty talkers on the skills needed to keep the radio flame of truth burning into the future. Put your money where your heart is and make a donation of any amount to the Freedom Fiends. Please go to freedomfiends.com and click on the spinning coin on any post.
Are you a political activist who does things that the government might not like? Then this free ebook may save your life. Rats is your guide to protecting yourself against snitches, informers, informants, agents provocateurs, narcs, finks, and similar vermin. Rats was written by OG libertarian Claire Wolfe. Rats is a short book, easy to read, and available free in many formats. Download Rats free at rats-nosnitch.com. That's rats-nosnitch.com.
Hello, I'm Michael Reagan. My father, President Ronald Reagan, believes so strongly in gold that he changed gold ownership forever.
You can watch the LRN Studio Cam and chat with other listeners anytime at cam.lrn.fm. That's cam.lrn.fm. LRN.fm. You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. You can help new minds find liberty. Chip in at LRN.fm. More Freedom Fiends Live is coming up next, after the news, here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.fm.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Wednesday, April 20th, 2016. Silver is trading at $17.05 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,248 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $438. Antiwar.com reports, with the Iraqi military's own offensive around Mosul almost immediately stalling, U.S. hopes to eventually see the city recovered from the Islamic State are resting more heavily on the idea that the Kurdish Peshmerga will succeed where Iraq's military has failed. That's not coming cheap. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter revealed on Tuesday that as part of the latest U.S. escalation in Iraq, $415 million in cash has been set aside for certain Kurdish Peshmerga units to ensure that those groups keep fighting against the Islamic State. Though the Kurdistan regional government clearly has some interest in seeing the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders tore into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. By rule, New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators allege the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Snyder says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Snyder and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm. You're listening to the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm.
Caitlin Taggart was a beautiful, lively girl who loved laughing and playing outside, but all that changed at the age of 12. Caitlin slipped into a persistent vegetative state, confining her almost entirely to her bed and Facebook.
She doesn't even have basic motor functions anymore. We literally have to drag her to the car to drive her to school in the morning.
She's totally unresponsive when we talk to her. Her eyes just roll back in her head.
Caitlin, honey, it's your dad.
With no hope that their daughter would ever recover, the Taggarts decided to seek legal permission to end Caitlin's life.
It is the most difficult decision we've ever had to make, but we just keep reminding ourselves that the real Caitlin is already gone. That's just her body texting.
We give her one painless injection, and that's it. Her eyes may flutter a bit, or she may murmur, "Are you for real killing me right now?"
This is the Onion News Network.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm. LRN.FM.
Boy, they sure did.
Adult suffrage. That's the new $10 bill. It's gonna feature images of people important to the women's suffrage movement. So, have you noticed that there's this in these new dollar bills? They're really trying to honor the democracy, and they're really trying to bring in this sort of, I guess, a lot of the traditional mythology back to the currency, right? I guess to, generate interest in democracy, or I don't know. Why are they doing that?
Because people are realizing that democracy is horrible.
Yeah.
And this is part of it's part of a PR campaign from Democracy corporate headquarters.
Well, yeah,
it's a desperate measure.
The state. By the way, the Freedom Fiends is covered by a BIPCOT no government license. This allows reuse by anyone except for governments. Learn more at bipcot.org. So that's our fancy intro to the second hour.
That's right. Welcome
I was
to the
going to
Freedom
read it, but we just kept kind of talking about stuff.
Well, I was going to say, it makes that, what was that tweet that came out a few months ago about, America being like a sitcom or a reality show in its last season, and the producers are just pulling out all the stops and throwing it.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what it is.
Yeah,
just jumping the shark left and right.
Just the dollar bills and changing stuff like that. That's just like adding what's his name, Ted McGinley, to the cast and saying go for it.
Right, and they're like, hey, but nobody's paying attention. Nobody's paying attention to our characters. They're like, well, what can we do to make them more crazy? Like, I got it. Have the one talk about the size of a junk during a presidential debate. That'll go great with our test market that everyone approves. And then that other guy, have him eat a booger. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. And they're like, okay, yeah, we've tested that against various demographics, and the booger eating really improved ratings. So go with that.
Wait, I can't remember which one ate a booger.
Ted Cruz.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, this was like after he gave Trump a hard time for the size of his hands or something, and I guess that's where the whole junk thing came from.
I think you need to rephrase your question. Which one got caught eating a booger?
But right, they're really trying to keep people interested.
But it sadly,
they all seem like the type that they would eat their boogers, pretty much.
They seem like the type that would eat other people's boogers, especially Bernie.
They'll make sure that everybody gets an equal portion.
Bernie's a socialist, and he smells like tinkle.
Yeah, and
he got kicked off of a commune for being lazy. He's lazy even for a commie. Yeah. Even the other commies are like, dude, that dude is just, he keeps talking about politics. Get him out of here.
Wow, kicked off a commune. Wow.
Hey, so what's going on with these crazy musicians? Especially down in North Carolina.
In North Carolina, yeah, I don't live in North Carolina anymore, but so these musicians like Pearl Jam and Springsteen are the most recent. In fact, Pearl Jam was supposed to be playing at a venue. It was right around the corner from where I used to live. But he left a nice note explaining why.
Who, Eddie?
Which I guess was supposed to make it, yeah, or Pearl Jam. It did. It is probably Eddie mostly, but yeah.
Because they weren't sure which bathroom they could use when they got there, or is that?
Or something, yeah, something along those lines. But anyway, I think they thought that it would make their fans feel better. Which there are, I was just not that I'm shocked that there are people out there supporting their tactics. I don't know. It's still kind
Let's give us a little background on this. What did they do in North Carolina recently? Because I only vaguely, they had something to do with who can use whose bathroom, and my eyes glaze over. So
yeah, I know, and I mean it basically has to do with and I actually did get had a little thing going on Facebook with it, and it was pointed out to me that I didn't have all the information, and that when I have my doubts about reading a kind of a right-wing website with a right-wing governor who is McCrory from North Carolina explaining the bill and how it's not discriminatory. So I need to further read it, but the bottom line is that it seems that it is discriminatory toward folks who may be transgender or gay from using particular bathrooms. There's actually a clause in there about your birth certificate, that you essentially have to have a birth certificate to show what gender you were at birth, and that's the bathroom you need to use.
Gender police. There's like gender police, like checking and
yeah. It's I don't know about all that. I mean, I know that there was something that was posted on Facebook where there was a gay woman that security called on her, and where she was actually in the women's bathroom, right? Well, she's still a woman, and she might be gay, but she's not transgendered. But apparently there was like security called, and I don't know. It's just a big old mess out there. And
it seems like no matter which branch of government it is, eventually they're checking your gender out, right? Like eventually, like it always comes down to like, so let me get this right. So some people, the government of North Carolina did something which is perceived to be really stupid, right? Or discriminatory or bad, or anyway, they did bad action X, right? So, okay, they did something bad. Okay, now, so we're supposed to boycott everybody that lives there? Is that
essentially? I think, that's kind of what it boils down to. And I don't necessarily really consider it boycotting. I more consider it kind of a weak form of protest and cowardly at
just
that.
To be like, we're not going to go there.
we're not going to go because we don't like the government's laws, where it's like, it's the government. Now I could see if they were actually playing for, the elite and the powerful of North Carolina that had some, some part in passing this law and everything. But they're punishing their fans, by doing this. And I find that to be completely, kind of ineffective. And
but are they saying, did they make a statement that says, like, look, we're not going to go play there, so we want you to put pressure on your government and do the right thing so we can come back and play? Or are they literally listen, we're not going to know what bathrooms to use. It's too much of a hassle to go there anyway. And, we're just not doing it. Sorry, but, you guys were barely tolerable as it was. And,
right.
We're just going to do another night in Vegas and it all comes out even for us. So.
Right. Well, I think that the note, if I remember correctly from reading it, that it does encourage putting pressure on the government. But my thing is if you don't like it, why don't you come down, or why don't you go to North Carolina and protest alongside the other protesters that are there? Why don't you go get up on stage and make your viewpoints known, like the Dixie Chicks did, over Bush? And it's just have some,
I could see it both ways.
Testicular fortitude kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I kind of see where they're coming from, but it just seems weak to try to punish people for the crimes of the government. Because, try to be consistent on that, okay?
Right, exactly.
I know people that were like, oh, we got to boycott Israel. Well, why? Mm-hmm. Well, because that Israeli government is being horrible to the people in Palestine. I'm like, okay, yeah. Well, gee, look what Uncle Sam's doing. I guess I have to boycott my own business because if that's the standard, right?
Consistent.
How could you possibly? Which country, which tax farm can I do business with based on the adequate benevolence of the slave master?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Speaking of consistent, aren't some of the musicians that are boycotting North Carolina and canceling their shows down there, don't they also do shows in Africa, in the Middle East, where homosexuality is completely outlawed?
Actually, that was, I'm not sure about Pearl Jam and Springs. It was Bryan Adams, and he boycotted Mississippi. So he refused to perform in Mississippi because, they also have a particular LGBT discrimination law or something going on down there. But he had just gotten back from Egypt, where they will legally kill you for being gay.
Yeah. But he probably felt like he couldn't have an influence there. But maybe he feels like, I can kind of see it where maybe I could have an influence in Mississippi. They need to turn this around, and maybe this would be the edge that somebody needs to get him talking about it. And I don't know.
So is he concerned? Is he concerned about having an influence, or is he concerned about having an impact? Does he want to remain consistent to his values of saying, hey, discrimination against gays, lesbians, and whatever is wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, gee, I can't have an influence in Egypt? Okay, well, I'll still play there anyway.
Right.
Because their money is whatever
I'll
color
take their money,
it is.
exactly.
Yeah.
And another thing is, I think that, if these guys were just, if they were up and coming bands, they wouldn't be big names. They wouldn't be in big venues necessarily, but they might be traveling from another state. And if they really needed the money, politics be darned. I don't think I can say the other word on the air, but they would probably still play, because they needed the money. So it's just
what if all those musicians at Woodstock back in the 60s have been like, nope, actually the governor did something mean and we're canceling Woodstock.
Hey, I'm going to do a little promote. I'm going to do a little promotion for a decent band. It's not full of a bunch of lunatics and everything else. The band is called Backwards. It's Backwords. Their new single has just been released, or the video's out, and the actual single should be getting posted real soon. Kyle, if you could go ahead and play that, I appreciate it. It's called Statism.
It's great.
Yes, it's very good.
Hook you
wow,
up.
It's awesome.
yeah. This
starts slow and then it really builds.
Yeah. It's got a great beat.
This is the silent part of it.
Yeah, it's actually a John Cage number that.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll get to it.
I guess we're not going to get it. I guess we're not going to get to it this segment.
Let's start out the next segment with it right after the commercial break. I think that'll be a perfect spot for it.
Yeah, there's a little teaser
because it really deserves to be highlighted. It's really high quality, and so I think a lot of people are excited about it.
Yeah, and the YouTube channel is called Backwards Music, and Backwards is WORDZ. Music is spelled normally. And it features Craig Mabbitt of Escape the Fate, and I'm not even familiar with them because I guess maybe I'm too old or something like that.
Yeah, I had never heard of them either. I guess I'm too old too.
A lot of people loved it just because the one guy has a black and yellow sweatshirt.
Oh yeah,
that's Eric July.
Yeah.
Cool.
There needs to be little dancing anarchy balls in the background.
Yeah, as like Fly Girls.
Fly Girls. Does anybody remember Fly Girls?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
I wanted to be a Fly Girl.
We'll be back.
Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean. This is what radio sounds like now.
Are you worried about how dangerous the world has become? In these days of terrorist attacks, natural disasters, or even a future collapse, you need to be medically prepared to keep your family safe. I'm Joe Alton, MD of store.doomandbloom.net, where you'll find an entire line of uniquely designed medical kits and supplies for when help is not on the way. For everything from individual first aid kits to the ultimate family medical bag, go to store.doomandbloom.net today. That's store.doomandbloom.net. You'll be glad you did.
Need a powerful ally to fight daily bugs and serious pathogens? Allicin Med is the powerful universal pathogen killer's latest advance of German-sourced allicin, enzymatically stabilized to clear the body of bacteria, fungi, mycobacteria, and parasites. It penetrates body biofilms and is non-toxic to tissues. Pathogen resistance cannot develop for long-term body-optimized wellness. Clear stealth pathogens that promote autoimmune disease, cancer, and vascular inflammation and plaque and promote healing of tissues. Now pathogen-free. With 200 milligrams more power than prior Alamed, you can't get a more powerful ally to fight daily bugs and serious pathogens. Give your body what it needs. Allicin Med. Order Dr. Bill Deagle's Nutridyne at 888-212-8871 or NutriMedical.com. That's 1-888-212-8871 or NutriMedical.com. And listen to the NutriMedical Report every weekday on the GCN Radio Network. NutriMedical.com, bringing nutrition and medicine together.
Worried about lead, fluoride, and other contaminants in your drinking water? Get a ProPure with the Pro1G 2.0 cleanable reusable filter and remove up to 200 contaminants. Drink water the way nature meant it to be. Clean, crisp, and refreshing. See the complete line of ProPure products, including the new ProMax shower filter. There's a ProPure for you. Visit your authorized ProPure dealer for details or ProPureUSA.com. That's ProPureUSA.com or 800-544-3533.
Hello, I'm Michael Reagan. My father, President...
LRN.FM.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
Did you know you can get news updates about what's happening with the Liberty Radio Network delivered in the way you prefer? You can sign up for our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. Plus, you can stay in the loop by joining our Facebook profile at facebook.lrn.fm or follow us at Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm. It's all free, so sign up now at updates.lrn.fm for news updates delivered to your email box, facebook.lrn.fm to follow our Facebook page, and twitter.lrn.fm to receive our tweets.
Are you a political activist who does things that the government might not like? Then this free ebook may save your life. Rats is your guide to protecting yourself against snitches, informers, informants, agents provocateurs, narcs, finks, and similar vermin. Rats was written by OG libertarian Claire Wolfe. Rats is a short book, easy to read, and available free in many formats. Download Rats free at rats-nosnitch.com. That's rats-nosnitch.com.
Secretary Lou, and explaining his his new currencies.
We got to listen to the song first.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, where's the song?
Here we go. All right, this is going to be Statism. It's a new single from Backwards. Go ahead, give it a play, Kyle. Now, I listened to that probably several times would be a fair estimate yesterday, and I read the lyrics, and it's really nice to see the message getting out properly. And I look forward to a time where anarcho-capitalist music, rock, rap, whatever, is going to become mainstream. So Nima, the Nima V and Backwards will be, I don't know, doing like the Warped Tour or something like that. They'll be the Warped Tour.
Right on. Yeah.
So, yeah, shout out to them. Show some support. Go check out their website and everything.
What is the website again?
I'll put a link in the show notes for it, but the YouTube channel is Backwards Music.
All right, cool.
Cool.
So, yeah, I love to see. We need more arts. More arts liberty projects. I think one artist, one musician, one novelist is worth at least 3 presidential candidates.
I think one lousy liberty musician is worth 3 of the best presidential candidates. When you think,
exactly.
When you think about it, there's not a heck of a lot of true liberty music out there. You got the fake constitutional limited liberty, the different country artists and stuff like that, talking about how the troops defend your right to obey the government and you should be thankful for it. Yeah. And there needs to be some true, pure, uncut, 420 friendly liberty out there. High power.
Well, there is a lot of it coming out of the more rap side of things. Actually, at least that's the most I've come across. Because Eric's more of a rapper, but he's with Backwards, which is more of a metal band. But in general, my friend Danilo has interviewed a bunch of them. There's like 5 or 6 different guys that I've come across just in the past year alone, but they all seem to be going the rap route with it. My friend Jared Howe's one of them. He goes by the name Jerry One. He promotes himself as a voluntarist rapper. But yeah, I think there needs to be more. I guess Jordan Page is the closest to it, right?
Yeah.
Although
they're probably not going to get the invite to the White House for the mentorship program.
Yeah,
right?
but they don't have. Oh, God.
Rapper Rick Ross has that gig already. So.
Yeah. Wow, what a loss.
I met Jordan last year at Agora Fest and did a nice little interview with him.
Yeah. Jordan Page, of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was really nice to talk to. I didn't know a whole lot about him before that, and I was really impressed just chatting with him and getting to know him. Real nice guy.
Super high quality human being, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I cooked dinner for him late one night after he got in, because that's what I do. I've cooked for like all the big names of Liberty, it seems like.
I think he has like 13 kids now. Like last I can, I think he has like literally like he just
something like that.
How many? Like every time I see him, there's like 3 or 4 more than the last time.
I think there's 6 or 7. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I'm serious. This dude is. He's
that are actually his progeny.
Pool.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, well, last year he said 6. And I was like, oh, my
Good
God.
Lord.
Yeah, I thought there was a 7th that came along. I'm not positive.
Boys got swimmers, okay? I'll just put it that way, all right?
Yeah,
strong swimmers, and a lot of them.
And he looks like he's 25, too. Yeah. I don't know. He's like early 30s,
hard.
But yeah. I'm surprised he doesn't have gray hair with all those kids. Anyway. So, rock, rap, Liberty music, good stuff.
Well, think of all the important social movements, right? They're always like deeply involved with the arts, right? Whether it's film or music. So,
well, look at the Vietnam era protest music. Yeah, protest songs. I mean, that was some high quality stuff back then.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we'll be back. More Freedom Fiends.
Worms.
You're listening to Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and some of his weird friends. And yes, we're broadcasting this into space. My fellow sheep, election season is upon us. Are you one of the 12% of Americans who still approves of our government? Then we need your help to force the other 88% into compliance. Our democracy depends on it. We're an organization called Citizens Against Too Much Unfettered Freedom, or CATMUF. CATMUF is a bipartisan flock of sheep whose goal is expanding government until nothing else remains. Because the government is here to help you. How can you help CATMUF help you? By only voting for candidates dedicated to expanding government. It's easy. You don't need to study the issues. No matter what a politician says when running for office, they're all dedicated to expanding government. And make sure you tell all your friends and family to vote for more government. Here at CATMUF, we don't care if you vote Democrat or Republican, as long as you vote for candidates committed to growing our federal family. CATMUF, because folks just aren't smart enough to handle real freedom.
Dr. Joe Wallach is not your typical doctor, both a veterinarian and
LRN.FM. After notifying students that there will be no awesome events happening on campus this weekend, Hamilton College Activity Board Coordinator Jessica Wilson from the class of 2015 spoke to Onion reporters about the disappointingly empty days ahead.
On behalf of the entire Campus Activities Board, I would like to truly apologize for failing to live up to the standards expected of us from everyone on campus. And the fact is, we let the school down.
Wilson said that while the board is usually proficient at booking plenty of cool events for all students to participate in, the upcoming weekend will have no interesting lectures, no wrestling match against Amherst, no acoustic coffee house, and no outdoor movie screening of Silver Linings Playbook.
We tried our best to organize a foam party in Dunham Quad for Friday night, but all the foam machines were rented, and we failed. This falls on us. We realize we don't deserve your trust yet, nor do we expect it, but we'll do everything we can to restore your confidence in us, starting with a comedy hypnotist show on Thursday at Minor Theater. Tickets are $5.
This is the Onion News Network.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents higher at $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippie! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you got to keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
If you want to move to the free state and you're looking for some real estate.
Oof, I think we've all had enough of that jingle, don't you? If you're going to invest in property in New Hampshire, it just makes sense to support a Liberty-friendly realtor. Call Mark Warden of Team Porcupine Real Estate for investment property or rentals in the Free State. Or visit his website. Come on, you know it.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm.
Freedom Fiends. Old Michael Dean had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. So, James, you have some very important monetary information that you were going to share with everybody.
Well, this is an open letter from Secretary Lew at the United States Treasury, okay? And I just feel that's... right, this is L-E-W. I guess that's his last name. I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah,
anyway,
no
but the Fiends should do our part to get this important message out. And I'm just going to give you a little taste. When I announced last June that a newly redesigned $10 note would feature a woman, I hope to encourage a national conversation about women in our democracy. The response has been powerful. You and your fellow citizens from across the country have made your voices heard through town hall discussions and roundtable conversations, and with more than 1 million responses via mail and email and through handwritten notes, tweets, and social media posts. Thank you for sharing this thoughtful and impassioned feedback. That sounds really like, wow, everyone was talking about it. I never even heard about it. But
me either.
How did he come up with this millions? They're like, okay, every time somebody tweeted it, how many people get Twitter? Billions? Okay, count that as billions. I don't know. Like, really? Millions of people gave feedback?
And they all demanded Caitlyn Jenner.
But, government agents and politicians, they never embellish. I mean...
Well, in this day and age, who knows? Maybe they just had bots doing it. People voting somewhere.
Fake Twitter followers.
They voted twice.
Exactly.
Dead people voted.
Wow.
They voted early. They voted oftener. And they voted harder.
I still think this is I'm going to say this is a dishonor for Harriet Tubman, who she does not deserve to have her image, I think, used for slave notes. No.
Especially if she's still on it with Jackson. That's just even more.
Yeah, probably in I think he is still the main portrait, and also in the background was somebody who got away from Jackson. No.
I mean, at the very least, have her turned around then, so at least she's running away from him. I mean, come on.
I like that portrait of her where she's got a gun and reaching out her hand. It was like a drawing somebody made. Like she's got a pistol in one hand, and in the other hand is reaching out to help somebody. It's a really great portrait, or I don't know. I don't know if she posed that way for it, but as some artist represented her that way.
So like you said, it seemed like the general population don't get that. They don't understand that she's going to be basically sharing, the spotlight with Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill still. And the fact that they are so proud of this and the unintentional irony is completely lost on them.
Yeah, it's like it would be like putting Lysander Spooner on a postage stamp, right? Like that's just. I don't think he would have approved of that. Although actually, he might have just laughed and he probably would have enjoyed the lulls. But anyway, at the same time, maybe this will help people learn about Harriet Tubman. So it's not like there couldn't be a benefit if people look into her and found out what she had to do to fight slavery and of course the Fugitive Slave Act made her job so much harder. After the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, it wasn't enough to just get people to the North. Yeah,
it didn't make her job harder. It made her job possible. The Fugitive Slave Act was a jobs program for
for abolitionists.
For conductors of the Underground Railroad. It's just like immigration laws create the coyote positions. Well, consider her a coyote for the escaping slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just had to go. They had to go further after the Fugitive Slave Act.
Right. But she was helping people just get from Maryland to Pennsylvania, and then they're like, oh, now we got to go to Canada. I'm like, oh man.
Now keep in mind that every time she did that, she was breaking the law. Mm-hmm. She was violating the Constitution because the fugitive slave laws are specifically listed in the Constitution, Article 4, Section 2. So she had to destroy the Constitution to preserve it. The path to freedom isn't always a legal one. So good for her.
Rarely is it a legal one.
Yeah. Anyway. So, well, let's at least it's creating an opportunity for us to talk about her. So,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like you said, hopefully people will look into
Look at you seeing the bright side.
Well, the only thing I would say, though, is it's going to depend on where they get their information from, because,
True.
The textbook descriptions of Harriet Tubman conveniently leave all that other stuff out. There's really no mention of that. Just, she helped free the slaves. There's no mention
and she was best friends with Abraham Lincoln.
Right, and she was
best friends with Abraham Lincoln and strong Republican woman.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Best friends with Abe Lincoln, and together they held hands and abolished slavery and sang songs and
they skipped into the sunset together.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you that she was a criminal. There was a reward. There was a price on her head. She was wanted dead or alive for
by Lincoln.
Yeah.
By Lincoln. It's true. It's true. Yeah.
But they were best friends.
Never forget. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the price was on her head to bring her home so that they could enjoy their friendship. Yeah.
Please come home or I'll kill you.
Yeah.
My friend.
Well, maybe he wanted to offer the hospitality of the Lincoln bedroom, which at that time, was a little more prestigious.
I wonder what it was called then.
The bedroom?
The bedroom.
My bedroom.
Abe's man cave? I don't know.
Abe's man cave?
Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah, but going back to what I was saying about, where people get their information from, I think this is actually part of the with the ridiculous statement from, who is it? Was that Jack Lew? I forget the guy's name already, or at least I tried to. Who made that silly statement about everybody wanting this?
Millions.
But this will drum up enough. It will drum up enough debate to keep the average citizen distracted from everything else, just as intended, because the people, like we were talking about earlier, I think we were talking about it off the air, but about everybody trying to claim it. Republicans, Democrats, everybody's trying to claim her values and say, oh, she was a Republican. Well, no, she was. And
she was pro-gun. She was.
She was pro-gun, and she was a criminal, like Lou said. So.
Yeah.
She couldn't have been a Republican. She hated the Constitution and the fugitive slave laws.
Yeah, and didn't somebody tell her, the law is the law, and she could have, she went to Pennsylvania. She could have gone to Somalia.
Yeah,
She consented by not going to Somalia, like
staying here and flaunting the law. How dare she?
Yeah, that horrible scofflaw. And as a matter of fact, maybe she obviously never saw that guy from the NYPD wearing the shirt that says "Real heroes die serving the law, not breaking it."
Oh, cops
servicing the law. What was it?
On their knees,
enforcing the law or something like that. Yeah. Speaking of cops on their knees, aren't we supposed to talk about some sort of safe space for cops? Michael asked us to talk about that.
They were complaining. They were talking about that yesterday. Apparently somebody somewhere was again complaining about
Edmonton. These are some very concerned cops in Edmonton. They're suffering. The quote was, the continuous accountability, continuously being in the public eye, and that having to be infallible. It puts a lot of pressure on our police officers and contributes to their mental health. Okay, and then so basically he's setting it up. That means police accountability. Sure, we can have it, but we're going to have a lot more PTSD claims. So he's like, okay. So now if they're like, oh, I can't handle the stress of people's camera phones, they can get the PTSD medical out, right? I think that's where they're headed with this.
So
like, I can't take it anymore.
So are you trying to say that they're kind of like the average, motorist, that as soon as they see a cop, they really start to get nervous about whether they're going to have their picture taken and have their money taken away from them, or possibly lose their life? Is that what the cops are whining and complaining about?
Yeah, it's stressful. There's a lot of stress there.
Good.
You can certainly understand it, right?
Yeah.
But anyway,
there's this. There's actually a Pink Floyd song that Michael wanted us to talk about too. It's called the Fletcher Memorial Home for Incurable Tyrants and Kings. And if we have enough time left in this segment, I'll go ahead and read it. That's okay with you guys?
Yeah, right. Do it.
So the lyrics go: take all your overgrown infants away somewhere and build them a home, a little place of their own. The Fletcher Memorial Home for Incurable Tyrants and Kings. And they can appear to themselves every day on closed-circuit TV to make sure they're still real. It's the only connection they feel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Reagan and Haig, Mr. Begin and friend Mrs. Thatcher and Paisley, Mr. Brezhnev and party, the ghost of McCarthy, the memories of Nixon, and now adding color, a group of anonymous Latin American meat-packing glitterati. Do they expect us to treat them with any respect? They can polish their medals and sharpen their smiles and amuse themselves playing games for a while. Boom, boom, bang, bang, lie down, you're dead. Safe in the permanent gaze of a cold glass eye with their favorite toys. They'll be good girls and boys in the Fletcher Memorial Home for colonial wasters of life and limb. Is everyone in? Are you having a nice time? Now the final solution can be applied.
Oh! Tongue-tied and twisted, just an earthbound misfit.
Yep.
It's not exactly Dr. Seuss, but it certainly has a ring to it.
It's a lot more cheerful, too. You know? I love the celebratory nature and the joy at the end. As it's resolved.
Now,
fantastic.
Not too far from James. Not too far from you in Pittsburgh. Aren't the police fighting back against drug testing?
Oh, it's infringing on their constitutional rights.
All right, let's talk about that when we come back.
Same with body cameras.
You and the hamster in your brain are listening to Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and his weird friends.
The central scrutinizer is a Soviet-style Leviathan trying to keep track of all you do. That's why I use a VPN, or virtual private network, from Bola VPN. Bola VPN is inexpensive, secure, and will allow you to use your computer without leaving a trail. Bola VPN is now also offering torrent seed boxes for safely sharing media with the world. And if you open a support ticket saying you heard about them from the Freedom Fiends, they'll add 3 extra days free. That's Bola VPN at BOLEHVPN.net.
Are you sick of government lackeys who say you didn't build that? Are you tired of elitists who think you need a government permission slip for everything? Everything you do is an A to B conversation, and the government should see their way out of it. Create true free markets by adopting the BIPCOT No Government License. The BIPCOT No Gov license allows use or modification of any product, service, or software except by governments or government agents. Go to BIPCOT.org. That's Bravo, India, Papa, Charlie, Oscar, Tango.org.
So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
You've seen crazy diets to lose weight. At GCN Team, our healthy body weight loss system simply neutralifies the body, bringing down cravings. It has been proven that nutritional deficiencies drive appetite for carbs, sugars, and fats. Lose weight the easy way. Find us at GCNteam.com or call 877-878-4203. Fighting cravings is a fool's game. Give the body what it needs to be satisfied. Again, 877-878-4203. That's 877-878-4203.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars.
LRN.FM. Uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. That's what the readers of freedomsphoenix.com get every day. freedomsphoenix.com, constantly providing the information, the real news about government policies, and the real relationship we all have with the coercive government. The real condition of the economy, innovations in technology, breakthroughs in energy, health, and computer science. Learn the truth well before it's admitted to in the lamestream media. The corporate media, nothing more than distributors of government propaganda, but now there's an alternative. freedomsphoenix.com. Constant news updates on the issues that affect your life in the most important ways. With liberty and property under constant attack, freedomsphoenix.com provides the understanding behind the propaganda, and it encourages the participation of its readers. Go to freedomsphoenix.com. That's freedoms with an S, phoenix.com. freedomsphoenix.com. The revolution between the ears has already happened.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless free market non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, add yourself to the Shire map at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
James is just being difficult.
Contrarian. He's a contrarian, is all he is.
Freedom
Fiends. Isn't that just James being James? Not really.
Yeah.
I know.
All right.
That's what they pay me for. That's how I earn my Freedom Fiends buttons.
That's how you get the big buttons.
All right, a little redemption in the third act here. So, Diana, you just read at the end of the last segment the
lyrics from the Floyd song.
Yeah, the Fletcher Memorial Home for Incurable Tyrants and Kings. So, Michael says that we need a safe space for cops.
That sounds like that would work. Yeah.
Yeah, but with that final solution at the end, I don't know if you can call it a safe space. I think it's maybe safe for the rest of us.
Well, exactly.
Right.
But in the interim, it's safe for them because that's basically what it is. Because you also touched on that story with the Pittsburgh cops fighting against their rights being violated. All these.
That's adorable, isn't it? Right. Yeah, Pittsburgh cops, they're like, hey, we're going to give you, we want to do, steroids are this huge problem in law enforcement, and we're going to give you drug tests. Like, whoa, constitutional rights time. Suddenly they're experts in defending rights.
James, I have to correct you. If you take a look at the average cop, it is plainly obvious that they're not taking steroids, and they're definitely not taking diet pills or weight loss medication. Most of those guys are some hardcore heifers.
Maybe
they're taking Dunkin' Donuts.
No, they're taking the prednisone. They're taking the wrong steroids. They're taking the prednisone like Michael, which actually makes you.
They end up retaining a lot of water in their uterus. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Exactly. I was just gonna say they're all complaining, just like the college kids on the campuses. They're, oh my God, my feelings are hurt. Oh my God.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, yeah.
I have an idea of a safe place for cops. It's called Gitmo.
Well, yeah, since it hasn't been closed or anything.
Yeah, there's plenty of activities for them down there. I'm not talking about for work either. I'm talking about that.
Well, how about this? Get this. Home. Yeah, the Pittsburgh Lodge of the Fraternal Order of Police has filed a civil rights grievance against the city, claiming officers have been ordered to undergo drug and alcohol testing that is a violation of their contract. And describes the policy as, quote unquote, an illegal search and seizure. They're very concerned about illegal search and seizure.
No.
Oh, yeah.
So what they're saying, investigating drug use is unconstitutional?
Yes.
Yeah. You know what? Somebody asked me, because I said, you know what? Get rid of the cops. And somebody says, well, what about the jobs? And because I'm very opposed to the war on drugs in 99.9% of what they do. And somebody asked, what about their jobs? And I says, well, they can go out and they can find productive work out in the private sector, and they can stop being parasites. But quite frankly, if they're
shooting dogs and beating up people.
Quite frankly, if they're so incapable of going out and finding real work, I really don't care if they die of starvation in the streets. And I was looked at like I was some kind of a monster for that. I'm so opposed to what they do. I would rather see them starve to death if they can't find real work. If they can't,
right? Well, you just said look, he's a carjacker. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Are you saying a carjacker shouldn't be able to feed his family with carjackings? Or you would? Right? Yeah, actually, yeah. Who cares? But anyway, it's just I think it's. I guess it's kind of good news just to see these people having to put the Fraternal Order of Police on the fence and making them make the arguments against testing and against illegal search and seizure. Like,
right.
Oh, how fun!
The things that they just love to perpetrate against your average person.
Yeah, the thing that gives me some hope, though, is the number of people that are blindly defending cops is just dwindling and dropping like a rock.
Yeah.
I think last time I was on, or 2 times ago, I was talking about a story in Arizona where the police union or police association gave their detailed description of what happened at the event, and most of the comments, and none of these were friends of mine, were saying release the body cam footage, release the cam footage, and all this other stuff. Is like, oh my God, I don't even know these people, but they're saying the right things.
No wonder these cops are stressed and need a safe space.
Yeah. So, Diana, you have a haiku for us. It's the Honorable Mention Award.
Yes, an honorable mention, great late entry to the haiku contest. And this is from Ross. Butt fungus blockchain. Dank catmuff memes on Facebook. I hear your lungworms.
I am touched.
I love it.
That really hits you.
Especially with the background music going. I mean, it's just...
Oh,
Thank you, Ross. That's awesome.
That haiku has touched my life improperly.
I rarely cry on the show, but wow.
Yeah. For more Freedom Fiends, go to freedomfiends.com. Thank you all for your service. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
The Freedom Fiends now have a free app for your Android phone, tablet, phablet, or other Chrome robot turd, available now from the Google Play Store, Amazon, and freedomfiends.com. Lovingly handcrafted by head hamster Michael W. Dean, the artisanal Freedom Fiends radio app allows you to listen live, keep up with the podcast, chat directly with other fiends, get discounts on bigger buttons, brainwash yourself with a 24/7 random episode, and so much more. You know the Freedom Fiends is the best libertarian radio show in the world, but when the fiends aren't live, you can use the app to listen to LRN.FM from anywhere. The Freedom Fiends radio app is like having a virtual libertarian re-education camp in your pocket. It's your gateway to the exclusive high-demand group that is the Freedom Fiends. Install the Freedom Fiends radio Android app today. It's free, and of course, it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. And get ready for LibPair with the Freedom Fiends radio app for Android. Worms.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you...
Listen to LRN.FM on any phone, anytime. 213-493-0309. That's 213-493-0309. LRN.FM. If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market. Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com. If you can't listen to the Liberty Radio Network's internet streams, free satellite channel, or radio affiliates, no worries. You can listen to LRN.FM from any phone, anywhere. Add this number to your phone. 213-493-0309. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The Liberty Radio Network listen lines are locked into our stream 24 hours a day. Call 213-493-0309. That's 213-493-0309.
In Survivor Max 2, School Bites, Max must scavenge through a wasteland swarming with the undead. Desperate to find the medicine he needs, he discovers a community of survivors at his former school. Has he finally found the safe haven he's been looking for, or will he discover that school bites? Look for Survivor Max on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, and read Chapter 1 at SurvivorMax.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm. The latest episode of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio is next after the news, here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
Peace, Love, Liberty Radio version 4.0. Prepare for launch.
OTC is go. Packetbus is go. PTC is go. LPS is go. Houston flight is go. Molotov. STM is go. SafetyCom is go. STU is go. LRD is go. SRO is go. CDI is go. Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston. Consequences so severe, so pull your trigger quickly, dear. Our patriots are acting up, let's punish them with fear. Hey, hey!
Hey, it's Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, episode 310. That's 310. And yes, today is Wednesday. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get a show in today, but I am, because I was able to rearrange a couple of things to make sure I got it done. And rearranging things to make sure you get them done is something that I want to talk about. Because, of course, this is version 4.0. Yes, I know, today is Wednesday. Normally I answer your questions, but because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get a show done today, I did not put up the Ask Me Anything threads, and there were no questions that were submitted otherwise. So, jumping into version 4.0, I've got an article here from Archetype. I think it's Archetypes. It might be Arch. I'm not sure. ARCHE type. So, yeah, Archetypes. I had previously been calling it Archetypes, and then I heard somebody on a show that I was listening to in my travels recently talk about archetypes of something, and I was like, that's probably how that website is supposed to be pronounced. But what's the saying? Don't make fun of somebody about the way they pronounce a word. It probably means that they learned it from reading. So, anyway, there's an article here from archetypes.com, and it's about ways to successfully maximize time. Specifically, 9 ways successful people maximize their time. And as you know, when I talk about success, I'm not necessarily talking about people that have lots of money, even though that's what a lot of people think when they hear somebody is successful. Oh, they have a lot of money. Well, possibly. You can be successful and be broke. As long as you are doing the things that you put your mind to, then you are successful. But I digress and continue, or rather I begin with the article. Time is the currency of successful people, they write. This I have learned, not money. Successful people are always pushing themselves to attain more success, and one way they can do it is to make the most of their time. Well, it's not about survival, but strategy. If you can do what you have to do to make that impact, that will make you successful. Here is how successful people maximize their time. They wake up early. And this is something that I struggle with myself, waking up early. They write here, yes, it's so comfortable to be in bed. When you're in bed, it feels as you are experiencing satisfaction. But successful people don't want satisfaction. They want excellence. This is why they wake up early, to beat competition and dominate. From Tim Cook to Oprah Winfrey, they all wake up early to solve problems. Success doesn't sleep. Time is a constant. And to be successful, you have to learn to wake up early. What some successful people wake up to do and accomplish within those wee hours of the day could take others a lifetime to attain. And one thing that is sort of implied here, but not recommended, is foregoing sleep. They say success does not sleep. True, possibly. However, as we learned a couple of weeks ago, people that get 6 hours of sleep per night think that they're performing very well when in fact they're performing at about the same level as somebody that's been awake for 3 days. So while it might possibly be true, I don't know, that quote-unquote success does not sleep. What we do know is that if you deprive yourself of sleep, you are going to wind up harming yourself in the long run. Successful people organize. They know what they want to accomplish during the day. Successful people are focused. They don't dilly-dally. They are certain. They are sure. Thus, they organize and know what matters and what does not. They detail their itinerary and every activity that will spur them to greater success. And here's something that I want to sort of disagree with, because it seems to imply that only certain personality types can ever be successful. They say they detail their itinerary. Well, not everybody works off of a planned itinerary. Not everybody details exactly what they're going to do every minute of every day. Certainly, some people do. Some people don't. I would not say that the person that does not could not be successful. I'm not going to say that every person that details or writes down in their itinerary every activity that they're going to do during a day is going to be quote-unquote successful. But that is the item number 2. They organize. And again, you can organize without scheduling every minute of your day. Successful people prioritize, and this is something that is very important. They know what matters. Some things matter, other things don't. Successful people know this, and I think most people know this. It's just whether or not they're able to actually focus on the things or follow through on, I know this needs to be done, I know this other thing is less important. Sometimes people will do the less important thing instead of the bigger, more important thing. But people that are successful will prioritize. They focus on the real or major stuff for the day. If you want to start making the most of your day, you have to start evaluating what matters and what doesn't. If you know what matters, it won't be difficult, or rather it should not be difficult, of a task to prioritize and attain it. Successful people delegate. And this is something I would say not only successful, but people that are overly busy will delegate, because they know that they can't necessarily accomplish everything, or there might be things that they don't know how to accomplish, but they know that it needs accomplished. So they will find somebody that is able to actually do the thing. I'll read the little blurb here from Archetypes and then tell you the remaining things. There's 5 remaining things that successful people do to maximize their time. This is Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. You can support FPP Radio by joining the Fans program. Fans are friends, allies, and Numery supporters. Fans help FPP afford to produce more original content. You can join the Fans program for as little as $3 per month through Patreon and get perks like ad-free versions of FPP Radio News and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. To learn more or to join the Fans program, visit fans.fppradio.com. That's fans.fppradio.com. In 2115 New England, there are no borders, no states, and no regulations, yet never has a more peaceful and prosperous place existed. But Mr. Drake Security Company has seen better days. Faced with the prospect of waning power, Mr. Drake intends to replace the anarchy of New England with a government. But at what cost? Will anybody care? And can anyone stop him? Anarchy in New England by Joe Jarvis is available from Amazon.com and all major bookstores.
You're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, online at fppradio.com.
Speaking of maximizing things, how about maximizing your portfolio? Well, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage can help you do that, and they've been helping people do that since 1977. They've been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. And if you've seen the prices lately, you know they're going up. So now is as good a time as any to wind up buying. I have heard people speculate that they think the price will double within the next 6 months. Of course, I've not heard that from Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, and this is not me, giving investment advice. This is just me making a statement that I have heard that the price of gold and silver will continue to climb. And, well, you can get some gold and silver from Roberts & Roberts Brokerage. They take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Give Roberts & Roberts Brokerage a call today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760. That's 800-874-9760. Or visit online at rrbi.co. That's rrbi.co. So we're talking about 9 things, or rather 9 ways that successful people maximize their time. They wake up early, they organize, they delegate. It's important to know what you can accomplish excellently and what you cannot. Successful people know this, and thus they delegate. They look for others who can accomplish a particular task better than them and position them to make the most out of a task. When you delegate, you make the most out of another person to get what you want. It doesn't make you a victim. It makes you a master and a success. And I don't like the way they worded this last sentence here, where it says it makes you a master, because that makes it sound in a roundabout way that the person that you are asking to perform a task for you is thus subservient and your slave. And I don't think that's true at all, because there are times when, in a work situation, or even not a work situation, if you are paying someone to perform a job that you are not able to do, they're not your slave. They are, your employee. They're your hired hand. They're your contracted person. That does not make you necessarily a master and them subservient, because it could be a barter situation to where you're doing a task for them that they're not able to do. They're doing a task for you that they're not able to do, or vice versa, whatever. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. We're delegating tasks to one another. We both come out ahead. So I don't think it makes anyone a master per se, but it can help you be successful. Successful people connect. They maximize, or rather maximizing your time means connecting to those who matter and who don't. Successful people do well to connect. Connecting could be with new persons or persons who have always been there for you. When you connect, you retain your desires and values and appreciate what really matters. You find joy and you find success in the process. Successful people will focus on one activity at a time. And we talked briefly, I think last week, about multitasking, which is not actually multitasking. It is distracting, and will wind up putting you about 20 minutes behind on what you were doing when you wind up switching over between tasks. And you can go back, listen to the show. I don't remember exactly what episode, but I do know that I talked about it briefly a couple of weeks ago. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. It might have been last week. But anyway, successful people will focus on one activity at a time. Successful people are focused. They don't go after so many pursuits at once. Rather, they know what they want and pursue them. They're focused. This means they build on their desires and remain consistent. Successful people will build a ritual. They focus on discipline and consistency. Successful people always focus on the big picture and how it will be part of something great. Thus, they remain disciplined and build a ritual on positive habits that will make their goals or dreams a reality. Yes, they don't wait for things to happen, though their habit, or rather through their habits, they make things happen. They declutter their lives, and this sort of ties into something else that I will talk about today. There's an article that I've had in my notes here for a while. Are you a minimalist or a maximalist? So I will get into that after this article. But let me tell you about the Declutter the Lives. You cannot be the best, or rather you cannot get the best use of your time from a life that is cluttered with so many activities, goals, and relationships. Successful people know what and who matters in their world and those things that don't. They do well to declutter their lives so they can get the most out of the things that truly matter. And finally, successful people focus. This means they direct their energy at achievable and realistic goals. They find joy in going after those things they are truly passionate about. There is no point after all directing their energy at goals that would not bring out the best in their skills and their passions. So those are the 9 ways people, or rather successful people, maximize their time. I'll run through these one more time. Wake up early, organize, prioritize, delegate, connect, focus on one activity at a time, have discipline and consistency. They say ritual, but that just sounds weird. Declutter your life and focus. So speaking of decluttering, here's how you can tell if you're a maximalist or a minimalist. These days, it's all about personal style. We're living in an age that allows us to capture and share our identities through digital photography and social media among people we know and even people we don't. We can embrace our individual personalities and refine not only how we dress and groom ourselves, but also how we organize and decorate our living environment. Styling our homes and creating a sanctuary where we dwell and evolve is a privilege. Whether we live alone, with a significant other, with a group of people, or whether or not we have children, all these factors can contribute to what our home looks like and how it functions. I'll jump into the rest of this and tell you how you can tell if you're a minimalist or a maximalist when we return here on Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, online at fppradio.com. During the 2013 Porcupine Freedom Festival, Davi Barker presented an idea for a renegade psychological experiment. Since then, he has refined his idea and put his plan and research into writing. He explains, "We aim to show the world beyond a shadow of a doubt that power corrupts absolutely and corrupt authority deserves no obedience." Authoritarian Sociopathy is available from Amazon.com, all major bookstores, and now available as an audiobook. You can support FPP Radio by shopping online. Whether you're looking for precious metals, bitcoins, or books, you'll find that and more at shop.fppradio.com. Every purchase you make from one of my affiliates, like Namecheap, Spendabit, and Amazon at shop.fppradio.com, helps fund FPP Radio. Or you can shop directly from FPP with Bitcoin in the Bitcoin store. That's shop.fppradio.com.
You're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio with Daryl W. Perry, online at fppradio.com.
Are you fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet? What's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen. That's thelavaflow.com/listen. Or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. So how can you tell if you're a minimalist or a maximalist? Well, it's unrealistic to succumb to the pressure to live in a home that looks like a magazine spread. It just is not functional or practical. However, we can understand what our taste is, what it says about our personality, and how we can enhance the comfort of our living environment to create desirable surroundings. By understanding ourselves, we can also understand others and find balance to suit everyone. Minimalism is all about clean lines, empty spaces, plain colors, and patterns. The ridding of clutter, the clearing of surfaces, and the simplicity of having only what is necessary. It's about minimizing visual noise so the focus is drawn to only a handful of items that are useful and practical. Minimalist decor embraces storage. It doesn't mean you don't have things. It just means they are organized and put away so that they are not constantly accessible and seen. And I would actually disagree with their definition here of minimalism. I've heard people define minimalism as only having maximum amount of possessions that you would be able to put in your car. I've heard other people say it's having no more than what you're able to carry on your person at any time. So I disagree that it means that everything's put away and organized. No, you can have a lot of stuff and have it put away and organized. It doesn't mean you're a minimalist. It just means that you have enough storage to wind up storing all of your stuff. So I disagree with their definition here, but I will continue. A minimalist room may feature light colors or naturally toned empty walls with perhaps only one simple wall hanging or picture. It will include only the basic furniture for the room, which does not have to be uncomfortable or coarse, just plain. A minimalist bedroom may have only a simply dressed bed, perhaps one bedside table, an unadorned rug on the floor, or no rug at all. Clothes, books, jewelry, shoes, blankets, and the other clutter are stored in a closed wardrobe or closet. Color schemes tend to be pale, and minimalists opt for organic finishes. Embracing a minimalist style is quite simply living with less. Yes, living with less, but don't say, as they did here in the first sentence, that minimalism doesn't mean you don't have things, it means they're organized. Those are two different things. Because, again, you can have a lot of stuff, but have it organized. You can have not a lot of stuff and not have it organized in something that most people would say, oh, yes, that's an orderly fashion. You could have your shoes on the floor, your pants on top of that, your T-shirt on top of that. It's organized the way you think it should be because, well, you've got to put your shirt on before you put your pants on, before you put your shoes on. That's an organization style. Some people would call that messy. But clutter and messy are not necessarily the same thing, and you can be messy and be a minimalist at the same time. But I digress and continue. The article here, and this comes from lifehack.org. It will be in the show notes. A person who prefers the minimalist style or philosophy of life tends to have a need for singularity and clarity. Joshua Becker from becomingminimalist.com says it's about intentionality. He writes, minimalism is marked by clarity, purpose, and intentionality. At its core, minimalism is the intentional promotion of the things we most value and the removal of everything that distracts us from it. It is a life that forces intentionality. Being minimalist is not just about owning less, it's about shedding the need to focus on material possessions that easily become disposable to make way for the things that have true value and meaning. And I could not agree with that part more. That, minimalism is definitely about shedding the things, or rather shedding the focus on material possessions that can become a distraction. Minimalism is ridding oneself of the urge to acquire and accumulate, and instead move away from the modern obsession with consumerism. And again, I agree here, but this seems to contradict something that they wrote in the first paragraph that I will read one more time before I go to the maximalist part, where in the first paragraph they said that minimalism does not mean you don't have things, it just means they are organized and put away so they are not constantly accessible and seen. But here in the final paragraph they say minimalism is ridding oneself of the urge to acquire and accumulate and instead move away from the modern obsession with consumerism. Seems to be absolutely 180 degrees polar opposite. Are you a maximalist? Maximalism, while being completely the opposite to the minimalist style, isn't necessarily about clutter or excess. It is, however, visually and spatially busier. Maximalist style is about bold colors, patterns, and creativity. It fills a room with interest and variety. A space is brimming with life and history. It tells a story and gives priority to diversity of functionality. Comfort is key in the maximalist style and allows for objects of convenience and practicality to be easily accessible and ever present. It is also about changing, and while it can be highly styled, a maximalist room can be dynamic and flexible. I'll tell you the rest here in the closing moments of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio.
Hey, this is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends radio show. I've been working with computer programmer Derek Slopey to create Fiend Phone. I'm using Fiend Phone right now to talk with and record one of my co-hosts in real time. Take it, Davi.
Hey, this is Davi Barker, and I'm 1,000 miles away from Michael, but we sound like we're in the same room.
We sure do, Davi. So, Davi, please tell the nice people more about Fiend Phone.
Fiend Phone is free, open-source software that opens up a global world of possibilities for collaborative, high-quality remote voice media production, and I'm digging it.
People can try the Windows beta version of Fiend Phone right now at fiendphone.com. But we're also raising money to vastly improve Fiend Phone and vastly improve independent talk media worldwide.
So go to fiendphone.com to help out. Who will build the audio roads? We will, with your help.
That's fiendphone.com. FEENPHONE.com. Foxtrot, Echo, Echo, November, phone.com.
Fiend Phone. I never knew remote audio could be this good.
This is Paige Peterson from MaidSafe, and you're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio with Daryl W. Perry.
Hey, this is Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, episode 310. I'll run through the rest of this article on minimalism versus maximalism. A maximalist will mix bright colors with intricate and daring patterns flawlessly. There will be an abundance of options for seating and lying. Surfaces are plentiful and covered with both decorative and useful objects. Depending on the movement and activities of its inhabitants, a maximalist-styled room may look different from one day to the next. If a person likes to read, the maximalist room could look like a library. If they like to paint, it could look like an artist's studio. Plants feature heavily, and one can bring the outdoors inside in a maximalist room. There's more here about this, but let me jump to the final paragraph about maximalism. A person who has maximalist tendencies values the gradual evolution of a space. They are often collectors and will display groups of objects that are not only beautifully created works of art that are valuable, but also represent some sort of meaning. Perhaps they have been collected from their travels or have been passed down through their families. Maximalists often indulge in the extreme and can transcend the need for order. They experience order within chaos and find it exciting and motivating, even impressing, or rather even inspiring. Some people, however, are both. While having a tendency to be either minimalist or maximalist, most people will fall somewhere in between. For most people living day to day, it is impossible to maintain a sanitary and completely clean minimalist environment, particularly if you have small children or pets, or if you don't live alone. Most people surrender control over their living environment and prefer to have a home as opposed to feeling like they live in a sanitary hotel room. And I will say that I've lived in hotels before, and I actually kind of like it because it does allow that sort of minimalist lifestyle to be easier, because you know that you can't acquire stuff. Well, you could, but not a lot of stuff, because you don't necessarily own the space that you're living in, and you know you're going to have to leave. And when you leave, you're going to have to be able to pack all of your stuff into, small areas. So on the one hand, I like the idea and the living style of minimalism. At the same time, some of the maximalist stuff of, acquiring stuff with sentimental value, it's kind of interesting, but at the same time, does it really serve your purpose? And I would say largely no. Largely it does not, but, if you ever want to have a museum, at some point when you die, I guess, it's good to have stuff. That way they can put things on display. Hey, this is Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. Don't forget, every Wednesday I answer your questions, AMA at FTPradio.com.
The podcasts of FPP Radio are licensed under Copyheart. We believe that copying is a form of flattery and do not abide by the copyright laws. Those laws serve to restrict the flow of ideas, which no one can really own. Copying is an act of love. Love is not subject to law. If you enjoy the show, consider joining the Fans program and get perks like ad-free versions of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio and FPP Radio News. To learn more or to join the Fans program, visit fans.fppradio.com.
You know how annoying it is when someone keeps stopping mid-sentence as though he or she were asking you a series of questions? Avoid doing that. It sounds unnervingly tentative, and it imposes upon the listener to help you complete the thought. And if you're a job seeker, this alone could be a deal killer. An effective communicator sounds more confident. Complete the thought. Avoid making the listener impatient. With money and attention so scarce now, effective communication skills have never been more important. Cutting through the clutter rather than blending into the blah, blah, blah will help you connect better no matter what the conversation. For more tips, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook. Survivalspeech.com.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phone, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit the Liberty Radio Network when you shop at Amazon via shop.lrn.fm.
I love My Magic Mud. I drink a lot of coffee. I had stains on my teeth. Then I found My Magic Mud, and I was told it would remove stains. So I paid attention when I brushed the first time. My Magic Mud is black tooth powder, and the difference it made in my teeth in one application was noticeable. With 4, my teeth were as white as you normal folks out there. Please go to mymagicmud.com and buy a jar. There's 150 applications for $25. You can use Bitcoin, mymagicmud.com.
You can connect with the Liberty Radio Network via our Facebook page at facebook.lrn.fm. That's facebook.lrn.fm. The latest edition of Lionel is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at lionelmedia.com.
Now, if this doesn't cause you to tap your toes, you're dead. They should use this in emergency rooms. Forget the various monitors and telemetry. Just put this on. Listen to how organic it affects you. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from, what part of the world you're from, what culture you're from, where you were raised, how you were raised, what music you were introduced to initially. Listen to that. Stride, boogie woogie, combinations of the two. This is an amazing song. I used to play this years ago as bumper music on WFLA. Katie Webster, Two-Fisted Mama. CQ Boogie is the song. She's a genius. She's an absolute genius. She goes up there with Edward Whitten and string theorists and I want to just celebrate this moment by just saying this is absolute genius. This is an ability to do something that transcends normal human operation. There are some things that we do, some of us, that are just incredible. And by the way, understand this one aspect, which I have been aware of for a long time. Everything that we do, when somebody compliments you, they say, "Hey, you're handsome," or if they make a comment, you're tall, or you're fat, or you're whatever. It means relative to other people. There is no absolute value as to your beauty, height, or height, as people say, weight, pulchritude, lack thereof. It's in reference to other people. Compared to other people, you're quite handsome. You're smart compared to other people. Not in terms of the universe, but in terms of other people. So just remember, if somebody says, well, she's quite the looker, you must respond with, well, you mean compared to other people. It doesn't mean as against the universal standard. Does that make any sense? Well, if it doesn't, what am I going to do? Stop? Sue me. But genius, the word that we use, the word genius, we don't use it as much as awesome, epic, killed, owned, awesome, cool, I think epic, whatever the other words du jour are. But there was a time when genius was a real part of our everyday vernacular and lexicon. It was, I remember the 70s, state of the art was big, especially when you were to stereo stores. State of the art. Oh, this is a Lynn Sondeck turntable. State of the art. Oh, okay. But genius is something that I wish we could celebrate. There is a genius that many, many people possess that I want to celebrate, of course. I've been listening lately to a lot of Edward Whitten, and I commend to you any lecture from this man, specifically on M theory and particle physics and string theory, and just look at him. He is today maybe one of the closest things to an Einsteinian genius that we have. Edward Whitten. Just listen to one of his lectures. Listen, he won the Fields Prize, I think, for math, and he's not a mathematician. He's a physicist. I mean, it's just, and he has this very flat affect. I know people will look at him and say, "Oh, he's got Asperger's," because Asperger's is another term that we're using for anybody who is not particularly emotive. It's a term that we're overusing quite a bit. Everybody's Asperger's. He's very, I don't know what, I couldn't define it myself, but he's very, very classically wonkish and nerdish. But listen to him speak about string theory, and I listen to these lectures, and I marvel because I don't understand what he's talking about. And I enjoy it. I used to like to listen to Castro's speeches, even though my Spanish is pathetic. I just liked the way he spoke. I liked to watch Hitler's speeches. Now, I know what you're going to say. Wait a minute. But there is a genius in that. So going back to what I said, Katie Webster is a musical genius, I think. Edward Whitten is a physics genius. Castro and Hitler, I guess, and others were speaking, vocalizing geniuses because they were great compared to other people. And there is a certain absolute value to what talent is. Believe it or not, there are some things called a very talented serial killer. I know you're not supposed to say that because we think of talent as a positive thing, though for the most part it is. There is genius everywhere. There is genius. We also go around the curve, and as we look at this wonderful this arc of another term, the arc of I was doing a treatment, and the arc of the story. You see the arc. Well, see the arc of the arc. I one time sat around a table with a bunch of folks. It was during a thing called a pitch meeting, and I hope you get the chance to be in a, quote, pitch meeting. Make sure you have people who understand, well, the subject matter of what you're talking about. It's like if Edward Whitten went in for a pitch meeting, it's not going to be a good idea. But this one person at the table was using the word, well, the arc of the story. It's a big term. Everybody has the arc of the story now. So, But the opposite side of genius are the profoundly inept, the profoundly pathological, the profoundly inane and dastardly and stupid and craven and yes, stupid. And that's what I want to talk to you about. We started off today with the celebration of genius, but sometimes genius is boring. It's the stupid, the diabolical, the self-destructive that I find so fascinating. That is something which I find far more interesting to talk about than how wonderful people's brilliance is or are. And in my world, in my particular segment, there are some pockets of people that I find absolutely, incredibly, without a doubt, amazing. Let me give you an example of something which I'm going to explain to you. I started in the biz, so to speak, in 1988. I do that the way they used to do it, 1988. And it was talk radio, and talk radio was really during more of a fun period of time, more nascent, more, because talk radio is, I could talk about that forever. The way it really is and how it's been just reduced to absolute dreck. In so many cases, not totally. There are many, many good people who understand the beauty of it. But anyway, I don't want to get into that. So I now find out that we have this thing called the American School of Politics. And let me tell you what that is. Not the American School of Economics, like with Kerry and Governor Winthrop and Alexander Hamilton and people who profess to know Alexander Hamilton, but the regular media. When you meet or deal with people in other platforms, for example, alternative media, which there was no alternative media when I first started. Alternative media then was, we had underground kind of newspapers, at least in theory. That might have been, almost pamphleteers. They it's kind of an unfair term. They existed. They weren't really underground per se as much as they were. There really was no underground alternative media. There was, we had some kind of like funky radio stations, but we didn't have, for example, there's no version of, like an InfoWars, or I'm trying to think, or a Chris Hedges platform, whatever, or a John Pilger, or an RT America, or an Al Jazeera, whatever form is. There was no alternative. It was nothing. You didn't hear this. You didn't hear. It was like not hearing foreign music, not hearing opera, not hearing. Reggae or ska, which is kind of foreign, but that's the way it was. It was this kind of an American, you heard this stuff. Well, when you allow yourself to immerse a little bit more in this world, you realize, my God, there's so much more. I never thought about it this way. Then you switch over to the American school, classically American, Western, I should say, and you realize that people don't know anything. Americans sometimes appreciate the opposite of genius. They love to say, I don't know. And because I don't know it, this is, what you're saying is stupid. I was reading something the other day about Einstein was, what was he, 26? I think he won the first Nobel Prize for electromagnetism or photoelectric, what have you. He's like 26 years old, 25, 26. When he came to this country, he was a rock star. Now imagine a physicist was a rock star. Today we have Hawking, and I believe that Hawking, believe it or not, is a rock star because of the fact that he's in a chair, and he has Lou Gehrig's or ALS. And I'm sorry to say, nobody knows what he's, the Hawking radiation. They have no idea what he's talking about. But he's just kind of like, he's the geek wonk. The people who use the word geek, I'm just a computer geek. Translation, they know nothing. I'm a news junkie. Translation, I know nothing. But there was a time in this country when we celebrated genius. Einstein was a hit. Look at today. We have Stephen Hawking. If I told you Edward Whitton, forget it. Maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson, who was such a bombastic blowhard, such an absolute star effer, bathing in the warmth of the Klieg light. That's as close to it as we get, but we don't celebrate genius. We don't celebrate alternative media, alternative thinking, alternative politics, alternative interpretation. Let me give you this analogy. I'm telling you right now, though I cannot point to it, I can't give you proof, I've never seen it, but there is substantial life in the cosmos other than us. And I don't use the word believe because I hate that word, but I strongly suspect that there is something that is beyond any conception of genius that we can understand. Something that is so so profoundly advanced that we cannot even comprehend it. And I imagine the following. There's a thought experiment where we have a stage and we have one of these people, these things, I don't know if they're called people, whatever you want to call them, whatever they look like, that classic almond head critter gray look, or whether they, who knows. I don't know what this form is, but let's assume they're sitting there, and through some means of communication, telemetry or what have you, we are speaking, they are speaking. And we bring out our incredible minds, Edward Whitton, and who is it, the fellow who looks like Morgan Freeman with supersymmetry, and all the great minds of great mathematicians, and all right, fine. But physicists, at least, would be interesting because they share a duality of interest, a commonality, namely the universe with these people, these critters from elsewhere. Okay, you follow? Okay. So I want to imagine this, let's say, coming in as somebody explaining the Earth perspective. Remember, not the black, not the white, not the gay, not the straight, not the American, not the Eastern, not the communist. Communist, there's no such thing anymore. But not the left or the right or the male or female, but the Earth perspective. Think about a representative from Earth, the Earth perspective, not the Western, not the Eastern, Earth. And we take our greatest minds, and this person stands before the audience in front of the lectern, starts to speak. And this person, and let's say the room further is filled half with critters from wherever. I mean, it's an expansive universe. I don't know what part of the universe they'd be from, but let's just assume they were non-earthlings, and one half of the room, and the other half were the best and the brightest, kind of like, think a TED Talk factorial, to the 100th power. Just the most brilliant minds speaking merely about physics. Okay? Now, so the first lecture American gets up and explains the advances, what we think today, string theory, supersymmetry, all this stuff. Whitton gets up, talks about M theories, and all this stuff about quarks and taus and gravitons and all this stuff that nobody knows about. All right. And then, after they're done, and there's some little audio, video montage of rocket ships where we burn gas and we, that sort of stuff. SETI programs, or as my friend Stan Friedman calls it, silly efforts to investigate, or silly, whatever it is. Listening for AM signals in the universe. Think about that. Marconi who ripped off Tesla, by the way. What was it, 1905? AM. We're listening for AM signals. What? Anyway. And after the Earth presentation, the Earthlings are done with their presentation, the room is filled with an overwhelming laughter, or whatever the equivalent of cachinnation and chortling is, from these gray critter folks. I think it's telepathic laughter, because I don't believe you will hear sound. They will be beyond sound. It'll be telepathy. And we will know they are laughing. Maybe perhaps they're slapping their thin, bony knees. And their Edward Witten gets up and says, "You did what? Quark? Math? Calculus? What's this? What is this?" You can say, well, this is calculus. Newton developed this. And they're just slapping each other in the back. Calculus, let's assume that it looked somewhat similar to the abacus, or, some weird. Okay, stop for a second. Because it's hard for us to say, why would there be a difference? And these people would say, we share the universe. We don't share your planet. We don't share maybe your gravity per se, or your history. But we share the concept of gravity, the concept of light, the concept of travel, the concept of time. All of this is common throughout the universe. We all share those. And our version of propulsion, transportation, translocation, thinking, communication, all of that is beyond anything you've done, but we're still dealing with the same subject matter. In fact, it is the only reason I would ever even laud Hillary Clinton and John Podesta for at least discussing the notion of extraterrestrial, not so much investigation, but just acknowledging the existence, the possibility thereof. Okay, stop for a second. That is the way I see the world. By analogy, I'm here in America watching, for the most part sometimes, as little as possible, American kind of news. American news makes me gag, but I go through the usual thing in the morning, go through online and look at the Post, Daily News, and New York Times, and Washington Post. I go through the usual stuff. Drudge kind of sends me accordingly. I like Drudge. And because Drudge is an aggregator. Okay, that's fine. And then I move over elsewhere. And I move over to how people are thinking elsewhere. And I look at the way of looking, for example, Panama Papers, the Panama Papers this week, limited hangout, how the rest of the world said, we know exactly what this is. Americans didn't even know what that was. Couldn't figure it out. It was something about Putin, or as they say in New York, Putin, which drives me crazy. New Yorkers and parts of the country, maybe it's New Jersey, New York, I don't know, they can't pronounce the T's. Manhattan, Putin, it just, what is the matter with you? A little bottle, little Italy. Anyway, so we have this little stupid, silly world that we're living in, and when it comes, and if you really want to see it full face, full court, full tilt boogie, as Katie Webster would say, look no further than our politics. It is just, look at what people are saying about Hillary Clinton and, let's say, Bernie Sanders versus Trump. Imagine, instead of asking them serious questions about really serious things that are critical, just imagine, instead of really, really asking serious questions about serious things, about everything from, GMOs to the notion of, our food, GMO, big agri, big pharma, war, surveillance, 1033 programs, banking, derivatives, bubbles, perhaps maybe reinstituting Glass-Steagall, maybe perhaps considering a Wall Street sales tax or a Tobin tax or a Robin Hood tax or something about reining in, perhaps even addressing a nationalizing or modifying a nationalized version of the Fed, reining in banks, reining in power, trying to not redistribute, that word scares people, but readdress, reprovide to the American citizens some type of control over banking and the like. I mean, and instead of that, the future of war, bellicosity, the military-industrial complex, our criminal justice system, the notion of the unitary executive, that which was really, really put in the front burner with Cheney and Addington during the Bush administration. The idea of going back and having a permanent committee, a permanent investigation of 9/11 and what went wrong there. A reconfiguration of Western versus BRICS antagonism. A reconfiguration, a readdressing of how we're dealing with Putin and Russia and BRICS countries, and whether we should do something about the Newlands and the Kagans and the bellicose neocons and Brzezinski-ettes who are rattling sabers and reconfiguring, retooling our program. Also jump-starting infrastructure, education, health care, going back to the Hill-Burton Act of 1946. What will we do during a huge health crisis, a plague, an epidemic, a pandemic? Our schools, doing something about, we can obviously provide free education or subsidize it dramatically without a doubt. Without a doubt, without any question whatsoever. We can do this. We're not talking about any of this. We are not talking about any of this. I say, yet again, what we're talking about is something that I don't even know. I'm not even sure what we're talking about. Bill Clinton getting up there with this hoarse, haggard, hoary, irrelevant, gnarled E.T. finger pointing. I mean, what are we? Hillary Clinton? If Hillary Clinton is not indicted, if Hillary Clinton is not charged, I don't want to see her frog marched in handcuffs. There's no need for that. But if there is not some sense of an even playing field here, because remember yesterday when they got that Guccifer, the Romanian hacker, why did they extradite him back to Virginia? Because he hacked into Sidney Blumenthal's account, which led the feds into Hillary's account. This is critical stuff here. This is not just a joke. We're not just kidding around about this stuff. I mean, there's just so much. And instead of us talking about that, we're having, and I know there's a certain degree of this, but remember, seeing Ted Cruz make bagels or matzah, whatever the hell he's doing, I didn't even see it. I just heard about it. You know, John Kennedy wouldn't wear a cowboy hat. He said, put this hat on. He goes, no. You're not going to see me wearing a hat. Remember that great Calvin Coolidge standing there with the Indian headdress, which of course, was noble to Native Americans, but he looked like a damn fool. That's where we are today. We're waiting for that gotcha moment. For the next Dukakis wearing the tank helmet. With the next picture of, remember, Kerry looked like a spermatozoa walking around with that white thing on, or windsurfing, or Hillary drinking and dancing, and I mean, Obama bowling and eating. Gee, he ate pizza with a fork. Oh, it took her 5 swipes to get to the subway. What's the matter with us? So going back to my analogy, we're looking at these silly old-style versions and views of the world, and the rest of the world, the other platforms, are looking at issues that are more profound. There's a correspondent, Lizzie Phelan, I saw her on RT. She's a young woman. I don't know how old she is. It doesn't really matter, but if she could be 30, she could be under, a little over. I don't know, because she's normally wearing a helmet and a flak jacket. And there she is in Syria. She's in Aleppo, and she's reporting as they are shelling her location. She's risking her life. She's talking about such intricacies. And then you switch over, and what do we see here? You see in this country the Megyn Kelly and Megyn Kelly wannabe. The young, I'm sorry, okay, but I'm going to focus on this because we're talking women. Lizzie Phelan is a woman who want to take pictures, and the parenthetical statement is this. This is what they're saying to you. I want more than ever to be hot or attractive or a model or whatever it is, and I'm not. I'm not there. I'm not going to be one. I'm a reporter. So if this is as close as I get to it, so be it. This is me on the set of my whatever it is. This is me out in the field. This is me having drinks. I'm hot. I'm attractive. I'm sexy. I'm exotic. I'm whatever it is. Love me. Like me. This is as close to showbiz as I'm going to get. I don't give a goddamn about news, journalism. I sit on my ass. I read a prompter. I don't care. Just let me be hot and be the next Megyn Kelly. I want to be Megyn Kelly. I will inject whatever in my face. Meanwhile, Lizzie Phelan is ducking into shelled-out hovels and the remains of mortar fire and mortar damage and I mean rebels and I saw this thing the other day. It was a RT did it. It was great. It was one of their reporters, and they're in a car and they're hit by like a rocket, missile, shell, whatever it was. I mean, there it is. And immediately, I kept thinking of, today we have reporters, here we are on our set, taking our group selfie. Aren't we great? Am I not handsome or what? Here I am. If you like my picture, tell me you like it. Tell me I'm hot. This is men and women. Tell me I'm hot. Tell me I'm sexy. Tell me I'm special. Tell me I'm gorgeous. I don't give a damn about this news. That's a cover. I'm playing the role of a reporter. That's all I know. But tell me I'm hot. Tell me I'm pretty. Tell me I'm sexy. Tell me I'm great. Tell me I'm this. Tell me whatever. And Lizzie Phelan is dodging rockets. I mean, think about that one. I mean, just seriously. Can you imagine that? I mean, the closest we come to it ever, maybe, is the reporter who's out there on the side of the LIE or I-75 somewhere during a storm, wearing the station parka, look at the wind, hey, boy, or look, there was a beer a trailer that turned over, and it was beer and chips, and hey, that's enough for a party, that. Or, hey, look, it's National Donut Day, because there's always a day. It's National Fried Chicken Day. It's National Cronut Day. It's National M&M's Day. Hey, we're at the M&M factory. Oh, I'm eating a donut. Am I hot? Am I hot? Am I hot? Did you see my shoes? Did you see? Don't get too close with that picture, though. Wow, you'll see all the fillers in my face. I look like I'm spackled, but please. You like it? Am I sad? Meanwhile, Lizzie Phelan is running for her life. I mean, I was watching Chris Hedges the other day, who hasn't smiled, I think, since the Johnson administration, Andrew Johnson. But this guy's been a reporter. He's been in Sarajevo. He's a real reporter, understands the world. He's done something. I'm not saying you have to be in a war zone, but that's the basis of our news. So when you try to talk to somebody and you say, what do you think about Hillary? And you realize, stop. I'm like that guy from outer space talking to an earthling. You don't know anything about Hillary. You're voting for her because, I'll give you an example. I've got a kind of an acquaintance, not really a friend, but this woman, we know, loves Hillary because she's announced Hillary. She loves Hillary, hates Bernie supporters, forget Trump. And if you don't like Hillary, you're a sexist. If you don't like Obama, you're a racist. And that's the beginning and the end, the alpha, the omega of her political analysis. That's it. And that's advanced by other standards. Let me just end with this. We are doomed in this country. You don't understand. I'm not saying it to be cute. We are doomed. We are, as a civilization, as a society, doomed. Okay? Because we don't understand anything. We are so devoid of substance, it has no parallel in the real world. Thank you for letting me share this disquisition, this thought experiment with you. Follow me on Twitter at Lionel Media. Go to the website at lionelmedia.com and read all the ways you can contact me. But in particular, go to Lionel Nation on YouTube and sign up and be a subscriber as I put these videos out faster than you could imagine. And until you and I meet each other again, this is your new best friend Lionel reminding you to comment as you see fit.
Hi, I'm Rob Mathias, host of the Rebel Love Show.
And I'm his and your Rebel Mistress. We're the sexiest podcast coming straight out of Manchester, New Hampshire.
Not as sexy as you, my Rebel Mistress.
Oh.
Oh, maybe not.
Topics include sex,
drugs,
anarchy, and the police. We are your premier polyamory, hippie stoner, and all-around fun podcast.
We broadcast every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern on LRN.FM and RebelLoveShow.com.
Want some extra fun? Check out and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscribe to us on iTunes and Stitcher. And join the Rebel Love crew by liking our Facebook page at The Rebel Love Show.
We're just trying to spread the love
of a liberated world.
Peace.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents higher at $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
The latest edition of The Daily Decrypt is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. For more episodes, search YouTube for The Daily Decrypt.
Hi, I'm Derek J. To me, an activist's calling is to actively work to advance a cause. The cause for which I work is personal freedom. I believe my life is best when I engage in voluntary interactions and self-government. I reject the idea that anyone else has a higher claim to my life or my body than I do. I see people who call themselves the government as a threat to my personal freedom. I realize you may feel differently, but my relationship with the people who call themselves the government is completely involuntary. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's post pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. Facebook.freetalklive.com.
Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road Underground Market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
The latest edition of The Tom Woods Show is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. Get more at TomWoodsRadio.com.
The Tom Woods Show, episode 644.
Prepare to set fire to the index card of allowable opinion. Your daily dose of liberty education starts here. The Tom Woods Show.
Hey, everybody, I got another great libertarian podcast for you. It's a podcast I've been featured on, and I liked it so much, I made it into an episode of my own show, and that's Lions of Liberty. Check it out at lionsofliberty.com. Hey, everybody, Tom Woods here. Michael Matheson Miller joins us once again. We're going to talk about his documentary, Poverty, Inc. It is just tremendous. It's so well done about poverty in the developing world and different strategies that have been tried, strategies that have failed, approaches that have been more successful. It's going to be a great conversation. Michael Matheson Miller is Research Fellow and Director of Acton Media at the Acton Institute, which you can visit at Acton. That's acton.org. Much of his current work at the Acton Institute involves leading Poverty Cure, promoting entrepreneurial solutions to poverty in the developing world. Michael, welcome back to the show.
Thomas, good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Can't believe it's been since episode 61.
And what episode is this now for you?
This is 644.
Wow.
So it's been quite a while. Plus, there's just something about that name, Michael Matheson Miller. I just like saying it, and I've been deprived of that for almost 600 episodes. But here you are. So glad to be able to do this.
It's good to be back.
Of course, I want to talk about Poverty, Inc. I watched it the other day in preparation for this. Very, very well done. And then I went to povertyinc.org, right? It's .org?
Yes, sir.
And I started looking at some of the reactions you've been getting, some of the very, very high-profile places where you've screened it, the prizes it's won. This thing is like if you – I don't want to say if you drop dead tomorrow. It's pretty morbid. But if you did nothing else, let's say, this would be a great achievement you could look back on. I mean, tell me something about the response you've been getting to it.
Well, thanks for your kind words. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We've been really delighted with the response. I mean, as you kind of noted, we've been able to play in a lot of different places. So we've played in about over 40 film festivals. We've played at I think over 100 universities now. I think next week is our 10th screening at Harvard. Isn't that your alma mater? Didn't you go to Harvard?
Yeah, it is my alma mater. I didn't realize because I was going to say I saw a picture in the education school of a whole bunch of people watching it. But you're saying this is the 10th time?
Yeah, I think we've played 8 or 9 times so far. I played at the law school, the business school, the education school, public policy, Kennedy School, and a lot of these are actually student led. They're student organized. Sometimes we have 200-300 people there, and we've played at MIT 5 times, I think, or something, and Cornell.
Well, I was just going to say, it's so beautifully and elegantly done that the kids wouldn't even need safe spaces for a movie like this. They could just sit and watch. They're not going to be traumatized by Poverty, Inc.
Well, I think one of the reasons I bring those schools up is obviously they're well known, but they're also development centers, right? I mean, a lot of people who study there, MIT has development labs. And so we're really happy that in these places that are kind of the feeders for what we'd call the establishment development organizations, students and others are watching the film. So yeah, we're really happy about that. And then we had a review in Variety magazine, a really positive one, which was, I think, positive both for the content and also as the film. I was able to work with really talented people, so we're just delighted to have that response. And then, but I think the thing we're kind of most happy about is we wanted to make a documentary film that engaged this issue of poverty, that hopefully helps people reframe the way we think about poverty. And we could talk about some of those kind of underlying things in a minute. But and it's really hard to make a film that's neither left wing or right wing. So it was hard, it was difficult, and we were kind of, not perfect, but we tried as much as we can. Okay, how do we express this in a way that doesn't just become right wing boilerplate or left wing boilerplate?
Yeah.
How do we do this? And so that's one of the we had this moment early on when we actually showed a work in progress of the film at a film festival. It was a libertarian film festival, and we won. And we won like 3 prizes, including grand prize. And we were shocked, right? And part of we were happy, like, oh my goodness. I mean, we had just kind of played it, but at the same time, I was almost a little disappointed, like, oh great, it's going to be, because it won at a libertarian place, it's going to, it's a libertarian film. Well, it's a libertarian film, and we don't have to engage it or anything. So about 10 days later, we played at a very progressive, kind of left festival. Out in Southern California, and I was there. It was actually the first time I'd ever seen anybody watch it. Tom, sometimes like when you give a lecture, like I get nervous before I give a lecture, and you get up and you're like, okay, I'm ready. And you start kind of your body, you're nervous because you're about to do something. Well, I was in the theater, and it was like small theaters, like 75 people, just a small screening. And all of a sudden, like my heart was beating. Like I was so nervous. I thought, why am I nervous? I realized because I've been watching this film on my Mac computer, right, 500 times. And all of a sudden, people are watching this film. And it was like this nervous moment. But anyway, we actually won Best Documentary there. So within 10 days, we won at a progressive left place and a libertarian place.
That's one of the most interesting stories I've ever heard. That's amazing.
Oh, so I texted the director of photography, who's the editor, Simon Sianka. He's fantastic. And I texted him. And, I live on the East Coast time, but I was texting him because I was in California. And he's like, why are you awake? Right? And I said, we just won Best Documentary. Like, no way. And we were both really kind of excited because what we had hoped for was to make a film that you could discuss and that wasn't just going to get relegated one way or the other. And so we played, in all these different places. And I mean, I'm happy to say that Tom Woods likes the film. Russ Roberts of Econ Talks likes the film. And Michael Moore also endorsed the film. And, he said it's going to change the way you think about poverty. So sometimes when I talk to conservative audiences or whatever, I'll note that Michael Moore liked the film. And people say, well, if Michael Moore liked the film, I'm not going to watch it. To which I reply in very, kind of capitalist mentality, I don't care if you watch it, just buy it. So anyway, it works out. But and so just to have obviously it's a bit of a joke, but to have like Russ Roberts and you talk about how you liked the film, how you thought it was thoughtful, and to have Michael Moore.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you, I was shocked to see a blurb by Michael Moore. And of course, if it were me, I would tell people about the Michael Moore blurb after the screening. Yeah. I would say, by the way, just to show you the cross-ideological appeal this film has, right? Now, that's a hard thing to do, as you know. That is a hard. I mean, you cannot think of many documentaries that can say that.
Well, we're really happy about it. But I think it kind of comes to, these are big discussions. So you'll have to have me back at like in the 700th and the 800th. We can keep talking about these things. But I think part of the appeal, and what you think too, is that people realize there's something wrong. Right. There's something wrong with crony capitalism broadly. There's something wrong with all these institutions which have kind of turned into themselves and seeking benefit from themselves. And the poverty industry in many ways is a microcosm of a larger kind of what I call managerial capitalism, where these institutions are kind of benefiting themselves. And when you're able to see the questions of poverty outside of the context of like right wing or left wing, pro aid or anti aid, and just kind of address them, I think I was happy to see people on the right and the left say, yeah, this is messed up. I mean, why is it that we've done, trillions of dollars of foreign aid and that we've given all these, good-hearted missionaries and development people have gone over for so many years, and while it's not really doing all the hope, it's not affecting things the way we had hoped. And I think, what's the problem? And I think our film, tries to get to that point, that we don't need another social engineering economic policy. What we have to do is ask a deeper question, and that is, what do people need to be able to create prosperity in their own families and communities? And then how do they create prosperity for themselves? And why is that lacking? And what they seem to need, obviously poverty is complex, so you know that, but what they seem to need is they need clear title to land, access to justice in the courts, ability to build and register and then build a business, and ability to have free exchange, access to the pond. And I can talk about that. Some people say, give a man a fish, eats for a day, teach a man a fish, eats for a lifetime. One guy explained it to me really well. He said, they know how to fish. They don't have access to the pond. And that's what free exchange is. And I think people are excluded. And the poverty industry, despite benevolent intentions of 99% of the people who are involved, nevertheless creates incentives to keep people excluded instead of keeping people included and being able to participate in a market.
One of the most memorable of the animations in the film for me was the image of the ladder, in which the rungs are the different ingredients you just mentioned. And this is the ladder out of poverty. And then you see the ladder gets cut, it gets chopped down, and the ladder falls. And then where the ladder was, you see this flow of activity to and from the Western countries that really bypasses all the local people. And that I thought that was very well done. Now I want to ask you, I do want to talk about the assumptions behind development aid and all that. But why Poverty Inc.? I think that is a fantastic title. How'd you come up with that? By the way, I think that's also one of the reasons that the left would be intrigued by this movie, because they're thinking that somehow people are profiting here off the poverty of others is part of their worldview anyway. So you tap into that. But what are you trying to get at with that title?
Well, I think this is one of the insights, though, that you have of. We can call it progressive left. That's so many variations and things that they're kind of right. Like, something's messed up. It doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem like that we're in fairness. And I think sometimes, say, people who tend to support market economies like you and I, we hear like a left-wing critique of business. And sometimes I have to admit my reaction is, no, business is fine. But actually, sometimes business isn't fine. Adam Smith said, rarely do business people to get together. They don't collude to hurt the general public. And business is a wonderful thing. It's a moral enterprise. I've written about it. I think it's a valuable thing. But when businesses collude with power structures to take unfair advantages for themselves, that's messed up. And I think that's partially what the left is frustrated about. The problem is they somehow think that the government is altruistic and can solve the problem, when in fact, with involving the government in regulation just institutionalizes this type of thing. It doesn't free up the economy, but and give poor people a chance. But back to your question of Inc. It was kind of a working title for us, Poverty Inc. I'd always thought of it as a poverty industry, right? And like every other industry, it wants to stay in business, and that the poverty industry wasn't totally focused on actually asking the questions of what do people need to create prosperity. It was always doing social engineering policy things, and it was all kind of like this technocratic top-down thing that was somewhat like enclosed in itself in all these broken assumptions. And so it just appeared to be a big industry. And then there's the film Food Inc., right? And there's the book Creativity Inc. and all the stuff, this Inc. kind of theme. And so the working title was Poverty Inc. And then we did some tests, actually, thought what works well, and everybody that resonated. So we ended up staying with it because it had been one of the themes that there is a poverty industry. It's not, some of this is the insights from Public Choice School, right? That it's not just kind of altruistic government agencies trying to do their best, or altruistic and non-governmental agencies, but actually an industry had developed that was self-enclosed, as it were.
Tell me about the reigning assumptions, or at least maybe they're not reigning as much anymore, but the working assumptions for decades about development aid, and in what way does Poverty Inc. challenge them?
Well, I would say there's kind of two layers of assumptions, right? And I think one of them is absolutely completely the case and maybe even get stronger. And then I think the other second layer is somewhat changing a bit. So the first layer, and this is really the driving force of the film, is what I call the subjective dimension of the human person, right? Human beings are not objects, right, to be moved around. We are subjects. And by subjects, I don't mean subjects of the king. I mean, like in grammar class, right? We're subjects. But we tend to treat poor people like objects of our charity, objects of our pity, objects of our compassion. And then we combine this objectification with humanitarianism and social engineering, and we end up using the developing world as a lab for experiments by Western technocrats. And, this is kind of the part of the dominant theme of the way we think about the economy today, right? And I mean, you do a lot of work on this, Tom. So I'm obviously not telling you anything you don't know, but this is, so you have this deep kind of philosophical underlying problem. Then you have the the objectification of persons. Then you have humanitarianism, which really only focuses on comfort, right? And so it's like, okay, how can we provide comfort? So you objectify plus humanitarianism, instead of saying, well, how do people actually flourish in the long run? What do they need to create prosperity in the long run to be, independent and everything? We're not thinking about that. We're always using this kind of emergency model and just providing comfort. And then we combine that, like I said, with social engineering and this idea that somehow we can plan economic growth. We can create industrial policies, if you want to use an anachronistic term. We can create all these policies that somehow create growth. So, for example, at the end of World War, and we talk about this in the film, at the end of World War II, you have this dominant idea, right, that we've won the war, now let's win the peace. And social engineering was the fashion of the time. The Soviet Union and their 5-year plans, and then later Khrushchev talked about how they're going to crush us, and this kind of worry that you could plan, and then this idea right out, we've won the war, as I said, let's win the peace, let's come up with plans. Well, out of this type of planning economy is what the development economics system or kind of group way of thinking kind of develops out of this. So almost everybody who's in development economics is a planner, thinks that policy can take the place of entrepreneurship. And so what happens is we look at the developing world and we see things like, okay, what do we need? If you do go around to like any of these development schools or even develop international organizations, like what do people need to create prosperity? Well, we need infrastructure, healthcare, education, right? Electricity and sanitation, all these things. And that's all true, right? But those things are a result of wealth before they become the cause of wealth. And so what happens is we do like false correlations, like, well, in the United States and Europe, we have good healthcare and good infrastructure. So therefore, if we put it there in the developing world, we can make these leaps into industrialism. But what we're missing are these intangible things, these institutions that we talk about in the ladder: clear title to land, access to justice in the courts. I think it's the Center for Research in India did a study. It takes an average of 20 years to get your court case heard. So if you're poor, you are excluded, right? Enforcement of contracts, ability to register a business, and ability to kind of engage in exchange. If these things aren't there, and then you just put infrastructure and education and healthcare, you end up creating crony capitalism, politicizing development, and further excluding the poor. So I think we're asking the wrong questions. And part of it is just the technocratic managerial approach that we take to economics, both here in the United States and in Europe, where, 39-40% of the economy of GDP is controlled by the state. When you apply that in the developing world, that the economy and the politics become so connected to each other that it just becomes what Acemoglu and Robinson rightly call extractive, right? The elite are extracting the value, and entrepreneurs who, if they came here, would be able to create value, are, as Hermann Chenry Hesse says, locked out. He said, you're stuck in a hole with all your skills and talents, and that's just unfortunately the way it is. And I think those are the underlying assumptions, and it's not easy to change those.
I got a really juicy one, the juiciest question of the whole conversation coming up in just a second. Let's first pause for a note from our sponsor. Folks, I've been a guest on a lot of podcasts, but some podcast interviews, well, I just pretend they never happened. But when I was on Lions of Liberty with Mark Claire, I had such a great time because he's such a smooth and skilled interviewer who brings out really, really interesting responses in his guests that I thought, I need my whole audience to hear this episode. So I made it into an episode of my own show. Lions of Liberty at lionsofliberty.com is an excellent libertarian podcast. Mark does interviews, roundtables, and he just had Ron Paul on for episode 200. Lions of Liberty is 100% Tom Woods endorsed. I love Mark Claire, I love what he does, and I'm sure you will too. Check it out at lionsofliberty.com and subscribe on iTunes or Stitcher. That's lionsofliberty.com. All right, here's the juicy question that I promised. When you have a title like Poverty, Inc., you do give the impression that somebody, not the poor in these developing countries, of course, but somebody is doing very well as a result of these. Now, it's not to say necessarily that the whole thing is just deliberately intended to be a racket, but I saw case after case in this film of struggling companies that found that some European company was somehow getting rich and they weren't. What's really going on here? Like, who's getting rich out of this? Somebody is.
I mean, I think, in some ways, this is one of the things that we tried to show. And if you remember at a couple points in the film, like there's this guy, Timothy Schwartz. He says, look, everybody knows the system's messed up, right? I don't know if you remember this.
I do remember that. Yeah, he said everybody privately will tell you that. Yeah.
Yeah, you have beers with people. He's like, look, everybody knows it's rotten, right? And so I think it's, first of all, and you already alluded to this, but I think it's worth saying. In the film, we're not accusing people of like malevolence. I think, obviously there are people who go into the quote unquote poverty industry just to make cash and they don't care. But that's very minor, right? I mean, it's just a very minor amount of people. Most people who go in with benevolent intentions to do something good. And so I think that's the first thing that's just very important. But your question about what's happening. I mean, we talk about this a bit in the film. So Herman Chandra Hesse, who's a Ghanaian entrepreneur, told me a story. He said, 5 companies in Ghana got together. We're bidding for this project, and everything was going really well.
Yeah, this is a very good one. This is exactly what I had in mind. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so Herman runs a company called SoftTribe, which does like tropically tolerant software, meaning he's like, the electricity is always going out. There's always problems, and the software that you get from the States or Europe just doesn't work as well. So we kind of mixed it up so it would be a little bit more tolerant to a tropical climate. So he was doing this stuff, and he was going for a deal. And he said 5 companies got together. So we're about to get the business. And our competitor was a European company. And they got their country to make a soft loan to Ghana on the condition that that company, that European company, would get the deal, the contract. And so Herman said, the Ghanaian government said, look, we love you guys, but nothing beats free money. And he said, we lost our money. He said, that's not aid. That's not assistance. That's thuggery. And I asked Theodore Dalrymple, I told Theodore Dalrymple that story, who follows in the movie. Theodore Dalrymple's an English psychiatrist.
I was so glad to see him. Yeah, he's been on this show. I love that guy.
Oh, yeah, he's a superstar. I mean, he's just he's so funny too, and so kind also. And I told him this. He said, oh, yes, I've worked on projects like that. And he has this line that's very interesting. He says, I bought my first home on the proceeds of aid. Aid's been very good to me. It's allowed me to lead a good life.
That shocked me. I couldn't believe he said that.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is interesting. He's like, to travel, et cetera. When we show this to American audiences, people are either shocked or like you can feel the tension in the room, right? And even when we were making it, some people were watching it, like they're like, "Ooh, do you think you should take that out?" I said, "No, absolutely not." It's like,
especially his delivery, though. He delivers it like it's almost like it's a joke.
Oh, I know, yeah. And so if you see it by yourself and you just see that, we actually showed that as a clip to some people years ago and be like, "This guy's a jerk," and we had to explain, like, no, he's explaining to you what the problem is like. And so But anyway, very interestingly, some people were saying, colleagues were like, hey, maybe you should take that out. It's just too rough. Well, I didn't want to take it out because as a fit, like even despite the argument, right? I mean, I used to be a philosophy professor in political science, so I like arguments. But the film element to it, it's unsettling, right? When you watch that, it's totally unsettling. And so that's why it's actually a good part of the film. But what's very interesting, Tom, we've played that. We played at the African Business Conference at Harvard, and we played at other places where a lot of Africans are there. And they're like, oh, yes, absolutely. Like to the American audiences, it's really disconcerting. But to the African audiences, like, of course, that's exactly what happens. And I think one of the things we wanted to show in the film that, again, is part of this like going beyond the right and the left. The right tends to not like foreign aid because they think it's not effective, because they think it subsidizes dictators, et cetera, et cetera. And it's generally right.
Yep.
The left tends to like foreign aid because they think, look, it's an emergency situation and we have to help. And they tend to think it's an altruistic way of doing it and that corporations can be a problem. And in some ways, corporations can be a problem. And in a very short-term emergency situation, foreign aid can be helpful. Okay, and let me pause. That's actually one of the big problems that Magatte Wade points out and others. We've used an emergency model or emergency response as the model for development. So when you have an emergency, when you have an earthquake, typhoon, some kind of natural disaster, either in another country or even in someone's in someone's own personal life, right? It's an emergency. People need to come in and do things like that you wouldn't normally do. The problem is we keep doing that for years and decades. As one guy in the film says, 3 years after the Haitian earthquake, they were still giving free rights away. It's not an emergency anymore. So what happens is I think people on the left, and again, this is totally unnuanced, right? But we don't have time to go nuanced. So people on the left tend to think, well, yeah, but foreign aid is helpful, and you got to help these people in emergencies. But what they don't see, and I think what people on the right who tend to like businesses and think businesses are solutions, what we wanted to show is actually in the poverty industry, big businesses and foreign aid are working together in a type of crony capitalism, right? So when Dalrymple says, of course, that foreign aid goes back to the corporations and the shareholders, and I myself have benefited, right? That's like a shocking moment across the board. And then when we show that, like, for example, out of $1 billion in agricultural aid, the Guardian newspaper reported that 70% of that aid money went to 3 companies in the United States, right? And so you begin to see, like, wait a minute, foreign aid and big business are working together, and a lot of people are making a lot of money. And so we show, like, Catholic Relief Services, 70% of their budget comes from foreign aid, from government money.
Yeah.
Right. Chemonics made, I think, about $500 million in government contracts. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made in the foreign aid industry. And I think what we were hoping to do is realize, it's not corporations or government. It's actually kind of an elite collusion that's keeping poor people locked out by not building that ladder, as we discussed earlier. And again, it's not malevolent. I think a lot of it goes into just mistaken assumptions about the economy. I mean, this is what your show is about, right? Kind of teaching people to think clearly about economic issues. I think people tend to go in with lots of assumptions and values and beliefs and a lot of misunderstandings about economy, about the economy works, about economic growth, about how entrepreneurs develop. And part of what we want to do is, in this one little area, kind of create some dissonance so that people would be able to wrestle with these questions and say, I've never thought of it that way. Like one lady who talked throughout the film, she said, I think she worked at the United Nations, this lady. She said, I've known there was something wrong, but I wasn't able to articulate it. And that's what this film helped me do. And so that's kind of what we're trying to do, and we've been delighted with the response.
I want to mention a point in the film that really shocked me, and I want you to tie it into the overall theme. Like, how's it related to your argument? And that involves the couple who went to Haiti. This must have been, I guess, after the earthquake, and they said that they wanted to adopt a child there. and they want to adopt an orphan. So they went to an orphanage and they adopted they were in the process of adopting a child, and they were asked, would you like to meet the child's mother? And they were surprised because by definition, if you're an orphan, doesn't that mean you don't have a mother? And so they wound up meeting the child's mother. And
right.
This is a mother who wanted the child,
right.
but she was in circumstances where the housing was inadequate, food was inadequate, violence was everywhere. She felt like the orphanage was the best hope for the child. And here now this Western couple is able to come in, spend a little money, and take a child that the mother herself actually wants.
Yeah, which they didn't know. I mean, that was the point.
No, of course they did. Yeah, they were as shocked as anyone. So talk about that. And what does that have to do with the whole story of the film?
Okay, well, there's, I think, 3 or 4 things. First of all, one of the reasons we talk about non-governmental organizations, we talked about the solar panel company, and NERSA, and we give examples of celebrities, and we give this example of adoption, is because oftentimes we can make aid the debate. And now you and I are talking about aid because it's the 500-pound gorilla in the room, but it's really not a film that critiques aid. Aid is a symptom of a larger underlying problem of the way we view economic development, some of which I've already talked about. And so because it's the 500-pound gorilla in the room, it creates a lot of distortion. But aid is not the problem. Aid is the symptom, right, of the larger problem. And so what we're seeing is the larger problem is manifesting itself in social entrepreneurship, in non-governmental organizations, and even in Christian charity, right, where we tend to turn people, as I said, into objects of our charity and problems that we need to solve. And Corrigan Clay and his wife Shelley, who are the characters there, I mean, I think one of the things that's very interesting, and all your listeners can watch the film, but they realized something's wrong here, and so they ended up starting a business, and they have some wonderful insights. And I think part of it, one of the things that's so interesting about it is there's a certain wisdom and heroism, moral fortitude, but there's also something really non-ideological about what they did. They went in, they had a vision, they were going to do something. They realized it wasn't working, and they didn't make, it's not the bed of Procrustes, right? They didn't make their situation fit into their theory. They said, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? And they began to ask around, and they discovered, as we talked about the film, that about 80% of orphans in Haiti have at least one living parent. And they said, well, why are the parents giving the children away? Well, as you said, they're poor, it's violent, all this. What should we do? Well, what if we started trying to create a company that creates jobs? And, Peter Thiel in his book, 0 to 1, he says, he likes the term founder. I don't know if you've read it, but he says, an entrepreneur is really somebody who sees a problem and then tries to create a solution to that problem. In some ways, they just saw this problem, which is obvious. Like if the parents had jobs, they wouldn't need to give their children away. So what if we started trying to create a company? And so that's what they ended up trying to do. And I think part of the reason we show that in the film is that, one, it shows that this is not a problem limited just to government transfers. It's a problem that the way of thinking impacts charities and Christian organizations. The books of the New Testament, the letter of James says that pure religion is to care for the widow and the orphan in their distress. Right. So that's what they're doing. I mean, that's what so many people who are going out to care for people are following, this kind of gospel command. Right. But we're also, not supposed to merely, like in the Christian understanding, we're not supposed to just practice random acts of kindness, but exercise charity and justice ordered by reason. And that requires us to kind of pause and think. And so one of the reasons we showed this example is that you see here people looking at a problem, running into something, and saying, oh, well, let's come up with a solution that makes sense, that's congruent with the problem we're facing. And I think it's an interesting model of just what I would say is kind of non-ideological. That is, they have beliefs and they operate on them, but they're not ideologues. They are, in this kind of classical term, they're philosophers. They are seeking wisdom and making changes. And I think that's one of the empowering and I think also inspirational parts of that story is just their willingness to, quote unquote, make a mistake and learn from that and then create a better solution.
Michael, a lot of times I like to ask people questions that are different from the standard boilerplate questions they get in every single interview. But once in a while, you do have to ask the standard question, and I bet you get this one a lot. A lot of people do want to help. They do want to do something. I mean, they can't pack up and move to another country and work firsthand, but they can find a reputable organization and donate to it. But what we get from this film is, as you say, it's not just a problem that governments are having. That's a symptom of the larger problem of looking at the whole question the wrong way, so that we have charitable organizations that are operating according to a flawed model, and we have these NGOs and everything else. So if that's the case, then it on the one hand, there's an optimistic message here, which is that we do know what's necessary for human flourishing and for prosperity. But there's something that's kind of pessimistic in the sense that it's not so clear what I, at this point as an individual, can do, because I don't know what organization I should donate to, if any. So what should the average person do?
Well, I mean, that, Tom, is really – I mean, it's a really hard question. And, like, one can understand a bit why celebrity campaigns are so inspirational, because people want to do something and it gives them an easy way to help, or Tom's shoes or something. And I have the most unsatisfactory answer you ever get, which is I don't know. I don't know what the best thing to do is. But what I can say is this: there are groups that are doing some very interesting things, and to try to do some due diligence and figure out, are groups, are they creating prosperity for others? What's their long-term plan? What's their exit strategy? As one guy said, if you've been here 40 years, it's a problem, right? If you're doing the same thing for 40 years, it means you're not helping to create solutions. So I think looking at that, like we talk about one group, Partners Worldwide, in the film, and they go out and they try to help build businesses. So they had a project called 100,000 Jobs Haiti. They operate in about 20 countries, and they're doing training and building for long-term economic development, right? So I think people like that. The other thing is, I think, being close to the problem. Maybe we can't help somebody in East Africa, but maybe in, I don't know, Oklahoma or Michigan or Kansas or New York, there are people who have problems, who need help and who need our expertise. And I think that's one thing to do. And I think just kind of, but the goal of the film really, and this is why in some ways it's unsatisfactory, and I wish I had a better answer. I'd probably be richer. But the goal of the film in some ways is not to give people the solution, but to reframe the debate to say, okay, poverty is deeply complex, but I'm maybe operating the way I think about poverty in a flawed model. What if I got the model correct? Or if it's at least improved. And I began to think about these kind of, how do you create these institutions of justice? What then could happen? And in some ways, it's kind of like the entrepreneur, right? So I'm venturing here into a little bit of Austrian economics, right? But you have this, this entrepreneur where when you have kind of clear access to justice in the courts, clear title to land, et cetera, people can create prosperity for themselves. And the same way, if you're thinking about development, the question isn't really what can I do to help, but what do people need to create prosperity for their own families and their own communities, and how can I come alongside them to partner them? And this requires relationships. It requires, to philosophically, intersubjective relationships instead of subject-object relationships. If you're in need, Tom, or if I'm in need, okay, if I'm in need and you want to help me, what's the first thing you should come do? You should come ask me. What do I need? What are some of the problems I'm facing? I might not have a full articulation of all those things. I might not be able to say all the things. I might be missing things. I might not have blindness that you can say, well, Michael, you're actually missing this point, right? But it's an intersubjective relationship, and that requires time and patience. And I also think the last thing I'll say here is that there are a lot of business people, who almost turn off their business skills once they decide they're going to do the developing world. I actually talked to a lady in the film, Magat Wade. This story is not in the film, but she told a story. She was talking to this very successful businessman, and he just made a lot of money and he wanted to help poor people. And she had a meeting with him. And he said, I want to do stuff. She's like, well, you could invest in these companies. You can do private equity, or you could do that, or you could do this or this or this. And he's like, no, I don't want to do business. I want to help poor people. It's like, well, right. And so here he was, a successful American businessman who didn't see the fact that what actually creates the most prosperity for people is when they can take care of themselves. Right. And so I think like really kind of rethinking it. So again, that's a long and probably unsatisfactory answer. So I won't get invited back for the worst answer I gave. But nevertheless, I think, the point of the film is to reframe the debate and the discussion and the approach so that people closest to the problems can come up with solutions to something that I could never give a solution to because I just don't know all the details.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. And also, even if all you had was a catalog of evidence that the current solutions, so-called, don't work, that's still a contribution. I mean, I may not know how to build a house, but I do know that if I want it to stay standing, I don't light it on fire. That's good advice. I'm glad I know that.
Right,
so that I won't do the wrong thing. I won't do things that have been destructive time and time again. How can people? I see you have a bunch of screenings. People can also view the film in their own homes. So what are the ways they can do that and direct them? PovertyInc.org, I guess, is the site.
Yep, PovertyInc.org is the site. And so if you have like an organization or a school, a university or high school or a like church or community group or private organization, et cetera, you can get a screening license, either an educational one or a community screening license. You can also do crowdsourcing at theaters. We've done a lot of those. But if you just want to watch it in your house, it is available on iTunes for rent or purchase, and also on Amazon. So Amazon, iTunes, Poverty Inc. You can get it there. And if you like the movie, write a review. We'd love it, and tell your friends about it. We were in the top 10 for 2 weeks at iTunes in documentary. And so, when people watch it, the kind of way the algorithms work, when people watch it, more people see it and they watch it. So do tell your friends if you like it.
I will also link to it on our show notes page for today, which is tomwoods.com/644. So I'll link to the film and to the site and to whatever other Michael Matheson Miller related items I can come up with, including the episode we did, 87 years ago or whenever it was, episode number 61. I'll link to that too. Michael, continued good luck with this, and I hope we can talk again soon.
Thank you, Tom, for having me. It's good to talk to you and be on your show.
And that'll do it for us for today. If you haven't picked up a copy of Bernie Sanders is Wrong, remember it's free, and you can download it at BernieIsWrong.com. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to check out the show notes page for today, tomwoods.com/644. See you tomorrow.
Become a smarter libertarian in just 30 minutes a day. Visit TomWoods.com to subscribe to the show for free, and we'll see you next time.
I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM. The latest edition of FPP Radio News is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at FPPRadio.com.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Wednesday, April 20th, 2016. Silver is trading at $17.05 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,248 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $438. Antiwar.com reports, with the Iraqi military's own offensive around Mosul almost immediately stalling, U.S. hopes to eventually see the city recovered from the Islamic State are resting more heavily on the idea that the Kurdish Peshmerga will succeed where Iraq's military has failed. That's not coming cheap. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter revealed on Tuesday that as part of the latest U.S. escalation in Iraq, $415 million in cash has been set aside for certain Kurdish Peshmerga units to ensure that those groups keep fighting against the Islamic State. Though the Kurdistan regional government clearly has some interest in seeing the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders toured into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. By rule, New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators allege the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Schneider says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Schneider and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com. Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website, fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media, and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free, at apps.lrn.fm.
If you want to play online poker with Bitcoin, you need a site that's trustworthy and technically sound. The site managers of swcpoker.eu have proven their commitment to bringing you great gameplay from a site you can trust, swcpoker.eu. They have lots of new games too, including Chinese poker, and their Krill leaderboard is open right now. It's a beautiful site, easy to use with lots of players. Go on over to swcpoker.eu now and have some fun with your Bitcoin. swcpoker.eu.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm. The latest edition of the Jason Stapleton program is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at jasonstapleton.com.
Harriet Tubman's going on the $20 bill. So long, Andrew Jackson. Shove it. Goodbye, 7th president. Doesn't matter. Nobody really remembers what you did anyway. It should be a win, I think, for race, for blacks, for women, women's rights, minorities' rights. We're getting that old white guy. He's getting him out of the way, and we're putting in a black woman. And if you don't know who Harriet Tubman is, blame your government for giving you such a very, very poor education. I got to tell you, though, I think if I was alive and I was on a $20 bill, I'd ask to be removed.
No thanks.
Yeah, we're thinking about, Jason, we're thinking about taking down Andrew Jackson, throwing you up there. You know, you're such a lover of liberty and all that. And I don't think so. I don't think I want it. You can have it. I don't want to be on your fiat currency. I want to be on your fake money. I think I'll go back to just being me and not being the face of of your worthless paper. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Jason Stapleton program, broadcasting from the Random Walk Studios here in the heart of America, and I'm very glad that you are joining me here today. Again, how many of you went to podcastawards.com yesterday and voted for this show? If you didn't, why not? Podcastawards.com and just fill out the little form, and you don't even have to fill out. There's lots of categories there. It can be overwhelming if you look at it, but just go down on the right where it says news and politics and just put the Jason Stapleton program in there, and then grab our feed off of iTunes and plug that in so that they've got it. And if we do it right, if people will go out and do it for us, then we stand a really good chance of being in the running for winning best podcast. Because as near as we can tell, the people who win are just the people that get a lot of votes. So it would be cool if we could do that. And that's podcastawards.com. Do I have anything else I got to talk about today? I don't think so. Last night you had the New York primary, and for both the Republicans and the Democrats. It was a shellacking for Ted Cruz. It was a pretty bad beat for Bernie Sanders. Bernie needed to do better. And Clinton winning 58% of the vote and Donald Trump winning 60% of the vote. And I'm on NBC News, and I'm reading through some of the stuff, and they've got the polling data, and they've got it all broken down for you. So you can look at it, and you can see, well, males, Clinton and Sanders, you're kind of toe-in-toe when it came to males. Females, she won handedly. She won in the age bracket, Sanders won with young people, and Clinton took everything else. And then you get down to race. Whites split between Clinton and Sanders. Blacks went heavily towards Sanders. Hispanics heavily towards, blacks heavily towards Clinton. Hispanics heavily towards Clinton. Clinton she wiped the floor with him, with everybody other than the 18 to 29-year-olds. And this is, I think there's an important point here to make, is that Sanders really appeals to very young people. He doesn't really appeal to much of anybody else. What's shocking to me is that he doesn't pull more of the black vote. And I don't want to get into carving people out into niches or into segments, but it is funny that Sanders did so much during the for equal rights, walked with Dr. King. I mean, he's really been a very big supporter of African Americans his entire life, from what I can tell. And nobody seems to be interested in him in terms of a candidate. And Hispanics the same way. What was funny was when you got down and you looked at the Republican side, because it was, well, I guess it's funny. The Republicans, 18 to 29-year-olds, like nobody even voted. Like 10% of the vote was 18 to 29-year-olds. Only 14% of the people who voted were under the age of 45. Think about that for a minute. That's incredible. Actually, it's about 20% of the vote was under the age of 45. The whole of the Republican Party is over the age of 45. The bulk of them being between 45 and 64. With a full 30% of them, 30% of the voting bloc being over the age of 65. Now you wonder the missed opportunity inside the Republican Party right now. That nobody is garnering anybody's attention under the age of about 40. I see a golden opportunity, and I wonder why it is. I don't know that I've given it much thought, but it is striking to me that Republicans do not really have any young people coming out to vote for them. I mean, Ron Paul had younger folks that came out for him. But in terms of this election, you just don't really have anything. When you get down to race, whites make up 91%. This is in New York, so it may be different in other places. But in New York, 91% of the vote came from whites. Blacks and Latinos, blacks less than 3%. Hispanics, 5%. And education level, Trump cleans up all the way down the line. In fact, Cruz didn't even come in second in New York. He came in third with 15% of the vote. Now, here's what's funny, is that we've talked a lot, and you hear Donald Trump talk a lot about how unfair the system is and how screwed up it is, and how Cruz is out and he's winning all of these delegates without even holding elections, and how the whole thing is a scam. And most of that's true. But it was interesting that Donald Trump garnered 60% of the vote, yet he walked away with 95% of the delegates. Roughly 95%. 88 delegates out of the 95 potentials. Kasich got 3, and I don't know where the other ones are. Maybe they're waiting. There's only 94% of the electorate in. But Ted Cruz, giant goose egg. And you can say that a lot of it has to do with his comments about New York and New York values. I don't know. The bottom line is, it's funny to watch the news coverage because if you talked about it a couple of days ago, this was going to be a contested convention. Trump was in trouble. He was back on his heels. Cruz was out pushing the narrative that he was taking state after state after state. And now Donald Trump walks away with a huge crushing victory in New York, and everybody's saying, well, it's pretty much over for Cruz now. Well, he's pretty much done. Yeah, they might go to a contested convention, but even if they do, Trump may not have to get to 1237. Because if he gets close enough in the first ballot that they have, they're going to have a couple of hundred delegates who are up for grabs. And so if he's within 100, if he can get to say 1137, anything from between 1137 and 1237, anything in there, and he may be able to get it on the first ballot. These are the rumblings that you're hearing now. Ted Cruz is, meanwhile, he's holding down the fort. He's talking about how he's a winner, even though he continues to come in second. And the delegates he is winning are typically not coming from voters because, like Ted Cruz, hate Ted Cruz, like Donald, hate Donald, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you can look at who's got the votes, who's got more votes versus who's got more delegates. And in both cases, Donald Trump is a winner. Cruz isn't really winning anything. His only hope is that he gets to go to the convention and that it goes 2 ballots, 3 ballots, 4 ballots deep, and he continues to bring more and more people over to his side. I'm still not entirely convinced that the Republican Party will allow itself to fall apart. I just, if Trump gets close enough, I just can't see them deciding at the convention that we're going to pull some shenanigans to make sure that Trump doesn't get the nomination. I could be wrong. They may care so much about maintaining control that they don't want a loose cannon coming into the White House or running for president. Cruz will tell you that he's the only one who can beat Hillary Clinton, but give me a break. Nobody knows that right now. But Cruz was on the Sean Hannity show yesterday as the polls were coming in, and people were going to the polls to vote in New York, and he got a little sideways with Cruz. Because, see, Cruz keeps coming on. He keeps telling people, nobody cares about the process. Nobody's really worried about that. What they're worried about, Sean, is they're worried about how are you going to create jobs? Which is, yeah, I'm sure they are. Your extremely well-informed electorate. It's most people, even the ones who claim to be well-educated and well-versed, don't know the first thing about what they're talking about. I will guarantee you, if you listen to this show for 2 weeks, you will know more about what's going on in the world than if you watched news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We cram that much knowledge into a very short period of time here. 1 hour a day, every day. And we can my audience will destroy anyone listening to other major news outlets. And that includes other talk radio. But I want you to listen to how sideways Sean got with Ted Cruz in this clip. Go ahead and play it.
Senator, I'm on social media with millions of people. I have 550 radio stations, and I have the top-rated cable show at my hour all across the board. And I am telling you that people are telling me that they find this whole process confusing. You know, I can read the articles, for example, about, what people want to know what actually happened in Georgia this weekend, where people that, I guess, on the first ballot are going to Donald Trump, but representatives of yours talk to them and are persuading them to vote for you on a second ballot. That is an important question because I think most people would like to know how this works. And I really am asking you, it's more than a process question. It's an integrity of the election question. And everybody's asking me this question. So I'm giving you an opportunity to explain it.
Sean, the only people asking this question are the hardcore Donald Trump supporters.
Why do you do this every single time? No, you got to stop. Every time I have you on the air and I ask a legitimate question, you try to throw this in my face. I'm getting sick of it. I've had you on more than any other candidate on radio and TV. So if I ask you, Senator, a legitimate question to explain to the audience, why don't you just answer it?
Sean, can I answer your question without being interrupted?
He comes right back with an insult. Right back. Now, there's a bit of a symbiotic relationship there. I mean, Hannity wants Ted on his show. They want it because ratings go up when a presidential candidate comes on. And so, Sean is being a little bit liberal, a little bit loose with this idea that I've had you on more than anybody else. Well, a lot of times you're calling and asking, when can we get some time with the candidate? When can I ask him some questions? Of course, we don't do that here because I don't want to listen to Ted Cruz give me a stump speech, which is essentially what he did. After, you can go listen to the whole thing if you want to, but what happened after that was Cruz went into this long stump speech about how the process isn't corrupted, and we've just learned how to work the system, and everybody knew about it, and Trump is just complaining, and that's not at all what Sean's listeners were worried about. Sean's listeners don't understand the political process any better than anybody else. They don't understand the convention process. They don't understand how Republicans get nominated. And they're saying, well, the Georgian delegates, what Tom was alluding to at the beginning, we kind of cut in the middle, but here's essentially what's happening. At the first ballot at the convention, because all of this gets wrapped around what happens at the convention, if nobody gets to 1237, there is going to be an initial vote. And everybody's going to come in, and the delegates that are bound to vote for Ted or to Ted Cruz or Donald Trump or John Kasich are going to have to vote that way. There are also some delegates that are unbound, and they are going to have to vote as well. Now, after all of that takes place, after that first vote is done, if nobody gets to 1237, they have to have another vote. But here's the interesting thing. On the second vote, all bets are off. The bound delegates are no longer bound. And so what Ted Cruz has been doing, in addition to shoring up all of these delegates in different states that he knows he can win, he's also been going to states where he knows he's got a little wiggle room in the event that you get to a second ballot. Because on the second ballot, what he wants is these guys who are committed to vote for Trump, but who may not really like Trump, he's trying to get them to come over and vote for Cruz. And so that's what's going on in the background. And people on the outside are looking at that, and they're saying, well, we're being screwed. Our vote doesn't matter. The election process is rigged. Well, no, the election process isn't rigged. The Republican Party is rigged. The Democrat Party is rigged. They're the same way. The Democrats have a superdelegate system. All the people who are superdelegates are party insiders. And so in the event somebody like Sanders gets a little bit of wind at his back, but nobody inside the party really wants him to be the nominee, they can fix it by simply denying him superdelegate votes. It would require him to win landslide victories in virtually every state to overcome the superdelegate deficit. That's how they do it on the Democrat side. The Republican side, it looks as though we're going to a contested convention. And what Ted Cruz wants to make sure of is not only do we ensure a contested convention, do we ensure that Donald Trump doesn't get to 1237, because there is no way for Ted to do it. I know he's talking about this mathematical probability if he can still potentially make it work, but it ain't going to happen. It was never going to happen. Ted knew from the beginning it wasn't going to happen. This has always been about stopping Donald Trump from getting to that magic number. And so he's doing everything he can to make sure he scoops enough delegates away from Trump that they can go to the convention with nobody having that magic number. And at the same time, he's going back to delegates who are bound during the first ballot of the convention, but during a second, third, fourth ballot would not be bound. And so Sean very politely says, hey, listen, because he asked him once before, and Ted Cruz is like, well, no, nobody's really asking that question. Nobody's really doing that. And he said, no, I beg to differ. He said, I have the second biggest radio show in the United States. I'm on 600 stations or whatever it is. He said, I have the number one show at 10 o'clock at night of anybody in the news media. He said, this is what people are asking me. I have a huge social media presence. He said, this is what they're asking me, and I don't understand why you can't answer that question. He comes, well, the only people who are asking that question are Donald Trump supporters, hardcore Donald Trump supporters, and Hannity finally had enough. He said, why are you doing this? Why can't you just answer a question? And you wonder why I wouldn't want somebody like that coming on this show. I had somebody ask me, well, have you invited Gary Johnson to come on your program? I said, no. He said, do you think he'd come if you asked him? I don't think I responded to that. Not because I was trying to be mean. I just saw it and forgot to respond. I said, my answer would have been, I don't really care. Because I asked him to come on and talk about the things that were going on with him and potentially luring away other other people from other campaigns, of potentially buying up blocks of rooms at hotels. These were all the things that had been floated about what he was doing and what his campaign was doing. And I said, would he like to come on and talk about it? Because I'll give him a forum to say what he wants to say and to refute it. He can clean up some of his questions that he had at the Fox debate, which turned a lot of people off. If he wants to come on, he can come on. And they said, yeah, no, we don't want to come on. Had no desire. And at the end of the day, I'm kind of glad that he didn't want to come on, because what's he going to tell me? Now he's just going to toe the line. He's going to play the political game with me. He's not going to answer my questions. And why do I want somebody like that coming on the show and eating up my airtime? I got tons of other stuff to talk about today. We're going to talk about the banking industry. We're going to talk about OPEC and oil prices and some of the stuff that's happening. You know, Saudi Arabia is now borrowing money. First time in 25 years that they've had to borrow money because oil prices are so low and they're going to get even lower. What kind of ramifications does that have? Did you know that they are now floating the idea? Everybody, Ben Bernanke got the name Helicopter Ben because he used an analogy of dropping money from a helicopter in order to stimulate the economy. And everybody kind of laughed about it. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, that's so funny, Helicopter Ben. About a way to stimulate growth. Well, now it turns out they're actually considering a proposal or an idea that, hey, if things get really bad, we could just give people free money. I'm going to explain to you how they do it, and you're going to see just how corrupt the entire monetary system is. There's a reason I started with the Harriet Tubman thing. You thought it was just a funny little anecdote at the beginning, but no, I was setting you up for this discussion about money that we're going to have as the show continues. It is not good. And this is stuff you are not going to hear on the Sean Hannity show. Because frankly, I don't know if his audience is able to handle it. But you guys are, and we'll talk about it as soon as I get back, so don't you go anywhere. We've got a big second half of the show. Stick around. Hey, if you love my show and you can't get enough Liberty Talk, might I suggest my good friend Mark Claire and the Lions of Liberty podcast. In fact, this is a particularly good time to listen. Mark just had his 200th episode, and his guest was none other than Ron Paul himself. Lions of Liberty is a bit of a variety show, and they have interviews and roundtables, and they've got a new segment on every Friday they're calling Felony Fridays, where they focus on the broken criminal justice system. I laugh, but it is something that's very serious, and they do a great job of talking about it each and every week. It is a powerful show. So head over to iTunes or your favorite podcasting app and download Lions of Liberty and start listening today. That's the Lions of Liberty podcast. Download it now.
What you're witnessing is the truth, unfiltered and unashamed. This is the Jason Stapleton Program.
So Saudi Arabia has had to raise $10 billion from a consortium of global banks. So you've got a bunch of these banks that are giving money to Saudi Arabia in order to finance their debt in what is basically a bond issue. And this is due to the fact that oil prices have been so low. And they have eaten through, I think it's $150 billion in financial reserves since 2014. and they are currently projecting a 20% deficit based on current oil prices. Now, you have to go way, way, way back in the archives of this show. We've done, how many shows have we done, Darren? Are we at 300, over 300 now? Not quite
sure.
300, I don't think.
Getting close, probably.
We got to be getting close because we do one every day. But you got to go way, way, way back in the archives to find out, to hear when we talked about this. But I was explaining to you guys that most of the oil-producing countries in the world need oil to be above about $60 a barrel. Some of them need it as high as $80 a barrel in order for them to meet their obligations. Because, see, Saudi Arabia doesn't have any industry. All it has is oil. And most of its people live in abject poverty. And the reason that they don't have any industry and that people live in poverty is in part, not in total, but in part due to the fact that the government pays everybody in Saudi Arabia a stipend. It gives them money because they're Saudi Arabian, because they live in the country. And that keeps everybody from starving to death and all of them going after the Saudi family and overthrowing them. Meanwhile, the Saudi family lives really, really high on the hog. It's funny, just to kind of deviate from this for a minute. This is not, you do not discount what I'm telling you about giving people money for free. A lot of times, one of the things that Milton Friedman advocated for, he didn't advocate for it. He basically said, if you were going to have a welfare state, it's better to use like a guaranteed minimum income, because that's the most efficient way to make sure that government remains limited and the government has the least amount of control, is to simply just give people a basic standard of living. And I happen to be against this. I understand what Milton was doing. It's a very utilitarian view of the problem, and just saying, hey, if everybody in society or the bulk of people decide that they want to do something like that, well, then here's the best way for you to do it. But the reason that I don't advocate for it not only is because of what you see in places like Saudi Arabia, but you can see it here at home. Has anybody ever been on an Indian reservation? Some of the poorest people in the United States live on Indian reservations. Abject poverty. No way out, no opportunity, nothing. In part, again, due to the fact that they get a government check. It sucks drive and ambition away. It kills industry and spirit. You create generational poverty out of that. You see the same thing in many inner-city African-American communities in America. The government showing up to help has crippled communities, has broken up families. It's terrible. And yet the answer always seems to be more government, more government, more government. They just don't have enough opportunity. They just don't have a leg up. They just don't have a grocery store nearby. Nobody wants to open a business in the inner city. Let me tell you something, folks. If you remove that safety net, if you require people to get up and come together as communities, because that's what people used to do. They used to come together as communities. You knew your friends and your neighbors. If my family will tell stories about barn raisings. Poor farmers who were trying to put up a barn, they'd have a big day. Everybody would bring food out. Everyone would spend their Saturday at what is the equivalent of a party. The kids come out, the wives come out, and you help this neighbor put up a barn or put up a shed or whatever the case may be. Everybody chipped in and helped each other. You had to, because everybody was just trying to get by. And what happens when you interject a minimum income, when you start giving people money for doing nothing, or in the case of the black community where you start paying people more because the husband isn't in the home or the boyfriend isn't in the home or you're not married, it drives a wedge between people. And that's what's happening in much of the world. But Saudi Arabia needs oil to be over $60 a barrel. And right now it's trading somewhere around $40. And so OPEC got together. OPEC is the collection of oil-producing nations that kind of works as a cartel of sorts. Not a very good one. It's broken. And they got together to talk about just capping oil production. and just saying, hey, what we want to do is wherever oil is right now, let's just keep production steady. Let's not increase it. And they couldn't get it done, mainly because Saudi Arabia and Iran would not capitulate. They said, no, we're going to continue to pump and continue to pump. Remember, what did we talk about long ago? This is why you got to listen every day. So much of this rolls back around. What did I tell you about Iran? Iran just had its sanctions lifted. Iran has its sanctions lifted, and I said, it doesn't care. It'll pump oil no matter what, because they're pumping it out of the ground for $1 or $5 or whatever it costs to get a barrel of oil out of the ground in Iran, and they haven't been able to sell it for years. So they're going to pump as fast as they can and as much as they can, and they don't give a rip whether it's $40 a barrel or $20. They're going to try and get theirs. Well, and if Iran's going to pump, then Saudi Arabia's got to pump. They can't be the ones who cap production. If this other guy over here is going to pump, because he's going to get the benefit of pumping more barrels than we do. And so Saudi Arabia decides that if we can't come to an agreement, then screw it. We'll all just pump. Now we find out that the only thing that's really holding things together right now and keeping oil above $40 a barrel, and I didn't look today whether we've fallen underneath that or not, is the fact that there is a strike going on in Kuwait. Once that strike in Kuwait gets itself worked out and they get back to pumping oil again, that price is going to come back down again. Because the economy is not on a healthy footing. But back to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia now has to issue bonds in order to pay for its debt. It's obligations, right? Because if oil's at 40 and it needs to be at 60, there's a deficit there. And in order to fill that hole, they're going to have to borrow some money. Now, it's interesting. BlackRock, Ewan Cameron, who is the chief investment strategist at BlackRock, said, the loan is a way for Saudi Arabia to test the waters and see if set up an international borrowing profile. This is paving the way for the kingdom to transfer from a creditor nation to a debtor nation. It's a significant movement and change in the debt markets. And I don't know where he gets that. As far as I'm concerned in looking at this looks like a short-term patch for the Saudis. They need about $10 billion. And let me tell you something. There was no shortage of people trying to get in on this. They were trying to raise something like $6 billion. And they had so many people offering them money that they went ahead and just took 10. The people were lining up at the door to give Saudi Arabia money. And you ask, well, what was the interest rate that they were paying? Because where else can you get yield? Well, this is an interesting point. Let's look at how much they were paying. No one knows for sure, but people who are close to the deal said that banks paid a price around 120 basis points over the dollar LIBOR. Now, I know most of you don't have any idea what that means. Let me explain. 100 basis points is 1%. So if I say 120 basis points, that's 1.2%. Make sense? Now, the LIBOR rate is the rate that banks use to loan money to each other. And there are different rates. There's an overnight rate. There is a 1-week rate, a 3-month rate. There are all kinds of different rates for LIBOR. And it doesn't specify in the stuff that I looked at what rate they're looking at. But the overnight LIBOR is about 38 basis points right now. 38. That's 0.38%. Is what the overnight rate is, and the 3-month rate is 63 basis points, or 0.63%.
So we're looking at 1.6 to 1.8%.
Yeah, about 1.5 to 2%.
Yeah.
is what it looks like they're paying for, or they're getting back for the debt. And I've got to say that most of these guys have to be looking at it, and most of the banks are saying, well, this is a short-term deal. In a year or 2 or 3, this oil problem will have worked itself out, and Saudi Arabia will be back in the money, and they'll be able to pay us off in no time. And in the meantime, we can take some pretty safe money at 1 to 2% when I can't get it anywhere else.
Or it's going to cost me money to keep it in the bank at a negative yield.
I got to keep it around. I've got an article from the Financial Times. This is a little bit older, but central banks are under pressure because of negative interest rates. You see, they can't make any money on deposits, and so what they're doing is they're having to go into riskier assets. Negative interest rates are having an effect on everybody, and this is no joke. And so these banks are looking around and they're going, "Hey, I can get 2% on my money. Yeah, how much can I give you? Oh, $1 billion? Done. $2 billion. Will you take 2? Anything they can do to get some of that semi-safe money. And I just see on the horizon a lot of very dangerous stuff happening, and OPEC is just the start. You're going to see oil prices, I think, continue to decline. I mean, $30 a barrel, yeah, I think that's a possibility. The fact that OPEC it could not come to an agreement, the fact that you're seeing slowdowns in Russia, the fact that once Kuwait starts pumping again, oil, opinion is going to shift and people are going to start selling again. I think oil is going to continue lower. Now, that's great if it's you and me driving to the pump every day. I don't know if you guys liked it, but my wife sure liked filling up for less than $2 a gallon. I mean, how low did it get, Darren? Do you know?
$1.70.
About $1.70? Yeah, I don't look at.
You got to pay it anyway, so it's just
that's the thing. It's like you got to. It doesn't really matter what it costs. It costs what it costs, because I have to drive.
But I used my my Hy-Vee, my little fuel saver card one time, and it dropped it down to 85 cents a gallon. So I whipped out my phone and took a picture of it because I'll probably never see 85 cents a gallon gas again.
Well, I got to get me one of those cards.
Yeah, it's great.
I don't have a card like that. Every time why do I do stuff like that? Because when I go, it's like I got $30 or $40 worth of groceries there, and it's like, oh, do you have your Hy-Vee card? You could save 68 cents. Yep. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't care. Roll it over. But I don't realize that it knocks your gas down significantly.
Pays off.
Yeah. Well, driving that,
and we're driving a gas guzzler like that Suburban.
And my wife's got that Suburban, driving it all over the country, all over God's country. That thing, I mean, I was really hoping that thing would last us longer, but I mean, the transmission already blew up on it.
Yep.
It's I don't know.
Oh, and I checked. Today is actually our 300th episode.
It is. Oh, today's the 300th.
Yep. Today's 300.
Really?
Yep.
300, baby. Woohoo! You always listen to those podcasts where they're like, this is episode 86. And you're like, who cares? Who cares what episode it is? Nobody gives a rip. Just talk about whatever you're going to talk about. Or the long intro. You got to sit through 3 or 4 minutes worth of intro. And you're like, hey, that's fine for the first time I listen to it, but I don't need to hear that every day. I would, if I could do without the intro music here, I would, but we need lead in for the video half of the show. Otherwise, we just start. But where should we go now? Well, let's talk about this Intel. Intel slashes 12,000 jobs as PC demand plummets. Their company's chief executive, Intel is a PC company. They make chips for computers. But they have done a really, really bad job of getting into mobile and smartphones and some of the other chip-making places where you're making a lot of money. And their chief executive said, Intel's been known for a long time as the PC company. It's time that we make the transition and push the company all the way over to supply chips to things like smartphones, cloud computing, sensors, and other devices. In order to do that, they have slashed 12,000 jobs. And I want you to think about this in a couple of different ways. Number one, 12,000 jobs is about 11% of their workforce. And a lot of people are getting notices right now that they no longer have a way to make an income. And there's going to be a lot of hurt feelings. There's going to be a lot of angry people. But I want you to understand that if you don't shed those 12,000 jobs and you don't kind of focus and retool your business, everybody could be out of work because Intel could go bankrupt. It's happened before. Bigger companies than Intel have been totally wiped off the map because they didn't adapt to change. For a long time, Intel was the name in computer chips. And they have had a tough time adapting to new circumstances. It's one of the interesting things about being in business is that every month the bills got to get paid. And you've got to find a way to innovate. You've got to find a way to stay on the cutting edge of your industry. And if you are not always focused on that like a laser beam, somebody else is working on the sidelines to take your business away from you. Somebody else is working longer and harder and faster than you are to take what you got. And I'm not talking about take it by force. I'm talking about just simply do a better job delivering content or providing a service or providing a product to the people who want it. And Intel is in a very delicate situation now where if they don't make a change, they'll be done. And for them to make the change that they need to make, it looks like they need to shed about 12,000 people. Now, you are seeing things like this happen across the United States. It's one of the reasons so many people are in support of Donald Trump, is because they see jobs being shipped overseas. They see manufacturing moving overseas. Now, there's lots of reasons why that is. But most of it is simply a desire to stay on the cutting edge, to be able to compete. You see, car companies have to compete with other car companies, manufacturers, T-shirt makers, widget makers, whatever it is that you're doing. You've got to compete. You're looking across the horizon, and you're looking at companies in Japan or in Brazil or in India. And you see them putting out a quality product or a product similar to yours for a significantly cheaper price. And you're saying to yourself, how am I going to compete? Just because I made $1 billion a year last year, or in Intel's case, they made about $2 billion, netted $2 billion. Just because I made $2 billion last year doesn't mean I'm not going to be out of business this year. And so they start looking at the numbers and they say, well, we're going to have to shift the factory to overseas. We're going to have to ship it down to Mexico. The unions won't take pay cuts. We can't produce products here at the same price because of the regulation, because of the overhead, because of the high expenses for labor. We've cut as much as we could cut. Real estate costs here are outrageous. Got regulation on the real estate as well. Let's just move the factory down to Mexico. There's a bunch of hungry people there who work for $5 an hour or $3 an hour or $2 a day. Let's do that. At least we stay competitive. And when that kind of thing happens, everybody looks at the business owner, they look at the greedy capitalist, and they say, you hate America, you hate the worker. And in reality, everybody's just trying to stay alive. Everybody's trying to stay relevant. And I've told you guys for a long time that if you're not constantly improving your human capital and increasing your human capital, if you are not constantly on the cutting edge, if you are not constantly learning new skills and growing as a human being, you're going to be toast. One day somebody's going to come to you in your company and say, hey, we're restructuring so the company doesn't go bankrupt. And we've decided that you're unnecessary. You just don't fit into where we're going. And when that happens, it's going to be too late. When that happens, you're not going to have any choices. At least not any good ones. The protection of yourself and your future starts now. Right now. Lynda.com has been a huge supporter of this show. If you go to jasonstapleton.com/Lynda, you can get a 10-day free trial to Lynda. And what Lynda.com is nothing more than a site that teaches you new skill. I don't care what you want to learn, graphic design, management skills, resume writing, doesn't matter. Lynda.com has training on all of that. This type of stuff that I read about when I read about Intel cutting jobs, I think how many of those 12,000 people just got hit like a baseball bat in the dark? How many people just had their world shattered? How many people are going to have to go home and explain to their wife or their kids that, Daddy doesn't have a job anymore, and I don't know what I'm going to do? Too many of you have faced that reality at least once in your life. Don't let it happen to you a second time. Make sure that you are always learning, that you are always growing, that you are making yourself an indispensable asset either to yourself or to those that you do business with, those that you work for. Because I think that we're coming into a recession. I think that I had a conversation the other day with somebody on Facebook who said, real estate, wondering about the rental real estate business. And he said, because I think the recession is coming here in the next year. And I sent him a note and I said, what makes you think it's coming this year? Because that's always of interest to me. Because one of the things that I'm pretty good at predicting this stuff in terms of what's going to happen, really, really bad at timing. I have no idea whether I can look on the horizon and see that things are starting to come apart. I can see problems that haven't been fixed and at some point are going to implode, but I have no idea on the timing. It could be tomorrow. Or it could be 2 years from now. Shoot, it could be 10 years from now, although I don't think it would take that long. And he gave a very logical response. I could tell he thought it through. He said, well, business cycle, this is year 8. Normally 7 years is all we get. And so now we're really into the red zone in terms of recession. And the economy didn't properly heal, and he gave a bunch of other reasons. And I just remember thinking, well, that's a coherent, rational reason. Fair enough. But I think that we're coming to a point in our economy that we're going to see another downturn. Now, some of you are looking around and going, well, did we ever get out of the last one? And the answer, quite frankly, is no, we didn't. And maybe it'll be a mild one. If it's a mild one, then we got a bigger one coming down the road. Because as I said before, the bond market, there's a bubble there. There's a bubble in equities. We've got potentially another housing bubble that's setting up. Everywhere you turn around, our entire lifestyle, our entire way of life is being financed and supported by cheap money, negative interest rates, smoke and mirrors. At some point, that's going to come apart. So much so that the Federal Reserve, as you guys know from listening to this show, has already started testing the idea of negative interest rates. Hey, what would happen if we used negative interest rates and we used it for a really long time?
Combine that with really high unemployment. What does that do to us?
That's right.
Just curious.
Yeah, just if we were going to look at it. I'm not saying we're going to do it. Just saying if we were going to do it, what would it look like? What are the potential ramifications of that? And a while back, as I said, Ben Bernanke got kind of labeled and kind of laughed at a little bit by suggesting that you could drop money from helicopters. But what else are they going to do? You think about this and you say, well, all right, negative interest rates hasn't worked. People are socking money away in safes now. Nobody's spending the money, which is the entire purpose behind negative interest rates. Banks don't really want to loan, but they don't want to keep money either. The whole thing's coming apart. We can't spark any sort of inflation, which is what we really want to see in order to try and show that we've got an economy that's coming back. We haven't fixed any of the systemic problems that exist in our economy, largely due to government meddling. And so what's left? Well, in a recent speech, Ben Bernanke came out and said, well, hey, I know we kind of got laughed at, but under extreme circumstances, it might make sense just to give people money. And you say, what, like the government's just going to send you a check? Yeah, like the government's just going to send you a check.
Didn't we try that already?
No, well,
didn't we do a stimulus package?
No, not this way. Not a direct stimulus package to the people. He said, but here's the way it would work. Congress would authorize, say, $100 billion in spending. Now, normally, the Treasury Department would have to raise the money from investors by selling $100 billion worth of bonds. That's how the government raises money. We just talked about Saudi Arabia, how they raised $10 billion by offering banks the chance to buy their bonds. America does it the same way. We need $100 billion. We're going to see if if we can get $100 billion worth of our bonds sold. Okay? But in Bernanke's scenario, the Treasury checking account at the Fed would simply be credited with $100 billion, bringing the money into existence with a few keystrokes. See, we're just going to, if we need to create $100 billion, there's no need to go out and sell bonds. over at the Fed, we'll just give you $100 billion in your account. And then there's the money. Woo! Done. And you say, well, how can that be? That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to any rational person. Yet that's the way they do it. This is how all money is created, if you really want to get down to it. It is scary. All capital is debt-financed capital. If you eliminate the debt, you essentially eliminate the money. I'm not going to take time to explain how it all works, but if they want to create money, they just create it. They just add some ones and zeros into the computer, and voila, there's the money. Only a small fraction of the actual capital is in circulation in actual dollars. The rest of it is just ones and zeros in bank accounts, digitally mastered for your pleasure. I did a training on this once where I talked about the way central banks worked for a currency deal I was doing. And I said, take a guy who goes and gets a loan from a bank. He's got a check with him. And the bank says, yeah, we'll give you the money, and here's your check. And he takes the money from the check from that bank, and he takes it over and he deposits it in his bank. And the money shows up in his bank, and then he goes out for his business, and he buys a bunch of stuff for his business so that he can grow his business. And when he buys the stuff with his business, he pays with a check. And the people who receive that check, they go back and they deposit it in their bank. And to pay their bills, they write more checks. At the end of the day, has any money actually changed hands? Not a cent. All that's happened is debits and credits have been issued on ledgers at different banks. No actual cash is being used. This is how much of the transactions happen in the United States. It's why we get away with so little actual cash, and we can have such massive amounts of money just like waiting in the wings. It's how the central bank can just miraculously create $100 billion just by simply crediting it to the U.S. Treasury. But we're actually at a point now where people are giving legitimacy to the idea that maybe we'll just create inflation by handing people money. Just show up with a bag of cash at your door. Here you go. Enjoy. What do you think is going to happen? Well, people are probably going to spend it because people are stupid. If you're smart, government comes and gives you a check, you'd be best to invest it. Because the likelihood either in yourself or in the stocks or bonds or something, because the odds are that inflation is going to kill all of that wealth at some point. Anyway, this is a topic that's deeply concerning to me, and again, part of the reasons that I want to do this show is I want to be not only do I want to let you know what's going on, but I don't want to be doom and gloom with you. I want you to understand that there is a way out. The way out is through your own human capital. The way out is by simply being someone who can survive no matter what. Someone who says, well, if I can't do that anymore, well, I can do that or that or that. And it doesn't mean I'm not going to suffer. It doesn't mean I'm not going to fall on hard times. But having other options frees you up. It's liberating. So investing in your own human capital. And then secondly, making sure that you have something set aside. Making sure that if another recession comes, how much money have you put away? Most people would not be able to pay their bills at the end of the month if they didn't get next week's paycheck. That's scary. It's scary to think that there is that many people in America today that are that close to being out on the street. Don't be that person. Get a plan together. If you got a wife or a husband, drag them into the room and say, hey, we're going to start taking $50, $100, $5 a paycheck and sticking it in an envelope just in case we get another recession and somebody ends up coming to me in my company and saying, hey, sorry, Timmy, but we've decided you're irrelevant. Put yourself in a position to win. Put yourself in a position to protect your home and your family. no matter what happens. Speaking of that, before we go, I just got, we're putting the final details together on our shoot that's going to happen in September up in Chicago, or it's not in Chicago. We would go to jail. It's outside of Chicago, where we are going to be doing some high-speed, very tactical training. It's going to teach you how to protect yourself, how to protect your community, your church, your home, your school. And it's pretty cool. I got a lot of husband and wife teams who are wanting to come out and take the training together. It's going to be a killer time. And I think I'm going to try and set up 2 courses, because it turns out we can only take, because of the level of training that you're going to be doing at this place, they adamantly refuse to take more than 12 people at a time. They say it's too personalized. Like, we have very level 3 trainers that are at the event. We've got to have at least 3 of them there, and that in addition to all of the other stuff that we're doing, we just simply can't do with more than 12 people. Otherwise, people don't get the attention that they need. They don't get the training. And so I said, well, we got more than 12 people who want to do this thing. And so I think what we're going to try and do is set up 2 separate courses, probably run them back-to-back weekends. I will be at the first one, but I won't be at the second one. I think that's the way it's going to work. It may be the other way. I'm not the first one, but the second one. But I'm going to be at one of them, and if you guys want to come out with me, you can. But we're going to open it up for you guys to go out and do that. And they're cutting a really sweet deal on this 2-day training, and I'm telling you, you're not going to get anything like it anywhere else. This is some of the coolest stuff it will be a story that you get to tell people for the rest of your life. So be on the lookout for that. More to come. Until tomorrow, guys, be safe, be good. I'll talk to you soon.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp, is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same great prices, and LRN gets a cut. Please do your online shopping at shop.lrn.fm.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program. The Liberty Radio Network presents the latest episode of Free Talk Live, next after the news. Listen live every night from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern here on LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Wednesday, April 20th, 2016. Silver is trading at $17.05 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,248 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $438. Antiwar.com reports, with the Iraqi military's own offensive around Mosul almost immediately stalling, U.S. hopes to eventually see the city recovered from the Islamic State are resting more heavily on the idea that the Kurdish Peshmerga will succeed where Iraq's military has failed. That's not coming cheap. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter revealed on Tuesday that as part of the latest U.S. escalation in Iraq, $415 million in cash has been set aside for certain Kurdish Peshmerga units to ensure that those groups keep fighting against the Islamic State. Though the Kurdistan regional government clearly has some interest in seeing the Islamic State expelled from the area around Mosul, their interests are likely more directly on defending their own territory, including not insignificant territorial gains they've made during the war, including the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Instead of leaving the Peshmerga to its own already subsidized devices, the Pentagon seems to have decided that overt bribery is in order to make sure the Peshmerga's involvement in the fight is centered on offensives where the U.S. wants them. If you're fed up with the government running every aspect of your life, but you're not listening to the Lava Flow podcast yet, what's wrong with you? Go right now to thelavaflow.com/listen. The Lava Flow podcast, channeling the flow of information to the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist, and agorist community. Subscribe today using any podcatcher at thelavaflow.com/listen, or just go back to sucking up to the government. The Lava Flow podcast, striking the root every episode. UPI reports Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders toured into New York State on Tuesday for its closed primary system, saying it has disenfranchised 3 million residents who are registered independents there. New York is among several states that do not allow outsiders to participate in party primaries. By rule, New Yorkers who were not registered members of the Republican or Democratic parties in October, 6 months ago, and well before anyone could have predicted the tight campaigns, particularly on the Republican side, were not permitted to vote on Tuesday. Independents are allowed to petition a judge and sign an affidavit in order to obtain a ballot, but few were expected to do so. Sanders said, "Today, 3 million people in the state of New York who are independents have lost their right to vote in the Democratic or Republican primary. That's wrong." Sanders has performed better in open primary states where independents, a significant portion of his political base, are allowed to vote. In the New York primaries on Tuesday, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton won in landslides. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Michigan's Attorney General will announce criminal charges on Wednesday connected to the investigation into dangerous levels of lead in Flint's drinking water, according to the Detroit Free Press. The newspaper said that among those who will be charged by the Attorney General is a Flint city official who signed a document saying the homes Flint used to test tap water under federal guidelines all had lead service lines. Investigators allege the statement was false. The newspaper cited 3 sources familiar with the investigation for its story. Flint, a city of about 100,000 people, was under control of a state-appointed emergency manager in 2014 when it switched its source of water from Detroit's municipal system to the Flint River to save money. The river water was more corrosive than the Detroit supply and caused more lead to leach from its aging pipes. Lead can be toxic, and children are especially vulnerable. The move has provoked a national controversy and prompted lawsuits by parents who say their children are showing dangerously high levels of lead in their blood. UPI adds Michigan Governor Rick Snyder says Flint tap water is safe and he'll drink it for a month to demonstrate his confidence. Snyder and his First Lady, who live in Lansing, have collected a small supply of filtered tap water from their visits to Flint and will use it to drink and cook with. As the supply dwindles, they'll collect more. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Video game players love customizing every aspect of their character. One game, Elder Scrolls Online, has set a new bar for character creation by letting players design every organ and cell in their avatar's body.
In Elder Scrolls Online, you get to play as whoever you want to play. You are in control of everything from your character's face to their hair to their arteries. We're not just going to give you some pre-made bones and ligaments. You get to create the musculoskeletal system that's right for you. You can even alter the DNA.
Are all of these changes just cosmetic?
No, not at all. They have a huge effect on game playing. If your character's body has any anatomical flaws, they could die immediately.
Beta testers say that designing every aspect of their character is a compelling experience.
I've been designing my orc's liver for 5 hours now. This is awesome.
Designing the hands is the hardest part. I keep having to look up how all the joints connect.
Players can also press the randomize button to get a completely random collection of body parts.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live, and of course you can join us here. We'll give you the toll-free numbers and Skype username coming up here shortly. With you tonight, it's Ian.
And Mark.
And Daryl.
Of course, it is the 420 edition of Free Talk Live, and that's what George wants to talk about. He's connected with us on Skype. Oh, there's audio playing here. Hang on one second, George. I got that taken care of. All right, go ahead.
I was just calling about it because it just reminded 420 reminds me of the greatest financial transaction I've ever made, and it's most one-sided in my favor. It took place at Burning Man, and basically what it was is at Burning Man, people have it's a gift economy, so it's all pretty much the way I see it's kind of like barter. And I used bought several bags of Tootsie Roll Pops, and I used that as currency sort of thing there. Anyway, about halfway through the event, I'm passing by some hippie guy in a tent, and he's like just blazed out of his skull, and I had offered him Tootsie Roll Pop. He saw that, and my bag was only half empty already. And he's like, "Can I have that bag? I'll make you a trade." He gives me an entire big, pillowcase-sized bag full of pot cookies in exchange for my half-empty bag of Tootsie Roll Pops.
That is an awesome deal. How much did you? I don't know if you want to admit, but how much did you sell the cookies for after that?
The imaginary attorney that is inside of my head has invited me to plead the fifth on that.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. It sounds like it was a good deal.
And it was also at Burning Man, and I don't think they allow money to be transacted, so there could not have been any money.
That's true.
But there could have been some kind of transaction.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get any snuggle time with an attractive hippie chick?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So any other stories you want to tell tonight?
That's pretty much it.
That's a good one. Burning Man stories are always entertaining. Thanks, George. I appreciate it. That's George calling from D.C.
So what is 420?
Well, Daryl, can you answer that question?
Date? There are several different stories about how the number 420 came to be associated with cannabis. There's the one story that says that there was a group of teenagers that when they were in high school, they would all meet at 420 to smoke weed.
The Waldos? Is that what they were called?
I don't know.
I think that was I remember reading something one time.
And then there's also the claim that in some jurisdictions, criminal code something .420 was the law saying, you can't possess cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
But that one seems a lot easier to fact check, and I've not seen anybody actually point to, yes, this is the statute.
Right.
So I think that, there's probably a bunch of different stories, which one's true, which one isn't.
Where did it really
Nobody
come from?
knows.
It doesn't matter. Right now, it's a big number that represents cannabis and cannabis use and whatever other cannabis-related thing you want to associate with it.
Well, so I know what 420 means, even though I asked. Is there something newer that I'm missing out on? Because
what do you mean newer?
Well, I remember back when I was dating, and I've been married for about 10 years now, so it's been some time.
And then you were not exactly dating because you were not a free man.
Oh no, I didn't walk out of prison and marry my wife, buddy. No. So at the time, some women would put 420 on their sort of dating profiles just as code.
Sure. That means they're okay with guys that smoke weed.
That's right.
Or
it probably means they also smoke weed.
I would hope that it means that. Yeah. But I mean, if they were using it 10 years ago to indicate this when I was dating, then there has to be some new.
People were using it 20 years ago when I was in high school.
420?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's not a new number.
No,
it's been around for decades.
And I don't think that anything has replaced it. I'm not aware of it. Certainly, I mean, I'm not necessarily on the inside of the millennials, right? I'm kind of on the upper end of it, so I wouldn't really know if anything has.
I also don't really hang with millennials, but there are just some things that, you don't change the code for, because millennials are not necessarily only doing weed business with other millennials.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting it from one of us old fogey type people.
Come on, nobody's calling marijuana grass anymore, and you don't buy a lid. All right,
okay,
I mean the terminology changes over time.
Yes. That much is true.
Some of the terms change, but
that's what I'm talking about, Daryl.
420 is a number associated with it, and it's so ingrained. That term is so ingrained
it's not going
into
anywhere.
culture.
I mean, you wouldn't want to change what 10-4 means, right? There's the 10 codes, and they mean specific things, and 420 has come to mean
I'm with you.
For decades.
I'm only
He's
saying...
wondering if there's something that's replaced it, though,
right.
and I don't know. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. What's the hippest slang for cannabis?
There's the dab.
Well, dab's a specific type of cannabis.
It's a specific type.
It's concentrated.
So was chronic.
Chronic was a West Coast Florida term that I've not heard outside of where we grew up.
Okay.
No, I never lived in West Coast Florida, and I know the term chronic.
I'm not saying you know the term, but as far as it being like something that people frequently use, was that something that happened in Alabama? Because up here they call it headies.
I couldn't tell you exactly what strain or whatever of
these aren't
weed.
strains. This is just slang that means cannabis, and it's different
I knew
in
that the
different
term
areas.
Chronic meant cannabis.
Sure, and I imagine people up here would know that as well, but they don't use it. See what I'm saying? So there's different terms for cannabis in different areas just of Florida. From my experience,
I would say 420 by the description I've heard here has become as ingrained as like weed.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And depending on how you define it, chronic could be defined as weed mixed with cocaine. I've heard that. I don't know if there's truth to that. I haven't checked it on Urban Dictionary.
I've never heard that one.
You'd have to check that. You'd have to check me on that one on Urban Dictionary. So the toll-free number again, 855-450-FREE. There's also Skype at Skype username LRN.FM. Maybe you
mess up weed by smoking it with cocaine.
Maybe you want to express, what happened at your 420 event where you live. If you were actually out there today, would love to hear your stories because, Daryl, you and I were in Concord with, what would you say, 100 people? I mean, it seemed like a good crowd.
It seemed like a decent-sized crowd. It seemed smaller.
80 to 100?
Seems smaller than it had been in years past.
I don't know because I think last year...
last year it was
kind of
raining.
Yeah. I think we're up from last year.
Well, I wasn't at the one last year.
Oh, okay.
I was at the one 2 years ago, and the one 2 years ago seemed to have been much bigger. So the first one that I attended in 2012 seemed to be much bigger.
There have been bigger ones.
About 100 people, but where?
Thank you. In Concord, New Hampshire, the front of the State House.
Like in front of the State House?
Like on the steps.
On the steps of the State House and in the lawn area of the State House.
And the politicians came through it, too.
Well, not only did they walk through it, there was at least 1.5%, if not 2%, of the entire New Hampshire state legislature that was at the rally as part of the rally.
Right. Now, that's interesting because we've been told by people who are, let's say, of the Politico ilk, like strictly Politico, they don't support any other kind of activism, that this cannabis civil disobedience, which is what happened today, people smoke pot on the front lawn, the front steps of the State House. This cannabis civil disobedience is criticized as being part of the problem, that we're making it more difficult for these people to actually pass any kind of cannabis reform.
It may be true. It's hard to say. I mean, wouldn't you say
But you have state representatives attending this particular event.
Using two-ply toilet paper could be preventing it. It's probably not.
Well, I don't know. I mean, could somebody be saying, well, what happens if we legalize marijuana? What are you going to have? A bunch of hippies on the State House lawn
I don't
smoking
care
pot?
what somebody
well, the
could
answer
be saying.
is that you already do.
It doesn't matter to me what somebody could be saying. You
not
can better
all of
believe
us were hippies, and not all of us were smoking.
Look, you can better believe that the people who don't want to see drug decriminalization happen are talking crap about the people smoking out in front of the State House. There's no doubt those conversations are happening within the bathrooms and the halls of the State House. That's just part and parcel of doing activism, is people are going to have opinions about it. But the fact that there are state representatives there, now did you catch any of them actually toking up?
Yes.
All right, toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. What happened where you live here on 420? This is Free Talk Live, or Skype in at LRN.FM.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
Did you know you can get news updates about what's happening with the Liberty Radio Network delivered in the way you prefer? You can sign up for our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. Plus, you can stay in the loop by joining our Facebook profile at facebook.lrn.fm or follow us at Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm. It's all free, so sign up now at updates.lrn.fm for news updates delivered to your email box, facebook.lrn.fm to follow our Facebook page, and twitter.lrn.fm to receive our tweets.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit, did your nerves spike? You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
This is your Robertson Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Wednesday, gold is $3 higher at $1,254 per ounce. Silver is 20 cents higher at $17.22 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $437 US. Gold is up 18% so far this year, and silver has increased over 22%, and it looks to keep going. If you'd like more information, give us a call at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Back to the latest episode of Free Talk Live, presented by Sekel CAI. Download it for free at freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can bring up what you want. You don't have to talk about 420 here tonight, although it is April 20th, and all around the United States, likely there were, various different, and not just the United States, beyond that in the world. There were likely a bunch of celebrations going on. Now, in some places, it's legal to smoke cannabis, but in those places, I don't know if it's legal to smoke in public.
No.
So I suspect anyone participating in cannabis festivities that involve smoking cannabis openly today were likely in violation of some sort of ordinance or statute.
And my understanding, in Colorado, it's illegal to consume cannabis of any kind in public.
So even like eating a cookie would be illegal?
That's my understanding, yes.
I suspect you wouldn't get caught.
Well, I mean,
unless
I don't know if you pull it out of the wrapper that's clearly marked
in front of a cop. That
right?
That might do it. If you were walking out of the cannabis shop holding it and then unwrapped it and a cop saw you do it, you could probably get in trouble for that.
They should sell regular cookies there so that people can do that.
So they can't tell. Yeah, that's a good idea. So you can join us here and express to us what your experience was like if you were out and about today. Daryl, you and I were in Concord, New Hampshire, with what I would say was upwards of 100 people, maybe 75 to 100, somewhere in that range. There probably was more throughout the entire event, but I saw at one time I felt like there was that many people there. And I believe it started early at around 2. I didn't get there that early, however. When did you
I got there about 3:45.
Okay. And how did it go from there? I mean, was it a small group at that time, or did it really kind of kick up at around 4:20?
No, I would say that, about 4:05 maybe is when everybody sort of left on the steps of the State House area, and then went into like the grassy area, the lawn, if you will. And so everybody kind of spread out at that time.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure how big it wound up getting at that point. But Rich did do the speech that he gives at 4:20.
Rich Paul, our co-host.
Where he said, I forget the exact statement.
Smoke him if you got him.
Well, that's part of it.
In the name of lost liberties.
Yeah, we smoke these in the name of lost liberties, something, in hopes that one day,
hope for a day,
we do not fear the government because the government fears the people.
Something like that, yeah.
And then I shouted, or does not exist.
Which I believe you've done something like that before.
I think it's worth...
There's generally somebody that says that.
It's worth pointing out that... when he says lost liberties, cannabis was legal for more of this...
Until about 100 years ago.
Yeah, more of the time that this nation has been in existence than it wasn't. That's the same is true for like heroin and cocaine and a variety of other things, too.
About 100 years ago, you could purchase heroin, cocaine, and morphine from the Sears and Roebuck catalog. You could also buy your hypodermic needle from Sears and Roebuck.
Likely without showing any kind of ID.
This nation was built by our great-grandparents who could buy morphine and heroin through the real and an injection needle and marijuana through the Sears Roebuck catalog.
Yes.
So for people who think that it's only for the lowlifes out there, it bears pointing out that, hey, this stuff's been around a long time.
And cocaine's generally considered to be a fairly high-class drug because it ain't cheap.
That's true. If you want to join us here tonight, what was your experience today at the 420 celebrations? I thought it was good. There was a good vibe here in New Hampshire. I thought a decent attendance. Again, New Hampshire's a small state, and we had some real good hardcore activists out there, so it was great to see.
Speaking New Hampshire, small state, it sort of bears asking, what did you get any kind of update from any legislators coming out and saying, hey, we expect to have marijuana legal by this time or that time?
Well, actually,
when
that's an interesting question.
Colorado and Washington making lots and lots and lots of money.
So it bears pointing out that the people who came out in New Hampshire are braving potential misdemeanor charges. So it's actually a much riskier move to do this particular activism here as opposed to in all of the surrounding states.
And not just misdemeanor. If you are caught passing a joint to someone, you could face felony distribution charges.
Now, you probably would hopefully beat those felony distribution charges, but someone has faced those felony distribution charges.
And then they took a plea.
Yeah. So,
but regarding Mark's question about did any legislator give an update, there was the one state rep who spoke that said if he's reelected, he plans on introducing at least 5 bills to remove penalties from cannabis.
There's a chance he'll get reelected. He's a former cop.
One of the bills that he wants to introduce would expand the therapeutic cannabis legislation as far as who it applies to. He also has a bill that he's going to sponsor to decriminalize. There's also a bill that he wants to put forth that would do full legalization. And then I don't know what the other couple of bills, but he did specifically mention 5 bills and then gave those 3 as far as what he wants to do. There was also a current state rep and gubernatorial candidate who spoke briefly that said that if he's elected and legislation comes across his desk, he would sign.
Any kind of legislation for cannabis?
He didn't say any, but he said if... I think he said decrim or expansion of therapeutic. I don't recall if he said, I don't think he clarified exactly what he meant, but he did say
a good follow-up question.
So one of the sort of thoughts that many libertarians have is that they don't want they want marijuana to be as legal as tomatoes, and but I mean tomatoes.
Some of us there are some libertarians that were the ones collecting petitions in Colorado and Washington and other states to regulate it like wine.
Yeah, I hope we can avoid that. I mean, it would be nice. Certainly, New Hampshire is behind the ball compared to the surrounding states.
Yes.
But maybe that extra time to deliberate could result in a more freedom-oriented policy on cannabis rather than a regulated policy. I know it's sort of pie in the sky dreaming.
Right, and also in Colorado and Washington, where the first 2 states to pass one of these regulate cannabis things, that went through not because of legislative action, but because of ballot initiative.
That's true.
So when you're getting something on the ballot as far as a ballot initiative, you do need something that's going to be kind of watered down a little bit because you need a certain amount of support to wind up getting that approved.
Right. So it'd also be nice if New Hampshire could be the first state where it's legal to smoke it openly.
That would be nice.
Yeah, where if it's passed by the legislature and legal to smoke it openly, that would be incredible. But we're behind the ball as far as the rest of New England is concerned. So we need to get more people here sooner rather than later, and get active on what is important to you. If cannabis is important to you, there are some great activists who are sort of leading the charge on that. You can jump on board something that already exists or create something brand new here. There's a lot of people coming to New Hampshire, and many of them coming as part of the Shire Society at shiresociety.com.
And some of the things, I don't think you really need to recreate the wheel, because there is the Marijuana Policy Project that's doing the in-the-system stuff to try to change the cannabis laws.
That's what I'm saying. You can jump on board.
There's the 420 Foundation that's doing the outside the system.
And I heard that Shire Dude is now taking over the 420 Foundation from Rich Paul.
Right. So, you've got those 2 things specifically related to cannabis. One's doing in-system, one's doing out the system. You don't need to create the wheel all over again and say, I'm going to create the 419.99 Foundation.
It makes sense to plug in where
0.01.
What already exists, but you have the freedom to create something else.
Right.
If you want
I'm
to.
just saying it's not wise to do so if the thing already exists. Now, if what you want to do
numbers,
isn't
855-450-FREE. You can join us here. This is Free Talk Live.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
CopBlock has quickly become the top police accountability group in the United States, and maybe even the world. With chapters across the globe, there's probably a group near you that you can join. If not, you can start your own. Besides joining a local CopBlock group, you can also give just $1 a month to the CopBlock network. Your contribution helps support the efforts of those who make CopBlock possible. So please join the CopBlock network now at copblock.lrn.fm. That's copblock.lrn.fm.
The three most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm.
Facing mounting criticism that lethal injection is cruel and outdated, Ohio has replaced it with a system that quickly and humanely rips off the heads of death row inmates using powerful robotic arms. The new device is designed to be as humane as possible, emitting soothing white noise and putting prisoners on a cushioned seat before its metallic talons dig into their necks and painlessly wrench their heads off. Ohio Department of Corrections Director Gary Moore praised the machine, saying, quote, "Our new system is a hallmark of compassion. Now these deaths will be pain-free because the machine's claws are coated with topical anesthetic." Quickly pulling off a prisoner's head is considered less cruel than lethal injection, which requires 3 separate chemicals. And Ohio isn't the only state changing the way it handles capital punishment. Last month, Texas unveiled the Machinator, which humanely squishes up to 50 prisoners at once. Coming up next, is anything valuable buried in the woods behind my house? Our team of investigators finds out.
This is the Onion News Network.
Now, more of the freshest episode of Free Talk Live, presented by SACL CAI. Listen online at freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can join us here on 420. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. The news, of course, is a buzz with a variety of 420-related things. But you are going to have to be really stoned to believe what's going to come out of Mark's mouth next.
Are you fed up with the same old thing in Washington, D.C.? Do you feel like the political establishment could use a disruptive force? Then trump the government with a Trump dollar that expresses your distrust of politicians and the corrupt U.S. political process. The Trump dollar a symbol of America's resistance to the same old warlike government and a model for a new, peaceful monetary standard to make America great again. For just $5, you can get a gorgeous copper Trump dollar at TrumpDollar.us. You've got to see them to believe them, hair and all. TrumpDollar.us. It's TrumpDollar.us.
Gerald, did Free Talk Live just jump the shark right there?
I think Mark may have. I don't know if he necessarily jumped the shark because I think he might lack the athletic prowess to do so. But he's definitely on the other side of the shark than he was.
Is it true? Are we getting Trump money?
What do you mean? Oh, no.
That's obviously an advertisement for Trump dollar.
Yeah, there's the maker of the Ron Paul dollar is the maker of the Trump dollar.
Wow. So Donald Trump's money is being funneled into Free Talk Live right now. Is that true?
I don't know that Donald Trump has anything to do specifically with the Trump dollar.
Okay,
I don't think so at all.
Didn't they launch it at like Trump Tower? I thought we saw that in the news.
They are launching it
at
Trump Tower.
Gotcha.
It's happening later this month, I think.
All right. We'll keep an eye on it.
There you go.
855-450 free. Let's go to...
You can't say he's not disruptive, and you can't say that Washington doesn't suck.
Tom in New Hampshire. Tom, did you blaze up today here on 420?
I wanted to point something out here. You know, every state has its own sex offender registry laws, and they're all different from one state to another, and from the District of Columbia. But in the state of Kansas, it has come to my attention, it's not just sex offenders, it's drug dealers.
Really?
Including people busted out of state who moved to Kansas. And I was just thinking, you know what's going to be hilarious is after the revolution, after the inevitable ultimate victory of Operation USA Freedom, when all the innocent druggies are set free and all of the innocent people who never committed any crimes get set free from the mental institutions, and when every cop that has ever busted anybody for drugs is going to have to do as much prison time as the innocent drug dealer got, the druggies are going to be setting up a registry, and they're going to make the cops have to register with the drug dealers, and they're going to build this website where, like, watch out for this guy. He moved from Georgia, and he threw a flash grenade into a toddler's
You know what? There's already a website called Who's a Rat that kind of does that. It allows people to, write up profiles, kind of a reputation system or a negative reputation system for undercover cops and informants. Thanks for the call tonight, Tom. Appreciate it. Toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE.
You think anybody uses it, the whosarat.com or whatever it might be? I don't know.
There was content there when we talked about it years ago. I haven't been recently.
I just can't imagine somebody checks ahead. This is like... so many times people are talking about the news, and you don't want to tell the druggies the news because they'll figure out how to do more crimes. I'm like, they're not watching the news. They're not watching the news. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's probably
they're
true.
They're probably not checking whosarat.com either. Is it broken out by geographic area? I mean, it would have to be, right?
I've never heard of the site.
Check it out. See if it's still around. Prisoners, by the way, actually, the toll-free number tonight, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Look, if you want to get involved with the show, please do join us here. But as far as releasing the political prisoners, the people who've been arrested for cannabis and other drugs as well, I fully support that part of what Tom was saying there. Cut everybody loose. As long as they haven't hurt somebody else, like physically harmed another human being, let those people out of prison. I agree with, but I don't agree with putting all of the cops in jail. Or even the bad cops. Let them go. Let's call it amnesty and cut everybody loose, end the war on drugs, and just call it a day.
And
give forgiveness.
One of the reasons that I disagree with the premise where some people say, all politicians should do 2 terms, 1 in office, 1 in jail, and there are some people that are serious about that. Yeah. I honestly don't think that corrupt politicians should go to jail.
No, they just plot.
What's that?
They just plot amongst themselves while they're in there.
Not even that, but why should the people that are supposedly the people were the ones that were harmed, why should the people
have to pay to keep them
be
in
the
jail.
ones to then have to pay to feed, clothe, and house the person?
Let's not forget it's the people.
Punishment.
Let's not forget the people, at least a good percentage of them, voted for these jackholes.
Well, this is why I
In
support
many
Darrell
cases,
W. Perry for president.
Look at Hillary Clinton with 27 scandals under investigation, under an FBI investigation right now, and she just won New York after apparently some scandal there where they kick out 125,000 people out of Bernie Sanders' hometown. They give them they purge them from the voter rolls is the terminology.
And it was a surprise, obviously.
Yeah.
People went to try to vote and they weren't registered.
People are always surprised when they get purged from the voter rolls. But there are laws on the books in every state, and they say it's up to you to note. So if you've not voted in like a decade, they presume that you have either moved or died, and they will purge you from the rolls.
What do you think about that law, Darrell, as a guy running for president right now, and somebody who's really into
who
election
won, by the way, the straw poll in Louisiana at the Libertarian Convention amongst all the other candidates?
Weren't you also in the lead on the least favorable or least lovable candidate or something?
Peterson.
Round 6.
Okay, whatever that means.
That they were eliminating whoever won the first poll, they removed. Whoever won the second poll, they removed.
So have you gotten kicked off the island yet?
I got removed after the last poll that they left up only for 20 hours, where the other ones were all up for like 25 or 30.
The fix is in.
Whatever. It was round 6. I
Did
don't
you get purged
care.
to the voting rolls?
But no, as far as the thing of, if you've not voted in a decade, we're removing you from the rolls. There's got to be some kind of way to where if it's not reported this person has moved and died in another state, there's got to be some kind of way to clean up the rolls.
If we don't have dead people on the rolls, who's going to vote for Democrats?
People like you.
So hold on.
What
is the other side of the story on this voter roll purge? That these were indeed legitimate purges who just hadn't voted for a long time, or is there some sort of skullduggery going on?
I don't know. This is the first I've heard about any voters being purged in New York. What I do know is that in New York, they don't let people that are registered members of parties other than Republican or Democrat, or people that are registered independent, vote without petitioning a judge for the right to be able to vote in a party primary. So Bernie Sanders made a statement yesterday about the 3 million disenfranchised voters in New York that are not members of the Republican or Democratic Party that did not get to vote. But again, this is the first I've heard about anything where anybody's claiming some nefarious action of voter rolls being purged.
This is why my mother suggested that I pick a political party. Pick one, because that way you could, if you want to vote, you can vote in primaries, whereas you really aren't able to do that with independent.
That's not necessarily true in all states. There are some states, such as New Hampshire, where if you're registered undeclared, you can vote in either party's primary. If you're registered Republican and you decide, I don't like anybody that's a Republican, but I like one of these people that's a Democrat, well, sorry, Mark, but you would not be able to vote for the Democrat that you like.
It's true. And in the state of New Hampshire, it limits my options. There's no doubt about it. But, in the state of Florida, where the advice was given, it was beneficial. And it would be in New York, too.
This is something that, you need to decide state by state based on what the rules are in your state.
Sure.
And you should actually look into those rules and remember that political parties are private organizations that can decide who gets to participate.
Our toll-free number tonight, if you want to join us, hold that thought, 855-450-FREE. You can bring up what you want. It is the 420 edition here of Free Talk Live. What happened, though, with this voter suppression? We can dig more into that as well. Plus, you can join us on Skype at username LRN.FM. This is Free Talk Live.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippie! On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you got to keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
Radio is the most personal of mediums. I exist right now in your head. If you listen to Free Talk Live regularly, you know me. Free Talk Live is on more than 160 radio stations around the U.S. and has been downloaded on every continent around the world. Hundreds of thousands of listeners with ad packages from $600 a month to $6,000 a month. Imagine what we can do for your business, project, website, or idea. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
A congressman recently revealed that legislation totaling 2,900 pages and involving more than $1 trillion was available to members of Congress for less than 48 hours to study and consider. That's over 60 pages of legislation per hour. Do you think anyone read the entire bill? I'm Jim Babka with DownsizeDC.org. Consider a proposal buried in a 3,200-page, $388 billion bill, which would have empowered committee chairmen or their agents to examine Americans' tax returns. When this horrible provision came to light, no one claimed to know how it got into the bill. One congressman questioned said, "I didn't write it, I didn't approve it, I wasn't even consulted." If your attorney represented you this way, he might be disbarred. But this is how Congress represents you every day. That's why DownsizeDC.org has created the Read the Bills Act. You can force Congress to read their bills before they pass them at DownsizeDC.org.
If you can't listen to the Liberty Radio Network's internet streams, free satellite channel, or radio affiliates, no worries. You can listen to LRN.FM from any phone, anywhere. Add this number to your phone, 213-493-0309. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The Liberty Radio Network listen lines are locked into our stream 24 hours a day. Call 213-493-0309. That's 213-493-0309.
This Your Family Today tip is brought to you by Boost Kid Essentials Nutritionally Complete Drink, providing your picky eater with essential nutrition and great taste in one drink. Visit us at kidessentials.com. To make sure your kids eat healthy, follow the 5-a-day plan. Serve 3 servings of vegetables and 2 servings of fruit daily. Remember, a serving could just mean a piece of fruit or a half cup of veggies. If your kids are picky eaters, ask a nutritionist about other sources. For more tips like these, visit us at parenthood.com/yourfamilytoday.
This is the most recent episode of Free Talk Live, presented by SACL CAI. Get interactive at freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can join us. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. We've got Skype as well here on this 420 edition of Free Talk Live. Skype username is LRN.FM. Joining you in studio tonight, you've got Ian.
And Mark.
And Daryl.
And, of course, don't forget you can join us online. Enjoy the features we have there completely free. If you've got shopping to do, though, go to shop.freetalklive.com. It's a great way for you to help support Free Talk Live and get the stuff that you're looking for in life from Amazon. They probably have what you're looking to buy. I mean, they've got almost everything. Not perishable food, but almost everything else, it seems like. Amazon's huge. Just go to shop.freetalklive.com and start your shopping between Amazon US, Canada, or UK, and it helps Free Talk Live when you do that.
And actually, you can get food on Amazon. I've bought jerky.
Yes,
from
you can
there.
get food, but you can't get the perishable type. So like a jug of milk.
Jerky has an expiration date.
Okay,
it's perishable.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But, you know,
it ain't freaking white bread and milk, dude.
True. You can order
Jerky
steaks.
Jerky probably has a sell-by date or a best-by date. Likely not a perishable date.
Okay.
I think you're wrong about that.
But I've also bought fiber
Milk has
bars.
a sell-by date, too.
I've bought fiber bars. I've seen steak on Amazon. I've not purchased steak. But
Isn't it Omaha Steaks? This is
I
a company,
think so.
Yeah, a company that they've been selling steaks
and
by mail for a long time.
I found seafood on there as well.
Okay, cool. So you can get some. Okay,
yeah, the only thing that I've not found is fresh produce.
Produce, yeah.
And I've not looked for milk.
I can't imagine that you could get something like bread, right? Like it's too mushable, and
it'd be hard to ship that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be as happy with that. But still, there's.
I'm going to have to look to see if you can buy bread.
Michael Dean just linked me to a gallon of milk on Amazon. I have to check that out. Let's go to anyway.
There's
go to
probably that milk in a box that you buy on Caribbean Islands.
Shop.freetalklive.com.
197,391 results for bread.
Incredible. All right,
some of
I
these
take it back.
are for books. Some of these are for. Apparently, there's a band.
Wait, is there an actual
bread.
loaf of bread though?
The very first thing is King's Hawaiian sweet sliced bread, 16 ounce.
I take it back. You can get everything. It seems
Nature's Own honey wheat.
Well, that's
Wonder Bread.
When I was single, that's what I bought. Now my wife says I can't have it. I don't know. There's something like corn syrup or something in there.
You're probably going to pay through the nose for a loaf of bread from Amazon because you have to pay for shipping one loaf as opposed to just getting it off of someone who's got a pallet of them shipped to them and gets a quantity discount. So yeah, I imagine you're going to pay quite a bit. The toll-free number tonight is 855-450-FREE.
4-pack from Hostess, $5.15.
Can you call something shipped that has never touched a ship? I mean, the bread.
Yes,
the bread has been trucked to you and
it's
to the distribution
generally
center.
Considered shipping,
and then it
happens.
is then trucked from the distribution center to the store, and then huffed by an individual on plastic trays.
I'm going to the phones. We got Brian on the line. He's in Madison, Illinois. Brian, you're on Free Talk Live.
Addison, Illinois. Hey, guys.
Addison, go ahead.
I wanted to thank Daryl for calling out people who end sentences with the word right. Because it's been happening a lot lately. About the last year, internet philosophers trying to sound smart use it. And
it's this weird sales technique.
Right? I called him out on it previously, but not overtly for his exact technique. And I think you're well within your rights to do that. And
What's
I
this?
appreciate it as well.
Hold on, I'm not clear.
So that there's this guy that calls in somewhat regularly that he'll say a sentence and then say right, and then say another sentence and then say right, and he's trying to get you to agree with him.
Tie-downs.
It's this weird sales technique.
It's called
thing.
a tie down.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know what the name of that was. I was saying to him, look, that's not necessarily right. We haven't even heard what you've said yet.
Well, people used to say okay.
Rich Paul does that.
Yeah, right.
Where he'll say something and then okay.
Yeah, so you have to say no, it's not okay actually. But what were you going to say?
Well, you can say I understand is the response when somebody says it. You can say I understand. I understand.
Go ahead.
I get that people will say or like, just kind of pausing and trying to keep their train of thought.
Yeah, those are called verbal crutches.
Right. Yeah, but I'm trying to prove my point, so don't waste your time. You just believe me, right? It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's just really annoying how it gets used, and then I think some people pick up on it and just do it without trying to use it as sale technique. It's just something that annoys me, and I was happy Daryl called it out.
Yeah, so you don't know whether it's someone who's using it on purpose or because they've been infected by it.
It's also the cheapest form of tie down.
It's definitely a low blow.
Well, I'm saying that there's better tie downs than this. So a tie down in its
give us a better one, Mr.
in its
Salesman.
best form:
handcuffs, zip ties, a scarf.